traveling back to the NBDL in 2006 and starting off as Sakuragi Hanamichi. In a decisive game of the Los Angeles Defenders, Lin Feng sat on the bench, his head buzzing. He had crossed over and inhabited the body of a Chinese player with the same name. This guy had made a fatal mistake last night, losing the game with a sideline inbounds pass that was stolen. His teammates blamed him completely, and the coach canceled his eligibility to play tonight. With yellow skin and mediocre skills, how could he make it in the NBA? It was nearly impossible. His predecessor died from a drunken binge last night, which allowed the 2021 Lin Feng to take over. System, Lin Feng tentatively called out ding. Bound to the basketball god system. Newbie gift, Sakuragi Hanamichi character card, similarity 5. Lin Feng was left dumbfounded. Sakuragi Hanamichi, that rebounding maniac. What's more, he was just like Sakuragi, 189 centimeters tall, 83 kilograms, Aries, and blood type B. Was that the origin of the 5 similarity? If I can play as Sakuragi, what do I have to fear against this bunch of NBDL noobs? Lin Feng's eyes instantly blazed with fire. System prompt. The more you resemble Sakuragi, the closer your strength becomes. He opened the attribute panel. Strength, 50 average player, 30. Speed, 60 average player, 40. Jumping ability, 60 average player, 30. Hang time, 50 average player, 10. Basketball IQ, 70 average player, 30. These attributes could crush average players. With only 5 similarity, he was already this strong. What if the similarity was maxed out? The coach still kept him on the bench, and his teammates looked at him with disdain. Could he rely on Sakuragi's abilities to turn the tide and get onto the court? In this decisive game, could he lead the team to a comeback? What kind of waves could a 5 Sakuragi create in the NBDL? He had skills: flying rebound versus agile positioning, flying rebound versus vertical board, flying rebound versus quick pass after landing. Currently, only these 3 skills could be used after all. The similarity was only 5 that want to stand shoulder to shoulder with Sakuragi Hanamichi. He had to mimic his personality, appearance, and looks to the fullest. With these physical attributes, I'm 20 points higher than you. An average of 30 rebounds isn't a dream, right? I can play 2 games without getting tired, while you're exhausted after one. I'm so fast. Who can give me a chase down block? Lin Feng was so excited he trembled all over, feeling explosive power surging within him. Teammate Anderson was furious. Just looking at him, last game's fatal mistake had dragged the series into this decisive game, and this guy still had the nerve to laugh? Fuck you. Useless. You shouldn't be here. Anderson pointed and cursed at him. Another teammate chimed in angrily. After this season, get out of Los Angeles. You don't deserve to be in the NBDL. Coach Ryan watched silently. He had initially taken care of Lin Feng, bringing him from the NCAA to the NBDL, but his performance on the court had truly infuriated him. Coach Ryan, I want to play. Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. Ryan narrowed his eyes at him. This was the decisive game. If he messed up again, the fans would eat him alive. Give me one last chance. If I mess up, he'll retire from basketball forever. Lin Feng bet everything. The teammates exploded. Don't ruin us. Get out of here. Everyone shut up. Ryan shouted, holding up 3 fingers. You have 3 minutes. Thank you, coach. Lin Feng was eager to try his strength, jumping ability, and speed were all clamoring. He wanted to shock everyone. He replaced the starting point guard Matt Carlo, and the opposing team didn't give him a good look. The fans in the arena erupted. Is Ryan crazy? Letting this yellow-skinned guy play? He wants to ruin the team. I'll regret this. In 3 minutes, could he create a miracle? Were those 3 rebounding skills enough? Could he slap back the fans' ridicule and his teammates' disdain? After the teammates finished cursing, the fans joined in, and Lin Feng felt immense pressure. But as Sakuragi Hanamichi, he adjusted his mindset quickly. Sakuragi never relied on words. He only used actions to slap faces. He glared at the heckling fans and raised his middle finger. Shit, this yellow-skinned monkey dares to flip us off? Well, take him out after the game. An angry black fan shouted, holding a beer bottle. Tonight, I'm going to grab 30 rebounds. If I don't, consider me defeated. Lin Feng yelled at the stands. The entire arena burst into laughter. Does he think he's Rodman? Is he out his mind? The game started. Lin Feng replaced the starting point guard and played the 1 position, but Sakuragi was a 4. He insisted on playing both the 1 and 4 positions, bullying the opposing 4. Currently, the score was 8-6, with Fort Worth leading by 2 points. Lin Feng brought the ball past half court, breaking inside, and the opposing center, Devin Brown, 216 centimeters and 200 kilograms, immediately blocked the paint. Quick, pass the ball. I'm open, shouted the corner shooter angrily. Lin Feng saw the open spot, but the opposing team's attitude was too poor. He changed his mind. No pass, strong attack. Leaping towards Devin's massive hand, Lin Feng jumped explosively. Useless. Still not passing? The shooter yelled angrily. Coach Ryan frowned on the sidelines, and his teammates thought he had gone crazy. But Lin Feng's jumping ability was astonishing under Devon's pressure. He still soared half a head higher. Devon roared a block, but when he landed, he saw Lin Feng was still suspended in midair. The whistle blew. The ball went in. Foul on the hand. Standard and one. The entire arena fell silent in an instant. Everyone's eyes widened, staring at this yellow-skinned player. Hangtime layup? Is he possessed by Jordan? Oh my God. That move is too flashy. On the bench, his teammates gasped, was this difficulty really something Lin Feng could pull off? To be fair, Hangtime not only required strong core strength, but also demanded that the shooting form remain unchanged even if the body twisted. It had to maintain standards. Anderson grumbled, just lucky. He should have passed to the open corner, just shooting blindly. Could he make the N1 free throw? Could he really grab 30 rebounds? Playing the 1 against the 4, could he bully the opponent? Lucky? Just a fluke? Devon Brown looked at Lin Feng and grinned. Little buddy, that shot was okay, but if you come charging it next time, they'll kick your ass. Lin Feng didn't respond, holding back a surge of energy inside him tonight. He was going to teach everyone who doubted Chinese players a lesson. Basketball isn't just for black. Chinese players can also excel. That shot was just a fluke. You should have passed to me. Harris ran over and shouted. Next round, I'm going to dunk on that big fool. Lin Feng said casually. Harris was stunned. Do you think you're Jordan? Devon is an NBDL all-defense selection. At the free throw line, Lin Feng easily scored. 8-9, Los Angeles took the lead. Fort Worth quickly countered to regain the lead, and it was Lin Feng's turn to organize. He passed the ball to Harris. This guy was a total wild card, shooting threes like rain when hot, but completely off when cold. Sure enough, Harris' shot clanked off. Get back on defense. Coach Ryan shouted. According to the rules, the small guy should retreat while the center grabs the rebound. But Lin Feng didn't move. He used Sakuragi's agile positioning to crash into the paint, ready to compete for the offensive rebound against several big muscular black players. The whole arena erupted. Rebounding at the center position? Is that idiot out of his mind? Ryan made a mistake by putting him on the court. He's a liability. Coach Ryan was furious, cursing loudly. Shit. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Who told you to box out? Lin Feng ignored him and went head-to-head. Devon Brown pushed against him, only to be stunned. This seemingly small body felt like a mountain. He couldn't budge him at all. Fuck. How is he so strong? Is he on steroids? Devon thought it was ridiculous that the 189 centimeters point guard, standing firm against a 200-kilogram center, can he really grab this rebound? Is his claim of dunking on Devon just bragging? Or can he actually pull it off? Could this move silence his critics? Shit. Have you taken drugs? When I was grabbing rebounds, you were still in the slums eating black bread. Devon Brown spat trash talk. Lin Feng paid him no mind, maintaining his position without moving an inch. The moment the ball hit the rim and bounced off, he jumped high. This 189 centimeters guy managed to snatch the front court vertical board above a bunch of muscular black players. As soon as he landed, he was double-teamed, but he quickly passed the ball to the center. The center was stunned, frozen in place holding the ball. This move was too cool. Give me the ball. Lin Feng shouted as he slipped out of the double team. The center instinctively passed the ball, and Lin Feng received it. Launching into action was going to fulfill his promise and dunk on Devon. Racing into the paint, Lin Feng ignored the defense, leaping high, one hand holding the ball, and even stuck out his tongue just like Jordan. Bang! A violent dunk. 200 kilograms, Devon Brown became a background player for the top 5 plays. The gym exploded. MVP, MVP, MVP. The cheers rang throughout the arena. This kind of treatment is only for NBA superstars. Harris approached with a smug face. You're something else. You should practice your shooting. Lin Feng shot back casually, leaving Harris speechless. Coach Ryan sat on the sidelines mumbling. This kid has some skills. Randerson and Fan DeBrew, who had previously criticized him, widened their eyes in disbelief. How did this Chinese kid suddenly become so fierce? In the end, the Los Angeles defenders won by 7 points, advancing to the finals. Their opponents were the Albuquerque Thunderbirds, a team known for their tough, Spurs-like, Celtic-style iron defense. Against such a tough team, can Lin Feng still carry the team? Was his dunk just the beginning? Or was it his peak? In the finals, can he lead the team to victory? Coach Ryan, at the post-game press conference, changed his earlier dissatisfaction and praised Lin Feng to the media. With him, we can beat the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. Overnight, Lin Feng became the talk of Los Angeles. The next day's front page featured his name. Prominently next to it was the Lakers' superstar Kobe Bryant. This was his first time enjoying such treatment, and as he had breakfast, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Kobe, it's an honor to meet you this time after your unfortunate passing in the last life. Sooner or later, I will join the Lakers, becoming your most reliable teammate, and build another three-peat dynasty. his Motorola V3 in his pocket Ranga Trini device in 2006, just like later iPhones. The caller ID was Sue Mooching. According to his memory, she was his girlfriend, a journalism major at USC, half Chinese and half American, with a Chinese father and an American mother. At 178 centimeters tall, with a perfect figure and exquisite features, suitors would line up from one end of the street to the other. They met in Southern California, where she was a traveling reporter, and their relationship gradually developed into romance, though they hadn't become intimate yet. "Baby, you were amazing last night." Sue Mooching's voice came through the receiver. "Excited and surprised, I watched the replay, and you actually dunked on Devin. Too bad I had something else to do last night and couldn't be there. I'm coming to find you now to bring you a love breakfast." She grew up in America with a bold and direct personality, typical of Western girls, showing no reserve. "I'm at home. Come over," Lin Feng said with a smile. After hanging up, he thought now he had to play the role of Sakuragi Hanamichi, so he needed to look the part. Dye his hair a flashy red, put on 3 Band-Aids, and wear a number 10 jersey. His resemblance would surely increase. The doorbell rang, and Sue Mooching arrived, holding Chinese food. She knew Lin Feng couldn't stand hamburgers and hot dogs, so she specially bought it from Chinatown. "Mooching, thank you," Lin Feng said as he took the food. Would Sue Mooching recognize this increasingly Sakuragi-like Lin Feng? What would he look like with dyed red hair and Band-Aids? Was he one step closer to joining the Lakers and fighting alongside Kobe? It must be said that Sue Mooching is a girl exceptionally skilled at offering encouragement. Since her acquaintance with Lin Feng, she has uttered these words countless times. However, at this moment, he is not her boyfriend in the strictest sense. While his physical presence remains, his soul has transformed into an entirely different Lin Feng. "Mooching, I wish to dye my hair. Will you accompany me?" Lin Feng suddenly spoke up. "By the way, could you help me purchase a few packs of Band-Aids, as well as a pair of Venom Air Force One basketball shoes?" These fundamental accessories were the absolute favorites of Sakuragi Hanamichi, and he was fully embodying this character, drawing ever closer to the essence of Sakuragi. One aspect that left Lin Feng both amused and perplexed was that the girl Sakuragi secretly admired was Akagi Haruko. Yet, in this journey to 2006 Los Angeles, his girlfriend was named Sue Mooching. The similarities in their names were striking. Could this be fate? Had the heavens destined him to play the role of Sakuragi Hanamichi? Sue Mooching looked at Lin Feng with curiosity and asked, "Baby, what made you suddenly think about dyeing your hair? And why buy Band-Aids and Venom Air Force One basketball shoes?" Indeed, Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "So, what color are you planning to dye your hair?" "I'm thinking of red, and I'll get a sharp buzz cut." Sue Mooching was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. She had watched the anime Slam Dunk, and her favorite character was none other than Sakuragi Hanamichi. Upon hearing his words, she could not help but exclaim, "Wow, baby, if you cut your hair like that and dye it red, won't you resemble Sakuragi Hanamichi? Are you planning to put the Band-Aids on your face?" "And Venom Air Force Ones. Those are Sakuragi's favorite basketball shoes, right?" "You are quite perceptive. That is precisely my intention," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Mooching, from now on, you will be confronted with a version of me that is both familiar and unfamiliar. I am Sakuragi Hanamichi, and Sakuragi Hanamichi is I." Chapter 6. A Transformation. Increasing resemblance, Sue Mooching was momentarily speechless, staring at Lin Feng as if he had transformed. She felt an undeniable disparity between the Lin Feng she knew and the one before her now. The uncertainty and self-doubt that once marked him had vanished, replaced by confidence, decisiveness, and a hint of an imperceptible dominance. "Baby, you seem different. It's indeed a bit unfamiliar," she remarked after a prolonged silence, playfully biting her rosy lips. "But I must say, I prefer this version of you. There's a certain rugged charm." "Absolutely," Lin Feng replied, stroking his chin. The two stepped out of the house, with Lin Feng driving a Ford Raptor towards downtown Los Angeles. He arrived at a barbershop he used to frequent and requested the barber to give him a buzz cut, styled after Sakuragi Hanamichi. Once completed, he asked the white barber to dye his hair a vibrant red, the brighter the better. Los Angeles, being an open and cosmopolitan city, showcased a plethora of eccentric styles. People dyed their hair green, so red was hardly a stretch. The barber worked swiftly, and in no time, Lin Feng sported a striking crimson mane. Coupled with his sharp buzz cut, he resembled a real-life Sakuragi Hanamichi. "Oh my God, brother. You actually look a bit like Sakuragi Hanamichi." The young Caucasian gentleman was quite familiar with this anime. He glanced at Lin Feng's handsome visage, reminiscent of Sakuragi Hanamichi. If he were to add 3 more adhesive bandages to his face, the resemblance to the short-haired Sakuragi Hanamichi would be even more striking. "My friend, Are you emulating the short-haired Sakuragi Hanamichi? The young Caucasian inquired, his curiosity piqued. Lin Feng nodded without reservation, affirming your guess. Indeed, I am embodying Sakuragi Hanamichi, my idol. Oh my, how delightful it is that we share similar tastes. I too hold a fondness for Sakuragi Hanamichi. Just as he was engaging in casual conversation with the young Caucasian gentleman, Su Muching entered the barber shop, having just returned from purchasing Band-Aids and the Venom Air Force One basketball shoes. Darling, I have procured everything you requested. Try them on and see if they fit well, she said. Su Muching, ever attentive, not only acquired the Venom Air Force One basketball shoes, but also the number 10 jersey of S.H. Hoku, frequently worn by Sakuragi Hanamichi. She had secured both color variations, red and white, ensuring a complete selection. Lin Feng smiled faintly and nodded in gratitude to Su Muching. He then donned the red Xiangbei jersey and the Venom Air Force One basketball shoes, affixing 3 adhesive bandages to various spots on his face. Everything was meticulously arranged to resemble the iconic Sakuragi Hanamichi. As he gazed into the mirror once more, Lin Feng was astonished to discover that he truly resembled a real-life version of Sakuragi Hanamichi. The white guy was utterly dumbfounded, for the resemblance was uncanny. Baby, you look just like Sakuragi Hanamichi. I suddenly adore you. Su Muching approached, tiptoed, and bestowed a sweet kiss upon Lin Feng. However, at that moment, Lin Feng was too preoccupied to savor Su Muching's affectionate gesture. With the external gear now in place, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. The host resemblance to Sakuragi Hanamichi has reached 10. Basketball skills and personal prowess enhanced. Activating new skill. Training jump shot. Ding! Congratulations. The host resemblance to Sakuragi Hanamichi has reached 20. Basketball skills and personal prowess enhanced. Activating new skill. Sidestep jump shot. Ding! Congratulations. The host resemblance to Sakuragi Hanamichi has reached 30. Basketball skills and personal prowess enhanced. Activating new skill. Deceptive breakthrough dunk. Ding! Congratulations. The host resemblance to Sakuragi Hanamichi has reached 40. Basketball skills and physical attributes enhanced. Activating new skill. Agile positioning versus genius rebound. This barrage of system notifications left Lin Feng utterly bewildered. With a buzz cut, dyed red hair, adhesive bandages on his face, the Venom Air Force One basketball shoes, and the red number 10 jersey, his resemblance skyrocketed to 40. It was simply astounding. If it weren't for the crowd around him, he would have leapt up in exuberance. Su Muching observed Lin Feng, who seemed frozen in place, and raised her delicate hand to wave in front of him, her expression tinged with concern. Baby, what's wrong? Why are you dazed? Are you feeling unwell? However, Lin Feng erupted into laughter, suddenly embracing Su Muching in a big bear hug right there in the barber shop, then planting a fervent kiss on her lips. What are you doing? Although Su Muching was open-minded and avant-garde in nature, Lin Feng's unexpected kiss left her cheeks flushed. Darling, let us go. I'll take you out for coffee. I'm in a great mood. Lin Feng was overjoyed, marveling at the rapid enhancement of his similarity index, which had surged to 40, unlocking numerous new skills. He could distinctly sense the boundless energy surging within him, with his biceps, abdominal muscles, leg strength, and core power all on the rise. In the upcoming competition, he was certain that he would leave the entire city of Los Angeles trembling with awe. However, one concern nagged at him. Having reached a similarity score of 40, he knew he needed to elevate it to 100. But how could he bridge the remaining 60 points? He glanced at Su Muching, who was beside him, pondering the possibility. Yet, he quickly disrupted his train of thought, realizing that the increase in similarity was orchestrated by the system, not within his control. In a quaint CAF, Lin Feng and Su Muching savored their drinks, thoroughly content. As he indulged in his coffee, Lin Feng, with his flamboyant red hair, deliberately emulated the style of Sakuragi Hanamichi, attracting the attention of many. The female servers at the CF eagerly requested to take photos with him, captivated by his striking appearance. The women, particularly the more mature ones, were unabashed in their admiration, while a few young Caucasian girls began casting flirtatious glances in his direction. He bore an undeniable charm, reminiscent of a renowned character from an anime. Who could it be? The thought eluded them momentarily. As Su Muching departed, the young Caucasian server succumbed to a bout of infatuation. How could you not know? That's just too basic. Sakuragi Hanamichi, the NBA's inspiration, the one who won championships alongside Rodman and Mike. Oh dear, I wouldn't have remembered if you hadn't mentioned it. Yes, that's him. Sakuragi Hanamichi looks incredibly dashing. But he's not yours. He already has a girlfriend. What a pity. The young women seemed quite enamored with Lin Feng's flamboyant style, and Su Muqing was equally pleased. Once in the car, she nestled against Lin Feng, tracing circles on his chest with her fingers, her cheeks flushed with a dreamy expression. If Lin Feng were to make a move at that moment, it was likely she would not refuse. "Baby, where shall we go next? How about Disneyland? I'll take you on the roller coaster." Lin Feng found himself in a state of inner turmoil. He acknowledged that Su Muqing was indeed beautiful, striking a chord with his aesthetic sensibilities. However, at the end of the day, Su Muqing did not belong to him. He was now akin to the version of Sakuragi Hanamichi, rather than the previous, somewhat obedient and self-doubting novice Lin Feng. Chapter 7. The finals commence. Tension in the air after spending a delightful morning at Disneyland with Su Muqing. Lin Feng took the initiative to head to the training facility in the afternoon to familiarize himself with his newly activated skills. He practiced jump shots, side jump shots, deceptive drives for dunks, and agile positioning against brilliant rebounds. He dedicated nearly the entire day to training, returning to his residence only at 9 in the evening. These skills had become second nature to him. In 3 days, he would face the Albuquerque Thunderbirds in the NBDL finals, and he was determined not to disappoint anyone. Flipping through the latest issue of Slam, the American basketball magazine, he noted that the cover featured Kobe Bryant. The accompanying article reported on the Los Angeles Lakers' plans to recruit new players for the upcoming season. Kobe had grown weary of the first-round playoff exits. With Shaquille O'Neal departing for the Miami Heat, Kobe found himself bearing the weight of the team alone. In the 2004 to 2005 season, they failed to reach the playoffs. However, in the 2005 to 2006 season, under Kobe's leadership, the decimated Lakers managed to achieve a record of 45 wins and 37 losses, securing the 7th position in the Western Conference. In the first round, they faced the second-seeded Phoenix Suns. That year, Kobe delivered spectacular performances, pushing the Suns to the brink and leading the series 3-1. Just when the public believed Kobe would guide the Lakers to triumph over the Suns, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Despite holding a 3-1 series lead, the Suns rallied to win 3 consecutive games, resulting in a heartbreaking defeat for the Lakers. In the aftermath, given Kobe's intense desire to win and his obsessive nature, it was evident he would not take the loss lightly. During the offseason, he hoped the Lakers management would bolster the team to maintain its competitiveness and vigor. Unfortunately, the team's owner, Jerry Buss, had his own considerations and did not fully acquiesce to Kobe's demands, merely suggesting that he be patient. Kobe had long since grown weary of such evasions. Lin Feng is a man from the future, fully aware that the persistent reluctance of old Buss to strengthen the Lakers has led Kobe to pressure him in the 2006 to 2007 season. Kobe, expressing his frustration to the media, issued a stern warning that if old Buss continued to neglect the team, he would consider transferring to the Chicago Bulls. Fortunately, it turned out that Kobe's words were merely a moment of anger, and he did not follow through on his threat. For Lin Feng, this presents an extraordinary opportunity. He understands that if he can lead the NBDL championship by defeating the Albuquerque Thunderbirds, the Los Angeles media will undoubtedly amplify the achievement. With his remarkable performance and consistent excellence throughout the series, he is certain to catch the attention of the Lakers management. This could pave the way for him to fulfill his long-held dream of ascending from the NBDL Development League to the hallowed halls of the NBA, ultimately joining his parent team, the Los Angeles Lakers. It is important to note that the Los Angeles Defenders serve as a subsidiary team to the Lakers. Currently positioned within the Defenders, if he excels and showcases stability in his performance, he is bound to attract the management's interest. Should the Lakers management take notice of him, the prospect of joining the Los Angeles Lakers in the upcoming season to bolster their overall strength and become Kobe's teammate is not beyond the realm of possibility. Kobe, just wait for me. Next season, I shall enhance the Los Angeles Lakers and become your most dependable ally. Lin Feng murmured to himself, utterly exhausted after a long day, and soon fell into a deep slumber upon lying in bed. Time flew by rapidly, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the Los Angeles Defenders faced off against the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. Initially, few believed that the Los Angeles Defenders could advance to the finals, as millions of fans speculated that they would falter against the Fort Worth Flying team. However, the outcome left those millions of fans utterly astonished. A remarkable hero emerged for the Los Angeles Defenders, a diminutive Chinese player who, in a pivotal showdown, turned the tide and saved the team from dire straits. The finals had officially commenced. Su Muqing was also present. She attended both as an intern reporter and as a fan and girlfriend, eager to witness the match. She sat beside the bench of the Los Angeles Defenders, fervently cheering for Lin Feng in person. "Baby, remember, you are the best, and I will always support you." During the intervals when Lin Feng was on the sidelines, Su Muqing clenched her little fists and waved at him, rallying him with this gesture of encouragement. Lin Feng smiled, noting that his resemblance to Sakuragi Hanamichi had reached 40, having triumphed over the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. Wasn't it akin to child's play? He bore no concerns for the Thunderbirds. Rather, his apprehension lay in whether the Los Angeles Lakers would recruit him for the upcoming season. His aspirations have always been directed towards the hallowed halls of the NBA, not the subordinate league of the NBDL. The reason he remained was to pursue his basketball dream. Staying in the NBDL afforded him the opportunity to ascend to the NBA. Conversely, departing would render any hope unattainable for a lifetime. Meanwhile, the two commentators at the technical table commenced their introduction of the players for both teams. When they arrived at Lin Feng, they specifically highlighted his dazzling statistics from the previous match against the Fort Worth Flyers, an impressive tally of 33 points and 30 rebounds, with a staggering 15 of those being offensive rebounds. To comprehend this, it equates to the Los Angeles Defenders gaining 15 additional opportunities for second chance points. Alongside 10 assists, 2 blocks, and 3 steals, his performance was nothing short of a standard triple-double. Presently, the entire NBDL Development League stood in admiration of Lin Feng's extraordinary display. Coach Mori of the Albuquerque Thunderbirds also cautioned his players to remain vigilant against Lin Feng, for this Chinese prodigy had suddenly become quite formidable. However, the collective team members of the Thunderbirds regarded him with disdain. The impression Lin Feng had left as a rookie was too profound. Despite his valiant performance in the last match, they dismissed it as mere erratic behavior, unworthy of fear. Thus, the two teams converged for the finals, and the first match commenced immediately. Coach Ryan made a daring decision, placing Lin Feng in the starting lineup while relegating Matt Carlo to the bench. This arrangement displeased Matt Carlo immensely, but it was Ryan's directive, and complaints were futile. Lin Feng stood on the court, gesturing for the center to step aside as he declared, "I shall take the jump ball. You all wait to retrieve it." The crowd was taken aback. A point guard taking the jump ball? How intriguing. The center retreated to the sidelines, and the commentators at the technical table erupted in laughter, noting the delightful turn of events. From the very start, this match promised to be captivating, as Lin Feng had instructed the center to stand aside while he assumed responsibility for the opening jump. Another commentator chimed in the previous game. Lin Feng's performance was nothing short of phenomenal, achieving a remarkable triple-double. One can only hope he continues his stellar play tonight. The match commenced without further ado, and the first jump ball belonged to the Los Angeles Defenders. My goodness, it was unbelievable. Lin Feng, standing at 189 centimeters, managed to outjump the opposing center, Fraser, seizing the first possession. This was nothing short of miraculous, considering Fraser's towering height of 220 centimeters and his remarkable leaping ability and athletic prowess. He had rarely faltered in jump balls until now. Yet tonight, he was bested by a point guard of merely 189 centimeters. American commentators are typically exuberant, creating an immersive experience for the audience. Their excitement resonated throughout the arena, igniting a fervor among the spectators. The jump ball contest between Lin Feng and Fraser was charged with palpable tension from the very outset. Chapter 8. The Standard Hot Pop Block. A gasp reverberated through the audience in the arena. "Hey, have you noticed? Lin has changed. He dyed his hair and has 3 Band-Aids on his face. He is sporting the Venom Air Force One basketball shoes and has switched his jersey number. He wore number 6 in the last game, but tonight he is in number 10. Oh my goodness. I was just about to comment on this transformation. What is Lin up to? Why this peculiar hair color? Yet, it does look rather appealing. You've clearly never seen the world. Lin is mimicking Sakuragi Hanamichi. Haven't you noticed?" A few African-American girls gazed at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. One must admit, Lin Feng's striking red hair is both handsome and dazzling. Back in the day, the legendary Rodman of the Bulls sported an eccentric mane of red hair, consistently snatching remarkable rebounds, securing those rebounds, and passing to that bald number 23. Victory was practically guaranteed. Sakuragi Hanamichi? Lin is indeed Sakuragi Hanamichi. Oh my god, he looks so cool. I adore the new Lin. I like him too. He is incredibly handsome. It's the first time I feel that an Asian man can look this attractive. Not only the African-American girls, but also the Caucasian girls cheered for the new Lin Feng. On the court, Lin's teammates exhibited remarkable synergy, seizing the ball from the jump and promptly passing it back to Lin. Create space. Let me take him on one-on-one. Lin Feng received the pass, one hand striking the ball while the other gestured to his teammates to reposition themselves. He required ample space to confront the opposing player in the number 1 position, aiming to decisively outmaneuver him and swiftly widen the score gap. Following Lin Feng's dazzling performance in the previous match, his teammates instinctively heeded his commands. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had begun to exude an aura of a team leader. As he dribbled past the half-court line, Croft, the primary defender of the Albuquerque Thunderbirds, immediately rushed forward to engage in a relentless pursuit. Croft's defense was commendable. He had previously been selected for the second team of defensive players. As a shorter point guard, being acknowledged for his defensive prowess was no small feat. Croft's hallmark was his tenacious, sticky defense, akin to a persistent adhesive, ensuring that his opponent had no comfortable shooting opportunities. His footwork was rapid, excelling in offensive breakthroughs while adeptly obstructing the ball handler's advancement on defense. The head coach of the Albuquerque Thunderbirds, Mori, had devised a strategy specifically targeting Lin Feng prior to the game. He assigned a formidable defender Croft to closely shadow Lin Feng, denying him any semblance of a comfortable shot. If they could neutralize Lin Feng, defeating the Los Angeles defenders would merely be a matter of time. Mori had meticulously analyzed Lin Feng's footage from the last game, making tactical adjustments that would undoubtedly lead to the elimination of the Los Angeles defenders. Hey, you yellow-skinned monkey, do you think dyeing your hair red makes you unrecognizable? You remain a novice. Your impressive triple-double last game was merely a stroke of luck. The Fort Worth Flying Team's players are simply more inept than you. And here, you will find no advantage, Croft taunted as he doggedly pursued Lin Feng. Unfazed by Croft's jibes, Lin Feng focused intently on the game. With the ball in both hands and his body leaning forward, he executed a series of probing steps. The technique of hesitation dribbles, often utilized by elite shooting guards such as Kobe, Tracy McGrady, and Vince Carter, involved assessing the defender's positioning before deciding whether to drive or take a decisive shot. Lin Feng had just activated several new skills, with jump shots and side jump shots requiring synchronization with the hesitation dribble, making it the optimal offensive approach against Croft. Suddenly, Lin Feng made his move. After the probing steps under Croft's relentless defense, he shifted his body to the left, executing a side step reminiscent of James Harden's signature step back that would emerge years later. Creating a fraction of shooting space, he launched a shot directly over Croft's head. The lead commentator exclaimed, "Oh my goodness." Lin Feng opts to shoot directly over Croft. Will he make it? Just as the words left his lips, the basketball soared through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before swishing through the net. Oh, Lin has made it. It's a perfect swish. Bang. Second commentator, a flawless performance by the formidable player. Lin's prowess continues to grow. In him, I seem to glimpse the shadows of Kobe and T-Mac. Oh. The audience erupts in fervent applause. Lin Feng's elongated figure descended gracefully, his shooting form impeccably preserved. Only after the basketball swished through the net did he release his standard shooting posture, brushing his thumb against his nose in a manner reminiscent of Bruce Lee. He then playfully wagged his finger at his defender, Croft, as if to convey, "Keep it up. You were so close to stopping me." Croft was almost beside himself with frustration. He had never anticipated being hit with a long-range three-pointer by Lin Feng in the very first play. "Baby, you are remarkable. Keep pushing forward. If you secure victory tonight, you'll have your way when we return." His girlfriend, Su Muching, rose with enthusiasm, waving her hands in exhilaration. As Lin Feng sprinted back to the half-court, he playfully winked at Su Muching, eliciting a chorus of excited shrieks from the female fans in the arena, who mistakenly believed he was directing his charm towards them. The game continued, and Croft, having just been outplayed by Lin Feng on the defensive end, was now determined to reclaim his pride on offense. Utilizing his remarkable speed, he aimed to glide past Lin Feng and execute a seamless layup. "Hey, red-haired monster. Watch how I humiliate you this time. Basketball is not played your way." Croft showcased a series of dazzling dribbling maneuvers, flaunting his skills before Lin Feng. Although his dribbling finesse did not quite rival that of Allen Iverson, he was nonetheless recognized as a skilled ball handler within the NBDL Development League. Typically, the point guards he faced had fallen victim to his crafty plays, becoming mere background figures in his highlight reel. However, as he attempted the same tricks against Lin Feng, the latter remained unfazed, indifferent to Croft's elaborate feints and dribbling displays. Frustrated, Croft resolved to emulate Lin Feng's approach and initiate a direct attack. Commentator 1. It seems Croft cannot shake off Lin Feng's relentless defense. He intends to drive straight to the basket. Commentator 2. Croft is hailed as the Allen Iverson of the NBDL, His explosive speed is beyond the reach of any Asian player like Lin Feng. Good heavens. Croft successfully penetrated the paint. He attempted a layup, opting for a reverse finish. Croft was on fire, fueled by an indomitable spirit that refused to accept defeat against a Chinese player, and he could not bear the thought of being thoroughly outmatched in this contest. As the two commentators were passionately discussing the game, they were suddenly taken aback by a fleeting shadow that surged from behind. It must be noted that Croft's speed of breakthrough was indeed remarkable. He charged into the restricted area, leaving even the lackluster defenders of Los Angeles bewildered. They merely watched as Croft effortlessly attempted a layup. However, in that very instant, a figure emerged from the flank, none other than Lin Feng, who had deliberately allowed Croft to penetrate the zone. In truth, had it not been for Lin Feng's calculated maneuvering, Croft would have never breached the restricted area. His entry was a ruse, intended solely for the purpose of delivering a resounding rejection. Just as Croft believed he was secure in his attempt, Lin Feng, propelled by extraordinary speed, sprang forth from the side. At the moment Croft released the ball, Lin Feng leaped high, seizing the perfect opportunity to swat the basketball viciously away from Croft's reach. It was a textbook rejection, and, upon close inspection, the referee confirmed that the play was not a mere interference. Lin Feng had struck just as the ball began its ascent, thus executing a flawless block, entirely devoid of any interference. Chapter 9. The Resurrection of the Death Dunk. The thousands of spectators in the stands bore witness to Lin Feng delivering a quintessential rejection to Croft. Oh, what a spectacle! It was utterly unbelievable that Croft's one-on-one attempt was so effortlessly thwarted by Lin Feng, whose speed was astonishing. Indeed, it was merely a fleeting shadow, followed by Lin Feng's explosive emergence that disrupted Croft's layup. The two commentators were momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated that a Chinese player, whose physical attributes paled in comparison to his Caucasian and African counterparts, possessed such formidable explosive speed. Oh my, Lin's velocity was astonishing. Was his rejection reminiscent of Mutombo's prowess? Even in the twilight of his career, Mutombo had once been named the best defensive player. Each time he delivered a rejection to an opponent, he would habitually shake his finger in a mocking gesture. Lin Feng's impeccable block, reminiscent of Uncle Mu, ignited the crowd. Go Lin, you are the best. Los Angeles needs you to bring home the championship. Waves of cheers surged from the stands, instantly elevating Lin Feng to the status of a hero in the arena. Well done, Lin. His teammates rushed over to celebrate. Lin Feng, his face devoid of expression, approached the arrogant Croft and proclaimed, "In this match, I shall ensure that you score not a single point." Shit, you red-haired freak. Who do you think you are? Croft fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, yearning to deliver a punch, yet he restrained this impulse. Lin Feng remained silent. Given his current prowess, it was indeed a disservice for him to still be playing in the NBDL. It is noteworthy that he had achieved a resemblance of 40 to the character Sakuragi Hanamichi. He is now more suited for development in the NBA rather than in the rookie-laden NBDL. In the subsequent play, Croft attempted to force an attack, but his teammates intervened, reminding him that as a point guard, his primary role was to facilitate the team and orchestrate the offense. The court was not a stage for his solitary duels. After receiving a reprimand from his teammates, Croft refrained from recklessly challenging Lin Feng to a one-on-one game. Upon gaining possession of the ball, he passed it to the center on his team. The center decisively drove through the paint and scored. The score now stood at 3-2. The match had just commenced, and the excitement was yet to unfold. Lin Feng continued his offensive maneuver, signaling to his teammates to spread out as he faced off against the somewhat overconfident Croft. This time, I shall soar above your heads for a resounding dunk. As Lin Feng dribbled the ball, he addressed Croft, who was seething with frustration. In all his years, he had never been humiliated by an Asian player until this very night. He vowed to teach Lin Feng a lesson he would not soon forget. Hey, red-haired freak. Anyone can boast. I could claim I could defeat Mike in a one-on-one. Would you believe that? You don't? Lin Feng suddenly feigned a move, seemingly preparing to make a powerful shot directly over Croft's head. Croft, caught off guard, instinctively leapt to block the shot, only to realize that it was merely a deceptive maneuver by Lin Feng. Seizing the moment of Croft's misguided jump, Lin Feng dribbled the basketball and surged into the paint with unyielding determination. Confronted by the Albuquerque Thunderbirds' power forward, he remained undeterred. His vertical leap and hang time surpassed that of these NBDL rookies by a significant margin. With a mere burst of energy, they were rendered incapable of hindering his advance. Perhaps an NBA Defensive Player of the Year might present some challenge, but against the approaching power forward, Lin Feng launched himself with reckless abandon. With a similarity index reaching 40, His leaping ability had become even more formidable, thanks to his enhanced physical prowess. In this scenario, the help defender was deftly bypassed by Lin Feng's swift maneuver, reminiscent of Vince Carter's astonishing dunk of death at the 2000 Sydney Olympics, where he soared over the French center, leaving the world in awe. That moment introduced basketball fans globally to the artistry and talent of Vince Carter's dunking. Subsequently, it was remarked that there are only two types of dunks in the world. One is Vince Carter, and the other is everything else. This illustrates Carter's almost divine status in the realm of dunks. The scene before the audience mirrored the legendary dunk of death. The Albuquerque Thunderbirds power forward attempted to block Lin Feng's path, hoping to draw an offensive foul. However, his plans fell short as Lin Feng ascended high, his body forming a graceful arc in midair. Soaring over the defending power forward, he emphatically slammed the basketball into the hoop. For a moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence. The spectators were momentarily rendered speechless, forgetting to cheer and even to breathe. All eyes were fixated on Lin Feng as he soared above the power forward, captivated by the spectacle. This dunk was unparalleled, leaving ordinary players in the dust. Even Su Muqing, who had been brimming with excitement, stood frozen in disbelief, questioning when Lin Feng had become so extraordinary. Suddenly, she erupted in a scream. "Ah, I could die. Baby, you're amazing. I love you." Her enthusiasm ignited the crowd, unleashing an unparalleled chorus of cheers, whistles, and shouts throughout the arena. The two commentators at the technical desk were momentarily stunned, before exclaiming, "Oh my God." The disbelief resonated among everyone present. No one could have anticipated that a Chinese player, often deemed average in athletic talent, could execute a dunk reminiscent of Vince Carter's dunk of death. "Lin, I love you. Oh my God. You are truly the savior of Los Angeles." The fans are gradually becoming fervent, all succumbing to the allure of Lin Feng's death-defying dunk. Lin Feng remained composed as he forcefully slammed the basketball into the hoop before sprinting back to the defensive end. His teammates were momentarily stunned, forgetting to celebrate. It was Harris who excitedly dashed towards Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Lin, my goodness, how did you execute that death-defying dunk? You're even more Carter than Vince Carter. Lin Feng, you are simply incredible. Your dunk has left us in awe. With the off-season approaching, teach us how to dunk, will you? Lin, my old buddy, so you've been playing possum all along?" Surrounded by his teammates, who clamored to offer their congratulations. It was evident from their admiring gazes that they genuinely respected Lin Feng at this moment. They believed that as long as the Los Angeles defenders had Lin Feng on their side, the championship was assured. Coach Ryan could not help but applaud from the sidelines, equally astonished by that remarkable dunk. It was time to recommend Lin Feng to the mother team, the Los Angeles Lakers. This young man must have been secretly training hard for his basketball dreams. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to become so formidable. Chapter 10. Firmly establishing the lead within the Albuquerque Thunderbirds, silence reigned. At this moment, no one dared to doubt the diminutive Chinese player. Head coach Mori shouted from the sidelines, "Fools. I warned you to keep an eye on that player named Lin. Why did you not listen?" The players exchanged glances, particularly the power forward who had been on the receiving end of Lin Feng's dunk, who had no retort left. Prior to the game, Mori had instructed them to closely guard Lin Feng, yet the most arrogant among them had been this very power forward. He had arrogantly proclaimed that apart from Yao Ming, all other Chinese players were mediocre. Even Yao Ming, the #1 draft pick, owed his selection to Commissioner David Stern's backing. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen first overall. The implication was that Yao Ming's status as the top pick was questionable, and he had never regarded any Chinese player with respect. The outcome was his humiliation, as he was soundly defeated by a 189 centimeters tall Chinese player who executed an astonishing dunk. He felt utterly ashamed. If there were a hole in the arena, he would have wished to hide in it. "Fool! Allen, you are the dumbest player on the team. How could I have someone like you in my squad?" Mori yelled at Allen, the power forward who had been dunked on by Lin Feng. "Ha ha, that was exhilarating. Allen certainly deserved it. I've never liked him. Lin, thank you for avenging our whole team." Harris and his teammates incessantly extolled Lin Feng. Indeed, Allen was arrogant. Having once played in the NBA, he was relegated to the development league due to his lackluster performance and inconsistency. Yet, Allen remained oblivious to his shortcomings, still perceiving himself as an NBA player, often earning the disdain of his teammates. This evening, Lin Feng executed a breathtaking dunk over him, a moment that was immensely satisfying for onlookers. In response to the accolade from his teammates, Lin Feng remained reticent, as he was naturally not one for excessive words. Since adopting the persona of the proud Sakuragi Hanamichi, he had grown even more disdainful of boasting. He preferred to let his prowess do the talking, delivering extraordinary performances that showcased the prowess of Chinese players in basketball to the world. Keep a close watch on that Chinese kid named Lin. Do not allow him to penetrate with ease. Keep him tightly guarded, Mori shouted fervently from the sidelines. Lin Feng listened, his expression serene. Attracting a double team and serving his teammates with opportunities was indeed a commendable strategy. Harris approached Lin Feng and whispered, "Lin, you're now a superstar. That old man Mori will have the entire team focus on you. When you face the double team, do not forget to set me up for an easy basket. I have taken your advice to heart and have been diligently practicing that wretched shot these past few days." Lin Feng gazed at him, his tone calm. "Harris, are you certain you can make an open shot?" "Lin, you must trust your teammates. I shall not disappoint you tonight." "Very well." Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Prepare to receive the pass. Once I am double-teamed, I will find a way to deliver the ball to you." "Okay," Harris replied, elated. The game resumed. Following an inbounds pass, point guard Croft, no longer daring to flaunt his prowess in front of Lin Feng, was acutely aware that the entire Albuquerque Thunderbirds team recognized Lin Feng as a formidable opponent. Consequently, Croft prudently advanced the ball to the front court and entrusted it to his small forward. Their small forward exhibited superior skills compared to Harris, possessing a reliable mid-range jumper and the ability to execute low-post attacks. Utilizing Allen's screen, he dribbled to the perimeter of the key and executed a floating shot, bringing the score to 4-5. Both teams' players performed commendably. When Lin Feng seized the ball, he indeed faced a double team. On the court, only true superstars earn the right to be double-teamed. For instance, within the current NBA, Kobe is the player most frequently subjected to double teams, followed closely by McGrady, Carter, Iverson, and the young king, LeBron James. However, in general, LeBron encounters fewer double teams, as he's a versatile player with a well-crafted passing strategy. After being double-teamed, Lin Feng maneuvered the ball skillfully, finding the open Harris. With a nonchalant behind-the-back pass, he delivered the basketball with pinpoint accuracy into Harris's hands. As Lin Feng dribbled and attempted to break through, he spotted the open Harris and decisively passed the ball. "Oh my goodness!" Lin Feng demonstrated his flair with a stylish behind-the-back pass, the trajectory of which was remarkably precise. Harris received the ball and took a shot from the three-point line on the side. Will it go in? Bang! The Los Angeles defenders score another three-pointer, thanks to Lin Feng's splendid assist, as if Harris were blessed, sinking that shot. The defenders are steadily extending their lead. The two American commentators at the technical table remained spirited. After making that three-pointer, Harris raised his hand and waved at Lin Feng, as if to say, "Brother, that was a beautiful pass." The entire crowd erupted in cheers, as Lin Feng excelled not only in his offensive plays, but also in his impressive passing. That behind-the-back pass was undeniably cool. "Go Lin. After this season, I believe you can make it to the NBA. We'll see you at Staples." Some fans shouted from the stands, bidding farewell to Lin Feng. With the fans rallying behind them, the Los Angeles defenders grew increasingly emboldened, ending the first quarter with a solid 10-point lead over the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. It was only the first quarter, yet they led by 10 points. A scenario unforeseen by the media. Initially, no one had high hopes of the Los Angeles defenders, as the Albuquerque Thunderbird were known for their tough, ironclad defense. Who would have guessed that, despite the Thunderbirds' formidable defense, Lin Feng would orchestrate the entire team, maintaining a firm lead? Mori furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition that if this continued, they might lose the opening game. In stark contrast to Mori's tension, Coach Ryan appeared relaxed. Just as he had boldly stated to the media days prior, as long as Lin Feng was on the team, they feared no adversity. "Well done, Lin. Keep this rhythm going, and by the third quarter, they'll crumble." Coach Ryan encouraged Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Coach Ryan, rest assured, the championship belongs to us. No one can take it away." "Good lad. I believe in your capability," Ryan replied with a paternal smile, his feelings towards Lin Feng imbued with complexity. "After this season concludes, I will endeavor to recommend you to your parent team, the Los Angeles Lakers." He whispered to Lin Feng as the second quarter of the game commenced. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then he nodded emphatically. He had spent 2 seasons with the Los Angeles Defenders, patiently awaiting the arrival of this day. His dream was on the verge of realization. The NBDL championship title for this season must be brought home. Chapter 11. Crossing You. Like crossing the morning road, perhaps it was the assurance from Coach Ryan that invigorated Lin Feng's performance on the court with an added fervor. Under his leadership, the second quarter progressed seamlessly. The Albuquerque Thunderbirds faced relentless suppression. In contrast, the Los Angeles defenders not only executed their offensive plays with fluidity, but also demonstrated exceptional defensive prowess. Lin Feng spearheaded an intense full-court press, successfully intercepting 2 of Croft's passes in quick succession. Utilizing his remarkable speed, he left his opponents in the dust. In an attempt to redeem himself after the turnovers, Croft sought to single-handedly defend against Lin Feng's fast break. However, to his utter dismay, he realized that he simply could not compete with Lin Feng's velocity. Lin Feng, with a basketball in hand, sprinted down the court, reaching the basket with his elongated figure soaring high. He executed a classic windmill dunk, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Oh! Lin, with a spectacular steal, transitioned into a fast break windmill dunk. Remarkable. Lin has transcended the ordinary. His speed is astonishing. An unbelievable shot. Witnessing Lin Feng's steal followed by an exhilarating windmill dunk, the 2 American commentators at the technical desk could not contain their exuberance, proclaiming their excitement aloud. It must be said, these commentators are impressive. Although they may not possess the fervor of the renowned NBA commentator Mike Breen, they effectively enlivened the atmosphere of the arena. It was precisely under their passionate commentary that Lin Feng's steal and subsequent windmill dunk plunged the entire arena into an unprecedented uproar of cheers. His potential girlfriend, Su Muqing, stood courtside, bouncing with excitement, her voice nearly hoarse from cheering. She found herself increasingly enamored with Lin Feng, realizing for the first time that her man could shine brilliantly on the court. Previously, watching Lin Feng play lacked passion. His performance was rather conventional, avoiding major mistakes, but ultimately dull. Unlike today, when he embraced the responsibilities of a superstar, showcasing fierce one-on-one skills and orchestrating team plays. Even observing Lin Feng's various dazzling passes became a source of delight. "Baby, love you," Su Muqing shouted once more to Lin Feng. Lin Feng gracefully executed the shot, landing with remarkable lightness. At the moment of his descent, he made not a sound. Yet, in the next instant, a pained cry escaped Lin Feng's lips. He had sustained a moderate ankle sprain. The spectators gasped in alarm and hurried over to ascertain the situation. Among them was Croft, who feigned innocence, raising his hands in mock surrender. It was evident that, at the precise moment Lin Feng landed, he had cunningly positioned his foot beneath, unbeknownst to Lin Feng, causing him to step squarely on Croft's foot and injure his ankle. Such underhanded tactics are the most contemptible among athletes. Everyone recognized Croft's actions as deliberate. Currently, the Los Angeles defenders held a 17-point lead over the Albuquerque Thunderbirds, having only completed the first half of the game. The 17-point deficit at halftime made it painfully clear that without significant adjustments, the Thunderbirds were destined for defeat. At this critical juncture, Lin Feng, who had been instrumental in securing the defenders' lead, fell victim to Croft's nefarious maneuver. Observers noted that Lin Feng's ankle was already swelling from the injury. Harris, the first to react, felt a pang of regret for having previously underestimated Lin Feng. His respect had grown immensely. He understood that without Lin Feng, the Los Angeles defenders stood little chance of claiming the NBDL championship. "Damn it, a dirty play? Are you seeking your own demise with such vile actions?" Harris forcefully shoved the seemingly innocent Croft. It was a shame he wasn't pursuing a career in Hollywood, as he so blatantly had tripped Lin Feng, yet pretended to be oblivious. "Hey, don't slander me. What dirty play? How was I to know he would land on my foot?" Croft continued his charade of innocence, countering Harris's accusations. "Damn it, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of Lin." Harris's temper flared, and he raised his fist to strike. Fortunately, the referee intervened just in time to separate the two. Lin Feng remained sprawled on the ground, a tempest of rage brewing within him. As the principal party involved, he was acutely aware that Croft's actions were deliberate. As he had stated prior to the match, from the outset, Croft had been under his stringent watch, failing to score a single point. Not only did he remain scoreless, but he also committed 3 errors. Each of these missteps was deftly capitalized upon by Lin Feng, transforming them into potent offensive plays, one resulting in a successful mid-range shot to a teammate, and the other 2 stemming from steals that led to fast break triumphs. It was evident that Croft, humiliated by his own blunders, harbored resentment. After a fast break, he resorted to underhanded tactics, deliberately tripping Lin Feng to induce injury. Embodying the spirit of Sakuragi Hanamichi, Lin Feng, known for his fiery temperament, held a profound disdain for such nefarious individuals. Sakuragi, who had always relished physical confrontations, believed that disputes should be settled through straightforward means, eschewing the duplicitous tactics of the weak. Despite the persistent pain in his ankle, Lin Feng summoned his strength to rise. Casting a scornful glance at Croft, who feigned innocence while spewing insults. Unable to restrain himself, he raised his fist and delivered a powerful blow. How could Sakuragi Hanamichi tolerate such indignity? Croft was unworthy of a name. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng's punch landed squarely on Croft's face. He had no opportunity to evade, for Lin Feng was not only exceptional on the court, but also formidable in a brawl. The force of the punch sent Croft reeling, blood streaming from his nostrils. Lin Feng glared fiercely at all the players of the Albuquerque Roadrunners, declaring, "If you wish to play, I challenge all 5 of you to a match. If it's a brawl you seek, let us engage openly like men, without resorting to petty tricks behind the scenes." The players of the Albuquerque Roadrunners looked visibly aggrieved, yet chose to remain silent. Croft, clutching his bleeding nose, seethed with rage. He shrugged off his teammate and was prepared to confront Lin Feng in a personal duel. After enduring a humiliating defeat at Lin Feng's hands in the previous match, his resentment had reached a boiling point, and now, having been struck by Lin Feng once more, he could hardly tolerate it. Coach Mori rushed onto the court, firmly restraining Croft. It was evident to any observer that, at the moment Lin Feng landed, Croft had delivered a dirty kick, which was unmistakably captured in slow-motion replay. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a 50 similarity with Sakuragi Hanamichi. Personal skills and abilities have been enhanced, activating a new skill, see Asav. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in Lin Feng's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. What was this? Fighting could also elevate similarity? Upon reflection, he recalled that the system had previously indicated the desire to closely mirror Sakuragi Hanamichi. There were 3 elements for integration: appearance, intrinsic character, and various daily behaviors. His inability to contain his anger and striking Croft was remarkably reminiscent of Hanamichi's inner character, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Thus, the system recognized this trait and promptly increased his similarity score. Furthermore, it activated the new skill C Asav, a maneuver Lin Feng was quite familiar with. The signature move of the legendary Allen Iverson, the crossover, was indeed C Asav. Iverson had utilized this move to deftly outmaneuver numerous NBA superstars, leaving even the basketball deity Michael Jordan in the dust. There's a well-known saying in the NBA, "Getting past you is as easy as crossing a quiet street at dawn." Chapter 12. I have stumbled upon a treasure. Impressive. My friend, it seems I must engage in brawls more often. Lin Feng harbored a malicious intent from that day forth. Anyone daring to commit a foul against him would find themselves at the receiving end of his wrath. After dealing with them, he could also enhance his similarity metrics. However, he pondered whether incessant brawling would prove to be a continuous source of exhilaration. Should he persist in such altercations, would he inadvertently provoke the system, leading to accusations of spam and ultimately his downfall? To Lin Feng, augmenting the intrinsic character similarity to Sakuragi Hanamichi seemed more like an unintended consequence. Engaging in constant fights would surely bore the system, lacking in novelty. Meanwhile, on the other side, Croft, bloodied from a hit to the nose, resembled an enraged boar, refusing to relent and determined to continue his confrontation with Lin Feng. The referee, observing the escalating chaos, recognized the untenable situation and, without hesitation, issued both players a technical foul. Ryan, fiercely protective, rushed over to argue with the referee, asserting that Croft had instigated the foul. It was unjust to penalize Lin Feng. The imposing bald referee, however, remained resolute, promptly issuing Ryan a technical foul as well. The message was clear. On this court, I am the authority, and my decisions are final. Your protests are unwelcome. At this moment, Lin Feng had also calmed down, signaling to Coach Ryan to let it go. The fact that he was not directly penalized and sent off was already quite fortunate. It must be said that the bald referee displayed a modicum of conscience. Anyone with discernment could see that Croft's recent action was not aimed at defense, but rather intended to incapacitate Lin Feng. By eliminating Lin Feng in the first match, they stood a good chance of winning the subsequent series and ultimately claiming the championship. Lin Feng, how are you feeling? Can you continue playing? Ryan inquired, his concern for Lin Feng palpable, as it bore significant implications for the championship. Without Lin Feng on the court, both offense and defense would fall into a precarious position. Unless absolutely necessary, he hoped to avoid having Lin Feng leave the game. Lin Feng attempted to move his swollen ankle, his brow furrowed in concern. While he could endure the current match, he He feared that after it concluded, he might be unable to participate in subsequent games. An ankle sprain may appear to be a minor injury, yet it necessitates prompt treatment. Delaying treatment and continuing to play could prove detrimental, even to a body as resilient as his. In the 2000 NBA Finals, the Lakers faced off against the Pacers, where Kobe Bryant suffered a malicious trip from Jalen Rose, resulting in his left ankle twisting at a 90-degree angle. The team physician classified it as a grade 3 sprain. Following that match, Kobe had no choice but to rest on the sidelines, employing ice therapy for relief. Despite his injury, he returned to the court and triumphed over the Pacers, securing his first championship ring. Currently, Lin Feng's predicament bears a striking resemblance to Kobe's situation from 2000, after being deliberately tripped by Croft. Although he may not have sustained a grade 3 sprain, the severity is likely comparable, just as despair began to envelop those around him. A crisp sound jolted Lin Feng back to a state of elation. Ding! As the similarity between the host and Sakuragi Hanamichi reached 50, congratulations were in order for receiving 1,000 points and activating the shop system. The system shop, now open. What? This notification momentarily stunned Lin Feng. He hurriedly accessed the system shop and discovered that he could exchange points for healing potions. Among the offerings was a potion called Magic Bone Elixir, which could swiftly alleviate the pain of athletes, whether it be sprains, bruises, or contusions. Consuming this elixir would restore him to his pre-injury condition in no time. Goodness, I have stumbled upon a veritable treasure. Lin Feng was filled with excitement, as he had nearly forgotten that the systems acquired by other hosts in their transmigrations typically included a marketplace. The absence of a marketplace in his own system was utterly unreasonable. A bottle of magical essence required an exchange of 100 points. Lin Feng also discovered that there are various methods to earn points. In addition to enhancing similarity, delivering an exceptional performance and leading the team to victory can also yield valuable points. System, please exchange for a bottle of magic elixir bone water. Lin Feng promptly communicated with the system in his mind. 100 points redeemed for the magic elixir of bone and water. Redemption successful. Would the host like to consume it? Right now, Lin Feng hurriedly replied. The host successfully consumed the magic elixir of bone and water, and his sprained ankle was restored to its original state. Lin Feng moved his injured ankle once more, and all sensations of pain had dissipated. The swelling had vanished entirely. The pace of recovery is astonishingly swift. This shopping mall is truly a boon for athletes. On the court, amidst fierce competition, no one can guarantee their immunity from injury. Even the formidable talents of basketball, such as Kobe, Rose, McGrady, and Iverson, have all grappled with the afflictions of injury. Now, with the system mall at his disposal, he feels invincible, no longer fearing any ailment. Haha, Lin Feng pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ryan, Su Muching, and Harris exchanged glances, thinking that Lin Feng must have not only twisted his ankle, but potentially suffered a concussion upon landing. In such a critical competition, an athlete's injury is a source of great concern. They silently deliberated whether Lin Feng should continue to fight on the field. However, before they could reach a conclusion, the injured Lin Feng began to laugh uncontrollably. Ryan furrowed his brow, looking at Lin Feng with a mix of confusion and disbelief, and remarked, Lin Feng, what are you laughing at? You are injured and cannot continue the competition. You should rest and apply ice to your injury, so you can recover for the next match. Our team cannot afford to be without you. Without you, who knows where the championship will end up? Hearing Coach Ryan's words, Lin Feng responded with a relaxed expression. Coach Ryan, the trouble of my injury has been resolved. My ankle is fine. What? Fine? Ryan and the others were immediately taken aback. Healed so quickly? How is that possible? Let me see. Ryan hurriedly crouched down to examine Lin Feng's ankle, which had just moments ago been severely swollen. To their astonishment, he discovered that Lin Feng's ankle, which had appeared like a large bun, was indeed completely healed. There was not a trace of swelling to be seen. He gently patted Lin Feng's ankle and inquired, Does it hurt at all? Coach Ryan, as I have just informed you, I am perfectly fine. How could it still hurt? Su Muching, who had been standing nearby with a worried expression, now wore a face of astonishment. Baby, are you absolutely certain it doesn't hurt at all? It was so swollen just a moment ago. How is there not even a hint of swelling left? This is nothing short of a miracle. Indeed, it is quite extraordinary. I am a bit bewildered myself. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, unable to provide a satisfactory explanation. He certainly could not divulge to Su Muching and the others that he possessed a divine ball system. If he were to mention that he could simply exchange for a potion in the system's store and be instantly cured, they would hardly believe him. Thus, he resorted to a crude and straightforward lie. Ryan smiled brightly and cheerfully remarked, "It's all good. All good. Just continue with the match. Tonight's game must be executed flawlessly." Lin Feng reassured Coach Ryan, "Rest assured, I shall not disappoint. Await the triumphant news." Lin Feng moved his limbs a few times, continuing his quest for the NBDL championship. Chapter 13, Baby, I wish to stay with you tonight. In the second half of the match, under Lin Feng's powerful orchestration, a swift surge of 8-0 unfolded right from the start. The Albuquerque Thunderbirds were utterly bewildered. Despite their home court advantage, they found it impossible to withstand Lin Feng's unleashed firepower. Single coverage against Lin Feng was tantamount to gifting points. No matter whom Mori dispatched to defend him, it proved utterly futile. Even double-teaming him yielded little success, as Lin Feng often relied on his formidable physical prowess to force his way into crucial and decisive plays. If that failed, his precision passing was a reliable alternative, providing his teammates with effortless scoring opportunities. With Lin Feng leading the charge, even the so-called second-rate player, Harris, managed to score 20 points in this game, including 6 three-pointers and successful cuts to the basket. The rookie center on the team achieved a personal best of 16 points. Lin Feng's efficiency on the court reached an astonishing 25.6. Those familiar with the NBA would certainly comprehend the terrifying nature of such an efficiency rating. MVP, MVP, MVP. As the final whistle blew, the Los Angeles Defenders triumphed over the Albuquerque Thunderbirds with a score of 90-72, securing victory in the first game of the finals. The arena erupted with fans fervently chanting MVP. Despite being in the Thunderbirds' home territory, a segment of the crowd turned against their own team. Thoroughly convinced by Lin Feng's performance, they loudly proclaimed him the MVP, leaving the Thunderbirds players, particularly Croft, seething with frustration. Throughout the game, as Lin Feng had predicted, Croft failed to score a single point, accumulating 5 turnovers against 7 assists and collecting 3 defensive rebounds. Beyond these statistics, Croft was rendered ineffective, completely outmatched by Lin Feng. Upon returning to the locker room post-game, Croft appeared utterly dejected. The treatment that Lin Feng received was worlds apart from that of others. His teammates flocked towards him, enthusiastically celebrating with playful punches of camaraderie. Su Muqing sat on the sidelines, her face radiating pride as she gazed at Lin Feng. He was her man, and she felt an overwhelming sense of admiration for him. "Baby, you are amazing," she exclaimed, rushing towards him to bestow a public kiss. In the United States, such displays of affection are not considered inappropriate or detrimental to children. Rather, they're simply a part of the local customs. Lin Feng gazed at Su Muqing with a smile and remarked, "The best is yet to come. You will understand when the time arrives." The best is yet to come? Su Muqing's thoughts inadvertently veered towards a more risque interpretation, leading her to consider that such intimate activities would indeed be more exhilarating with an athlete, given their abundant stamina. As this notion crossed her mind, Su Muqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She playfully swatted Lin Feng twice and chided, "What are you saying?" "Ah." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming that he would deliver an even more remarkable performance in the next match. "Is there anything wrong with that? Darling, are you perhaps misinterpreting the situation?" Lin Feng looked at Su Muqing with amusement. "What did you call me?" Su Muqing exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback that this fellow had referred to her as Treasure. "Was an abbreviation for darling? I called you Treasure." Lin Feng smiled, reminiscing about his previous life when the beloved national husband Xiao Wang became an internet sensation with the utterance, "Darling, I had in 4 last night." Such a cacophony of words. It would be far more endearing to simply call me baby. Su Muqing potet het alluding crimson lips, remarking that calling you darling amounts to the same thing. As the two engaged in light conversation, Coach Ryan approached, brimming with excitement. "Lin Feng, well done. If you continue to perform like this in the next match, the championship trophy shall undoubtedly belong to us." "Coach Ryan, the championship must be brought home by us," he replied earnestly. "By the way, Coach Ryan, regarding what you mentioned during the first half, I hope you can assist me in making it happen. I am eager to join my parent team, the Los Angeles Lakers. Rest assured, Lin Feng. Once this season concludes, I will do everything in my power to recommend you to the Los Angeles Lakers," Coach Ryan assured him. "Thank you so much, Coach Ryan." Lin Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude, for Coach Ryan had consistently shown him great care during his time in the NCAA. He understood that such benevolence was largely due to his father, Lin Ehai, as there existed a personal connection between Ryan and Ehai. As his teammates returned to the locker room, Su Muqing joyfully took Lin Feng's hand, accompanying him back. On their way to the locker room, the system chimed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading the team to victory in the finals, earning 500 points. Congratulations to the host for achieving a remarkable triple-double in consecutive matches, earning 300 points. With this, he effortlessly accumulated an additional 800 points. In this match, Lin Feng delivered an astonishing performance, amassing 40 points, 26 rebounds, 11 assists, 5 steals, and 4 blocks, an impressive array of statistics. Among the 25 rebounds he secured, 18 were offensive rebounds, while he deemed the defensive ones beneath his effort, allowing the taller teammates to claim them. He solely focused on the challenging task of snatching offensive rebounds, where he exhibited remarkable finesse and skill. This prowess earned him the distinction of possessing agile positioning against genius-level rebounding. When it comes to rebounding, his capabilities far surpass conventional vertical leaps and acrobatic grabs. Undoubtedly, within the entire NBDL Development League, there exists no player who can rival his prowess on the boards. Only in the more challenging arena of the NBA might one encounter players who could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Alas, competing in such matches proves to be uninteresting, as they are simply too weak. Lin Feng murmured to himself, pondering that if he could achieve a perfect synergy with Sakuragi Hanamichi, even the most formidable NBA superstars would likely pale in comparison. After finishing his shower and changing clothes in the locker room, Lin Feng, accompanied by Su Muqing, boarded the team bus and arrived at the airport. By the time they returned to Los Angeles, the clock had struck 1 in the morning. Upon disembarking from the plane, Su Muqing unexpectedly declared, "Baby, I've made up my mind. I won't be going back tonight. How about I stay with you?" This left Lin Feng utterly astonished. In the recesses of his previous memories, he recalled the awkward invitation he had extended to Su Muqing to spend the night, only to be met with an array of excuses for her refusal. Yet, after tonight's game, she had taken the initiative to stay with him? Did she not fear the implications of such a decision? Lin Feng acknowledges that he is not a virtuous person. In his past life at Jingbei University, he was a prominent player on the school sports team, blessed with striking good looks. Consequently, he garnered the admiration of numerous female classmates, making it difficult for him to resist temptation. He was not a virgin either. He had 3 girlfriends, all of whom were goddesses in their own right. However, he had never truly engaged with a mixed-race individual. Under the glow of the streetlight, he gazed at Su Muqing's exquisite visage, her enchanting face flushed with a captivating rosy hue, as she had taken the initiative to request an overnight stay. Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. To put it plainly, Su Muqing was not, in the strictest sense, his woman. He harbored unresolved feelings towards her. Having seized the body of his predecessor, he had also taken away her boyfriend, which, to be honest, felt rather unjust. Moreover, Lin Feng sensed that the genetic atoms within him seemed to be in a state of rebellion. Could it be that the former Lin Feng had not yet completely perished? Was there a remnant of his consciousness lingering? This seemed to signal him to refrain from making any advances towards Su Muqing. Chapter 14. The Gem, slightly plump, is the best. Noticing that Lin Feng was lost in thought, Su Muqing pouted, her expression tinged with mild irritation. What is the matter? Is it that a stunning beauty like me, taking the initiative, is unwelcome? Lin Feng felt a bit awkward. Of course not. It's just that you seem a bit out of character tonight. I recall that you used to decline my invitations. You mentioned that was in the past. Su Muqing retorted playfully. Things have changed. What is wrong? Do you disagree? Su Muqing fixed her gaze on Lin Feng. Her willingness to spend the night at his place did not necessarily imply any intention of intimacy. In the United States, where the land is vast and the population sparse, this was quite different from China. Even renting an apartment in the U.S. typically meant a whole villa, where several people could coexist comfortably. Occasionally, they could even invite a few friends over for small gatherings. Thus, it was evident that the space would be more than sufficient for Su Muqing, a young woman, to stay overnight at Lin Feng's. I agree, and I certainly have no objections. If you wish, we could spend the night together. Lin Feng responded with a smile, which was quite appropriate. On Su Muqing's exquisite and enchanting face, a delightful smile emerged. She secretly pondered that this unusual behavior tonight must have been inspired by him. So it turns out he has been hiding his remarkable skills all along. Curiosity piqued. She wondered why Lin Feng had suddenly become so formidable. Baby, I am eager to know if you have been secretly training harder. Why has your basketball prowess improved so significantly? Su Muqing inquired, voicing her inner thoughts. What more can Lin Feng say? He can only continue to follow the script. Indeed, for over a month now, I have been secretly intensifying my training. You are unaware of this. I merely wish to surprise you. Baby, this truly is a grand surprise, and I eagerly anticipate the day you make it to the NBA. It will be soon. Coach Ryan has already informed me that if we secure the NBDL championship this season, he will recommend me to my parent team, the Los Angeles Lakers. Wow. So, does this mean, baby, that you could become teammates with Kobe? Yes, Lin Feng nodded slightly. I thought you would choose to join the Houston Rockets, smiled Su Muqing, as she knew that the Rockets had a towering figure from the East, Yao Ming, the greatly revered Big Yao of China. The Rockets? Lin Feng was taken aback. If given the choice, he would indeed prefer to play alongside Yao Ming. In his previous life, Lin Feng knew that due to injuries, Yao Ming reluctantly announced his retirement in 2011. His greatest achievement was merely leading his team to the Western Conference semifinals in 2009. Since then, they had never advanced further. Longtime fans opined that had Yao Ming triumphed over the Lakers that year and faced the Orlando Magic in the finals, he would likely have overwhelmed the beast, Dwight Howard, and lifted the O'Brien Trophy. Alas, that year, the Rockets fell to the Lakers and failed to reach both the Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals. Lin Feng still recalls that after Yao Ming's contract with the Rockets expired, Kobe had extended an olive branch to him. However, at that time, Yao Ming had developed a deep affection for the Rockets and chose to renew his contract, thus declining Kobe's invitation. Had he accepted Kobe's offer back then, by the time of his retirement in 2011, he would have held at least 2 championship rings. It is indeed a great pity. Back then, Yao Ming believed that Tracy McGrady was not inferior to Kobe, which led him to reject the offer. In retrospect, if he could traverse back to 2006, perhaps he could have changed the course of events. Contemplating these thoughts, Lin Feng and Su Muqing returned to their residence. Upon entering, she eagerly exclaimed her desire for a shower. In the changing room, Lin Feng had already completed his shower, while she had yet to do so. Being a fan can be quite exhausting, having shouted passionately at the game, drenched in sweat. In the center of the living room, Su Muqing removed her outer clothing, revealing her alluring and voluptuous figure. Lin Feng had once admired Su Muqing's flawless figure, as they had previously enjoyed a trip to the seaside together. Lin Feng nearly choked on his own saliva, letting out a couple of dry coughs. Her figure was undeniably captivating. He had acknowledged dating 3 campus beauties in the past. Yet when it came to comparing physiques, those 3 pale in comparison to the enchanting Su Muqing before him. Baby, do you think my figure is unappealing? Su Muqing did not rush to the bathroom. Instead, she draped a towel over her fragrant shoulders and held some toiletries in her right hand, casting a playful sideways glance at Lin Feng. In her cunning and alluring sapphire eyes, Lin Feng perceived a hint of mischief and provocation. Goodness, who could possibly resist such allure? Even with a daily intake of a box of nutritional supplements, his body would inevitably falter. What makes you say that? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Of course, it's because you glanced at me only once and then averted your gaze. I thought perhaps I'd gained some weight recently. Su Muqing feigned annoyance, staring at Lin Feng with a mock frown. Lin Feng stroked his chin and replied with a serious demeanor. Where? People always say that a little extra weight is the epitome of beauty. Darling, your figure is just perfect. How could it possibly be unattractive? He chuckled. You are becoming quite the charmer. Men may be smooth talkers, but I am not swayed by your sweet words. This little lady was undeniably teasing herself. After saying this, she swayed her alluring waist and headed to the bathroom for a shower. Listening to the sound of water cascading from within, Lin Feng felt parched and restless. My friend, if one day I can no longer restrain myself, do not hold it against me. Lin Feng whispered softly, as if conversing with his former self. The following morning, everything remained tranquil. Su Muqing had merely spent the night at Lin Feng's residence, without taking any more intimate steps. They shared a tender moment in a room, limited to sweet kisses, yet it brought Lin Feng a sense of comfort. Upon waking, he felt particularly invigorated for training. After completing his running, stretching, and strength exercises, Su Muqing cheerfully exclaimed her hunger and expressed a desire to go out for a meal. As a man of stature, Lin Feng naturally took it upon himself to care for the petite princess, driving his Ford Raptor toward the downtown area for a meal. However, upon their arrival in the Santa Monica district of Los Angeles, they were immediately encircled by a throng of admirers, men, women, and children alike, all captivated by Lin Feng's striking red hair, an unmistakable beacon in the crowd. Moreover, His recent stellar performance against the Albuquerque Thunderbirds had made him a local sensation. Now, the citizens of Los Angeles were well aware of the diminutive player from China who, through sheer determination, had triumphed over the notoriously tough defensive team of the Thunderbirds. Chapter 15. A Fierce Battle. OMG. Look, the hero from last night's game against the Albuquerque Thunderbirds is this Chinese lad. Bro, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is it really him? There's no doubt. That red hair is unmistakable. And have you noticed? This Chinese kid's outfit bears a striking resemblance to that of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Indeed, he looks just like Sakuragi, even wearing the number 10 jersey of SH Hoku. While out for leisure, Lin Feng had donned the SH Hoku number 10 jersey, reminiscent of Sakuragi Hanamichi. On the court, his jersey number had also changed. He previously wore number 6, but had now requested to switch to number 10. Coach Ryan, though initially skeptical, granted Lin Feng's request without further inquiry. After all, the 2005 to 2006 season was nearing its conclusion, and given that they were in the developmental league, the regulations were not as stringent as in the NBA, so a change was inconsequential. Lin Feng, I know your name. Can I get your autograph? Wishing you success in making it to the NBA next season. Yes, Lin. With Yao Ming already in the NBA, I can't wait to see a matchup between you two from the same homeland. On the streets of Los Angeles, the crowd buzzed with excited conversation. Lin Feng beamed with a radiant smile, finally savoring the privileges that accompany being a sports superstar. In Los Angeles, to his astonishment, someone approached him for an autograph. Inspired by the warmth of the moment, Lin Feng graciously inscribed his name, Chi Lion, with swift strokes. His girlfriend, Su Muching, stood nearby, her lips curling into a proud smile. Darling, you are becoming increasingly famous. Even on the streets of Los Angeles, people recognize you. Lin Feng flicked his crimson buzz cut and chuckled lightly, saying, It's still early. One day, I shall ensure that the entire world recognizes me. An NBA player hailing from Huaxia. Upon hearing this, Su Muching's eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Lin Feng. She sensed that Lin Feng's transformation transcended the basketball court. His charisma off the court had notably blossomed as well. Baby, I adore you. Your dreams are destined to come true. After finishing their meal, the duo strolled along the streets of Santa Monica for a while, during which several passersby recognized Lin Feng. They engaged him in brief conversation, inquiring whether he could bring the NBDL championship trophy to Los Angeles. Lin Feng assured them that he would not allow the championship trophy to remain in Los Angeles, declaring that he would never set foot on the basketball court again. In a flash, the name Chi Lion resonated throughout Los Angeles. 2 days later, the second match of the NBDL Finals was set to take place in Los Angeles, in a best-of-3 format. The Los Angeles Defenders had the advantage of playing on home turf. Securing victory in this game would mean the championship trophy belonged to Los Angeles. The home arena of the Los Angeles Defenders was not the Staples Center. To put it plainly, the affiliate team lacked the stature to host events at Staples. Instead, the Defenders played at the official training facility of their parent team, the Los Angeles Lakers. The arena had a capacity of over 3,000 fans. Typically, NBDL games garnered little attention, and even with a capacity of 3,000, it often stood empty with only a sparse few spectators. However, tonight was beyond imagination. The arena was filled to capacity, all in attendance to witness Sakuragi Hanamichi play. Everyone was eager to witness a miracle. Could Chi Lion, hailing from ancient Huaxia, lead the Los Angeles Defenders to triumph over the Albuquerque Thunderbirds and secure the NBDL's inaugural championship? It is worth noting that just 2 days prior, a citizen had encountered Lin Feng on the streets of Santa Monica, inquiring whether he could ensure the championship trophy remained in Los Angeles. According to insider sources, the Chinese player named Lin Feng was exceedingly arrogant, boldly proclaiming that if the trophy did not stay in Los Angeles, he would never return to the court in his lifetime. This news exploded across various forums and social media platforms in Los Angeles, prompting many who had previously ignored the NBDL to flock to the arena. They were keen to see how Lin Feng would fulfill his boast and defeat the Albuquerque Thunderbirds, securing the first championship trophy in the history of the Los Angeles Defenders. The match was about to commence. On the streets of Los Angeles, Lin Feng's bold proclamations have reached the ears of the players from the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. The situation has stirred quite a commotion, making it nearly impossible for anyone to remain oblivious. This has cast a shadow over the entire team, particularly for Croft, who harbors a grudge against Lin Feng and erupted in fury within the locker room. Their objective for tonight's game is clear: to prevent Lin Feng from scoring at all costs. Head coach Mori, infuriated to the point of near apoplexy, nearly finds himself hospitalized. This young Chinese player has far too much confidence in himself. Mori revises the game strategy, determined to showcase Lin Feng's limitations tonight. I do not concern myself with your offense. My focus is solely on defense. In this match, ensure that Lin Feng is closely guarded, and do not permit him to penetrate the paint freely. Even if it costs us fouls, we must obstruct him. Mori's simmering anger fuels his command to each player. Damn it, that audacious yellow-skinned monkey is utterly unruly. Even if I am ejected from a game, I will see this through to the end. Croft bellowed in rage. His resentment for Lin Feng has reached a boiling point, wishing for nothing more than to inflict a flagrant foul that would sideline Lin Feng for the season. Brothers, rally your spirits. We cannot allow that kid from Huaxia to continue his arrogance. Let us take them down, Croft shouted as he charged toward the arena. Knowing this would be a fierce battle, the head coach Mori has made it clear. Even if it results in fouls, Lin Feng must not be allowed to score effortlessly. As the second game of the finals commenced, the tip-off was once again in Lin Feng's hands. Coach Ryan has relinquished control, fully aware of Lin Feng's transformed prowess. As long as Lin Feng commands the court, victory is merely a matter of time. Isolate for one-on-one plays and create shooting opportunities for Lin Feng. This was the message Coach Ryan imparted to each player during their pregame practice. He unconditionally trusts Lin Feng to orchestrate the team's offense, resulting in a seamless flow throughout. This is the quintessential duty of a top-tier point guard, expertly managing the rhythm of the game. As anticipated, Lin Feng secured the first contested ball. His remarkable leaping ability proved too formidable for the towering center of the Albuquerque Thunderbirds, who could not match his elevation. After claiming the ball, Lin Feng refrained from launching an aggressive attack immediately. Instead, he sought to connect the team's offense, aiming for an exquisite fluidity in their play. For the first possession, Lin Feng passed to a scoring guard on his team, a young Caucasian man standing at 197 centimeters and weighing 95 kilograms. His most proficient offensive techniques include mid-range shots and three-pointers, with the occasional drive to the basket to draw fouls. Lin Feng passed the ball to the white shooting guard and began to maneuver around the perimeter of the 3-second zone, preparing himself for an aggressive pursuit of offensive rebounds. Mori was greatly troubled by Lin Feng's ferocity in securing front-court rebounds. In the previous match, they had relinquished over 20 offensive rebounds, granting the Los Angeles defenders more than 20 second-chance opportunities. Of those, 18 offensive rebounds were claimed solely by Lin Feng. In tonight's game, Mori vowed not to repeat the same blunder. The moment he noticed Lin Feng's activity near the 3-second area, he shouted hoarsely, "Keep a close eye on him." He is aiming to snatch those offensive rebounds. In this match, I will only allow you to concede 5 offensive rebounds. Otherwise, you might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. Chapter 16. Keep it up. You almost had me. The entire Albuquerque Thunderbirds team was determined to secure victory, for there was no retreat. Losing this game meant they could all go home to plant sweet potatoes. Consequently, they displayed vigorous efforts on defense, with off-ball movement and cuts. When the white player's mid-range shot failed, 3 interior players positioned themselves beneath the basket, ready to seize the defensive rebound. They were now fearful of being outmaneuvered by Lin Feng for another offensive rebound. Mori made tactical adjustments, deploying a twin tower formation, aiming for absolute control over the boards. If this formation still permitted the Los Angeles defenders to capture over 20 offensive rebounds, they might as well find a block of tofu to crash into. Rebounds. Focus on securing the rebounds, Mori shouted from the sidelines. The rebound was a high board, with the 2 towering players and a small forward all striving to protect it. However, in that instant, a fleeting shadow emerged. As the ball ricocheted off the rim, still at a considerable height, the figure leaped to contest the rebound. Soaring high, he collided with the 2 towering players and executed a thunderous putback dunk right over their heads. The sound of the basketball slamming through the hoop reverberated through the arena, jolting the nerves of everyone present. The fans were left utterly astonished. His leaping ability was simply extraordinary. He leapt upright and completed the dunk over the heads of the 2 towering interior players of the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. "Lin, you're incredible." Numerous fans in the stands raised their thumbs, at a loss for words to describe Lin Feng's prowess. The diminutive guard soared over the twin towers, successfully executing a putback dunk in the paint. "Damn it, you're all useless. What did I tell you before the game? Protect the boards, secure those rebounds." Mori was on the verge of exploding, feeling his blood pressure rising once more. The announcer, like the fans, was equally astounded. An unbelievable shot. It was indeed hard to fathom that Lin, standing at only 189 centimeters, could complete a putback dunk over the heads of the two towering interior players. Lin, he is a true warrior, a champion on the court. After the conclusion of the NBDL season, I have a strong intuition that Lin Feng will return to his parent team, the Los Angeles Lakers. I share this belief. Lin is an extraordinary player who offers us an unparalleled basketball spectacle. The two commentators lavished praise upon Lin Feng, causing the arena to resonate with thunderous cheers, each wave of excitement building upon the last. It became evident to all that watching Lin Feng play is simply a delight. Oh my goodness, Lin! Your leaping ability is astonishing, leaving me in awe. A young white spectator gazes at Lin Feng with admiration, pondering how he would soar for dunks if he possessed such remarkable jumping prowess. Markin, I firmly believe your shooting accuracy exceeds what we have witnessed. You must learn to sink that wretched ball into the hoop. Though my own leaping ability is commendable, it does come at the expense of energy. Lin Feng addressed the young Caucasian gentleman, Markin. Markin, wearing a look of embarrassment, replied, Lin, I too yearn to sink this damn ball. But I have realized that the Albuquerque Thunderbirds have commenced a full-court press. Goodness, I am still struggling to acclimate to this level of intensity in the game. Lin Feng appeared relaxed, exuding confidence as he declared, Fear not. I will secure the rebounds. If I truly cannot find a shooting opportunity, simply hand me that wretched ball, and I shall lead you all to victory. Oh Lin, you have truly grown increasingly self-assured. You are remarkable, and you have the potential to enter the NBA. Mecken, in recent days, had developed a deep admiration for Lin Feng, envious of his transformation. With sheer determination, he nearly overwhelmed the entire Albuquerque Raptors team single-handedly. Croft wore a grim expression, seemingly dribbling the ball, yet his mind was concocting a reckless scheme. Mori instructed his team to commit fouls if necessary, all to thwart Lin Feng's scoring. However, the harsh reality was that they could not impede him in the slightest. Lin Feng's transformation was profound. Just moments ago, that thunderous slam dunk had left Croft in despair. He understood that a triumph in the match and seize the NBDL championship, it was imperative to neutralize Lin Feng. Only by incapacitating him, rendering him unable to continue the season, could they ascend to greatness. Moreover, in the previous game, he had suffered a broken nose at Lin Feng's hands, compounding old grievances with new ones, igniting a deep-seated animosity within him. That damn yellow-skinned monkey. I'll let you revel for a moment, but when the opportunity arises, I shall decisively end you. Croft muttered curses under his breath as he passed the ball to the twin towers in the paint. In this match, they possessed an undeniable advantage in the interior. Mori had stated that scoring relied on their dominant inside presence. As anticipated, the twin towers easily overpowered their opponents, confidently securing 2 points. In the first quarter, Lin Feng primarily orchestrated the team's plays and facilitated the offense, refraining from taking many shots. He understood that the true moment for him to shine would arrive in the ensuing high-stakes confrontations. As the first quarter concluded, the score remained closely contested at 17-13, with the Los Angeles defenders holding a mere 4-point advantage. Lin Feng scored 5 points, a follow-up dunk for 2 and a 3-pointer. This 3-pointer was particularly impressive, as it was executed over Croft's head with great determination. Croft attempted to trip Lin Feng again, but was skillfully evaded. Nevertheless, deep within Lin Feng's heart, a seed of resentment was sown. Croft had provoked him repeatedly, intent on showing him a lesson. As the second quarter commenced, Croft continued to relentlessly harass Lin Feng, spewing trash talk. Unfazed by such trivial insults, Lin Feng maintained his composure, recognizing the importance of remaining calm in the crucial finals. If he truly wished to teach his opponent a lesson, he would do so through his superior skills. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng received a pass from Maiken, swiftly cutting towards the basket. He executed an extraordinarily difficult layup, managing to score despite being triple-teamed, completing a flawless 2-in-1 play. After this remarkable maneuver, Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance at Croft, who was fixated on him, and taunted, "Keep trying. You almost had me." This piece of trash talk, popularized by Jordan during a matchup against Gary Payton, carried a potent irony that could undermine an opponent's confidence. Upon hearing these words, Croft erupted in fury, losing control of his emotions and throwing a punch at Lin Feng. However, to Lin Feng, Croft's movements appeared as though in slow motion, and he easily dodged the attack. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lin Feng executed a sweeping kick, sending Croft sprawling to the ground. In matters of combat, Lin Feng, embodying the spirit of Sakuragi Hanamichi, feared no one. Not even the brawling champion, Ron Arteist, would stand a chance against him. Just then, the referee rushed over, having witnessed Croft's initial aggression. Without hesitation, he ejected Croft from a game. In the previous match, Croft had resorted to underhanded tactics that nearly sidelined Lin Feng, and tonight, his provocations led directly to his dismissal. Lin Feng raised his hands high, signaling his innocence. This was the championship final. He could not be penalized. If he were to be sent off, the Albuquerque Thunderbirds would likely seize victory in the subsequent match. Chapter 17. Lin tonight wears the garb of the divine with the most irksome Croft having been ejected. Lin Feng's spirit soared. He led his team to further extend their lead by halftime. The score now stood at 40-28, with the Los Angeles Defenders holding a comfortable double-digit advantage. As the second half commenced, Lin Feng entered a mode of solitary brilliance. Replacing Croft in the task of guarding Lin Feng was a small forward from their team. This player possessed commendable skills and a solid defensive foundation, making him a natural choice for Coach Mori to deploy against Los Angeles' leading scorer. Regrettably for them, the small forward was utterly overwhelmed. Once Lin Feng activated his unstoppable solo play, a single defender was rendered ineffective. All he could do was watch helplessly as Lin Feng scored with an array of astonishing shots. As the third quarter unfolded, the Los Angeles Defenders had already established a commanding 20-point lead, a 20-point margin, if the Albuquerque Thunderbirds did not find a way to contain Lin Feng. Everyone in the arena understood that this match was destined to end in their defeat. Coach Mori, filled with anxiety, could only watch the game unfold with a sense of powerlessness. Lin Feng moved through the court as if it were an uncharted territory, effortlessly dominating as a small forward. In the third quarter, he single-handedly amassed 15 points. Chie Lin had become invincible, leading the Los Angeles Defenders toward what seemed an inevitable victory in the NBDL Championship tonight. The championship belongs to us, Los Angeles. Fans within the arena erupted in cheers. Since the establishment of the Los Angeles Defenders, they have yet to savor the taste of victory. However, tonight, Lin Feng was set to fulfill that aspiration for them. As Lin continued his offensive drive, all eyes were on how he would execute this play. Oh my! He effortlessly broke through once again, his dribbling reminiscent of Allen Iverson's mesmerizing crossovers. Could it be that Lin had appropriated Iverson's signature move? It was simply astounding. Lin executed a delicate layup. Bang! He once more extended the lead, rendering this contest devoid of suspense. With Chie Lin's dazzling performance, would the Los Angeles Defenders claim their inaugural NBDL championship tonight? Let's await the outcome. One cannot help but remark that Lin appeared to be donning the jersey of the divine this evening. Within the arena, no one could impede his scoring, not even the heavens themselves. Two commentators in the United States became quite enthusiastic, showering praises upon Lin Feng. This fervor can be attributed to their own financial incentives, as they too require a livelihood. Here in Los Angeles, thousands of fans are captivated by Lin Feng's performance. Having secured the NBDL championship, Lin Feng has emerged as the hero of this arena. At such a critical juncture, any misstep in their commentary could incite the wrath of the fans, leaving the commentators in a precarious position. Thus, each time Lin Feng seized the ball, the commentators lauded him with fervor. Indeed, their accolades were well-deserved. Lin Feng was undeniably donning the divine jersey and playing with exceptional prowess that evening. His repertoire included layups, floaters, and dunks, showcasing a mastery of mid-range and three-point shots with remarkable accuracy. In this match, Lin Feng attempted 18 shots, successfully sinking 15, achieving a staggering shooting percentage exceeding 85%. As the third quarter drew to a close, entering garbage time, Lin Feng single-handedly carried the team, ruthlessly overpowering the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. With a commanding lead of 27 points and the final quarter yet to commence, it became evident that as long as the Los Angeles Defenders refrained from catastrophic errors, victory was assured. With Lin Feng on their side, the Los Angeles Defenders transformed into a formidable force, effortlessly dismantling the Albuquerque Thunderbirds. As anticipated by the fourth quarter, the entire Albuquerque Thunderbirds team had lost their will to fight. Even their head coach, Mori, seemed to concede defeat. With a 27-point deficit and just one quarter remaining, any attempt to close the gap appeared futile. Mori decided to abandon the game, substituting in bench players for practice, allowing all starters to rest. Observing Mori's decision, Ryan also chose to withdraw all of the Los Angeles Defender starters, opting for a match of substitutes. This showed a sense of sportsmanship, had he continued to deploy the starters. It would have seemed as though he were taking advantage of the weaker team, lacking in compassion. Meanwhile, the thousands of fans in the arena erupted in joyous cheers. As the fourth quarter slipped into garbage time, it was evident that the Albuquerque Thunderbirds had conceded defeat, and the Los Angeles Defenders were on the brink of clinching their first NBDL championship. Fans and players eagerly awaited the referee's whistle, signaling the end of the match, ready to celebrate their triumph with a championship trophy. MVP, MVP, MVP. Lin Feng, you are a hero of Los Angeles, destined to be remembered by its people. Much like Kobe, many fans, bare-chested, stood in the stands, swaying and dancing in celebration, offering Lin Feng accolades that rivaled those of the legendary Kobe Bryant. The King of Los Angeles. Lin Feng gazed towards the audience, who waved and cheered fervently. At that moment, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. After embodying the character of Sakuragi Hanamichi, he had finally discovered a sense of pride and worth as a player. At long last, he was poised to carve out his own sky on the basketball court. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the jeers, the disdain, and the scorn he had endured. Yet every ounce of perseverance that had propelled him to this moment was undeniably worthwhile. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced through the air, signaling the conclusion of the match. In the 2005 to 2006 season, under Lin Feng's leadership, the Los Angeles Defenders clinched their inaugural NBDL championship. It was a night worthy of celebration, as numerous media outlets had arrived early at the arena, eager to interview the champion, Lin Feng. His potential girlfriend, Su Muqing, was also among the reporters, microphone in hand, accompanied by a photographer, hastening towards him. At that moment, officials from the NBDL presented the championship trophy to the Los Angeles Defenders, showering the scene with confetti and smoke, enhancing the vibrant and exuberant atmosphere. The entire team erupted in cheers, and even the usually stern coach, Ryan, wore a joyful smile. After a season of hard work, every sacrifice had proven worthwhile. Every team strives tirelessly on the court for this moment of bliss. MVP, MVP, MVP. Lin is the MVP, the eternal MVP. The arena was alive with excitement, the fervent cheers rising and falling around Lin Feng. Su Muqing, with a rosy complexion, approached Lin Feng, who was cradling the trophy, and sweetly inquired, "Lin Feng, we all know that in this series, you are the absolute hero for the Los Angeles Defenders. We are reporters from ESPN and would like to ask you a few questions. Would you be willing to answer?" Su Muqing had transitioned from an intern to a formal reporter at ESPN, the most renowned sports media organization in the United States. Lin Feng gazed at Su Muqing, who was conducting the interview with utmost seriousness, and revealed a smile as radiant as the sun. "Of course, my beautiful lady, what would you like to ask? I shall speak freely and without reserve." In Chapter 18, the night of triumph, being acknowledged by that godlike man was a remarkable moment. Upon hearing Lin Feng refer to her as a beautiful lady, Su Muqing felt a chuckle rising within her. However, as this was an interview, she needed to maintain her composure. In that instant, Lin Feng was no longer her prospective boyfriend, but rather the hero of Los Angeles. "Lin Feng, I wish to pose a single question to you. This season, you have led the Los Angeles Defenders to secure the first championship in the team's history. What are your aspirations for the upcoming season?" Su Muqing's inquiry was deliberate. She understood that Lin Feng's ambitions extended far beyond this achievement. Remaining in the NBDL would confine him to the status of a mediocre player. Athletes with grand aspirations yearn for the illustrious stage of the NBA. Seizing the opportunity during the interview to enhance his visibility, she aimed to coax Lin Feng into articulating his innermost dreams of preparing for the NBA next season. Simultaneously, she hoped to draw the attention of his parent team, the Los Angeles Lakers, to this news, subtly aiding Lin Feng in realizing his aspirations. Lin Feng, possessing remarkable intelligence, immediately comprehended the intent behind Su Muqing's inquiry. As an ESPN reporter, her interview with him already afforded her significant exposure. On the night of the championship, articulating a clear goal for the upcoming season might indeed capture the attention of the Los Angeles Lakers. Lin Feng cleared his throat and began. "My aspiration has always been the NBA. This season, I honed my skills in the Development League, and now I feel that I, Lin Feng, possess the qualifications to enter the NBA. I hope to be selected by my home team, the Los Angeles Lakers, next season. This is my dream, and a beautiful wish I eagerly anticipate." Su Muqing chuckled softly, appreciating Lin Feng's quick response, recognizing her thoughtful intentions. "Thank you for your candid answer. I firmly believe you will lead the Los Angeles Defenders to their first championship, and the Lakers will undoubtedly take notice. Keep striving, dream chaser." Next season, you shall don the purple and gold jersey of the Lakers. Su Muqing cheered, raising her small fist in encouragement for Lin Feng. Thank you, beautiful miss. I look forward to that day. Now, let us turn our attention to the championship celebration, marking the Los Angeles Defenders' first NBDL title. It is Lin Feng from Huaxia who led the team to victory. He just expressed that his dream for next season is to join the Los Angeles Lakers. Let us rally behind this dream chaser from the East, as he is destined to make his mark in the NBA. After interviewing Lin Feng, Su Muqing pretended to address the camera with a speech. The photographer then shifted the focus to the celebratory scene in the arena. It was a night worthy of commemoration. Even though this year, the Los Angeles Lakers were eliminated in the first round of the playoffs by the Suns for various reasons. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Newport, Los Angeles, a tall and handsome African-American man sat on a white European-style sofa. Among his peers, this man's visage could easily be deemed exceptionally attractive. His dark brows framed a face with an elegant curve, lending him an air of refinement. His deep-set eyes bore a resemblance to those of Caucasians. With a high nose and lips that deviated from the typical full-lipped appearance of many African Americans, his thin lips pressed together conveyed a sense of strength and resilience. His facial features are remarkably perfect, exuding a quintessential masculine charm. He sips on a mango-flavored sports drink, his bare torso revealing a crown tattoo on his arm. A petite 3-year-old girl stumbles around the living room, sweetly calling out Dad. Upon noticing her, the man tenderly scoops her up in his arms. At that moment, a woman emerges from the bedroom, a Latina with golden locks, a voluptuous and alluring figure, and exquisitely stunning features. In her embrace, she cradles another infant girl, recently born. With 2 daughters at home, the man is overjoyed, having named the elder Natalia and the newborn Gianna, affectionately known as Gigi. The enchanting woman with golden hair is none other than his wife, Vanessa Bryant. As Vanessa gazes at the handsome man on the sofa, engrossed in the NBDL championship night, a smile graces her delicate face. Baby, I didn't know you watched this league. Isn't it just the development league? Hearing Vanessa's words, the man nods and replies, indeed. This is the NBDL Development League. You know, I typically don't pay attention to such leagues, but I've recently altered my interests. I've discovered a basketball prodigy in one of the subordinate teams. He hails from the distant land of China and possesses remarkable skill, a player of great potential. Pausing for a moment, the man furrows his dark brows and adds, next season, I truly hope he can join the Lakers and lend me his support. Oh, Vanessa's interest is piqued. Is he capable? It's merely the NBDL. The intensity in the NBA is far greater, and the defense is much fiercer. Can he adapt? Newcomers to the NBA always undergo an adjustment period, much like Yao Ming, who also came from the far-off land of China. When he first entered the NBA, he clearly struggled, yet he is now a starting all-star. Isn't he? You make a valid point. Vanessa nods, then chuckles. I can hardly imagine my typically proud and confident man would endorse a diminutive player from China. OMG, is this really the Kobe I know? Vanessa jokes, while the man she converses with is none other than her husband, Kobe Bryant. As his wife, no one understands Kobe's character better than she does. Kobe is a true competitor on the court. He is relentless, harsh towards his opponents, and even harsher on himself. He is proud and solitary. A man who stands apart from the crowd, recognized as a relentless training fanatic and an extraordinary scoring machine. He has always looked down upon lazy and unmotivated teammates, which once led to a fallout with the team's star, the big shark Shaquille O'Neal. During their time training together, former teammates revealed that in the Los Angeles Lakers, no one dared to confront Shaquille, yet Kobe was a remarkable exception. In the training facility, due to some friction, teammates reported that at that moment, they genuinely felt Kobe was prepared to confront O'Neal, showing no fear of the formidable giant. Indeed, in a physical confrontation, Kobe would stand no chance against O'Neal, who towers at 216 centimeters and weighs 147 kilograms. However, Kobe's audacity to challenge the very fabric of existence earned him the respect of his peers. At that moment, the fearless man acknowledged a diminutive player from China. Even his wife, Vanessa, was taken aback, casting several glances at Kobe, and remarked, "Baby, next season, you won't truly recruit this little player from China to the Lakers, will you?" Chapter 19. Because of Kobe, therefore Kobe. Kobe smiled faintly, teasing with a hint of mystery. Stay tuned. Recruiting players from the Development League to the Los Angeles Lakers was a first for Kobe in his career. Initially, he would have paid attention to the NBDL, yet in recent days, he kept hearing about a Chinese player named Lin Feng, who was creating an unstoppable whirlwind on the court. Subsequently, He learned through basketball news of a budding basketball prodigy in the Lakers affiliate team, the Los Angeles Defenders. The player excelled in scoring, rebounding, assisting, and defending, which piqued Kobe's interest, who was always on the lookout for talent. It is well known that Kobe's demeanor is aloof, making it difficult for most to gain his favor. However, once a teammate earns his recognition, he treasures them dearly. Despite O'Neal's strength, his training attitude left much to be desired in Kobe's eyes. At that moment, Kobe lacked support. The only respectable player on the Lakers was Lamar Odom. Andrew Bynum, who later made a name for himself with the Lakers, was merely a rookie fresh to the league. The rest, including Kwame Brown, Smush Parker, Jordan Farmar, Shandon Williams, and JaVale McGee, provided little assistance to Kobe. Leading such a mediocre team, Kobe nearly achieved a shocking upset over the Phoenix Suns in the 2005 to 2006 season. Had he had a helper like Lin Feng by his side that season, they would undoubtedly have progressed to the Western Conference semifinals. In the living room, Kobe's eyes sparkled with a glint of hope, a smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "Hey, my friend, you hail from China, and I have a fondness for the Chinese. It's a pity Yao Ming won't team up with me. If you could come to assist me, it would indeed be a splendid choice." As Kobe murmured to himself, he donned a t-shirt and stepped outside. Observing this, Vanessa inquired, "Baby, where are you going?" "Just stepping out. You needn't wait for me. If you're tired, feel free to sleep," he replied without looking back as he departed from their opulent mansion, driving his stylish Ferrari to the official training facility of the Lakers. Meanwhile, the celebration of their championship night continued in full swing. Lin Feng is the undisputed hero of the championship victory, as his teammates exuberantly douse him with champagne. "Lin, you are invincible. It is because of you that we have claimed this championship trophy. You shall henceforth be the hero of Los Angeles. Lin, please accept our adoration. It was you who led us through the final arduous battles to triumph, and the finals MVP rightfully belongs to you. Lin, I love you dearly, you rascal. You have brought us immense joy." In the Los Angeles Defenders locker room, teammates continue to shower Lin Feng with compliments. Even a normally serious coach, Ryan, is jubilant, bouncing around like a child as he splashes champagne over Lin. Sensing the delight of his teammates, Lin Feng feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He has finally grasped the value of his existence. In the past, even while playing in the NBDL, a league deemed inferior, he was still looked down upon by teammates and fans alike. This was inevitable, for American basketball is fiercely competitive on a global scale. They have long considered themselves the sovereigns of the basketball realm, often dismissing players from other nations. To earn their respect, one must work harder and be more formidable than the average player. Only then can one command their admiration. Coach Ryan, I hope you can help me realize what you mentioned last time. Next season, I aspire to join the Los Angeles Lakers. Lin Feng approached Ryan, carrying a bottle of champagne, and spoke earnestly. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan replied, "Lin Feng, rest assured, I will handle this matter with utmost care. However, whether Old Bus grants you the contract is a matter of fate." Lin Feng sighed in resignation, fully aware that Old Bus's decision was beyond Ryan's influence. To join the Los Angeles Lakers, one must secure Old Bus's approval. Furthermore, gaining the endorsement of the team's superstar, Kobe, would undoubtedly facilitate entry into the Lakers. As someone with foresight, Lin Feng understood that many players known for their rebellious nature were tamed by Kobe before joining the Lakers, such as Artest and Barnes. Both were notorious troublemakers, often involved in on-court altercations and confrontations, the epitome of unruly players. In the past, they frequently clashed with Kobe, only to be ultimately subdued by his commanding presence, choosing to ally with him in pursuit of a championship title. While reminiscing about the past, Lin Feng suddenly heard a cacophony of footsteps and shouts emanating from outside the locker room. OMG, Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. Could it be that Kobe had arrived to celebrate the Defenders' championship victory? This was unbelievable. How could such a minor league triumph attract the attention of Kobe? "Kobe, what brings you here? Are you celebrating the championship with us?" He wondered, perplexed, knowing full well that this was merely the title of a developmental league, which he surely would not regard highly. The enthusiastic cheers of the fans reverberated through the locker room, startling the players who were in celebration. Immediately, the atmosphere shifted to one of profound silence, the earlier exuberance dissipating without a trace. Even Ryan, accustomed to grand occasions, was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that a championship from a minor league could capture Kobe's attention. At this point, Kobe had already secured 3 NBA championship rings. Surely, he would not deign to acknowledge such an achievement. Yet, here he was, unexpectedly present in the Los Angeles Defenders locker room. How could this be? Surely, there must have been a misunderstanding. Lin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Coach Ryan, what are the fans outside shouting? Is Kobe here? It seems so, Ryan replied, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just as everyone stood in shock, the man who frequently graced Lin Feng's dreams stepped into the locker room. Dressed casually in black shorts paired with zoomed Kobe eye sneakers and a reddish-brown Nike shirt, he radiated an approachable demeanor. The moment Kobe entered the locker room, his gaze immediately fell upon the dazed Lin Feng. He approached with a smile, gently patting Lin Feng on the shoulder, and said, I already know you. Your name is Lin Feng, right? The touch from Kobe nearly sent Lin Feng crashing to the floor in excitement. Others might not comprehend the significance, but he was acutely aware that throughout both his past and present lives, his unwavering admiration had always been for Kobe, a constant that never wavered. It was because of Kobe that he developed a passion for basketball during his middle school years, falling in love with the captivating sport. Thanks to Kobe, he forged deep friendships with a group of brothers. Because of Kobe, he discovered his life's direction and vowed to realize his worth on the basketball court. In essence, there were countless stories intertwined with basketball and Kobe. His love for the game was profound, but his admiration for Kobe was even greater. This man was a paragon worthy of a lifetime of devotion. Kobe's Mamba mentality profoundly influenced Lin Feng's actions, inspiring him to shine on the court just like Kobe, illuminating the path for those who remained lost and unmotivated. Chapter 20. Joining the Purple and Gold Army. A dream realized. Oh my goodness. I suspect I am dreaming. After a considerable pause, Lin Feng finally shook off the shock. He could hardly fathom that one day Kobe would come to the gym specifically to seek him out. Kobe, please don't tell me that your visit to the locker room tonight is solely to find me. Lin Feng inquired about the answer he yearned for the most. If Kobe were to appear at the Lakers' official training facility solely to seek him out, then he could be assured that his recent efforts had borne fruit. He had garnered Kobe's attention and earned recognition for his performance on the court. Kobe nodded slightly, refraining from unnecessary chatter, for his nature was not one inclined toward superfluous words. Indeed, Lin, Kobe remarked with a subtle smile, I have come here specifically to discuss an important matter with you. During this period, aside from intensifying my training in the off-season, I have been closely monitoring the progress of other teams. It vexes me greatly that after Shaquille's move to Miami, he has secured his 4th championship ring. Damn it, you must comprehend my sentiment. A complex array of emotions crossed Kobe's face. Back in 2006, when he watched Shaquille join forces with Dwayne Wade to claim that 4th championship, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable turmoil. This development had stirred considerable commotion both in the external world and within the NBA. Numerous media outlets and fans murmured about how Shaquille, despite parting ways with Kobe, had still managed to capture the championship trophy. Meanwhile, without Shaquille, Kobe found himself adrift, unable to progress beyond the first round of the playoffs. The incessant waves of skepticism from the outside world ignited the fierce competitive spirit within Kobe. Those familiar with his character understood that he thrived on such doubts. The more he was questioned, the more fervently he trained, biding his time for a powerful resurgence. Now, he perceived a glimmer of hope for the Lakers' revival, believing that Lin Feng's skills and recent performances could prove instrumental on the court. Lin, step out for a moment. I need to discuss something of great importance with you. Kobe gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder, signaling him to step outside for a conversation. Lin Feng found himself in a state of bewilderment, instinctively following Kobe to the area outside the locker room. Coach Ryan watched the two depart, a subtle smile gracing his lips as his exceptional intellect had already led him to discern the situation. Meanwhile, the other teammates stood in stunned silence, exclaiming in disbelief, Heavens! Kobe has come personally to seek out Lin. One wonders for what purpose. Ryan cast a knowing glance at the group and remarked with a light chuckle. Cherish the moments you have with Lin Feng, for I assure you, next season, you shall no longer have the opportunity to be his teammate. What does Coach Ryan mean by that? Harris inquired, his admiration for Lin Feng second only to his esteem for Merkin. With Kobe himself here to find Lin, what else could it signify? A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Ryan's eyes. If my intuition serves me correctly, next season, Kobe will extend an invitation for Lin Feng to join the Los Angeles Lakers. What? The teammates gasped in unison, astonished to learn that Kobe's visit to the arena was, in fact, an endeavor to recruit Lin Feng to Los Angeles. Is Lin poised to rise from the NBDL Development League and make his mark in the NBA? This truly exemplifies the journey of a dedicated wife becoming a matron after many years. Lin is on the verge of taking flight. He is genuinely about to soar. The fact that Kobe himself extended an invitation to him is nothing short of astonishing. His teammates are filled with envy. Outside the locker room, Kobe led Lin to a secluded corner and candidly stated, "Lin, I admire your vigorous approach to the game on the court, and I particularly appreciate how, as a guard, you consistently battle for offensive rebounds. Your defensive prowess is commendable as well. Join me next season in fighting for the Lakers. You will don the purple and gold, serving the Lakers. Tell me, are you willing?" Lin Feng. He was rendered speechless, not out of reluctance, but rather due to overwhelming excitement. Having been a devoted fan of the Lakers since childhood, his admiration for the team was profound. The prospect of donning the purple and gold jersey to battle for the Lakers was a dream he had cherished for a lifetime. With that long-held aspiration on the verge of realization in the upcoming season, it is easy to imagine the elation coursing through Lin Feng. Had it not been for the desire to present a composed demeanor to his idol, Kobe, he would have leapt up in exuberance, shouting with joy. He swallowed hard, momentarily a loss for words, due to his exhilaration. Kobe furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is wrong? Are you unwilling?" No. That is not what I meant, boss. What I mean is, next season, can I truly wear the purple and gold jersey and serve the Lakers? Of course, as long as you are willing. I will take care of the contract details, Kobe replied confidently. He possessed the capability to bring Lin Feng on board, and this was a favor that old Bus would certainly grant him. Great, I am willing. Lin Feng readily agreed. Kobe smiled gracefully and said, "Wait for my call tomorrow. Please provide me with your number." Lin Feng hastily provided his number to Kobe, and the two exchanged contact details. Once the business was concluded, Kobe added, however, "As a player from the Development League, signing with the Lakers for the first time, do not harbor expectations on exorbitant salary. I can only endeavor to assist you in securing a favorable contract. As for a multi-million-dollar deal, that will require your subsequent dedication and effort on the court to earn." "I understand, boss," Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng nodded eagerly. As he joined the Lakers for the first time, the management was unlikely to offer him a substantial contract. After all, in the NBA, he was an unfamiliar face, not a superstar making a transfer. The Lakers management would exercise utmost caution when investing in new players. If he aspired to secure a lucrative contract worth millions, he would need to put in the effort on the court and deliver commendable performances to deserve such a prestigious deal. Having conveyed everything necessary, he said, "Tomorrow, await my call, and I shall take you to meet the Lakers management." "All right," Lin Feng replied earnestly. "Thank you, boss. There's no need for gratitude. I merely believe that with your basketball prowess, you should not remain in the subordinate leagues. NBA is your stage." With those words, Kobe turned and walked away, leaving Lin Feng with an imposing silhouette. Yes, it was only when Kobe's figure faded from view that Lin Feng leaped into the air, overwhelmed with joy. His dream had come true. Indeed, it had materialized. One day, he, Lin Feng, would join the Los Angeles Lakers and become a part of the storied purple and gold. Ha ha ha! Lin Feng laughed heartily toward the heavens. Just then, an unfamiliar notification tone from the system echoed. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on joining your desired team, the Los Angeles Lakers. Your teammate is the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant. As a gift, you have received a commemorative item, a lucky bracelet." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Feng hastily opened the package, revealing a resplendent purple-golden bracelet resting within. On the reverse side of the bracelet, the name Chi Ali was intricately engraved. As for the front, it bore the number 10, a clear reference to the jersey number of Sakuragi Hanamichi. In the NBA, Lin Feng would don the number 10 jersey for the Lakers, embodying and perpetuating the spirit of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Chapter 21. The fortuitous bracelet that enhances game-winning chances. Lin Feng observed carefully and discovered that this bracelet was not ordinary. In the attributes section, there was an enhancement of luck value. Luck value? As Lin Feng pondered, a sudden glimmer sparkled in his eyes. He comprehended that the violet golden bracelet bestowed upon him by the system was indeed no ordinary item. With the enhancement of luck, could it possibly enable him to execute some extraordinarily challenging decisive shots at pivotal moments? If that were the case, then this bracelet would undoubtedly be a priceless treasure. How remarkable is my system to endow this bracelet with the attribute of fortune. Lin Feng hurriedly examined his attributes panel. Host, Lin Feng. Age, 22. Defensive power, 110. The average for NBA players is 90. Running speed, 100. The average for NBA players is 85. Stamina consumption, 110. The average for NBA players is 85. Jumping ability, 100. The average for NBA players is 70. Hang time. 80. The average for NBA players is 50. Basketball IQ, game reading ability. 100. The average for NBA players is 60. Skills. Agile positioning, aerial rebounding versus vertical boards, aerial rebounding versus quick landing pass, genius rebound. Side jump shot, intensive training jump shot, illusory breakthrough, dunk, crossover, butterfly, through flowers. Clutch shot luck, 50. Indeed, there had been a tremendous transformation in the attributes panel. In this personal attribute board, various metrics had been enhanced, owing to the similarity in role-playing with Sakuragi Hanamichi reaching 40. Previously, as an ordinary player, he had averaged the values of NBA players. This modification was made by the system, which detected that Lin Feng would be venturing into the grand stage of the NBA in the upcoming season. To enter the NBA, one must no longer be an ordinary third-rate player. In the final section, a clutch shot luck value appeared, and Lin Feng was not mistaken. The purple golden lucky bracelet he had acquired was tailor-made for clutch shots. Incredible. The system truly favors me. Lin Feng beamed with joy. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leading the Los Angeles Defenders to victory over the Albuquerque Thunderbirds, securing the team's inaugural championship trophy with a reward of 1,000 points. The system continued to chime, bestowing Lin Feng an additional 1,000 points. These points are indeed a valuable asset in the event of any injuries. They can be exchanged for magical potions, providing swift relief and enabling immediate return to the game. Lin Feng contemplated that if he were not a basketball player, but merely a purveyor of pharmaceuticals, he would likely amass a fortune within the NBA. These miraculous substances, exchanged from the system's marketplace to reality, would find eager buyers among the affluent superstars who would gladly pay a premium for them. What an extraordinary opportunity. Akin to a cow ringing the doorbell. Truly remarkable indeed. The system is exceptionally powerful. Lin Feng grew increasingly exhilarated as he clicked the exchange button, materializing the purple gold lucky bracelet into reality. Its design was quite trendy, and upon wearing it, Lin Feng immediately felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire body. Indeed, this bracelet appeared to be crafted from extraordinary materials. Lin Feng lowered his gaze to examine the amethyst-hued lucky bracelet. "Baby, what are you looking at?" At that moment, a voice echoed in his ear. It was his almost girlfriend, Su Muching, who had arrived at the backstage dressing room. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, fortuitously locking eyes with Su Muching's enchanting sapphire blue orbs. "Baby, I just visited your locker room, and your teammates told me that Kobe came looking for you personally. Is that true?" Su Muching inquired hastily, her excitement palpable. She could scarcely fathom that the proud black Mamba would deign to seek out Lin Feng himself. Had it not been for Coach Ryan's assertion, she would have found it utterly unbelievable. Observing the exhilaration radiating from Su Muching, Lin Feng offered a gentle smile and replied, "Yes, darling, the boss indeed came to find me just now." "Wow, is that really true?" Su Muching exclaimed, her elation rendering her nearly speechless. "Yes, sweetheart. Coach Ryan must have informed you, right?" Yes. If it weren't for Coach Ryan's own words, I would hardly believe it." Su Muching tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her joy evident. "Baby, could it be that Kobe sought you out to invite you to the Los Angeles Lakers?" "Haha, you're quite astute. The boss did come to invite me to join the Lakers. He mentioned he would call me tomorrow to introduce me to the team's management." "My goodness, I'm so thrilled for you. I've always said, baby, you are the most incredible man in the world, and I was right." "So mukin das forbarth." Embracing Lin Feng tightly and planting a fervent kiss on his lips. "Mwah. Baby, this is my reward for you. Once you join the Lakers next season, you must not let your guard down. Continue to deliver extraordinary performances so as to honor Kobe's faith in you. I know, darling. I will double my efforts and become the most steadfast teammate to the boss. Together, we will secure at least 10 championships. Baby, you and Kobe together for at least 10 championships? Don't scare me. Hee, why would I frighten you? I speak from the heart. The boss currently lacks reliable teammates, and I will be his right-hand man. Just give it your all. I will be there to cheer you on at every game." Sumuing Klang Do Lin Feng, unwilling to release him for even a moment. In that instant, she loved him to the core. The man she admired had not disappointed her. From a previously unknown Chinese player, he had captured Kobe's attention through sheer talent and secured a place on the Los Angeles Lakers. She eagerly anticipated the day when Lin Feng and Kobe would unite, striving for the pinnacle of success. Naturally, the night of their championship victory would call for a grand celebration. Lin Feng finally managed to unwind, taking Su Muching and his teammates, including Coach Ryan, to the Extra G bar in Los Angeles for a night of unabashed revelry. On this occasion, Lin Feng found himself intoxicated once more. However, unlike the previous instance where he had succumbed to despair after a critical misstep in a match against the Wolfsburg Flyers, leading to a solitary binge that ended in tragic circumstances with a visit from his future self from the year 20021, this night of merriment was fueled by joy. Joy has the remarkable ability to induce the release of a copious amount of dopamine, a substance that brings about profound relaxation and unparalleled delight. After a night of exuberance, they returned to their lodgings, the clock striking past 3 in the morning. Fortunately, Su Muqing remained sober enough to drive Lin Feng home. It was not until 10 o'clock the following morning that Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by a call from Kobe. Upon seeing the name boss saved in his phone, he instantly became alert, though his throat felt somewhat parched. He quickly took a sip of water before answering the call. He was acutely aware that during this hour, a call from Kobe could only signify one thing: an invitation to join the Los Angeles Lakers and sign a contract. Chapter 22, New Skills, Frenzy Blocks. Hello, boss. Lin Feng called out, boss, and Kobe inquired, Lin, where are you now? Come to Staples and wait for me. All right, boss, I will be there shortly. Lin Feng abruptly sprang from his slumber, poised to descend from his bed, only to find himself tumbling beneath it with a thud. In a moment of distraction, he had failed to place his feet securely on the ground. Typically, one would first extend a leg and then slip into their shoes before leaving the confines of the bed. However, as he attempted this routine, he was startled to discover that a figure lay alongside him, his prospective girlfriend, Su Muqing. Had she not returned home last night? The realization that they had shared the bed sent a jolt through him. In his effort to avoid disturbing the slumbering Su Muqing, he hastily retracted his legs, losing his balance and crashing down beneath the bed. Oh no, what a predicament! Lin Feng felt a sense of helplessness. He could never have anticipated that he had spent the night alongside Su Muqing. Indeed, the indulgence in alcohol had proven quite detrimental, as he lay beside such a captivating mixed-race beauty, utterly oblivious to it. My dear, what troubles you? Have you sustained any injuries? The sound of Lin Feng tumbling to the floor awakened Su Muqing. Rubbing her eyes, she turned to see Lin Feng kneeling beneath the bed in a rather amusing posture. I'm fine. You didn't go back last night? Did we end up sleeping together the entire night? Lin Feng gazed at Su Muqing with a hint of astonishment. Su Muqing smiled charmingly and replied, Indeed, I returned home past 3 in the morning last night. My place is rather far, so I didn't go back and ended up sleeping alongside you. But rest assured, I didn't do anything untoward. After saying this, she playfully smiled, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, who was clad only in a pair of boxers. Last night, Lin Feng had drunk excessively, reminiscent of a lifeless pig, and he remembered nothing. Upon their return, she had helped him out of his clothes and gently wiped him down. During that process, she felt that Lin Feng was rather impressive in certain respects, precisely her preferred type. This realization made Lin Feng acutely aware of her unusual gaze, causing a sudden chill to envelop him. All right, darling, stop teasing. I'm still a virgin, you know. By the way, my manager just called and asked me to meet him at Staples. Are you coming along? Really? Kobe called you again? Su Muqing's eyes widened in disbelief. She mused internally about whether this was the aloof Kobe that the world spoke of, so frequently reaching out to an NBDL player. Despite her doubts, Su Muqing was pleased to see Kobe acknowledging Lin Feng. All right, baby, I will accompany you. Okay, then get up and freshen up quickly. We mustn't keep the boss waiting. That would be quite impolite. I understand, baby. Su Muqing was a dutiful girlfriend, often playful and mischievous, yet obedient most of the time. Just as she headed to the bathroom to freshen up, Lin Feng suddenly felt a jolt. The system had sent another notification. Ding! Congratulations. The similarity between the host and Sakuragi Hanamichi has reached 50. Personal skills and physical attributes enhanced, activating new skill, Mad Block. This announcement plunged Lin Feng into contemplation. Earlier, he had pondered how to elevate his resemblance from the initial 40, and now he was left to consider the remaining 60. He had always thought that Su Muqing, who was by his side, was a pivotal factor. After all, her resemblance to Akagi Haruko was quite striking. Fans of the series know that Sakuragi's beloved goddess has always been Akagi Haruko. Yet, the nature of their relationship remained ambiguous even after the anime concluded, leaving an everlasting regret in the hearts of countless fans. Now, having traversed back to 2006 and fortunate enough to date a girl who bore a resemblance to Akagi Haruko, Lin Feng contemplated whether this was a chance to rectify the unfulfilled romance between Sakuragi Hanamichi and Akagi Haruko in another world. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. If he were to ultimately be with Su mooching in this world, would that awaken the full 100% similarity? Of course, this was merely Lin Feng's personal conjecture. He remained unaware of the truth. Only the cold system knew whether Su mooching's presence constituted the main thread of the entire narrative. "Baby, what are you thinking about?" Su mooching, having completed her morning routine, raised her delicate hand and waved it before the daydreaming Lin Feng. Lin Feng abruptly came to his senses, gently teasing Su mooching by playfully scratching her nose. He remarked, "It is all due to you, my little enchantress. Without you, how could I possibly find myself lost in thought?" With a playful giggle, she responded, "Baby, you are becoming increasingly eloquent, knowing just how to make us girls happy." With that, she embraced Lin Feng, bestowing upon him a sweet kiss, and then leaned in close to his ear, whispering, "Darling, if one day you and Kobe manage to secure the NBA championship ring, I shall bless you with a baby." Lin Feng, he was instantly petrified on the spot. What on earth? He partnered with Kobe to seize a championship ring, and this girl has given him a child? Is this true? Lin Feng felt both incredulous and somewhat anticipatory. "Baby, do not gaze at me with such eyes. I assure you, I will keep my word, provided you can attain the NBA championship ring." "Very well, since you have said so, I shall certainly not let you down." Lin Feng wrapped his arm around Su mooching's slender waist as they stepped out of their home. Upon arriving at the Staples Center in his Ford Raptor, Lin Feng and Su mooching discovered a man waiting for them. It was none other than Kobe, who stood at the entrance to the corridor leading to the Staples Center, waving for Lin Feng to approach. "Apologies, boss, I arrived later than expected. My residence is quite distant, and driving over proved to be rather inconvenient." Lin Feng wore an expression of deep regret, for his esteemed leader had shown him great favor by extending an invitation to join the Los Angeles Lakers. Yet, he had displayed a lack of courtesy, keeping Kobe waiting. Fortunately, Kobe was not the type of superstar to indulge in pretentiousness. On the court, he exuded an unwavering dominance and an air of aloofness, often perceived as unapproachable, all in the pursuit of victory. However, off the court, Kobe transformed into a different individual altogether. In a previous life, Vanessa, standing in for Kobe during his Hall of Fame induction, remarked during her speech that Kobe was, in fact, a humble and low-key person, at least when not in the heat of competition. Once he stepped onto the basketball court and entered his competitive zone, he became a warrior, fearless and relentless, refusing to relent until his opponent was vanquished. Off the court, Kobe indeed embodied humility and modesty, greeting everyone with a warm, healing smile. As he observed Lin Feng and Su mooching rushing towards him in a flurry, he chuckled softly and said, "It's all right. I just arrived as well. Cool, man. I shall take you to meet Kupchak." "Certainly, boss." Lin Feng eagerly followed Kobe into the office of the Los Angeles Lakers general manager. In 2006, the position was held by Mitch Kupchak, who dedicated 17 years to this role. During his tenure, he brought 5 championship trophies to the Lakers, earning the reputation of being one of the finest general managers in the NBA. Chapter 23. Joining the Los Angeles Lakers on a minimum contract, Kupchak had received notification from Kobe requesting a meeting to discuss the acquisition of a player for the Lakers. He did not hesitate to comply with Kobe's request, as, frankly, apart from the late Jerry Buss, no one else had the authority to manage Kobe. Kupchak had always held a deep respect for Kobe, and naturally could not refuse his request. Kobe, Lin Feng, and Su mooching arrived at the general manager's office, where Kupchak awaited them, impeccably dressed. "Hi, Kobe, is this the Chinese player you mentioned who has been performing exceptionally well?" Kupchak inquired. His interest piqued as he scrutinized Lin Feng. Kobe lounged comfortably on a single sofa, gesturing toward the nearby leather couch for Lin Feng and Su mooching to sit. He then spoke. "Yes, Mitch, this is Lin Feng. He plays as a point guard for our affiliate team, the Defenders, and consistently surprises with his ability to secure difficult offensive rebounds, which I greatly admire. Moreover, Lin is an exceptionally tenacious defender. I need him to bolster our team's competitiveness. Next season, I want to distance myself from the agony of an early playoff exit. I need a championship." Kobe's fervor was palpable as he expressed his frustration over the previous season, where, despite the formidable duo of Shaquille O'Neal and Dwayne Wade claiming their 4th title, he faced an early playoff exit with the Lakers. The stinging remarks from certain fans and media, suggesting that Shaq could win a championship without him, were intolerable to Kobe's proud nature. He was determined to prove to the world that his leadership abilities were on par with any superstar. Observing the intensity in Kobe's eyes, Kupchak understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement, foregoing further discussion. All right, I concur with your proposal to sign this Chinese player, Lin Feng, who plays as a point guard. He confirmed. Indeed, Kobe replied with a slight nod. Then let us sign him to serve as a backup for Derek Fisher. Once the next season commences, we shall see how well this young man can adapt to the intensity and pace of the NBA. Unlike Kobe, who had an eye for talent, Kupchak was skeptical, believing that a diminutive Chinese player would find it nearly impossible to establish himself in the NBA. Many had come before him, yet only Yao Ming had truly succeeded in making a lasting impact. A minimum contract is acceptable, I presume? Kupchak turned his gaze towards the excited Lin Feng. To speak candidly, had it not been for Kobe's recommendation, Lin Feng, regardless of how splendidly he performed in the NBDL, would never have been signed as a Chinese player. This was a transaction that seemed nearly devoid of any prospect for returns. Chinese players often struggle to thrive in the NBA. Firstly, their physical stamina falls short. The intensity of NBA games is exceedingly taxing on one's endurance. Many seasoned African-American players find it challenging, let alone a slender Chinese player. Secondly, Chinese athletes typically lack explosive power, resulting in significant fatigue during the final quarters of games. Continuing down this path would hinder the ability to perform well consistently, considering the NBA's regular season consists of over 80 games. After battling through these 80-plus matches, they would then enter the playoffs, where the so-called rookie wall would pose an insurmountable challenge for Lin Feng. In the playoffs, with defensive efforts intensifying, Lin Feng would be unable to provide any substantial assistance to the team, even if he were to join at a minimum salary. Such an expenditure would likely yield little to no return. Were it not for Kobe's endorsement, Kupchak would never entertain such a seemingly unprofitable venture. Lin, old Kupchak asks you, would you be willing to join at a minimum salary? Kobe turned to look at Lin Feng. Lin Feng hurriedly nodded. Boss, I am willing. A base salary is fine. In the upcoming season, I will prove my worth through my performance. I'm not merely a third-rate player who deserves only a base salary. Hey, this kid possesses quite a fighting spirit. Kupchak chuckled, though his smile bore a hint of disdain. He had heard such declarations far too often. Every young player entering the NBA vowed to carve out their own niche on this grand stage. The outcomes were frequently disheartening. Dreams remained dreams, while reality stood starkly apart. Ultimately, only those with extraordinary talent and relentless dedication could establish themselves in the NBA. Of course, one must also possess a courageous heart and a touch of fortune. This is the contract. Sign here. With a base salary for 1 year, starting next season, you will officially be a member of the Lakers, Kupchak stated, producing a contract, signing it himself, and then sliding it over to Lin Feng, indicating that he should sign as well. Lin Feng glanced at the contract. A 1-year agreement felt akin to a probationary period. Kupchak had permitted him to join on a minimum salary, likely out of respect for Kobe. While $750,000 is a considerable sum for the average American, it pales in comparison to what an NBA player typically earns, rendering it rather meager. Nevertheless, Lin Feng signed the contract with alacrity. He was well aware of Kupchak's condescension, but was not foolish. He understood that it was Kobe's influence that compelled Kupchak to proceed with the signing. Once the contract was finalized, Kobe refrained from further engaging Kupchak. He rose and declared, Old Kupchak, I'm taking Lin with me. It's evident that you feel conflicted about this transaction, but I assure you, my judgment is sound. Lin's performance next season will astonish you. Let's hope so. I certainly don't wish for this $750,000 to be squandered, Kupchak replied. Kobe, you should be aware that Mr. Bus is far more stringent with financial oversight now than in the past. Okay, I understand. Signing a future Hall of Famer for $750,000 will surely earn you accolades from Mr. Bus, Kobe jested. Kupchak did not respond, sensing that Kobe was merely teasing him. $75,000 to secure a future Hall of Famer? We'll laugh. He mused, doubting whether this young man from China, Lin Feng, could even adapt to the NBA. After bidding farewell to Kupchak, Kobe, Lin Feng, and Su Muching stepped outside. Lin Feng gazed at Kobe with heartfelt gratitude and sincerely expressed, Boss, I appreciate your trust in me. It is evident that Kupchak is not inclined to sign me. Rather, it is out of respect for you that he is willing to offer a modest sum of $750,000 as a trial. Please do not carry any psychological burden. As the next season commences, play with the same fervor you exhibited while with the defenders this season. I firmly believe that with the right mindset, your skills and overall prowess will secure you a place in the NBA. A smile graced Kobe's face as he offered Lin Feng encouragement. Lin Feng nodded earnestly. I will. Boss, I promise not to disappoint you, for it was you who introduced me to the NBA. You're my guiding light. With that, Kobe enveloped Lin Feng in a warm embrace, instructing his bodyguard to prepare the car before departing from the Staples Center. Chapter 24. Los Angeles at 4 in the morning. As they watched Kobe and his bodyguard leave, Su Muching remarked, Baby, they say Kobe is quite aloof, and some media portray him as an unapproachable person. Yet, I sense a remarkable patience within him. She continued, You are merely an NBDL player. Ordinarily, someone of his caliber would hardly pay you any mind, yet he treats you with such kindness. Even Su Muching, his prospective girlfriend, recognized Kobe's compassionate nature. In truth, such perceptions hold merit. Kobe's fierce demeanor and sometimes incomprehensible actions, driven by an insatiable desire for victory, are all founded upon a singular principle. He yearns to win. To achieve greatness, he is willing to sacrifice everything, even if it means being labeled a villain behind his back. Fearless, he embodies the essence of a true competitor on the court. My dear, that is simply how he is. I understand his character quite well. Beneath his proud and cold exterior lies a passionate heart. Su Muching tilted her head adorably. Baby, how do you know about Kobe's personality? Have you interacted with him before? Not exactly, Lin Feng replied awkwardly. While he had never met Kobe, in his previous life, he had attended every one of Kobe's tours in China. Over time, coupled with the rise of social media platforms like Douyin, fans gained insight into Kobe's relentless nature. He is a true warrior, driven by a singular purpose, the championship title. All right, my dear, since I'm in high spirits today, let us indulge in a fine meal. I just signed a $750,000 contract. Lin Feng jested lightly, to which Su Muching responded with a playful roll of her eyes, teasingly remarking, What do you consider a significant contract? Those players with annual salaries exceeding $10 million don't even regard it as such. Your $750,000 hardly qualifies. Ah, darling, how can you say that? ISNT $750,000, still a substantial amount? It's enough to indulge in several grand hamburgers. ISNT it? Delicious indeed. Sweet and savory, I must say. Su Muching found herself at a loss when it came to Lin Feng, as he seemed to have transformed from the reserved individual he once was into someone markedly different. He took her to a renowned restaurant in Los Angeles, and after a delightful meal, they wandered around to explore other locales. Having signed a base salary contract, Lin Feng was now considered somewhat of a sophisticated individual in Los Angeles. It is important to note that in America, there are still many impoverished neighborhoods, where some individuals struggle to afford even black bread. They continued their leisurely activities until dusk began to settle, at which point Lin Feng returned to his residence. Su Muching received a call from her mother, prompting her to bid farewell to Lin Feng and return home. Upon arriving back at his own place, Lin Feng received yet another call from Kobe. Lin Feng hurriedly answered the call, inquiring, Boss, what is the matter? Lin, come to the training facility for a collective training session tomorrow morning. Do not be idle during the off-season. Kobe has always been stringent with his teammates, a fact that Lin Feng was well aware of. However, he did not anticipate that immediately after signing a minimum salary contract, Kobe would demand that he train alongside him. 4 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles? Unavoidably, Lin Feng recalled the adage that everyone knows. During his prime, Kobe often rose at 4 in the morning to train. As the years passed and his body began to falter, Kobe occasionally allowed himself to indulge in sloth. Moreover, according to Vanessa, Kobe suffered from hypersomnia. It takes an extraordinary willpower for someone with hypersomnia to consistently rise at 4 a.m. to train. While reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from Kobe's past, Lin Feng inquired, Boss, what time would be appropriate for me to come? 4 o'clock? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Kobe chuckled, paused for a moment, and replied, That is acceptable. If you can rise at 4, I wouldn't mind training alongside you. All right, boss, it's settled then. I will come find you at 4. Where shall we train? Staples. Kobe succinctly answered before ending the call. I am on my way to Los Angeles at 4 a.m. Lin Feng put away his phone, a wave of excitement washing over him. He had never imagined that one day he would rise alongside Kobe Bryant at 4 in the morning in Los Angeles, heading to the Staples Center for training. The following day, at 3:40 in the morning, Lin Feng awoke, neglecting to wash his face or brush his teeth, and sped towards the Staples Center in his Ford Raptor. With no traffic on the roads at that hour, He arrived at the Staples Center from the suburbs in just 20 minutes. He believed he had arrived early, only to be greeted by the sight of Kobe already practicing his shots inside the gym. Noticing Lin Feng's entrance, Kobe, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "You are already 5 minutes late since you stepped into the gym. It is now 4:05. Lin Feng instinctively glanced at the time on his phone, and indeed, the minute hand pointed to 4:05. Lin Feng felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, silently admiring Kobe's remarkable sense of time. It was no wonder he was a global superstar. By this single attribute, he had already outshone countless mediocrities on this planet. It's time to practice your shooting. You are indeed a commendable individual." Kobe flashed a smile, recalling how his previous teammates would rise only at 7 in the morning, while Lin Feng, on his very first day with the Lakers, had arrived at the gym by 4:05. "I truly admire your determination. Thank you for the compliment, boss." Lin Feng replied with a smile. "I'll pass you the ball now. Make 100 three-pointers. If you fail, you'll have to shoot an additional 100 free throws." Kobe tossed the ball to Lin Feng, setting the stage for a rigorous session focused on three-point shooting. 100 successful attempts, and failure would immediately lead to an extra 100 free throws. Lin Feng held the ball and couldn't help but smile. Kobe's training methods were indeed quite unique. Were they tailored specifically for him? "All right, boss, just watch. I guarantee I'll make all 100 three-pointers. I hope you're not just boasting." Kobe observed from the sidelines, appearing serious, yet his gaze revealed a sense of admiration. Since he began to follow Lin Feng's basketball journey, Kobe believed this young Chinese player might indeed achieve greatness. Their playing styles were quite similar. Lin Feng fought fiercely on the court, seizing every opportunity, capturing every rebound, and never slackening on defense. It was all about attitude. Kobe valued Lin Feng's positive demeanor. In terms of skill, Lin Feng surpassed many NBA players. Swish, swish, swish. Just as Kobe was lost in thought, Lin Feng commenced his shooting practice. His aim was impressive. He made the first 3 shots effortlessly, each one swishing through the net. After sinking 30 consecutive three-pointers, the smile on Kobe's face grew more pronounced. This kid is something else. Making 33-pointers in a row, his performance was undeniably consistent. "Keep going. You have 70 more shots. If you make all of them, I'll treat you to breakfast when dawn breaks," Kobe encouraged Lin Feng. Chapter 25. The first day of training camp, familiarizing with the triangle offense. For Kobe to personally offer breakfast, few in Los Angeles could claim such a privilege. This motivated Lin Feng to exert himself even more, executing jump shots one after another, each one finding its mark. After completing 100 shots without incurring punishment, Lin Feng's shooting touch was scorching hot, with the ball in his hands. The hoop seemed as vast as the ocean. "Excellent. You're a competent shooter," Kobe praised with a smile, then added, "Let us continue practicing shooting. At 7 o'clock, we'll go for breakfast, then return to rest and focus on strength training." "Understood, boss." Lin Feng expressed admiration for Kobe's dedication to training, noting that even after breakfast, Kobe would head to the weight room. In his previous days in the NBDL, Lin Feng seldom visited the weight room, not due to laziness, but because every time he completed strength training, he would suffer muscle strains, which subsequently affected his performance in games. After all, the physical attributes of individuals of Asian descent cannot be compared to those of their black counterparts, and even Caucasians tend to excel in this regard. However, things have changed. Lin Feng now possesses the physical prowess akin to that of Sakuragi Hanamichi. This is not mere boasting. Even Kobe, standing before him, may not necessarily surpass him in physical capability. The two practiced in the Staples Center until 7 in the morning, after which Kobe treated Lin Feng to a simple breakfast consisting of steak, milk, and 2 poached eggs. These items served to replenish the energy and protein depleted by athletic exertion. Kobe, a training enthusiast, placed great importance on his diet, firmly avoiding junk food as a top-tier athlete. After their meal, the duo returned to the weight room for further strength training, finally pausing at 9 o'clock. At this juncture, Lin Feng inquired, "Boss, won't your former teammates join the training camp during the off-season?" Kobe replied, "Some will be here shortly." Just as he finished speaking, footsteps echoed from outside the training facility. Fisher, Odom, Bynum, McGee, Kwame Brown, Smush Parker, and head coach Phil Jackson all arrived. They were accustomed to finding Kobe training alone and were not surprised. However, they were taken aback to see an Asian player alongside him. Who was this individual? He seemed somewhat familiar, perhaps featured in an ESPN report. "Kobe, who is he?" Fisher asked, being the only teammate closely acquainted with Kobe since they began their partnership in 1996. Although Fisher had briefly departed from the Lakers between 2004 and 2006, he returned to the team after a stint with the Utah Jazz. Upon hearing Fisher's question, Kobe responded, he was a defender for a subordinate team named Lin Feng. Hailing from China, the same country as Yao, I believe he has potential, which is why I recruited him. Oh, I see. What position does he play? Fisher observed Lin Feng and guessed he was a point guard. As a point guard himself, he wondered if Lin Feng would challenge his starting position. Kobe dribbled the basketball twice, responding nonchalantly, he shares your position, but initially he will come off the bench. I am pleased with this arrangement. Fisher smiled. Lin Feng cast a glance at old Fisher. This man lacked exceptional physical attributes and did not possess the elusive speed of Allen Iverson. However, the one commendable quality that old Fisher possessed was his remarkable basketball IQ, complemented by an indomitable spirit. His legendary 0 for second buzzer beater against the Spurs serves as the finest testament to this. Despite old Fisher's unassuming demeanor, fans have always held him in high regard, often remarking that none of his 5 championship rings were undeserved. Indeed, whenever Kobe struggled to find his rhythm and other teammates were cold from the field, old Fisher consistently emerged to seize control of the game. A well-timed three-pointer could stabilize the team, and the more critical the moment, the more reliable old Fisher proved to be. Now, the training camp was set to commence. Head coach Phil Jackson signaled for silence, preparing everyone for the intensive session ahead. Kobe, the recent addition to the team, was to be guided on how to execute the triangle offense, ensuring he became familiar with our positioning and system so that he could navigate the court with ease. Head coach Phil Jackson, affectionately known as the Zen Master, possesses a basketball philosophy that distinctly sets him apart from numerous other coaches. Through the implementation of the triangle offense, he secured an impressive 11 championship rings in his previous career. A concise explanation of the triangle offense cannot be encapsulated in just a few words. It is essential to remember that this offensive strategy operates as a reverse system. Within this tactical framework, it is imperative to have extraordinary players like Kobe and Jordan, who possess formidable one-on-one skills. Without such talent, the triangle offense loses its potency and becomes inconsequential. The complexity of the triangle offense arises from its lack of predetermined tactics devised by the coaching staff. Instead, this strategy requires constant adaptation on the court. For instance, Mike D'Antoni's fast-paced offensive scheme typically initiates with Steve Nash, who orchestrates the attack and engages in a continuous exchange of high-low pick-and-rolls with interior players, leading to easy scoring opportunities. The seamless synergy between Nash and Amare Stoudemire propelled this tactic to great heights in the Western Conference. Similarly, the pick-and-roll mastery of Jerry Sloan showcased a highly effective strategy, where mismatches are created by positioning players in different roles. This allows interior players to exploit smaller defenders or enables perimeter players to utilize their speed to break past larger opponents for one-on-one layups. The pick-and-roll is designed to create shooting space or exploit mismatches. Both of these strategies are relatively straightforward to comprehend, yet Jackson's triangle offense remains elusive. As it is not a fixed tactic, it is characterized by its spontaneity, demanding exceptional on-the-spot reactions from the players. As they move, they continuously form triangular configurations that threaten defenders. Once the ball reaches Kobe, he inevitably draws defensive attention. In such scenarios, teammates positioned on the weak side have the opportunity to create scoring chances. Consequently, defenders tasked with guarding Kobe are hesitant to apply close pressure. Furthermore, another advantageous aspect of the triangle offense is the opportunity for teammates to cut to the basket while setting screens for Kobe, thus creating an optimal environment for his one-on-one play. This embodies the foundational concept of the triangle offense, where everything is orchestrated to serve the needs of the superstar player. Therefore, it is evident why the triangle offense is particularly suited for talents like Kobe and Jordan. Due to their exceptional individual skills, those who falter in one-on-one situations, the so-called pseudo-superstars, are unable to adapt to the Zen Master's triangular offense. Phil Jackson emphasized that facilitating Lin Feng's swift acclimatization to this offensive system would enable him to consistently collaborate with Kobe on the weak side, thereby creating a triangular formation that would pose a threat to defenders and provide Kobe with a favorable shooting environment. Kobe nodded and approached Lin Feng, meticulously elucidating the fundamental principles of the triangular offense. Chapter 26. Journey to the future in-laws for an ordinary player to fully comprehend the intricacies of a Zen Master's triangular offense. An extensive period of adaptation may be required. In a previous life, for instance, when Kobe recruited Ron Artest. The latter struggled for a considerable duration to grasp the essence of the Zen Master-S triangle after joining the team. After all, in terms of basketball intelligence, Artest was not deemed a suitable player. His strengths lay in confrontation and being a provocateur on the court. Conversely, Lin Feng possesses the basketball god system and embodies the spirit of Hanamichi Sakuragi, with a basketball IQ that rivals that of elite players like Kobe and Jordan. After Kobe elucidated the triangular offense to him once, Lin Feng committed it to memory. He understood that the essence of the triangular offense lies with Kobe. Only when Kobe lacks a favorable shooting opportunity does he rely on his teammates to finish. Additionally, during games, Kobe typically faces the opponent's most formidable defenders, which helps to draw sufficient defensive attention away, allowing his teammates to shoot more comfortably. After a day of rigorous training, Lin Feng remained in the same camp as Kobe. He fully assimilated into the triangular offensive system, maintaining a close connection with Kobe in the offensive zones across the court. The Zen Master once remarked that the essence of the triangular offense does not reside in screens or cuts for easy baskets, but rather in the constant involvement in a kaleidoscopic array of offensive movements. Once the center establishes position, the four players without the ball engage in dynamic movement, transforming the court's landscape in an instant, yet never straying from their core principles. Lin Feng's collaboration with Kobe was remarkably seamless, even drawing the attention of the often discerning Zen Master, who cast a few extra glances in Lin Feng's direction. During the halftime break, the Zen Master approached Kobe, his tone laced with pleasant surprise. "Kobe, is this Chinese player one you recruited into the team?" "Indeed," Kobe replied with a slight nod. "His basketball intelligence is exceptionally high. On the very first day of training, he grasped my triangle offense with remarkable clarity. Players of his caliber are indeed rare." The Zen Master responded earnestly. "Logically speaking, a player of his talent should have made it to the NBA long ago. Why have we not encountered him before?" Kobe shook his head, expressing his own confusion. "I share your sentiments. I too wonder why he spent his time in the NBDL. It was only after I recognized his basketball prowess that I invited him to join the Lakers." "Well done, Kobe. This choice is exceptional. I believe that with him by your side next season, extraordinary achievements await you." "Let us hope so. I trust he won't disappoint me," Kobe replied. "Now, let us continue the training. I wish to observe this young man further." The Zen Master, intrigued, noted that in his many years of coaching, it was rare to find a player worthy of such praise. Michael Jordan was one, and Kobe in his later years was another. During the early years of their three-peat championships, the Zen Master had his grievances with Kobe, but eventually they reconciled, forming a bond that was both mentor and friendship. Throughout the day, Lin Feng immersed himself in rigorous training at the gym. His astonishing performance exceeded the expectations of Kobe, the Zen Master, and Derek Fisher. It was hard for others to fathom how a newcomer could so thoroughly comprehend the complexities of the triangle offense. Players like Lamar Odom and the still-developing Andrew Bynum regarded him with a sense of awe. "Hey, buddy, your performance has truly astounded us. Next season, I hope you and the big guy can elevate our game to new heights," Odom said, approaching Lin Feng and clapping him on the shoulder with a smile. "Mate, your skills are impressive. We are genuinely curious as to why someone of your caliber remained in the NBDL for so long. Those guys must have been out of their minds. You should have been in the NBA ages ago. Oh my goodness, with Lin and the big guy on our team. Victory is practically assured." "Absolutely, Lin. Keep it up, and we shall witness miracles together," chimed in Smush Parker, JaVale McGee, and Kwame Brown, all expressing their support. However, a few players chose to ignore Lin Feng entirely, perhaps out of jealousy, feeling embarrassed that an Asian player could excel in the game to such an extent, leaving them reluctant to engage with him. As the day's training concluded, the Zen Master rose and stated, "During this off-season, we must train diligently to ensure we achieve commendable results next season." "Okay," the team responded in unison. Lin Feng entered the changing room, took a refreshing cold shower, changed his attire, and exchanged pleasantries with Kobe and Fisher before preparing to head home for some rest. Upon exiting the official Lakers training facility, the clock indicated it was already 6 in the evening. Los Angeles, a city of stunning beauty and vibrancy, showcased a breathtaking sunset, with a lingering glow adorning the western sky. Settling into his Ford Raptor, he was about to make his way home when he suddenly received a phone call from Sue Mooching. "Baby, where are you? Do you have some time?" "What is up, darling?" Lin Feng replied, a hint of skepticism on his face. "Baby, it's like this. I've informed Dad and Mommy about our relationship, and they wish to meet you. Could you possibly come over to my house?" Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback as Su Muqing's words echoed in his ears. He recalled from his predecessor's memories that he had indeed been romantically involved with Su Muqing, a fact her family was previously unaware of. Su Muqing had once confided in him that her father, Su Hongyuan, was indifferent to their relationship. Meanwhile, her mother, Paulina, preferred that Su Muqing date a local Caucasian rather than an Asian. Upon returning home today, Su Muqing had divulged the details of their relationship to her parents. After inquiring about Lin Feng's family background, her father expressed his approval, emphasizing that as long as his daughter was happy, he would consent. However, her mother Paulina shook her head in disapproval, though her demeanor was not overtly harsh. She simply wished for her daughter to date a white boy instead. Nevertheless, they permitted Lin Feng to visit, curious to see what he looked like. Thus, Su Muqing dialed Lin Feng's number, hoping he could find the time to come to her home. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and said, "All right, darling, I shall head over immediately. Is your address the Yorba Linda in Orange County that you mentioned before?" "Yes, baby, it's right here." "Great. I will be on my way." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng reflected that when visiting his future in-laws, it was essential to bring some gifts. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing. He went to a shopping mall and purchased several presents before driving to the residential area of Yorba Linda in Orange County. This region is known for its significant Chinese population, although within Yorba Linda itself, the percentage of Chinese residents is somewhat limited, constituting only about 10%, with the majority being Caucasian or African American. By the time Lin Feng arrived at Yorba Linda in his Ford Raptor, it was already 7:30 in the evening. He stepped out of the vehicle, carrying a bag of gifts, and called his prospective girlfriend, Su Muqing, once again. Chapter 27. The woman destined for me? "Baby, have you arrived?" came Su Muqing's voice as the call connected. "Yes, my dear, I am here. Where exactly is your house?" "I'm not sure." Lin Feng had never visited the Su family, hence his ignorance of the matter. In a residential area of Yorba Linda in Orange County, the majority of homes are independent villas, commonly referred to as houses by the locals. In the United States, there are two primary classifications of residences. One type resembles the house belonging to Su Muqing, characterized by spaciousness, outdoor swimming pools, back gardens, and garages, among other amenities. These homes are typically constructed from wood, remaining relatively low in height due to Los Angeles being a seismically active region, coupled with its pronounced aridity, where rainfall is scarce and only occurs in winter. Consequently, residing in the house area offers a higher degree of safety. The other type is known as an apartment. This category pertains to apartment-style living, which is more suitable for middle-class families. At the lower end of the spectrum lies the slums. Meanwhile, the truly affluent individuals thrive within the affluent districts. The Su family belongs to the middle class in Los Angeles, possessing greater wealth than the Lin family. In the 1970s, Su Muqing's grandfather ventured into business, crossing the Pacific and eventually arriving in Los Angeles. Conversely, the Lin family arrived in Los Angeles for their development at a later time. Lin Feng's father, Lin Hai, only settled in Los Angeles in the 1990s, when Lin Feng was merely 7 or 8 years old. In comparing the two families, the Su family emerged triumphantly over the Lin family. Despite both being Chinese Americans, the disparity between them was significant. This stark contrast was precisely why Lin Feng hesitated to visit the Su family. When Su Muqing had previously extended an invitation, he felt too self-conscious to accept. He constantly assured Su Muqing that he would visit her family only after achieving success in the NBA, gaining fame, and earning substantial wealth. This delay stretched on for several months, and throughout their 3-month acquaintance, he never dared to present himself before Su Muqing's parents. However, this evening, after receiving a call from Su Muqing, the confident Lin Feng, now a time traveler, acquiesced to her request. As he strolled along the fragrant streets with a gift in hand, he suddenly spotted a graceful silhouette around the corner. It was his prospective girlfriend, Su Muqing. "Baby, over here. Remember, from now on, enter through the second door. That's my home." Su Muqing exclaimed, dashing towards him to take the gift from his hands. "Oh, I see, darling. So this is your house. It looks quite impressive, far more so than mine," Lin Feng thought, recalling that his family's living conditions paled in comparison to the opulence of the Su household. "Hee, may I visit your home someday?" she inquired. "Of course," he replied. The two exchanged laughter as they arrived at the second independent villa, with Su Muqing leading the way into the living room. Inside, Paulina and Su Hongyuan were seated on the sofa, watching television. Upon seeing Su Muqing enter with Lin Feng, Su Hongyuan greeted them with a smile, while Paulina remained silent. A bit embarrassed, Su Muqing said, "Mom, what do you mean by that?" "This is Lin Feng, my boyfriend from outside." "Hi, Baby, nice to meet you. Paulina greeted Lin Feng reluctantly. Beautiful lady, it is a pleasure to meet you as well, he responded. Lin Feng communicated fluently in English with Paulina. In the United States, unlike in China, where it is customary to address elders as aunt or uncle, Americans do not adhere to such formalities. It is preferable to refer to a beautiful lady, which neither appears lowly nor diminishes one's worth. Young man, welcome to our home, he said. Su Hanyuan greeted Lin Feng in Chinese. Su Muqing occasionally spoke in Chinese, but more often conversed with Lin Feng in English. Uncle Su, you are too kind, Lin Feng replied in Mandarin, feeling a certain warmth in the language, though his English was indeed proficient. Please, have a seat. You can leave after we finish the meal. Su Honyuan gestured toward a nearby sofa, observing Lin Feng with increasing admiration. Shaolin, I heard from Muqing that you are a professional athlete. Did you just join the Los Angeles Lakers? Su Honyuan, an avid follower of NBA games, engaged Lin Feng in light conversation about the league. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, Uncle Su, I have just joined the Los Angeles Lakers. Recruited by Kobe himself. What? Kobe personally recruited you? Yes, Uncle Su, Lin Feng affirmed once more with a nod. That is truly remarkable. To be recruited by Kobe to join the Lakers signifies your exceptional talent. Haha, not all, I still have much to learn. Lin Feng exchanged pleasantries, exclaiming, oh, good heavens, you've joined the Los Angeles Lakers? How is the contract? At that moment, the conversation between Su Honyuan and Lin Feng caught the attention of Paulina. Having been married to Su Honyuan for many years, she had been exposed to some Chinese and could comprehend a bit, although not thoroughly. She understood that Lin Feng had joined the Los Angeles Lakers. This information had only been shared with her father, Su Honyuan, and not with Paulina, as she was not an avid sports fan and would not grasp the significance. However, she was aware of the Los Angeles Lakers, given their status as a prestigious team in the city. Indeed, my dear lady, I have joined the Los Angeles Lakers, but as for the contract, it is merely a minimum salary agreement, Lin Feng replied. A minimum salary agreement? How much could that possibly be? Paulina inquired, furrowing her brow. $75,000 a year. He responded. That seems rather insufficient, Paulina remarked, her discontent evident. $75,000 barely covers a fraction of our household income for the year. Lin, you must strive for more. Only by earning a greater income and making a name for yourself in Los Angeles can you truly deserve to be with our Muqing. I assure you, I will continue to work hard. Rest assured, my presence here today signifies my intention to pursue a lasting relationship with Muqing, Lin Feng replied earnestly. Lin Feng expressed his sincere feelings for Su Muqing. Initially, he had no intention of developing a deep relationship with her. He felt that merely inhabiting the body of the former Lin Feng was already a significant transgression. To pursue a romantic involvement with his girlfriend would be exceedingly ungracious. However, Lin Feng's perspective has since evolved. He realized that he must create a narrative with Su Muqing, for without her, he could not enhance his resemblance to Sakuragi Hanamichi. Presently, his similarity to Sakuragi lingered at a mere 50. To reach 100, Su Muqing was indispensable. Once this thought crystallized in his mind, Lin Feng resolved to cultivate a genuine relationship with her, believing it was destiny's design. Fate had ordained that Su Muqing was the woman meant for him in this lifetime. After enjoying a pleasant dinner at the Su residence, during which Paulina attempted to provoke Lin Feng, not out of disdain for his status as a player, but rather in hopes that her daughter might find a Caucasian boyfriend, she refrained from further comment upon realizing Su Muqing's genuine affection for Lin Feng. As the evening progressed, Lin Feng took his leave at 9 o'clock, eager to rest for the upcoming training camp with the Lakers during the off-season. With the 2006 to 2007 season approaching, he aspired to astonish Los Angeles and seize the O'Brien Trophy alongside Kobe Bryant. Chapter 28. There's only one king in Los Angeles. Time swiftly passed, and October arrived. Throughout the 3-month off-season, Lin Feng trained rigorously alongside Kobe, participating in the Summer League and the new season's training camp. Now, as October 10th approached, the regular season was about to commence in just 1 week. Determined to make a mark with the Lakers, Lin Feng dedicated himself to relentless training. While he had the supportive system, he understood that foundational training was essential should he fail to perform at his usual standard in the upcoming season. The consequences would fall solely upon him. He recognized that Kobe's recruitment was a pivotal opportunity in his life, one he needed to seize with unwavering focus. Fortunately, during the Summer League, Lin Feng exhibited remarkable prowess, growing increasingly harmonious with Kobe, leading to a decisive victory by over 40 points against their opponents. Under such circumstances, Lin Feng gradually gained recognition within the Lakers. Notably, his understanding of the triangle offense proved to be on par with Kobe's. On October 17th, the regular season of 2006 to 2007 commenced. On this day, over 30,000 fans filled the Staples Center to capacity. The news of Lin Feng joining the Lakers had spread throughout the NBA. Initially, it garnered little attention. Everyone was aware that Kobe was struggling alone after Shaquille O'Neal's departure, who had secured a championship with the Miami Heat. Many dismissed the notion that recruiting a Chinese player could significantly improve the team's overall performance, deeming it a fanciful dream. A group of seasoned commentators at ESPN harbors a notable disdain for Kobe Bryant, frequently disparaging him by highlighting his shooting misfortunes. On one occasion, a journalist from ESPN published an article asserting that in his desperation to advance to the Western Conference semifinals, Kobe had recruited an obscure Chinese player, who had previously only been a third-rate talent in the NBDL. Even if such a player were to join the Lakers, he would hardly contribute any significant assistance to the team. This news caught the attention of Lin Feng, Su Muching, and also reached Kobe, along with his teammates Fisher, Odom, Bynum, and Kwame Brown. Privately, Su Muching felt indignant and resolved to investigate the identity of the shameless individual responsible for such a repugnant article. Lin Feng remained indifferent, unperturbed by Su Muching's actions. The doubts cast upon him only fueled his determination further. In the forthcoming challenges, he would undoubtedly silence those contemptuous clowns and the critics who dared to speak ill of Kobe. Before the match, Kobe approached Lin Feng and remarked, "Do not let their trivial matters weigh on your mind. They are merely fools. Focus on your own responsibilities, and we shall let our accomplishments speak for themselves." "Indeed, I understand," Lin Feng replied. Lin Feng nodded, fully aware of the kind of player Kobe Bryant was. In a single phrase, he could be described as both renowned and reviled. Unlike Jordan, who was universally celebrated without ever facing disparagement, Kobe's journey was marked by a contrasting narrative. From the outset of his career, Jordan was the unequivocal cornerstone of the Chicago Bulls, leading them to 2 triumphant three-peat championships. Revered by both industry insiders and admirers alike as a deity of the basketball realm. In stark contrast, Kobe entered the league as the 13th pick, selected by the Charlotte Hornets before being traded for the young and inexperienced player by the legendary Jerry West. Under the protective wing of Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe gradually matured, and it can be said that his remarkable achievements were earned through relentless dedication and hard-fought battles on the court. Consequently, Kobe remained indifferent to external judgments. His singular focus was on excelling in the game and securing more championships. Observing Lin Feng's nod, he refrained from further words and gathered all his teammates to prepare for their entrance. Meanwhile, the Staples Center was already brimming with fans, who eagerly awaited the arrival of the man adorned in the iconic number 24 purple and gold jersey. The Lakers DJ was enthusiastically announcing the player roster. Lamar Odom, hailing from the University of Rhode Island, standing at 6 feet 10 inches, donning the number 7 jersey and playing as a small forward, famously known as the left-handed magician. The DJ's voice was notably magnetic, and the first player introduced from the Lakers lineup was indeed Lamar Odom. Lin Feng is well acquainted with him, a key contributor to the Lakers' last 2 championships during their dynasty, who was honored with the 6th Man of the Year award in 2011. Kwame Brown, hailing from Georgia's Green College, entered the NBA as a high school graduate, becoming the first overall pick in the 2001 draft. Standing at 6 feet 11 inches tall and donning the number 54 jersey, he played the center position. The second name on the Lakers roster is none other than Kwame Brown, famously regarded as one of the biggest draft busts in NBA history. His performance on the court lacks remarkable achievements, and there are few technical skills that capture the admiration of the audience. As a time traveler, Lin Feng is well aware of the famous saying by Kwame Brown, "Don't pass me the ball, I'm too nervous." This was uttered during a game when he found himself completely unguarded under the basket, yet failed to catch the ball passed to him by Kobe, resulting in a basketball going out of bounds. Later, sitting on the bench, he implored Kobe not to pass to him again. This individual exhibits a remarkably poor psychological constitution and lacks resilience under pressure. Watching him play evokes a sense of his overwhelming anxiety, rendering him an inadequate athlete. Derek Fisher, hailing from the University of Arkansas, stands at 6 feet 1 inch and dons the number 2 jersey, playing as a point guard. Fisher, affectionately known as Old Fish, needs little introduction, as Lakers fans are well acquainted with his legacy. 5 championships, none of which were achieved through mere happenstance. Brian Cook, from the University of Illinois, stands 6 feet 9 inches tall and plays as a power forward, wearing the number 43 jersey. Cook was selected by the Lakers as the 24th pick in the 2003 draft. He is often a marginalized player, seeing occasional starting opportunities due to the Lakers' lack of a standout power forward that season. After the 2006 to 2007 season, he was traded by the Lakers. As the first 4 starting players take to the court, the final player introduced is none other than the Lakers superstar, Kobe Bryant. It is customary for every team's leading star to make their entrance last. This holds true for legends like Michael Jordan and LeBron James, but is particularly emblematic in the case of Kobe. When the DJ announces Kobe at the Staples Center, the arena erupts in fervor. It is universally acknowledged that regardless of the renowned figures present at Staples, whether they're dragons or tigers, they must yield to the greats of the game. Los Angeles is a city that has never lacked celebrities or dazzling Hollywood stars. However, when they attend games at the Staples Center, it is primarily to witness Kobe in action. Among his most devoted fans is Jack Nicholson, who never misses a game featuring Kobe. As the DJ announces Kobe Bryant's name, Nicholson is the first to rise and applaud, welcoming the King of Los Angeles in their hearts. Chapter 29. The NBA new season begins standing at 6 feet 6 inches and weighing 212 pounds. Hailing from Lower Merion High School, Kobe Bryant is a multifaceted scoring machine. A 9-time All-Star and 3-time NBA champion, proudly wearing the number 24 jersey. As the DJ concludes the announcement of Kobe's name, the atmosphere in the Staples Center reaches a fever pitch. However, some fans are left puzzled, as Kobe originally wore the number 8 jersey. Why has he transitioned to 24? During this summer league, Kobe announced that for the 2006 to 2007 season, he would don the number 24 jersey. The number 8 jersey, which he had worn for the past decade, would become eternal. Speculations arose regarding his decision to switch to the 24 jersey, with some suggesting it was a move to surpass Jordan in a certain sense, as Jordan's jersey number was 23 and his national team number was 9. In contrast, Kobe's new season opener jersey number would be 24, while his national team jersey number would be 10. The comparison reveals Kobe's ambition, particularly to those journalists at ESPN who frequently disparage him, who reported extensively on his audacious desire to eclipse Jordan. Kobe explained that the transition from the number 8 jersey to the 24 jersey held significant meaning. Despite his remarkable double clutch against the Phoenix Suns last season, he was unable to propel his team further, ultimately facing a devastating first-round defeat. Unable to tolerate the agony of losing, Kobe vowed to dedicate every moment of his 24 hours to basketball. From then on, basketball would be his life. Prior to the Summer League, he had expressed to the media his intention to change his jersey number from 8 to 24, signifying that the next decade would see him wholeheartedly commit to the sport, devoting his entire energy to basketball. While some embraced this explanation, others, particularly his detractors, were skeptical, hastily concluding that Kobe's alteration to the number 24 was merely an attempt to overshadow Jordan. Such sentiments were deemed disrespectful to his predecessor. In light of these comments, Kobe, true to his character, remained unfazed, dedicating himself entirely to basketball. Throughout the offseason, he trained almost daily, persistently honing his skills even in the absence of his teammate Lin Feng. Before his journey through time, Lin Feng had merely heard tales of Kobe's intense training regimen. Now, as a teammate in Los Angeles, he realized that the rumors barely scratched the surface. Kobe was not just a training enthusiast. He was a veritable training fanatic, a physical marvel. Even with a system to aid him, Lin Feng found the strength sessions exhausting, while Kobe trained tirelessly, without a hint of complaint. Perhaps this is what is known as the Mamba mentality. Having introduced the starting lineup of the Los Angeles Lakers, we now turn our attention to the Golden State Warriors, who are competing away from home. During the 2006 to 2007 season, the Warriors were merely a blue-collar team, devoid of the dazzling superstar presence that would later be embodied by the Splash Brothers. This iteration of the Warriors was comprised almost entirely of hard-working players, embodying the essence of team basketball. Among the starting 5 were center Adonal Foyle, power forward Chris Webber, small forward Mikhail Pietris, shooting guard Jason Richardson, and point guard Baron Davis. If one were to identify a player of all-star caliber from this quintet, it would undoubtedly be Jason Richardson. Last season, Richardson demonstrated commendable prowess, averaging 23, 2 points, 5, 8 rebounds, and 1 assist per game. Unfortunately, as the promising Monta Ellis rapidly emerged, Richardson gradually fell out of favor within the Warriors' ranks. As the team's primary scorer, he became the object of Kobe Bryant's defensive focus. By neutralizing Richardson, the Warriors would become significantly easier to contend with. However, the dynamics of the basketball court can shift in an instant, and one can never underestimate the impact a blue-collar player may have in a given game. As the players took to the court, Lin Feng found himself seated on the bench, serving as a substitute for the veteran Derek Fisher. His prospective girlfriend, Su Muching, also attended the event, as this marked Lin Feng's debut in the NBA, a moment she could not miss. Regardless of any pressing matters, she was determined to witness Lin Feng's inaugural game. "Baby, don't be anxious. Begin as a substitute," she reassured him. Kobe was incredibly talented, yet he also started his journey in the league as a bench player, gradually working his way up. Seated behind Lin Feng, Su Muching offered him comfort, advising him to remain patient and not to lose heart. Start by being Derek Fisher's backup, and when the opportunity arises, seize it with all your might. Every player who has transitioned from the bench to the starting lineup has endured a similar journey, and even the great Kobe was no exception. Lin Feng turned his gaze back to Su Muching, his eyes filled with tenderness. "My dear, I understand. Unbeatable no griabanzas. Lao Yu is an exceptionally seasoned player, and with him on the court, I firmly believe his presence is immensely beneficial. I am truly comforted to hear you think this way, baby," Su Muching replied, her smile radiating sweetness. As their conversation unfolded, the match commenced. The referee approached the center court, ball in hand, signaling for the centers of both teams to engage in a jump ball. Kwame Brown, the Lakers' first choice, albeit known as a notorious draft bust, played the center position, designated for jump balls and rebounding. With a sharp sound, the basketball was sent soaring by the Warriors' Diogu, as was anticipated, and the draft bust failed to best Diogu. Richardson from the Warriors seized the ball, opting not to rush into an offensive play. Instead, he leisurely advanced to the front court, dishing the ball to the cutting Diogu. Last season, Diogu boasted an average of 10.3 points, 7.8 rebounds, and 2.5 assists per game. Solid statistics for a blue-collar center. Adept at capitalizing on opportunities, but lacking in one-on-one skills. However, against Kwame Brown, they were evenly matched. Diogu with the ball feigned a move, but failed to deceive Kwame Brown. It must be noted that despite his poor offensive skills, Brown's screens and defense were notably proactive. Undeterred, Diogu, after his feint, decided against jumping and prepared to assertively score. With a deft hook shot, he successfully made the basket, granting the Warriors an early lead of 2-0. Kwame Brown passed the ball to veteran Fisher. Within the triangle offense system, the point guard's role was somewhat diminished. Fisher advanced past the half-court line and quickly relinquished the ball to Kobe. Fans familiar with Kobe know that he does not unleash his full offensive prowess at the outset. Instead, he guides his teammates to initiate the offense. It is only when his teammates struggle to find their rhythm that Kobe takes control, launching aggressive attacks from various positions. As the saying goes, the offensive kaleidoscope aptly describes a player of Kobe's caliber. Chapter 30. The Staples Center debut of the game remained tightly contested until the conclusion of the first quarter, with the Lakers trailing. Richardson was on fire tonight, hitting 7 out of his first 10 shots, including 2 three-pointers. Under his leadership, the Warriors surged, finishing the first quarter with a 7-0 run. At this juncture, the Lakers found themselves down by 7 points, 20-27, with the score remaining manageable. Both Kobe and the Zen Master remained calm. As the second quarter commenced, the Zen Master instructed Kobe to attack from the high-low position, determined not to allow Richardson to dominate at Staples Center any longer. Kobe activated his offensive mode, consistently creating opportunities from the low post and mid-range, causing waves of excitement throughout the Staples Center with each mesmerizing fadeaway jump shot or elegantly executed footwork in the paint. Kobe echoed through the arena. Kobe, Kobe. One must concede that within the Staples Center, Kobe reigns as the singular sovereign. As long as Kobe is present, the other superstars must take a step back. Leading the Lakers, Kobe scored 15 points in a single quarter, gradually narrowing the score gap. Richardson is no easy opponent. Witnessing Kobe activate his offensive prowess, he too responded in kind. Utilizing his individual skills, he kept the score tightly contested. As the first half concluded, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 5 points. In the second half, the seasoned Fisher re-entered the game, while Lin Feng remained sidelined. This left Su Muching anxious, having invested a significant summoner ticket to witness Lin Feng play. However, with the half elapsed, the Zen Master showed no inclination to allow Lin Feng onto the court. She hesitated to inquire, knowing that the Zen Master's decisions are immutable. "Baby, it's so strange. Didn't you say that during training camp and the summer league, the Zen Master was quite pleased with you? Why isn't he letting you play?" Su Muching leaned closer, whispering softly into Lin Feng's ear. Lin Feng shook his head, perplexed by the Zen Master's decision to keep him off the court, leaving him with no recourse. "Let us wait a little longer. I believe my time to shine will come," he mused. For now, he was merely a substitute for the seasoned Fischer, constrained from speaking too freely, as the Zen Master had his own design. As the second half commenced, the Warriors abruptly intensified their defense and enhanced their offensive strategies. Richardson played with newfound efficiency, necessitating a double team from the Lakers. He adeptly facilitated the ball into the paint and to the shooter station beyond the arc. In a moment of brilliance, he orchestrated the team's offensive rhythm, with Diogo in the paint and the sharpshooters Pietrus and Baron Davis nailing crucial three-pointers in succession. The lead swelled to a daunting 15 points, prompting Kobe to initiate his isolation play. Despite his efforts to narrow the gap, the Warriors' outside shooting was scorching hot, while Diogo's offensive prowess outmatched that of Kwame Brown. As the third quarter drew to a close, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 18 points. The arena's commentator, the renowned Mike Breen, infused his commentary with passion. Suddenly, he remarked, "We have noticed that the Lakers have substituted in an Asian player for the fourth quarter. His name remains unknown to us as he replaces the veteran Fischer. Fischer, who has scored 15 points, dished out 7 assists, and grabbed 3 rebounds, has performed admirably. Yet, we are left questioning the Zen Master's decision to bench him at such a critical juncture." His partner, Bill Worrell, chimed in, "This decision by the Zen Master is undeniably flawed. Fischer's only critique lies in his defense. Setting that aside, he is the heartbeat of the team, a clutch player. Substituting him out in the fourth quarter is a choice the Zen Master will surely regret. What on earth is happening? Who is this newcomer? I don't recognize him. Did he just join the Lakers this year?" The two commentators speculated, transitioning to the fan reactions. "Oh my goodness, this guy looks unfamiliar, yet strikingly handsome, resembling Sakuragi Hanamichi. Have you noticed?" exclaimed a fan. "But it's merely a fade. Does he think that dressing like this makes him akin to Hanamichi? I see a resemblance to Rodman, but does he possess Rodman's skill set?" Another fan laughed. "What a joke. An Asian player could never reach Rodman's level. His rebounding ability would outclass him by a mile. Indeed, this kid must be here to collect a minimum salary, right? Where's he from? I heard he is from the same country as Yao. A Huaxia man? Yes. Aside from Yao, I have yet to see another Huaxia player make a mark in the NBA. He surely cannot compete. In the pivotal fourth quarter, Fischer should remain on the court. At least Fischer has the heart of a champion, and perhaps he could deliver a miracle when it matters most. Indeed, it is quite perplexing why the Zen Master would choose to field a player from China. Aren't they primarily engaged in table tennis? It is only natural for American fans to regard Chinese basketball players with a degree of disdain. In their eyes, the Chinese are only suited for minor sports, such as the relatively obscure table tennis in the United States. Nevertheless, there were some fans who recognized Lin Feng, exclaiming, "Do not underestimate this young Chinese lad. His prowess is formidable." Have you not been following the sports news? This year, the Lakers affiliate team, the Los Angeles Defenders, secured their inaugural championship thanks to this individual. What? Is that so? One fan gasped in astonishment. Indeed, his name is Lin Feng, and this year, he played a pivotal role in leading the Los Angeles Defenders to their first championship title. It is said that his arrival to play for the Los Angeles Lakers was due to Kobe's discerning eye, who personally extended an invitation for him to join the team. OMG. So, this Lin Feng fellow from China is quite impressive. I cannot say for certain. His success in the NBDL does not guarantee the same in the NBA. Many players excel in other leagues, only to falter upon entering the NBA. Yes, I concur with your statement. Ultimately, it is the strength of one's abilities that will speak volumes. The Staples Center was abuzz with excitement. Over 30,000 fans eagerly watched as Lin Feng, clad in the number 10 jersey, made his entrance, sporting a strikingly unique red buzz cut reminiscent of the great Dennis Rodman. This individual certainly has a captivating appearance. One can only wonder if his skills will be as eye-catching as his style. Fans anticipated that Lin Feng would bring a miracle to the Los Angeles Lakers. After all, this young Chinese player is no ordinary talent, having been personally invited by Kobe to join the team. His prospective girlfriend, Su Muqing, was overjoyed to finally see Lin Feng take the court, bouncing with excitement. Kobe approached the newly entered Lin Feng, whispering, "Play according to our training regimen. Remain composed. I have faith that the player I have chosen will not disappoint." Chapter 31. The dazzling dunk. Upon hearing Kobe's words, Lin Feng nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent. He understood that many fans at Staples Center were unfamiliar with him and did not regard him highly. After all, The audience at a venue like Staples rarely paid attention to players from lower-tier leagues like the NBDL. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin Feng substituted in for the veteran Fischer, continuing to assume the role of point guard. Within the framework of the Zen Master's triangle offense, the point guard's function was somewhat limited, primarily relying on a shooting guard, Kobe. True Lakers enthusiasts recognized that Kobe typically orchestrated the offense while simultaneously shouldering the scoring burden. Fischer, in his association with Kobe, resembled more of a designated shooter. His three-point shooting was often inconsistent, alternating between precision and failure. However, one could not deny that as the game reached its critical moments, Fischer's shooting became increasingly accurate. He was, after all, born for high-pressure situations. In no time, Lin Feng dribbled past half court, hesitating to pass the ball to Kobe. He discerned that after more than 30 minutes on the court, Kobe's stamina was waning. At this juncture, passing to him could result in a missed shot due to exhaustion. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng resolved to take the initiative and attack the basket himself. In the post, Kwame Brown had been replaced by the young Andrew Bynum. At this point in his career, had yet to develop into a prominent player, still relegated to a bench role. Feeding him the ball would not resolve the issue. He was merely a blue-collar center with a limited offensive repertoire. Commentator Mike Breen remarked, "Let me see how the Lakers execute their offense. The current ball handler is an Asian kid. I apologize, but I do not recognize this player. If anyone knows his name, please post it at the 777 convenience store. I'll check it out later. I feel he should be competing in table tennis rather than basketball. A sport as physically demanding as basketball seems ill-suited for someone of his stature." As Lin Feng initiated his offensive drive, Breen exclaimed, "OMG, I cannot fathom why the Zen Master would allow this Asian kid to force his way in during the critical fourth quarter. Is there no one else on the Lakers?" Breen's commentary reflected a common American custom of unabashed banter, reminiscent of the outspoken Charles Barkley. When Yao Ming first entered the NBA, Barkley famously predicted he would score fewer than 19 points in a game, only to be proven utterly wrong as Yao went on to have a stellar career. His partner, Bill Worrell, chimed in with playful sarcasm. "Do you believe this kid will make it inside? He doesn't appear very strong. I doubt his vertical leap is impressive. OMG, this Asian kid is indeed attempting to penetrate the defense, but the Warriors will not allow him an easy layup." Diogu returned to the court, and we all know that last season he averaged 1.5 blocks per game, showcasing his formidable defensive prowess. What? This newly entered Asian player. He has leapt. My goodness. Did you see that? He actually took off. Was he preparing for an alley-oop over Diogu? Insanity. He must be out his mind. Yet, his vertical leap is astonishing. I dare say it rivals that of Vince Carter. Oh my goodness. He is truly impressive. I have come to realize that he belongs not on the table tennis court, but on the basketball court. With Diogu's formidable presence looming over him, he remarkably dunked the ball. The arena erupted in jubilation, and the fans at the Staples Center widened their eyes in disbelief. Coupled with the exhilarating commentary from Mike Breen and Bill Worrell, the atmosphere of the game reached a fever pitch. Over 30,000 fans bore witness as Lin Feng charged forward with the ball, moving at a speed akin to a whirlwind, leaving his defender, Baron Davis, far behind. As he approached the paint, center Diogu could not bear the thought of Lin Feng dunking over him. He certainly did not wish to become mere background for a top-5 highlight. Yet, everything was not as straightforward as he imagined. He could not simply will it away. Lin Feng took off with remarkable speed, and now his vertical leap has reached an astounding 100 points. In contrast, the average vertical leap of an NBA player is merely 70, which includes those with exceptional spring-like abilities and superstars. Lin Feng's vertical leap of 100 inches is sufficient to surpass the majority of NBA players. Apart from the extraordinary leaper Shannon Brown, who could possibly train alongside Lin Feng, the other NBA players pale in comparison. Diogu, at best, is a blue-collar center. Last season, he averaged a mere 1.5 blocks per game, primarily against players of lesser caliber. Encountering the transformed Lin Feng is simply unfortunate for him. With an impressive jump, Lin Feng elevated himself, cradling the ball in one hand, and executed a thunderous hanging dunk right over Diogu. Indeed, it was a hanging dunk. This spectacular display had once been performed by Vince Carter during a dunk contest. In actual gameplay, players seldom employ hanging dunks due to the lack of preparation time. Yet tonight, Lin Feng astonishingly completed an unparalleled hanging dunk atop Diogu. After this commanding slam, commentators Mike Breen and Bill Worrell fell silent, utterly astonished. The fans erupted in exuberant cheers, their excitement escalating with each wave. Even Kobe, positioned at the arc, was taken aback. While he recognized Lin Feng's talent, he never anticipated such a breathtaking performance right upon his entrance. Oh my! This young Chinese player is extraordinary. What is his name? Please, tell me his name, exclaimed a white girl in the front row, swaying her alluring hips. This play completely captivated the skeptical fans who had previously questioned the coach's decision to substitute the experienced Derek Fisher with a young Chinese player. Was he truly superior? The answer resoundingly proved that he was indeed better. Youth is a formidable asset. With a forceful hanging dunk, Lin Feng concluded this offensive sequence. His name is Lin Feng, said to be from Huaxia, the same country as Yao Ming. Finally, someone responded to the inquisitive girl. Wow, he is absolutely amazing, so agile. From this moment on, I am his fan, she exclaimed, blowing kisses towards Lin Feng on the court. His striking red hair was undeniably cool. She mused that she too would sport red hair the next day. The ladies screamed for Lin Feng, while some male fans became enamored with his flamboyant red locks, contemplating adopting a similar hairstyle. Lin Feng could feel the fervor of the fans. He was elated inside, though his expression remained composed. The NBA stage had been his dream since childhood. Now he finally stood on this hallowed ground, in pursuit of a long-held aspiration. Chapter 32, Single defense on Richardson. Teammates rushed over, exuberantly celebrating with Lin Feng through a flurry of playful pummeling. Odom swiftly wrapped his arms around Lin Feng's head, delivering a couple of hearty pats, his dark visage illuminated with astonishment and reverence. OMG, Lin, you are simply incredible. Your vertical leap is astonishing. We initially underestimated you. Indeed, Lin, your extraordinary jumping ability should not go to waste without participating in the dunk contest. It would be a grave oversight. I strongly recommend you enter this season's dunk contest. You're undoubtedly destined to be the champion, chimed in Brevin Knight, endorsing Lin Feng's potential in the contest. The recent thunderous, one-handed dunk he executed was nothing short of phenomenal. Lin, if you decide to partake in this season's dunk contest, you ought to seek advice from the master. After all, he claimed that honor back in 1997. Odom advised Lin Feng, suggesting he consult Kobe. Kobe approached Lin Feng, a hint of surprise flickering in his deep-set eyes, yet a smile of appreciation graced his lips. He patted Lin Feng on the shoulder and remarked, Lin, I believe they are correct. Your leaping ability and artistry in dunking rival that of Vince Carter. Should you enter the dunk contest, I am confident the title will belong to you. Thank you for the praise, Master, Lin Feng replied with a smile, adding, but for now, let us focus on winning this game. Let us go, Odom shouted, while the Na'vi Bynum regarded Lin Feng with a wide-eyed wonder reserved for a mythical creature. He had been active in the paint, and he witnessed Lin Feng's powerful, gravity-defying dunk most clearly. His heart swelled with awe. This small guard from Huaxia was indeed remarkable. Bynum, somewhat lacking in common sense, was akin to what the Chinese might call a bit dim-witted. As a time traveler, Lin Feng is acutely aware that Bynum clinched the championship title in 2009 and 2010, followed by a selection to the All-Star Game in 2011, which subsequently propelled his market value to new heights. Regrettably, he could not sustain his basketball prowess. Over time, his passion for extravagant hairstyles, coupled with a series of reckless behaviors, led him to gradually fade from the NBA, leaving him unwanted by any team. From that point onward, the NBA has seen no trace of Bynum. Had this headstrong youth remained dedicated to the sport, his fate might have been vastly different. Returning to the court, Lin Feng executed a powerful dunk, narrowing the deficit to just 2 points. The Lakers now trailed the Warriors by 16 points, with the fourth quarter just beginning. Logically speaking, the score could be reclaimed. By intensifying their defense and accelerating their offensive rhythm, a surge of 8-0 or even 10-0 could potentially level the score, or even turn the tide against the Golden State Warriors. Defense. Focus on defense, Kobe shouted emphatically, embodying the role of the team's leader. He took it upon himself to guard the Warriors' top scorer, Richardson. However, due to fatigue, Kobe found himself somewhat exhausted. Observing this, Lin Feng approached Kobe and whispered, Boss, let me take Richardson. Kobe raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Lin Feng volunteered to guard Richardson. It was important to note that Richardson was no easy adversary. He possessed the ability to drive and shoot, making him exceedingly challenging to contain. You're stepping up? Yes, I am. Lin Feng nodded, urging, trust me with my defense. He won't score as easily as he did in the first half. All right, I believe in you. Kobe smiled once more, realizing that inviting Lin Feng to join the Lakers was indeed a wise decision. This young man exhibited remarkable grit and a sense of responsibility by volunteering to defend against the Warriors' most formidable player. Commentator Mike Breen remarked, "We have now reached a critical juncture in the game. We just witnessed that Asian kid say something to Kobe, and he actually requested to guard Richardson. Perhaps that dunk instilled him with confidence." It's worth noting that Richardson is not a player to be trifled with. He can drive and shoot with exceptional proficiency, leaving little room for error in his offensive game. This Asian player's willingness to take on a one-on-one defense is commendable. But let us not forget that Kobe is the Lakers' finest defender. Bill Worrell added, "Let us hope this Asian player can effectively contain Richardson's scoring while facilitating the overall team offense. If he fails to do so, the Lakers may suffer a defeat in their season opener." Two commentators expressed skepticism regarding Lin Feng's height of 189 centimeters, believing it insufficient to effectively contain Richardson. In the eyes of both fans and commentators, the optimal choice would be to assign Kobe, a multiple-time all-defensive team member, to guard Richardson. However, it is acknowledged that if Kobe exerts too much energy on defense, he may be hindered on the offensive end due to fatigue. Nevertheless, this is the burden of greatness. Those who excel often carry a heavier load. Now, with Lin Feng newly joined to the Lakers, he takes the court for the first time, shouldering some of the pressure from Kobe, thus bringing a sense of warmth to emotional fans. "Go, Lin. We support you. Though we may not have known you initially, we hope you become the soul of the Los Angeles Lakers." The fans shouted as Lin Feng approached Richardson with a calm demeanor. Richardson, initially intimidated by Kobe's defensive prowess, was now met with a different challenge. Every player in the league is aware of Kobe's defensive skills. His quick footwork and accurate anticipation make it nearly impossible to escape his grasp, instilling a profound sense of pressure. However, facing an Asian player now, Richardson scoffed at the notion, thinking it a gift of easy points. "You? Guarding me? Have you been weaned yet?" Richardson's arrogance was palpable, and despite Lin Feng's impressive dunk over Diogo moments earlier, he dismissed Lin as inconsequential. In the realm of competitive basketball, the frequency of dunks does not determine success. The NBA is filled with flashy dunkers, yet these athletes do not always secure victories. To put it bluntly, dunkers do not necessarily earn championship rings. Therefore, Richardson's disdain for Lin Feng was rooted in a logical assessment. Observing Lin's shorter stature, he thought, "Is this really the player meant to restrict me? What a delusion. An Asian dwarf? Bring it on. I'll score 15 points over you." With a haughty demeanor, he declared, "Remember, I'm talking about 15 points in a single quarter." He bent low, shifting his weight, always on the lookout for an opportunity to break past Lin and score. He considered the Lakers' decision to have Lin guard him an affront. What merit did this unknown Asian player have to enter the NBA? What capabilities did he possess to limit Richardson defensively? Perhaps it was divine courage bestowed upon him. Chapter 33. The top 5 plays of tomorrow are released. Shit. The Lakers clearly do not respect us, sending an Asian monkey to guard Richardson one-on-one. The Warriors team was incensed, shouting, "Richardson, destroy that Asian monkey. Just wait and see. I will make him crumble on defense." Richardson, renowned for his explosive drives, was a formidable threat whenever he penetrated the paint, with his layups and mid-range shots posing significant danger. "Lin, it's your turn. Contain him." Kobe positions himself on the wing, ready to receive the pass. Lin Feng focused his mind, keenly observing Richardson's penetrating movements. He first obstructed his path, making it challenging for him to dribble, and then applied relentless pressure in close quarters. Indeed, Lin Feng's defensive tactics bore a striking resemblance to those of Kobe Bryant. Both players adeptly sealed off the right side, where their opponents were most proficient at breaking through, and relied on their footwork to closely shadow the offensive player's steps, much like a stubborn adhesive. Richardson sensed an unusual intensity on the court. The strength of the defense was evident upon inspection. Attempting to maneuver past Lin Feng, he discovered it was no easy feat. Resorting to a behind-the-back dribble in an effort to evade Lin Feng's defensive trajectory, he still found himself thwarted. Lin Feng's footsteps moved with remarkable swiftness, outpacing his opponent. Just as he executed a deft maneuver, Lin Feng closely followed suit. Frustration surged within Richardson, prompting him to curse vehemently. In truth, his dribbling skills were commendable. From Lin Feng's perspective, Richardson's overall capabilities far surpassed those of the lackluster players in the NBDL. The unfortunate twist was that he faced Lin Feng. Not only did Lin Feng possess extraordinary speed and precise judgment, but his stamina was also unparalleled among NBA players. His energy expenditure registered an astonishing 110 points. While the average for NBA athletes hovered around a mere 85, placing him a full 25 percentage points ahead of players like Richardson. One can only imagine how such a disparity would hinder Richardson's ability to engage in a protracted contest against Lin Feng. Moreover, Lin Feng's running speed exceeded that of Richardson as well. It was astonishing that Richardson, despite employing an array of advanced dribbling techniques, including crossovers and behind-the-back moves, failed to outmaneuver this Asian prodigy. This piqued my curiosity regarding Lin Feng's true prowess. He appeared to be formidable indeed. The commentator, Mike Breen, was visibly taken aback. Among those equally astonished by Lin Feng's relentless defensive tenacity were Kobe, Odom, Bynum, and the coaching staff, including Zen master Phil Jackson and veteran player Fisher. Earlier, when Lin Feng volunteered to defend Richardson, Jackson had furrowed his brow, doubting Lin Feng's speed and explosiveness in comparison to Richardson. He believed that Lin Feng would clearly be at a disadvantage. However, the outcome left him utterly astonished. Lin Feng's defensive skills were genuinely on par with those of legends like Jordan and Kobe. NBA aficionados are well aware that Kobe and Jordan epitomize the quintessential two-way players, while other superstars often lack such defensive prowess, or rather, the same fervent commitment to defense exhibited by Kobe and Jordan. Lin Feng's defensive prowess has garnered widespread acclaim. Richardson attempted to penetrate Lin Feng's defense repeatedly, yet to no avail. In a moment of urgency, he faltered, his wrist trembling, allowing Lin Feng to swiftly snatch the basketball away. An exquisite steal. The commentator, Bill Worrell, exclaimed in response. Lin Feng has cleanly and decisively intercepted Richardson's ball. He has made an error, a nervous blunder. Lin Feng intercepted Richardson's ball and dashed towards the backcourt. Observing the unfolding scenario, Kobe swiftly pursued him. Both Richardson and the perimeter player Baron Davis were desperately trailing behind. As Richardson attempted to regain his composure, he was compelled to commit a turnover. Determined to thwart the fast break of the Asian player, Kobe followed closely. Instead of attempting a difficult shot, the Asian player passed the ball to Kobe. Oh my! An aerial connection, a flawlessly executed alley-oop. This is undoubtedly destined to be one of tomorrow's top 5 plays. The resounding cheers of over 30,000 fans filled the arena. Chi Ali. Kobe, MVP. Lin Feng, having executed a steal in single coverage, promptly capitalized on the opportunity as Kobe rapidly advanced. Lin Feng executed a swift offensive maneuver, not seeking glory for himself. Observing Kobe near the paint, he decisively delivered an aerial assist, collaborating with Kobe to score the basket. In 5 words, simply magnificent. Oh baby, you are so handsome. Kobe, you two are incredibly charming. I adore you both. His prospective girlfriend, Sue Mooching, cheered passionately from the sidelines. In both offense and defense, Lin Feng's presence was undeniable. In just 2 minutes on the court, he dazzled fans with a powerful, one-handed dunk, a steal, and an assist. He set up Kobe for an effortless alley-oop, which Kobe converted with finesse. After scoring, Kobe landed and pointed at Lin Feng, conveying a clear message. Lin, you delivered an exceptional pass. Lin Feng responded to Kobe with a gesture, and within a mere 2 minutes, the two rekindled their synergy reminiscent of their summer league collaboration. Continuing with tenacious defense, we are determined to obliterate them. With a mere 14-point deficit, catching up is far from insurmountable. Odom also appeared invigorated, his expression brimming with excitement. He seemed to foresee that with Lin Feng's addition this season, the Lakers would undoubtedly ascend to greater heights than the previous year. Kobe, I shall take on Richardson in single coverage. He is quite manageable. As Lin Feng brushed past Kobe, he spoke. All right, Lin, I entrust this person to you. I shall focus on the offense. Understood, Kobe, came Lin's response. Lin Feng once again faced off against Richardson in a singular defensive role, yet this time, he did not dare to underestimate Lin Feng. He refrained from employing his usual flashy dribbling techniques. Upon receiving a pass from his teammate, Richardson became acutely aware of Lin Feng's formidable defense. He realized that effortlessly breaching Lin Feng's guard was an impossibility. The young man's relentless defense had proven sufficient once before. After receiving the ball, Richardson secured it tightly in the crook of his arm, bending slightly as he probed Lin Feng's defensive stance. Meanwhile, Lin Feng mirrored his previous approach, maintaining close proximity, resembling an imposing mountain before him. Damn it! How much does the Lakers pay this Asian monkey for him to exert himself so tirelessly? My sports car alone surpasses your annual salary. Richardson could not restrain himself from hurling taunts, mocking Lin Feng's modest earnings. Lin Feng is impervious to trash talk. He only insults his opponents after humiliating them on the court, thereby amplifying the impact of his words. Continue your offensive. You may score this shot, but I will devour the basketball hole. Lin Feng spoke softly, nearly infuriating Richardson to death. In his rage, Richardson gradually lost his composure, disregarding everything and attempting a jump shot directly over Lin Feng. However, in the next moment, a resounding thud echoed as Lin Feng slapped the ball forcefully out of bounds. The newly activated demon block skill was deftly employed by Lin Feng. With a single, spectacular block, he completely disrupted Richardson's offensive rhythm that had been established throughout the first 3 quarters. Chapter 34. China. Lin is simply omnipotent. The fans, the players on the bench, the 2 commentators, and even Richardson himself were all left bewildered. No one could fathom that Lin Feng's defense was so ferocious. Richardson had taken a direct jump shot. His speed was swift, causing typical defenders to be unable to react in time to discern whether he would shoot or drive. Yet, Lin Feng's reaction speed was simply extraordinary. As Richardson attempted his jump shot, Lin Feng taught him a lesson, slapping the ball violently out of bounds. Oh, my goodness, was there no foul in that play? None whatsoever. It was a clean and decisive block, with no contact with Richardson's hands. The fans at the sidelines buzzed with discussion, while the referee did not call a foul. Upon reviewing the slow-motion replay, it became evident that Lin Feng's block was impeccably executed, targeting the ball directly without touching Richardson's hands. Meanwhile, Richardson, concerned about his pride, spread his arms in a gesture of innocence, complaining to the referee that Lin Feng had committed a foul, but the referee paid him no mind. The game continued, and the demon block skill provided Lin Feng with an exceptionally swift blocking response. As soon as Richardson's toes left the ground, Lin Feng followed suit, already predicting that Richardson intended to force a shot over him. He offered no opportunity for a shot. With a single demon-like block, he swatted the basketball away. The possession remained with the Warriors, as Richardson inbound the ball to point guard Baron Davis. Upon receiving the ball, Baron Davis immediately attempted a 3-pointer. Unfortunately, the shot did not find its mark, ricocheting high off the backboard. It was a high rebound, and the interior players decisively positioned themselves to contest for it. Phenom, still inexperienced, had room for improvement. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng wasted no time and swiftly ran toward the paint to secure the rebound. Everyone present was utterly perplexed. They could not comprehend why Lin Feng, a point guard, was racing into the paint. Was he actually attempting to grab the rebound? What on earth? Lin, what are you doing? The center has already positioned himself. Why are you mingling in there? The Zen master stood up, shouting in frustration at the scene unfolding on the court. Lin Feng did not respond to the Zen master. Upon reaching the restricted area, as Diogu attempted to seize the rebound over the rookie Phenom, Lin Feng unleashed his genius rebound skill. Amidst a crowd of towering figures, he successfully captured the elusive defensive rebound. Oh my goodness, Lin seems to possess boundless abilities. Offense, defense, shot blocking, rebounding. He excels in every aspect. Chi Ali is simply extraordinary. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. On the court, he is the epitome of a versatile player. Indeed, Lin, you are truly remarkable. We adore you as a player from Huaxia. We hope to see more players from Huaxia joining the NBA in the future. Witnessing Lin Feng effortlessly secure the high rebound, the fans could no longer contain their excitement, erupting in cheers for him. Kobe, Odom, Phenom, and Brian Cook, his 4 teammates, were equally astonished. They marveled not only at Lin Feng's vertical leap, but also at his ability to anticipate the trajectory of the basketball. He stood to the left of Diogu, keenly observing the ball's bounce and descent, which landed right above his head. Lin, you are incredible. Your rebounding skills are phenomenal. With that red hair and the 3 band-aids on your face, are you perhaps emulating the rebounding king, Sakuragi Hanamichi? Odom inquired, his expression one of sheer astonishment, as he increasingly recognized Lin Feng's prowess. Lin Feng smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. After securing the rebound, he did not rush to pass the ball. Instead, he orchestrated the offensive play, sounding the clarion call for a counterattack. Richardson, now visibly agitated, took it upon himself to guard Lin Feng personally, mimicking Lin Feng's earlier maneuvers. He closely shadowed him like a persistent adhesive. Suddenly, Lin Feng executed a dramatic change of direction, attempting to bypass Richardson in one swift move. The latter quickly adjusted his footing to keep pace, only to realize it was a feint. In an instant, Lin Feng executed a behind-the-back dribble, returning to his original position. This maneuver, often showcased in highlight reels by Allen Iverson, was a display of audacious prowess. The move, known as the crossover, is a signature skill that Iverson takes great pride in. What technique did Lin Feng just employ? Commentator Mike Breen was utterly astonished, exclaiming, if I'm not mistaken. That was Alan's signature crossover. Bill Worrell shared in the excitement, affirming, indeed, that the crossover Iverson frequently employs in his games. It's simply unbelievable that Lin could also execute this move. Who taught him? Did Iverson personally instruct him? It's astonishing, truly astonishing. My interest in this Asian player grows with each passing moment. He is undoubtedly tonight's MVP. Absolutely the MVP. The dynamics between commentators Bill Worrell and Mike Breen shifted remarkably within the span of a single game, from initial jesting at Lin Feng to genuine admiration. Even Kobe was taken aback. He had previously remarked that today's young players have no inkling of how formidable Iverson was in his prime. Throughout his career, Kobe and Iverson were fierce rivals. In the 2001 NBA Finals, it was Iverson who led the 76ers to a stunning victory over the formidable Lakers in Game 1, marking the Lakers' first playoff defeat. This was Allen Iverson, the lone hero in the hearts of countless fans. Deep down, Kobe harbored admiration for Iverson. Yet at this moment, Lin Feng, a rookie just promoted from the NBDL, was making his Lakers debut and had just executed Iverson's signature crossover. How could this not astonish Kobe? His eyes widened in disbelief. After using Iverson's signature move to shake off Richardson, Lin Feng swiftly took a shot, solidly sinking a mid-range jumper to conclude the one-on-one encounter. With this effort, the Lakers had narrowed the gap from an initial 18-point deficit to just 12 points, having closed the distance by 6 points. And all of this was attributed to one individual, the Asian player who had initially been the subject of mockery by Americans. Lin, you are truly remarkable. A deity of the game, possessing unmatched prowess. The fervent fans are exuberantly celebrating, captivated by the brilliance of this match. Such exhilarating contests are worth any price. Even if tickets soar to $10,000, their unwavering support compels them to attend every game. In the subsequent period, the Golden State Warriors head coach, the venerable Nelson, reluctantly called a timeout. Without this pause to recalibrate their strategy, the game could slip beyond their grasp, leading to a humiliating defeat for the Warriors tonight. Chapter 35. The decisive shot of life and death upon returning from the timeout. The Golden State Warriors indeed experienced a remarkable transformation. Under Nelson's devised tactics, they aimed to avoid confrontation with Lin Feng, as he had discerned that the true star of the evening was not Kobe, but rather an obscure Asian player. Previously, such a talent was unheard of in the NBA. Initially, few regarded Lin Feng as a threat, with the Lakers still wary of Kobe. However, Nelson soon realized that this Asian player seemed invigorated, challenging his strategies, potentially leading to their downfall. Consequently, Nelson formulated a new strategy, urging his team to abandon the obsession with isolation plays and to mobilize collectively, implementing a system reminiscent of the Kings' famed Princeton offense. This approach, once propelled by the dazzling white chocolate Williams, had previously yielded impressive results, nearly toppling the formidable Lakers in the Western Conference Finals. However, the Warriors, lacking familiarity with the Princeton system, executed it clumsily. This provided Lin Feng with the opportunity to intercept a pass, disrupting the Warriors' flow. Predictably, overly obvious or excessive passing becomes susceptible to interception. With the ball in hand, Lin Feng accelerated, his speed leaving defenders in the dust. The Warriors had no hope of catching up as he surged into the paint, delivering a spectacular windmill dunk for the ecstatic crowd of over 30,000 fans. Unsurprisingly, this dazzling display elicited a chorus of cheers and applause. In the fleeting moments of the fourth quarter, Lin Feng single-handedly scored 6 points and assisted Kobe with an alley-oop. As the game progressed, the Lakers' staunch defense enabled them to finally equalize the score. The Warriors' strategy of off-ball cuts was effectively countered by the Lakers, leaving them bewildered and unsure of how to proceed on the court. Particularly, Richardson, once the Warriors' leading scorer, found himself thoroughly disrupted by Lin Feng's tenacious defense. Having underestimated his opponent, he managed only 2 points, both from free throws. As the gap between scores narrowed under the combined efforts of Kobe and Lin Feng, the entire Warriors team grew increasingly anxious. After Richardson converted 2 free throws, Lin Feng inbounded the ball to Kobe, who executed his signature fadeaway jumper. The basketball swishing through the net with grace, still as elegant and picturesque as ever. Once, a fan expressed that watching Kobe play is truly a delight. A sentiment Lin Feng does not dispute. Kobe and Jordan, they're among the most graceful players to ever grace the court. As the fourth quarter progressed, Kobe gradually regained the stamina that had seemed elusive unleashing a barrage of offense that culminated in 2 pivotal three-pointers. This effort successfully leveled the score, bringing the Warriors and the Lakers to a tie of 95-95. The teams were back to square one, poised for a fresh start. The Warriors, not to be outdone, executed a masterful team play that resulted in a three-pointer. With only 30 seconds remaining in the match, Lin Feng, under the pressure of a defender, made a decisive jump shot from beyond the arc, once again equalizing the score. This moment evoked the exquisite essence of Tracy McGrady's signature pull-up shots. If we can successfully thwart their next offensive push, victory will be within our grasp. Kobe quietly approached Lin Feng and spoke, expressing his trust in Lin Feng's abilities and viewing him as the heir apparent for the future. Kobe, what do you suggest we do to defend? Lin Feng understood that Kobe was a player who had been selected multiple times for the all-defensive first team, possessing an exceptionally seasoned defensive prowess. In a hushed tone, Kobe shared a few words with Lin Feng, who nodded in comprehension. Let us secure this defensive play, and then we shall seek an opportunity to deliver the final blow against the Warriors. At the outset, grant me the possession. I will draw their defensive fire. If you find yourself in an excellent position, I shall pass the ball to you. People often criticize Kobe for being a solitary player, yet they fail to grasp the essence of his character. Throughout his illustrious career, he lacked a clutch player with a formidable heart by his side, compelling him to rely on his own abilities. During his collaboration with Shaquille O'Neal, although O'Neal dominated the paint, he was not a player known for clutch moments. The only true ally he had in such scenarios was the seasoned Derek Fisher. Now, however, there was another, Lin Feng. In Kobe's eyes, Lin Feng was more than capable of fulfilling the role of a closer, as he recognized Lin Feng's exceptional mental fortitude. Like himself, he possessed a resilient heart. Players endowed with such courage are best suited to execute game-winning shots. If one cannot withstand the pressure, they're ill-equipped to take the final shot. A mere distraction or shout could leave them trembling and dazed. How could one then hope to secure victory? It would not be a decisive blow to the opponent, but rather a self-inflicted failure. Kobe urged Lin Feng that he would attract the double team, and if Lin Feng found himself in a favorable position, he would pass the ball for the decisive shot. What do you think? Is there pressure in taking the final shot? Or rather, do you dare take it? Kobe fixed his gaze intently on Lin Feng. Throughout his career, he had revealed that some former teammates had indeed shied away from such critical moments. His inquiry into Lin Feng's courage served as a means to gauge his reaction. Lin Feng smiled faintly and calmly replied, "Boss, feel free to pass me the ball. If I miss, I shall reflect in solitude in the locker room." "Haha, splendid. I relish your tenacity as a player," Kobe responded with a pleased smile. At that moment, the Staples Center was engulfed in waves of speculation, as everyone debated what Kobe had whispered to Lin Feng. The game continued, and the Warriors regained possession. Richardson gradually found his rhythm while matched against Lin Feng. He sought to create shooting space for mid-range shots, employing swift, precise tactics to force Lin Feng to keep his distance. After all, Richardson was a capable player. During the final offensive, he shielded Lin Feng and executed a successful floater for 2 points. With only 11 seconds remaining, this was the Lakers' final opportunity. Whether they could triumph over the Warriors in the opening match hinged on this last play. The Zen master called timeout, outlining a clear strategy and entrusted the final shot to Kobe. Fans worldwide knew that when the Lakers trailed and time was scarce, the decisive shot would invariably be assigned to Kobe. After the Zen master emphasized his strategy on the clipboard, the 5 Lakers players took to the court. Coach Nelson, having anticipated this, instructed 2 players to double team, while another guarded Lin Feng on the wing. The remaining trio, Odom, Bynum, and Brian Cook, could be selectively disregarded, as they posed little threat. "Focus on Kobe and that Asian kid. We will secure this game." Coach Nelson directed his team. "Rest assured, Coach, they won't find a way to defeat us. Keep an eye on Kobe and that Asian kid." "Okay, we will definitely hold them off." The Warriors were filled with frustration. Since Lin Feng entered the game, they had been thrown off balance. They could not afford to let the Lakers have another opportunity. Odom inbound the ball from the sideline, searching for Kobe, who was maneuvering through the screens. Kobe emerged, received the ball, and was closely pursued by 2 Warriors players, denying him any comfortable shooting space. Bynum moved toward the basket while Brian Cook positioned himself at the elbow for a 2-point shot. As for Lin Feng, he stood at the right wing, 45 degrees from the basket. The clock ticked down ominously. Kobe dribbled past the 2 Warriors players with only 4 seconds remaining. He found Lin Feng at the right wing, shouting, "Lin, catch the ball. It's your moment to shine." Instantly, the Staples Center fell into a profound silence. No one could have anticipated that Kobe would pass the ball, let alone to Lin Feng. Despite Lin Feng's flawless performance in this match, he was still just a rookie. Narrator Mike Breen: it is beyond imagination that Kobe has passed the ball and it led to a game-winning shot directed to that Asian lad. Can he rise to the occasion and honor Kobe's rare assist in his illustrious career? Will he make the shot? The Asian lad has taken his chance, releasing the ball decisively, without an ounce of hesitation. Oh my! Richardson leaps high, attempting to block the Asian lad's game winner, but alas, he fails. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air, hurtling toward the hoop. All eyes, every gaze are fixated on the soaring basketball. Will this three-pointer from the right wing, at a 45-degree angle, seal the fate of the Warriors? Chapter 36. Superhero at the Staples Center. An eerie silence envelopes the crowd, all straining their necks to behold whether Lin Feng's game-winning three-pointer will find its mark. It is worth noting that this is the decisive pass from Kobe to Lin Feng. The spectators cannot help but speculate about the relationship between Kobe and Lin Feng. Why would he entrust such a crucial moment to a rookie? Though he has performed admirably on the court, the title of clutch player undeniably belongs to Kobe. Swish! The basketball, soaring through the air, does not disappoint the more than 30,000 Lakers fans present. It traces a beautiful arc before the sound of a swish resonates. As it finds nothing but net. It's in. The game winner has been secured. In a pivotal moment, the Lakers have surged ahead of the Golden State Warriors, having once trailed by 18 points in the fourth quarter, from a tie to a last-second victory. It's in. He has made it. The Lakers lead by 1 point, with just 1 second remaining. Lin Feng's three-pointer can be deemed a near game winner. With 4 seconds left, Kobe has passed the ball to Lin Feng, who has successfully made the three-pointer from the right wing at a 45-degree angle, leaving the Warriors with a mere second to respond. It seems improbable that they can recover now. The score stands at 101-100, with the Lakers ahead by 1 point. An unbelievable shot. Lin. He has achieved redemption, bringing salvation to the Lakers. Kobe did not err in choosing him. He entrusted the ball to Lin, who has risen to the occasion, not disappointing Kobe, as he has sunk this pivotal game-winning three-pointer. Bill Worrell cheered exuberantly, as if the decisive three-pointer had been made by him rather than Lin Feng. Mike Breen's eyes widened in disbelief. In truth, Lin Feng was not entirely unmarked. Richardson was providing assistance on defense. However, he was not double-teamed, while Kobe faced the pressure of 2 defenders. He passed the ball to Lin Feng, who swiftly and decisively released the shot without a moment's hesitation. Fortunately, the pivotal three-pointer found its mark, allowing Lin Feng to achieve redemption. Since his entry into the game, overcoming an 18-point deficit, he delivered a critical game winner at the most crucial juncture. In this match, the true MVP belonged to Lin Feng, overshadowing even Kobe's performance. MVP, MVP, MVP. Lin, you're the MVP of Staples Center. I love you, Lin. Lakers fans were driven to frenzy. This contest was more exhilarating than a championship finals. It was thrilling, immensely satisfying, yet felt insufficient. Lin, well done. I knew I was right about you. You're a reliable clutch player. Kobe delivered the game-winning pass, one of the few he has made in his illustrious career. The reason was simple. He trusted Lin Feng. During training camp, including the Summer League, he recognized Lin Feng's exceptional mental fortitude. He was capable of executing the ultimate task of making a game-winning shot. In response to Kobe's praise, Lin Feng humbly smiled and said, "No, it was the captain's comfortable pass, and I found the right moment to shoot. Combined with a touch of luck, and the ball went in." Lin Feng spoke the truth. He possessed a lucky bracelet. The purpose of this bracelet was to assist in executing a game-winning shot. His attribute board indicated a luck value of 50, implying that Lin Feng had a 50% chance of clinching victory against the Warriors. However, to Kobe, this sounded more like a humble and modest disposition. He ruffled Lin Feng's hair and chuckled, remarking, "You Chinese are all quite modest. I noticed this trait in Yao as well." Lin Feng smiled in response, choosing not to elaborate further. Players such as Odom, Bynum, Brian Cook, along with those seated on the sidelines like the venerable Derek Fisher, Smush Parker, and JaVale McGee, rushed towards the heroic Lin Feng, surrounding him in a jubilant celebration. With just 1 second remaining in the game, the Warriors executed a baseline throw, resorting to a desperate long-range shot. Regrettably, the ball failed to find its mark. Throughout the match, the Warriors had maintained dominance over the Lakers, only to be overturned at the most critical moment, their faces etched with disappointment and fury. Such is the nature of competitive sports. For every victor, there must be a vanquished. The entire Warriors team became a mere backdrop to Lin Feng and Kobe's triumph, having succumbed to a last-minute defeat. As the game concluded, Lakers fans did not disperse. They continued to chant MVP fervently. Lin Feng only appeared in the fourth quarter and did not score many points. Yet, his efficiency rating on the court was the highest among the entire team. Kobe amassed 30 points, 5 assists, 7 rebounds, along with 2 steals and 1 block in this match. Statistically, Kobe's performance was the most illustrious, followed closely by Odom. Old Fish Fisher also made a notable contribution, seemingly scoring around 15 points. Lin Feng's recollection was somewhat hazy. Nonetheless, the Lakers had secured a triumphant start, filling him with immense joy. This evening's hero was undoubtedly Lin. Before departing from Staples Center, Kobe gestured to his teammates, indicating that Lin Feng was the true star of the night. As Lin took to the court in the fourth quarter, he almost single-handedly disrupted the Warriors' offensive rhythm. The Zen Master was quite pleased, astonished by Lin's remarkably high efficiency upon his entrance. He contemplated whether to elevate Lin from a bench player to a starter in the upcoming match against the Phoenix Suns. Should Lin assume a starting position, it would necessitate some compromise from the seasoned Fisher. As the team returned to the locker room, the fans at Staples began to disperse. Lin's prospective girlfriend, Sue Mooching, radiated happiness and pride. With a partner as extraordinary as Lin, she had every reason to feel elated. Throughout their journey, she chattered excitedly, increasingly enamored by Lin's masculinity. "Baby, you were absolutely phenomenal tonight, as if a deity had descended upon us. I adore you and hope you can exhibit such ferocity in our next game against the Phoenix Suns. Darling, that is a certainty. Last season, the Lakers faltered against the Suns, and now it is our time for revenge." Lin Feng and Sue Mooching engaged in a leisurely conversation as they returned to the locker room to take a shower. Naturally, within the confines of the locker room, Lin Feng was once again showered with praise from his peers. Buoyed by the victory, he gradually found his place within the Los Angeles Lakers. After freshening up, he emerged to face the media for interviews. Kobe was present alongside Lin Feng, and numerous media outlets lined up to interview him, seemingly overshadowing Kobe's prominence. Lin Feng's responses remained consistently understated. The media reporters posed the most frequent inquiry: what was the sensation of executing the game-winning shot? One playful reporter even asked Kobe why he chose to pass the decisive shot. In previous times, such a notion would have seemed unfathomable. Kobe passing the ball for a game winner? How could that be? In critical moments, Kobe usually embraced the courage to take such shots. Yet tonight, he entrusted Lin Feng with the opportunity. This perplexed the reporters. When did Kobe become a player known for passing? Kobe's answer was succinct. He trusted Lin Feng, believing in his ability to execute the final play. It was as simple as that, entirely based on instinct. Trusting Lin Feng, he handed over the chance to make the decisive move. Lin Feng did not disappoint. He sank the game-winning shot, sending the Golden State Warriors home in disarray. Chapter 37. A rising reputation. The following day, the Los Angeles Sports Times, as anticipated, featured Lin Feng's name once again. The nationally televised match between the Lakers and the Warriors solidified in the minds of Los Angeles residents the image of an Asian youth with flamboyant red hair, sporting 3 Band-Aids on his face, wearing Air Force One sneakers, and donning the number 10 purple and gold jersey. Far away in Houston, Yao Ming also watched the live broadcast and perused the news on ESPN. At Yao's restaurant, he visited as usual for a meal with a laptop before him, scrolling through real-time news that prominently featured the Lakers game against the Golden State Warriors from the previous night. In a pivotal moment, Kobe delivered an extraordinary assist, and Lin Feng made the game-winning shot, clinching a narrow victory over the Warriors. During the first 3 quarters, the Warriors had maintained a stronghold over the Lakers, leading everyone to believe they were destined to win. However, one young man from China refused to accept that fate. He entered the game in the fourth quarter, disrupting the Warriors' offensive rhythm and almost single-handedly turning the tide, securing a triumphant start for the Lakers. Is he exceptionally talented? Yao Ming took a bite of his noodles, a smile creeping across his face. Is he one of us from China? Previously, Yao had never heard of Lin Feng and was unaware of his background. He simply found it intriguing to see an Asian player shining on the NBA stage. After all, the NBA is a realm dominated by Americans, where their prowess in basketball far exceeds that of Asians. Lin Feng, like many others, possesses black hair and yellow skin, yet he shines brilliantly in the NBA, having delivered a decisive victory that sent the Golden State Warriors home. As he contemplated the possibility of encountering you during a game against the Lakers, Yao Ming closed his laptop and murmured softly. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in the night of Huaxia, mainstream media outlets were abuzz with reports about the emerging prodigy. This young talent, through investigations by CCTV, was revealed to be an American of Chinese descent. Having moved to Los Angeles at the tender age of 6 or 7, his parents were American merchants, and he developed a profound passion for basketball from an early age. His ascent to the NBA can be attributed to Kobe Bryant, who brought this young man, named Lin, into the league from the NBDL Development League. This revelation sent ripples through Huaxia, although, strictly speaking, Lin Feng's origin does not classify him as a true Huaxia person. He is ultimately Chinese. His story provides ample material for discussion, and domestically, he can indeed be celebrated, especially with the Lakers games set to be broadcast more frequently than those of the Rockets. This exceptionally talented Chinese youth is destined to garner a significant number of loyal fans in Huaxia. Consequently, major media outlets vied to cover his story, and even smaller websites sought to capitalize on clicks and views by comparing Lin Feng to the towering Yao Ming. In no time, Lin Feng became a household name not only in Los Angeles, but also across the distant ocean. Many young people back home became aware of a fellow named Lin Feng, an American of Chinese descent who had just joined the Lakers and clinched a thrilling victory against the Golden State Warriors in his first regular season game. Impressive, impressive, impressive. Who is Lin Feng? He is incredible. I watched yesterday's game, and it was truly astonishing. Wow, did you all see that? At a crucial moment, Kobe passed the ball. Who is Kobe? He actually passed it to that guy named Lin Feng. And Lin Feng, with a swift motion, sank a three-pointer right through the net, sealing the game against the Warriors. Unbelievably impressive. Beyond Yao, can anyone still claim that Asians cannot play in the NBA? Now another Lin Feng has emerged. Did you see that? He can indeed play in the NBA. Why are you all so excited? Let us be honest. Lin Feng is a Huaxia person. He is merely an American, so calm down, all right? What he plays has nothing to do with us. I still support Yao. If anyone dares to disparage Yao in this forum, I will take them down. Come and face me if you dare. This is the basketball section of a well-known domestic forum, where the number of posts has been rapidly increasing. All because Lin Feng made a game-winning shot against the Golden State Warriors yesterday, combined with the domestic media's extensive coverage of him, has propelled his name to overnight fame, akin to the Linsanity phenomenon that would emerge 6 years later. Of course, in 2006, the NBA had yet to adopt the moniker Linsanity. People were first introduced to a young man named Lin Feng, who was embarking on his extraordinary journey in the NBA. Praise often coexists with disparagement, a phenomenon frequently observed in the cultural landscape of China. The forum buzzes with lively discussions as comments and posts proliferate incessantly. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who resides in Los Angeles, he has garnered considerable fame back home. Major media outlets vie to feature his story. Following a victorious game last night, Lin Feng was in high spirits. After completing his interview, he received a notification from the system. For securing an opening win for the Lakers, he was awarded 1,000 points. For his clutch performance as the decisive player, he garnered an additional 500 points. Lin Feng opened the system panel to check the number of points he had accumulated. Upon inspection, he discovered that his points had reached a total of 2,500, a sum that could be exchanged for a myriad of items. Lin Feng glanced around the system marketplace. Apart from a few healing potions, there was scarcely anything else available. His current level was insufficient, as the marketplace was divided into 10 tiers, and he had only just unlocked the second tier. If he were to activate the 10th tier marketplace, it was likely that an abundance of valuable items would await him. Lin Feng eagerly anticipated the transformative power of the Divine Ball system, which had unlocked the level 10 marketplace, undoubtedly promising even greater surprises ahead. He casually exchanged for a bottle of physique elixir within the system store and consumed it. Although his physical prowess was already formidable, boasting half the strength of the legendary Hanamichi Sakuragi, he still felt it insufficient. His explosive power paled in comparison to that of Sakuragi, who, in the original manga, could crush another's hand like a tender braised pig trotter. Currently, Lin Feng's explosive potential still fell short of Sakuragi's, as he had yet to achieve complete similarity in his role. Upon consuming the physique elixir, an invigorating sensation coursed through him, and Lin Feng felt an explosive force surging through his limbs and body. His well-defined muscles became even more pronounced. With 8 distinct abdominal muscles sculpted into perfection, it was time to commence his training. Lin Feng murmured to himself, having recently developed a passion for physical training. He engaged in running, push-ups, sit-ups, leg exercises with sandbags, and lifted weights with great fervor. Anything that could enhance his physical prowess was pursued by him. From dawn until afternoon, he immersed himself in his workouts, only taking a brief respite when his girlfriend, Su Muqing, called to inquire if he wished to dine. Shortly after concluding the call, Lin Feng spotted a white BMW approaching, which was indeed Su Muqing's vehicle. She had brought dinner, but as she alighted from the car, Lin Feng suddenly sensed that someone was following her. A Mercedes SUV trailed closely behind the BMW and came to a halt. Two Caucasian young men, smirking, advanced toward Lin Feng and Su Muqing. Chapter 38. Dare you insult our Chinese culture? Blake, I told you. This woman has already found herself a man. Do you still not believe it? Now, do you? The young man on the right mockingly addressed Blake, seemingly taunting him for being oblivious. Blake and Su Muqing were classmates, having met at the University of Southern California. Over the years, Blake had persistently pursued Su Muqing, yet his affections were unreciprocated. She had repeatedly turned him down, but Blake remained undeterred, determined to win her over. Today, while bowling with some friends, Blake learned from his companions that Su Muqing was involved with an Asian man. Enraged by this revelation, he abandoned the game, summoned his friend Smith, and began to follow Su Muqing, eventually tracing her to Lin Feng's residence. He then witnessed Su Muqing, with a food container in hand, gracefully approaching Lin Feng. Damn it! Blake was infuriated, and upon hearing Smith stoke the flames of his anger, he could barely contain his rage towards Lin Feng. Lusha, is this the gigolo you're keeping on the side? He asked, truly unattractive. Your taste is dreadful. Blake fumed, referring to Su Muqing by her English name, Lusha, as she was known among their peers at USC. Lin Feng also possesses an English name. He merely finds it unnecessary to introduce himself in such a manner. As a descendant of the Yin and Huang, why would he require an English name? Henceforth, he shall be known solely as Chia Lin. Su Muqing turned in astonishment, discovering Blake and Smith, and she immediately furrowed her brow, coldly stating, "What brings you two here? Shouldn't I and Smith be present? If we weren't, would you not be consigned to the company of that Asian monkey tonight?" Blake harbors a deep-seated racial bias. In America, discrimination remains a stark reality. He looks down upon those of Asian descent and holds even greater disdain for African Americans. Although Su Muqing is of mixed heritage, her fair complexion leads Blake and Smith to perceive her as predominantly Caucasian. She bears a striking resemblance to her mother, Paulina, who is undeniably a white woman. Damn it, Lusha, we simply cannot comprehend what this Asian monkey possesses that could possibly rival Blake. Smith, a close confidant of Blake, was indignant upon learning that Su Muqing had found a partner, voicing his support for Blake. What does it matter to you? Su Muqing shot the two of them a glare, dismissing them further, and turned to Lin Feng with a gentle smile, saying, "Baby, I apologize. I was unaware they were following me. They're my classmates. Oh, it's of no consequence. These two are rather bothersome." Lin Feng and Su Muqing conversed in Chinese, a language incomprehensible to Blake and Smith. "Lusa, have you also been immersed in this linguistic transformation? This is America, not China. I implore you to speak in English. For heaven's sake." Blake was in a fit of anger, and the dialogue between Su Muqing and Lin Feng in an unintelligible tongue only exacerbated his irritation. "I simply cannot fathom how such an absurd language as Chinese exists in this world. Chinese is undoubtedly the most dreadful language on the planet, bar none." Provoked, Blake began to denigrate the entirety of Chinese culture. Lin Feng's veins coursed with the illustrious bloodline of the Yin and Huang. How could he allow a fool to insult his culture? Without uttering a word, he sidestepped Su Muqing and approached Blake, delivering a sudden and forceful slap. The sharp crack echoed as Blake, caught entirely off guard, felt the full force of Lin Feng's strike. His seemingly robust physique spun around in a complete circle, eyes sparkling with stars, his head swirling in dizziness. Clearly, Lin Feng's slap was more than Blake could withstand. "Leave," Lin Feng coldly declared after delivering the stinging blow to Blake's face. "The Chinese language is not something you two fools can mock at will. I will count to 3. Get out of my sight immediately, or I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson in humility." "How dare you, you damned yellow-skinned monkey, strike Blake!" Smith exclaimed, his anger boiling over as he raised his hand, intending to defend Blake. However, to Lin Feng, Smith's movements appeared feeble and sluggish. "Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you possess? In our homeland, even an elderly lady's punch would be swifter than yours." Lin Feng effortlessly blocked the attack, his hand resembling a vice as it firmly grasped Smith's incoming fist. With a resounding thud, he tightened his grip, unleashing a powerful force that crushed Smith's hand. A piercing scream erupted from Smith's lips as he could not withstand the terrifying strength exerted by Lin Feng. To Su Muqing's astonishment, Smith's hand was held tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds as his joints nearly dislocated under Lin Feng's vice-like grip. The hand was now a vivid red, swollen and misshapen, reminiscent of the scene in Slam Dunk, where Sakuragi Hanamichi crushed a rival's hand in a school brawl, transforming it into what appeared to be a roasted pig's trotter. "Ah, it hurts. Damn it, let go. My hand is swollen." Smith continued to wail in agony, while Blake was utterly helpless, having just endured a resounding slap from Lin Feng, leaving him dazed and with stars dancing before his eyes. "Next time, you two fools, dare you insult our Chinese culture again?" Lin Feng did not release his grip, holding on tightly as Smith's palm began to swell. He could distinctly feel the pressure. "No, no more. I truly cannot bear it. Please, let go." Smith was on the verge of tears, having never encountered someone with such formidable strength in his life. It felt akin to the grip of a vice. "Useless. Get lost." Lin Feng lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to Smith's abdomen, sending him sprawling. "And you get lost as well. Should I ever hear you two insult Chinese culture again, or stalk Muqing, I shall break both of your legs." Lin Feng, with a fierce expression, instilled fear in Blake and Smith. Neither of them were skilled fighters, nor did they possess the ferocity of the boxing champion Mike Tyson. After receiving a lesson from Lin Feng, they could only swallow their pride and retreat. "Let's go quickly." The two hastily scrambled into their vehicle, tails between their legs. Standing not far away, Su Muqing gazed at Lin Feng with her sapphire blue eyes sparkling like stars. "This guy is undeniably handsome. Not only is he exceptional on the court, but he also fights with such intensity. It truly captivates her. Baby, I've realized you're increasingly resembling Sakuragi Hanamichi, even in your fighting prowess." Her expression was filled with admiration. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained silent. After driving away Blake and Smith, he suddenly heard the system's notification echoing in his mind. Ding! The system detected that the host is convincingly embodying Sakuragi Hanamichi, enhancing the authenticity of the roleplay. "Congratulations, the similarity to Sakuragi Hanamichi has reached 55. Your basketball skills and physical abilities have improved, activating a new skill, Court Dominator." Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? A new skill, Court Dominator? What purpose could this serve? In Chapter 39, the revenge battle of the new season, he encountered the Phoenix Suns once more. After pondering over the new skill Court Dominator for quite some time, Lin Feng still could not decipher its significance. He felt that this skill might only be useful in brawls, especially since he had acquired it after fending off the two fools, Blake and Smith. Setting that aside for now, it was time to eat, as his girlfriend had brought him a heartwarming dinner. "Darling, what delightful dishes have you brought for me?" Lin Feng displayed a smile, for he had gradually developed a sense of reliance on Su Muqing. Having a beautiful girlfriend who always considers him by his side is truly a heartwarming affair. "It's all your favorite Chinese dishes that I specially brought for you." "Thank you, darling." Lin Feng was deeply moved as he opened the lunchbox, which indeed was filled with his favorite Chinese dishes. After indulging in a delightful feast, he felt invigorated, brimming with energy. Upon returning to the house, the two embraced tenderly for a moment before Su Muqing departed, mentioning that she needed to conduct interviews with the team that evening. Lin Feng did not attempt to retain her. Su Muqing had her own professional commitments. He sat down to watch some footage, analyzing the playing style of the Phoenix Suns. In the upcoming match, the Los Angeles Lakers would face the Phoenix Suns on their home turf. On October 19, 2006, the entire Lakers team arrived by plane in Phoenix, often referred to as the Valley of the Sun. The Suns' home arena, located in the heart of the city, is known as the U.S. Airways Center, though it is also commonly called the America West Arena due to a name change. In 2006, it was still referred to as the America West Arena. This venue accommodates 20,000 spectators, which is 10,000 fewer than the Staples Center, home of the illustrious Lakers. Given that Phoenix does not quite hold the same status as Los Angeles. At 8:15 that evening, the Lakers team arrived in Phoenix. The game was scheduled for 10:30, and their early arrival was intended to allow the athletes to familiarize themselves with the venue, practice their shooting, and stretch. Last season, the Lakers and the Suns were fierce rivals. Led by Kobe, the Lakers had suffered a devastating defeat to the Suns, leaving them with a bitter taste of defeat. Fans well acquainted with Kobe's character are aware that he is one to settle scores promptly. With the memory of last season's turnaround by the Suns still fresh, Kobe was determined that the Lakers not only win tonight's regular season game, but do so in a spectacular fashion. On the airplane, Kobe sought out Lin Feng, emphasizing the necessity for a spectacular performance that evening, aiming to vanquish the Phoenix Suns. With the team leader, Kobe, expressing such sentiments, Lin Feng was invigorated and ready to conquer the Suns. The entire team donned their uniforms in the locker room, with Lin Feng proudly wearing the purple and gold number 10 jersey, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to dismantle the Suns. That year, the Suns were fortified by star players such as Steve Nash, Amare Stoudemire, and the agile Shawn Marion. In addition, they boasted talents like Boris Diaw, Leandro Barbosa, and Thomas. Their head coach, Mike D'Antoni, was a staunch advocate of the fast-paced offensive strategy. Notably, during that season, the Suns had little reliance on a center, with Thomas being their sole option. D'Antoni, who fervently championed small ball tactics, believed that the presence of a center in the paint would hinder the forward's offensive capabilities. Consequently, Thomas rarely took to the court, and the Suns primarily executed their strategy through the high-low pick-and-roll involving Nash and Stoudemire. Following the screen, Stoudemire would cut to the basket, capitalizing on Nash's exceptional vision to orchestrate the team's offensive flow. The Suns placed minimal emphasis on defense, engaging their opponents in a battle of offenses. Once their offensive rhythm was established, few teams could thwart the Suns. However, should their offense falter, the absence of a center for rebounding and defensive intimidation often led to their downfall. Having spent the previous night analyzing game footage of the Suns, Lin Feng had become intimately familiar with their offensive schemes. Neutralizing Nash and Stoudemire would effectively cripple half of the Suns' capabilities. Shawn Marion and Boris Diaw were both versatile players. Diaw excelled at spot shooting, possessing virtually no offensive blind spots, often lurking in the shadows to deliver unexpected strikes. If Stoudemire struggled to find his rhythm, Nash would typically pass the ball to Diaw for the finish. Meanwhile, Marion's role leaned towards defense and rebounding. Standing at only 2.01 meters, his wingspan was remarkably long, rivaling that of a center, earning him the affectionate nickname the Matrix among fans. Coupled with his rather comical shooting form, reminiscent of a gorilla, this moniker became widely recognized in the NBA. Having thoroughly studied the Suns' offensive strategies, Lin Feng understood that the key was to stifle the synergy between Nash and Stoudemire, rendering them effectively unreachable. Once these two were neutralized, the Suns would become manageable. Inside the West Coast arena, Lin Feng practiced shooting for half an hour before engaging in warm-up exercises. Unbeknownst to him, Kobe approached quietly and whispered a few words. That night, the Zen master made a bold decision, appointing Lin Feng as a starter while relegating veteran Derek Fisher to the bench. This decision did not sit well with Fisher. Yet, respecting the Zen master's authority, he dared not voice his discontent. As the game commenced with the tip-off, Lin Feng, maintaining a stoic demeanor, declared, "Brown, take a seat. I will handle the jump ball." Kwame Brown was momentarily astounded, gazing at Lin Feng with an amused expression, secretly thinking how amusing it was for someone of his stature to insist on jumping for the ball. However, Kobe supported Lin, instructing him to take the jump ball while he stepped back. Reluctantly, Kwame Brown ceded the jump ball position to Lin Feng. The commentator for this match was the legendary NBA announcer, Albert. Witnessing this astonishing scene, he was left utterly amazed. Grasping the microphone, he exclaimed, "Oh my, this is simply astonishing." Lin has actually requested Kwame Brown to step back as he approaches the center circle to contend for the jump ball. His partner, Jerry Allen, equally astonished, echoed into the microphone, "I feel the Lakers have truly lost their minds, relying so heavily on this little Asian fellow." In the previous match against the Golden State Warriors, we cannot deny that this Asian player had a remarkable impact, dealing a heavy blow to the Warriors. Yet tonight, they faced the formidable Phoenix Suns, who ranked second in the Western Conference last season. Do Kobe and Jackson truly believe that a single Asian player can achieve revenge tonight? Clearly, that is implausible. The Suns boast a far more luxurious roster, featuring Nash, Stoudemire, along with well-rounded players like Marion and Diaw. I can confidently assert that tonight's match, before commentator Jerry Allen could finish his thought, the referee tossed the basketball high into the air. As Lin Feng seized the moment, his leap was remarkably quicker than that of the long-arm Marion by a full beat. Before Marion had even launched himself into the air, Lin Feng was already suspended midair. Observant spectators noted that while Lin Feng took off earlier, he touched the ground later than Marion. What does this imply? There exists but one plausible explanation. Lin Feng defied gravity, utilizing his formidable core strength to execute a suspended jump ball. He deftly cradled the basketball, soaring through the air into his embrace. Indeed, this was no mere jump to pass the ball. He directly seized the basketball mid-flight. In Chapter 40, Lin, you taught me to share the ball. This audacious method of jumping for the ball was unprecedented in the entire NBA league. Fans, commentators, and coaching staff alike were left astonished, their wide eyes fixated on the sole Asian player on the court, distinguished by his black hair and yellow skin. Good heavens, how did he accomplish this? How did he transform a jump ball into a rebound? Everyone was taken aback, speculating whether this young man had taken performance enhancers, as his physical prowess was simply extraordinary. Marion, the long-armed player, was momentarily stunned. Traditionally, he was the one to secure possession during jump balls due to his inherent advantage and lengthy reach. A mere nudge would typically grant him the ball. Yet tonight, Marion was outmatched. Not only did this Asian prodigy leap impressively, but he also managed to suspend himself in midair. Truly astonishing. Lin Feng secured possession of the ball, undeterred by the jeers from the crowd. In Phoenix's home arena, the spectators could hardly tolerate an Asian player displaying such audacity in America. Some fervent fans vociferously claimed that Lin Feng's jump ball constituted a foul and demanded a redo. After a brief deliberation, the referees concluded that Lin Feng's action did not constitute a foul. He had not intentionally made contact with Marion, but had instead utilized his extraordinary leaping ability to gain possession first. Following discussions with the head referee, Luke Bass, it was determined that Chia Lin's jump ball was legitimate, and the game proceeded as normal. Now, Chia Lin had crossed half-court, opting not to initiate an offensive play, seemingly in no rush. Was he preserving his stamina? He passed the ball to Kobe, who faced Marion's defense. Oh my! Kobe unleashed his signature move, a fadeaway jumper. Unfortunately, his aim was slightly off tonight, and the shot did not find its mark. As the first quarter unfolded, the two commentators began their exuberant commentary. With Kobe's miss, the rebound was claimed by Amare Stoudemire, who swiftly passed to Steve Nash. How would Nash orchestrate the offense? He chose to pass to the perimeter, where Dia attempted a three-pointer, but alas, it too was off target. It seems, dear viewers, that none of our players have had a proper meal tonight, as their shots all fell short. Perhaps their energy has been expended on other pursuits? The American commentators were quite entertaining, their spirited delivery adding to the atmosphere of the game. Notably, one of the commentators was the legendary NBA voice, Albert. Albert observed the game intently as Dia's three-point attempt missed and Lin Feng secured the rebound. His ability to anticipate the trajectory of the rebound was impressive. The skill of a genius rebounder is not merely for show. After claiming the rebound, Lin Feng passed the ball back to Kobe. He was not in a hurry to score, allowing the team leader, Kobe, to take the spotlight, knowing full well that Kobe was almost obsessively dedicated to offense. Entrusting the rhythm of the attack to him would not disappoint the team. This time, Kobe did not squander Lin Feng's pass. Facing the lengthy Marion, he executed a back-to-the-basket move, overpowering Marion with ease for 2 points. Yes, yes, yes. Kobe's exquisite low-post play, enhanced by his dreamlike footwork, left the commentators in awe, exclaiming yes thrice in admiration of his stunning offensive display. It had begun. Kobe was in full swing. D'Antoni appeared confident in Marion's one-on-one defense, opting not to double-team Kobe. This allowed Kobe to effortlessly score another 2 points, showcasing his impeccable footwork in a perfect finish. Commentator Albert lavished praise on Kobe's performance. Lin Feng exchanged a gesture of camaraderie with Kobe, subtly acknowledging the elegance of Kobe's playing style. As Kobe executed a back-to-the-basket move, overpowering Marion, Nash, the leader of the Suns, watched with a hint of frustration. In the next offensive play, rather than passing to Stoudemire, he collaborated with Marion, facilitating Marion's descent into the paint. After a feint that deceived Kwame Brown, he soared for a thunderous dunk. Yes, Marion retaliated with a powerful slam. As both teams engaged in a fiercely competitive back and forth, each side exerting maximum effort. Thus, in a fiercely contested match, the Lakers and Suns commenced with palpable intensity. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, the Lakers held a slender 2-point lead. Kobe, dribbling the ball while glancing at the timer, noted that only 11 seconds remained on the shot clock. He intended to let the time dwindle before executing his final shot. At this juncture, the entire world was aware that in the dying seconds, Kobe would not pass. He charged into the paint, attempting to force his way through, but the Suns had anticipated his move, surrounding him with 3 defenders. Just then, a voice rang out from the perimeter. Kobe, I'm open. In midair, Kobe twisted his body and passed the ball, targeting none other than the Asian prodigy. The previous match against the Golden State Warriors flashed vividly in memory, where In a critical moment, Kobe had entrusted the ball to Lin Feng, who delivered a clutch game winner. This evening, Kobe again distributed the ball to Lin Feng, prompting the two other Suns players to frantically converge upon him. Yet, Lin Feng, receiving Kobe's pass, remained unfazed, decisively taking the shot from the arc. Unlike the last game, this time he stood at the top of the key. With two Suns players rushing towards him, Lin Feng disregarded their presence, aimed at the hoop, leapt with vigor, and flicked his wrist, sending the basketball on a graceful trajectory through the air. All eyes were fixed on the soaring ball. Swish! As anticipated, the ball found the net with perfect precision, a flawless swish. The sound of the ball brushing against the net was the sweetest melody in the world. With the basket made, Lin Feng solidified the Lakers' position. His three-pointer from the arc extended their lead, bringing the score to 25-20, with the Lakers ahead by 5 points. Lin, that was beautiful. I knew you could make it, Kobe exclaimed with enthusiasm, waving his arms in celebration. Lin Feng smiled gently, his face radiating ease as he remarked, I must express my gratitude for the boss's pass. It was delivered with such finesse, leaving me utterly unmarked. Laughter echoed in the air as Lin Feng's words resonated. The solitary black Mamba chuckled in response, saying, Lin, you may be unaware, but in times past, I harbored a strong aversion to relinquishing that damn ball. Ever since your arrival with the Lakers, I have embraced the art of sharing possession. For that, I owe you my thanks. Lin Feng was instantly amused, surprised that the bloodthirsty black Mamba could also have a playful side. In this relatively relaxed atmosphere within the team, Lin Feng's confidence grew with each passing moment. He firmly believed that as his synergy with Kobe improved, it was merely a matter of time before they dispatched the Suns, sending them home to fish. Chapter 41. The invincible Lin-Kobe duo. As the second quarter commenced, Lin Feng did not take the court. Master Zen instructed him to rest for a moment while the seasoned Derek Fisher, as a substitute, stepped onto the floor. Fisher, a conservative point guard, primarily focused on orchestrating the offense, feeding the ball to Kobe for him to finish. It must be noted that Fisher's efficiency on the court could not possibly be compared to that of Lin Feng. Initially, the Lakers held a 5-point lead. But once Fisher entered the game, his defensive shortcomings allowed Nash and Stoudemire to execute their intricate plays with ease. The lone effort of Brian Cook was insufficient to thwart Stoudemire's relentless attacks. By the end of the quarter, Stoudemire had scored 15 points, with Diaw and Marion also contributing with three-pointers. In this scenario, the Lakers transformed from a 5-point lead to a 7-point deficit against the Suns. As the second quarter concluded, Master Zen once again called upon Lin Feng, for his offensive and defensive efficiencies far surpassed those of Fisher. The third quarter began with the score at 48-55, as the Lakers trailed by 7 points. Upon entering the game, Lin Feng meticulously marked Nash, rendering him and Stoudemire effectively disconnected. While reviewing the game footage at home, Lin Feng discerned this crucial point. As long as he could stifle both Stoudemire and Nash, the Suns would not pose a formidable threat. Simultaneously, Nash advanced past midcourt, his dazzling footwork and ball handling eliciting waves of applause from the crowd. As the prodigy of the wind, his passing and shooting abilities were remarkably adept. Whenever Stoudemire had an opportunity, he would seize it. In the absence of such chances, Nash was quite capable of concluding the game on his own. His floaters, mid-range shots, and three-pointers remained significantly intimidating. Lin Feng has begun to take the game seriously. As the third quarter unfolds, if he does not focus, there is a genuine risk of the Suns emerging victorious. He must defend with utmost vigilance, denying them any opportunities for mismatches. Should a mismatch occur, an immediate switch in defense is imperative. Lin Feng assumed the role of the cerebral mastermind for the Lakers, orchestrating his teammates' efforts. In this particular play, Kobe was tightly guarding Nash, forcing Lin Feng to navigate the paint. Brian Cook was thoroughly overwhelmed by Stoudemire throughout the night, prompting Lin Feng to question the reliability of his defense. He gestured towards Diaw, stationed in the corner beyond the arc, instructing Brian Cook to take on the task of guarding him, thus assigning him a relatively simple responsibility. Although Cook appeared somewhat reluctant, the reality remained that Lin Feng had become a formidable ally to Kobe, and despite his unwillingness, he had no choice but to comply. Allow me to take on the challenge. Lin Feng stood at the periphery of the 3-second zone, facing off against Stoudemire, defending him one-on-one. Despite Stoudemire's advantages in height and weight as a power forward, Lin Feng exhibited no fear. Commentator Albert, observing the scene, exclaimed, "We can see that the Lakers have commenced a full court press, with timely and vigorous defensive switches. Moreover, Lin is directing Brian Cook to guard Dial on the perimeter, while he personally takes on Stoudemire. Darling, you are a tad overconfident. Stoudemire is no ordinary player. He has matured into a formidable force, averaging 20 points, 6 rebounds, and 4 blocks per game. Lin Feng's audacious one-on-one defense against such a player could lead to his downfall. As Albert's commentary concluded, a wave of derisive laughter erupted within the West Arena. Suns fans believed Lin Feng was indeed overly arrogant. One-on-one against Stoudemire? Who does he think he is? Shaquille O'Neal. Stoudemire's physical prowess, height, and wingspan far surpass Lin Feng's. How could he possibly defend him? Stoudemire, dominate him. Show that arrogant Chinese kid who's boss. Yes, Stoudemire, don't tell us you're so tall and strong that you can't handle a smaller player. Stoudemire, take him down. This victory must belong to us. The entire West Arena was abuzz, and the fans were infuriated at the sight of Lin Feng's presumptuous defense against Stoudemire. It is important to note that Stoudemire and Nash are revered heroes in Phoenix. Fans could not bear to watch their idol being stifled by a Chinese player. Hearing the shouts from the commentators and the fans ignited a fire within Stoudemire. He received the ball on the left side, backing down Lin Feng, dribbling a few times, trying to leverage his height and physicality to overpower the smaller Lin Feng. However, to his astonishment, he found it was not so simple. After pushing against Lin Feng with considerable force, it felt as if he were trying to move a mountain. He was unable to budge Lin Feng. Damn, this kid is so strong? Stoudemire was taken aback, never expecting that the seemingly slender Lin Feng possessed such remarkable strength. I refuse to believe I can't overpower you. Growing impatient, Stoudemire abandoned the direct confrontation and instead pivoted, facing the basket, intent on overpowering the shorter Lin Feng. As he spun on his right foot, intending to dominate Lin Feng, another commentator, Jerry Allen, remarked, Stoudemire fakes, but Lin Feng remains unfazed. Another fake, yet Lin Feng still does not move. He merely raises his hand to obstruct Stoudemire's shooting space and line of sight. Oh no, this is a disastrous isolation play for Stoudemire. He's been blocked by Lin Feng, who stands at only 189 centimeters. The atmosphere was electrifying as the crowd witnessed the initial confrontation between little Stoudemire and Lin Feng. Stoudemire, attempting to leverage his physical advantage, turned his back to the basket, seeking to overpower Lin Feng. However, he soon realized that he could not budge Lin Feng. Turning to face the hoop, he prepared for a forceful attack, even feigning twice, yet Lin Feng remained unfazed. Just as Stoudemire could no longer contain himself and went for a layup, Lin Feng seized the moment, executing his signature move, demonic block, delivering a spectacular rejection that sent Stoudemire's basketball soaring into the air. This block was nothing short of exquisite. It was a clean play, devoid of any fouls, with a single swipe sending Stoudemire crashing to the floor. On the sidelines, Coach D'Antoni shook his head in dismay, surprised by Stoudemire's ineffectiveness, unable to score against even a guard. Meanwhile, the deflected basketball was swiftly caught by Kobe Bryant, who deftly dribbled past Nash and surged towards the basket, culminating in a breathtaking 180 slam dunk, securing 2 points for the Lakers. This magnificent defensive play and the seamless collaboration between Lin Feng and Kobe ignited a wave of exhilaration among millions of viewers watching from their screens. Across the ocean in China, countless fans were captivated as they witnessed Lin Feng's singular defense against Stoudemire, the impressive block followed by Kobe's stunning dunk that concluded the play. Instantaneously, the school cafeterias erupted in jubilation. Over 80% of university dining halls were broadcasting this match live, with students enjoying their meals while engrossed in the game. As Lin Feng delivered the block and Kobe executed his dunk, deafening cheers resonated through every university cafeteria. Wow, Lin Feng is truly formidable. His synergy with Kobe is utterly unbeatable. I am convinced that the Lakers will secure a place in the championship this season. I used to be a Rockets fan, supporting the Yao McGrady duo, but now I find myself backing the Lin-Kobe partnership. Following the departure of Shaquille O'Neal, this new duo seems poised to clinch the championship. Impressive. Truly impressive. I have immense respect for Lin Feng. As long as he is on the court, nothing seems insurmountable. Indeed, however, I worry about Big Yao. If he and McGrady face Lin Feng and Kobe, I wonder if they can triumph over the Lakers. It's hard to say. McGrady is plagued by injuries, and Big Yao's condition isn't ideal either. Honestly, when I think about the Rockets facing the Lakers, I can't shake the feeling that the Rockets might struggle. You're right in your analysis. While the Yamagrady duo is undoubtedly strong, it's unfortunate that they are both dealing with injuries. In contrast, the Lin-Kobe combination appears even more formidable, perhaps even surpassing the legendary Shaq-Kobe partnership. In every university cafeteria, discussions thrived regarding the superiority of the Yamagrady duo versus the newly emerged Lin-Kobe partnership. After extensive analysis, fans have concluded that the Lin-Kobe duo possesses a slight edge. The Yao Ming partnership is hindered by injuries, and should they encounter a healthy Lin-Kobe combination, a defeat to the Lakers seems inevitable. In Chapter 42, The Mamba's Disciple, the fervent fans across the ocean in China jubilantly celebrate the prowess of the Lin-Kobe duo, while the supporters of the Suns in the Western Arena fall into an abrupt silence. It is beyond imagination that Lin Feng, whose height and weight are overshadowed by Stoudemire, managed to deliver a resounding block on him. The force of the rejection was so overwhelming that Stoudemire found himself sitting on the floor. This incident left Stoudemire utterly humiliated, causing his already dark complexion to deepen in shade. Lin, your defensive prowess rivals your offensive skills. Having you on our Lakers team feels like a stroke of fortune. Odom extolled Lin Feng, sensing that even if he were to engage in a one-on-one against Lin Feng, he would gain little advantage. Guarding him? A trivial task. Lin Feng exhibited an air of nonchalance, reminiscent of the early 2006 to 2007 season when Stoudemire's individual offensive skills were still rather rudimentary. In Lin Feng's recollection of the time traveler's memories, it wasn't until the 2008 to 2009 season that Stoudemire truly evolved. Presently, he averages over 20 points per game, attributed to the expansive opportunities afforded by D'Antoni's fast-paced offensive strategy, along with Nash's exquisite passing. Certain NBA players thrive solely within a specific tactical framework. When placed in an alternative system, their performance often falters. It is only the true superstars who can adapt seamlessly to any tactical approach, such as Jordan, Kobe, McGrady, Iverson, and Anthony. These illustrious players possess exceptional one-on-one capabilities, consistently scoring over 20, even 30 points per game, despite the absence of a premier playmaker or a structured system. Just the other night, while analyzing the Suns game, Lin Feng discerned this very truth. Stoudemire heavily relies on the fast break strategy and, more so, on Nash's assists. Without Nash's facilitating, Stoudemire's effectiveness diminishes significantly. This understanding granted Lin Feng the confidence to defend Stoudemire one-on-one, ultimately delivering a resounding block. We observed that the Lakers have found their rhythm, with Lin Feng blocking Stoudemire, while Kobe initiated a fast break. The Lakers now trailed the Suns by only 5 points, and the contest remained fiercely competitive. Albert, watching the game, provided live commentary, adhering to the established defensive strategy. Cook, you focus on Dia. Ensure he doesn't have the opportunity for a three-pointer. I will take Stoudemire one-on-one, and Kobe, you are tasked with obstructing Nash. Lin Feng, akin to the cerebral core of the Lakers, orchestrates the roles of his teammates on the court. Meanwhile, the long-armed Marion assigns the task of defense to the substitute Bynum. Kobe, increasingly impressed by Lin Feng's composure and high basketball IQ, voices no objections. In the ensuing match, Kobe intends to closely guard Nash, denying him any easy shots. Forced into a corner, Nash opts to pass the ball to Stoudemire, who struggles to secure it. In a bid for positioning, Lin Feng engages in a physical contest with Stoudemire. Initially, Stoudemire believes that his superior athleticism will allow him to easily push Lin Feng aside to receive the ball. However, when confronted with Lin Feng's formidable strength, Stoudemire finds it increasingly difficult to secure the pass. In this near hand-to-hand struggle, Stoudemire gradually succumbs, his energy depleted, leaving him with little strength to continue challenging Lin Feng. After 2 failed attempts at isolating plays, one resulting in a block by Lin Feng and the other a careless fumble that led to the ball going out of bounds, the referee awards possession to the Lakers. As Lin Feng did not touch the ball, Stoudemire had knocked it out. Bynum inbounds the ball to Lin Feng, who advances past half-court, seeking an offensive opportunity. With just 1 minute remaining in the third quarter and both teams tied, a successful shot would grant the Lakers the lead. As he dribbles, Lin Feng gestures for his teammates to spread out, creating space for his isolation play. Observing this, Kobe steps aside, eager to witness Lin Feng's efficacy in one-on-one situations. In the past, it was Kobe who directed his teammates to clear out, facilitating his own isolation. Now, Lin Feng mirrors this strategy. This amusing turn of events only deepens Kobe's admiration, as he notices Lin Feng's defensive zeal, competitive spirit, rigorous training, and most importantly, his courageous heart. Having his teammate with such qualities is a stroke of good fortune. However, if Lin Feng were an adversary, he would undoubtedly be a nightmare for the Lakers. Lin Feng signals for his teammates to clear the area, preparing to take on Nash, who is tasked with defending him. Lin Feng exudes a fighting spirit reminiscent of Kobe. Reveling in the isolation play, let us observe how Lin Feng navigates the challenge against Nash. The commentator Jerry Allen cast his gaze upon Lin Feng, who was engaged in a duel at the arc with Nash. Suddenly, the seemingly languid Lin Feng sprang into action with astonishing speed. His acceleration was remarkable, and Nash's defense left much to be desired, perhaps due to his lackluster physical attributes, rendering him an inadequate defender. Lin Feng nearly slipped past him in a single stride, leaving the entire arena in a state of astonishment. The spectators clearly witnessed Lin Feng executing a crossover, a signature move often employed by Allen Iverson, as he deftly bypassed Nash. Stoudemire, who had been thwarted twice by Lin Feng's previous maneuvers, was now seething with frustration. Seizing the moment, he aimed to return the favor with a resounding block, but alas, his hopes were dashed. As he approached to assist defensively, Lin Feng remained unfazed, weaving through with a series of exquisite dribbles, effortlessly maneuvering around Stoudemire before decisively releasing a leaning jumper that swished through the net. Oh baby! Lin Feng's brilliance was undeniable. His dazzling display of ball handling, reminiscent of Allen's butterfly through flowers, was simply mesmerizing. To cap it all off, he mimicked Kobe with a smooth fadeaway jumper, sending the ball securely through the hoop. Goodness, this young Chinese prodigy is nothing short of extraordinary. Commentators Albert and Jerry Allen were left utterly speechless, much like the 20,000 fans in attendance, including those seated on the benches of both the Lakers and the Suns, who were all rendered wide-eyed in amazement. In this round, Lin Feng's solo performance could be described as a synthesis of the finest skills from various masters, with Iverson's signature crossover and a graceful dance that evaded Stoudemire. He executed a flawless fadeaway jumper to effortlessly secure 2 points. In that moment, the onlookers regarded Lin Feng with an awe akin to that reserved for a marvel. Even Kobe himself shook his head in disbelief, unable to fathom when Lin Feng had acquired the art of the fadeaway jumper or Iverson's dazzling maneuvers. Lin, you consistently bring us unexpected delights with every game. Kobe could not help but express his admiration. Lin Feng humbly smiled and remarked, "Boss, this is your credit. During the training camp, I borrowed your signature fadeaway. I hope you won't mind." "Ha, of course I don't mind. I can only say you executed it well. However, I feel your release point on the fadeaway could be a touch higher to prevent others from blocking your shot, considering you're not as tall as I am." Kobe sincerely offered his advice, generously imparting wisdom to the younger generation. In Lin Feng's recollection, after retiring, Kobe promptly established the Mamba Academy, nurturing talents such as Kyrie, DeRozan, Doncic, Tatum, Booker, George, Giannis, Leonard, and Trae Young. Therefore, Lin Feng felt a sense of gratification as he learned Kobe's fadeaway. For Kobe admired every player who strived for self-improvement. Chapter 43, a tribute to Peak Jordan with an aerial layup. With the conclusion of the third quarter, the Lakers once again achieved a lead. Lin Feng not only showcased an impressive display of skills, but also sank a crucial three-pointer just before the conclusion of the third quarter. The Lakers maintained a firm grip on their lead, and as the fourth quarter commenced, both teams engaged in a fierce battle. The previously subdued Amare Stoudemire gradually regained his form. Facing Lin Feng's defense, he no longer played timidly, but instead adeptly utilized his skills to score. However, regrettably, the Stoudemire of 2006 was still rather inexperienced. He evaded Lin Feng's block, yet due to interference, his layup went awry. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly grabbed the rebound and darted towards the Suns' territory. It is noteworthy that since Lin Feng joined the Lakers, the traditionally methodical team has become proficient in fast breaks. With his remarkable acceleration, he surged ahead in just a few strides. Once he initiated his movement, catching up with him was akin to chasing a dream. The long-armed Marion quickly retreated on defense, and his teammates followed suit. Lin Feng observed his teammates' movements from the corner of his eye, realizing that no advantageous opportunities were available. Thus, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. In the opening of the fourth quarter, Kobe was substituted out by the Zen Master. After all, even a great player is not forged from steel and requires rest. With the absence of Kobe, the team's primary scorer, Lin Feng felt that passing to others would be futile. Confronted by Marion's swift defense, he hesitated not a moment, charging towards the paint with remarkable speed. Was Lin Feng truly intent on going solo? Marion quickly closed in, with Nash trailing closely behind, yet Lin Feng opted against passing. Did his lack of faith in his teammates stem from Kobe's absence? He soared for a thunderous dunk. Goodness, could this be the Asian airman? Lin Feng's vertical leap was astonishing, seemingly rivaling that of Jordan himself. Marion was not about to let him score unchallenged. He leaped in an earnest attempt to block Lin Feng's dunk. Despite Marion's height and wingspan advantages, even with Lin Feng's impressive jump, the shot would face significant interference. What? Could my eyes be deceiving me? In midair, Lin Feng astonishingly transformed his dunk into a reverse layup. Such a maneuver I have only witnessed from Michael Jordan. Truly unbelievable. Commentators Albert and Jerry Allen were so astounded they rose from their seats. The thousands of fans in the arena were left in sheer disbelief as they witnessed Lin Feng sprinting towards the Suns basket, initially poised to dunk, only to face Marion's desperate leap for a block. In such a scenario, had Lin Feng insisted on dunking, he would likely have been thwarted. Even if by some stroke of luck he avoided the block, interference was inevitable. Yet, in this critical moment, over 20,000 spectators bore witness as Lin Feng audaciously converted his dunk attempt into a reverse layup. This echoed the unforgettable moment in 1991 when his airness faced the Los Angeles Lakers in the finals, executing a breathtaking move that stunned basketball fans worldwide, transforming a dunk into an extraordinary reverse layup. Years have passed, yet Jordan's reverse layup remains a topic of admiration among countless fans. Why is this so? Because this extraordinary reverse layup, accomplished by no other player since Jordan, has become legendary. And tonight, in what appeared to be an ordinary regular season game, a diminutive guard from China achieved this remarkable feat, paying homage to Jordan's prime. As the ball swished through the net, the entire arena erupted in a frenzy. Even the most ardent Suns fans began to cheer for Lin Feng. Lin, could you possibly be the legendary extraterrestrial? You've defied the laws of gravity. Lin, you're absolutely phenomenal. I heard you joined the Los Angeles Lakers on a minimum contract. Come to Phoenix, and should you choose to join us, we shall undoubtedly offer you the most lucrative contract imaginable. You are truly remarkable. Chia Lin, I extend my sincerest apologies to you and your compatriots. Initially, I presumed that you only excelled at table tennis. My prior judgments were indeed misguided, and I should not have underestimated your prowess. Lin, is there any extraordinary maneuver that you cannot execute? The crowd at the West Coast Arena erupted in astonishment, while Kobe, resting on the sidelines, gazed at Lin Feng with a mixture of disbelief and admiration. The acrobatic layup he executed in midair, a feat Kobe had attempted in training with a success rate of merely 30%, left him in awe. Even someone as formidable as Kobe would hesitate to claim absolute certainty in achieving such a daring maneuver. It is widely acknowledged that, in terms of natural athleticism, Kobe falls short of Jordan. Jordan possesses a higher vertical leap, larger hands, and superior athletic capabilities. Yet, Lin Feng accomplished what Kobe could not, inspiring wonder and reflection. He furrowed his brow, contemplating whether he himself could replicate Lin Feng's remarkable mid-air layup. Kobe, you have indeed found a treasure. This individual could be the key to your championship aspirations. As Kobe sank into contemplation, the voice of the Zen master broke through his thoughts. Indeed, Kobe nodded slightly, acknowledging the wisdom of the Zen master's words. With Lin Feng on the Lakers, the quest for the championship this season seems all but assured. I heard that initially, Kupchak was reluctant to sign Lin Feng. The Zen master inquired further. Kobe confirmed with another nod, revealing that Kupchak had been hesitant at first, and it was his intervention that ultimately secured Lin a minimum salary contract. The Zen master chuckled, expressing his disdain for Kupchak's lack of vision as a general manager. The Zen master spoke not out of sympathy for Lin Feng, but rather he had long harbored ambitions of becoming the general manager of the Lakers, unwilling to settle merely for the role of head coach. His subsequent interactions with Genie were driven by his desire for the managerial position, but alas, his aspirations were thwarted as Jerry Buss saw through his ulterior motives. As the game progressed, Lin Feng executed a deft reverse layup, adding 2 points to the Lakers' tally. Currently, the Lakers held an 8-point lead over the Suns, and if they continued in this vein, they were poised for a comprehensive victory, avenging last season's stunning turnaround. In truth, when Kobe returned from his rest to join forces with Lin Feng, they relentlessly overwhelmed the Suns. Ultimately, the Suns found themselves unable to recover, succumbing to the Lakers with a final score of 101-119. This victory was marked by the Suns' collapse in the fourth quarter, dismantled by Lin Feng and Kobe. In this match, Lin Feng achieved the highest score, amassing 29 points, 15 rebounds, 7 assists, 3 blocks, and 2 steals. Notably, 2 of his blocks were against Amare Stoudemire, while the other was directed at Diop. Near the conclusion of the game, Diop attempted to exploit a mid-range opportunity against Lin Feng, but Lin Feng seized the moment, swatting the basketball away with a decisive strike. For a point guard to compile such impressive statistics is nothing short of extraordinary. Kobe, in tonight's game, recorded 26 points, 8 rebounds, and 5 assists. His performance was commendable, yet when compared to Lin Feng, he appeared somewhat overshadowed. However, he remained unperturbed, focusing solely on the imperative of winning. Kobe now prioritized victories above all else. As long as he could secure the O'Brien Trophy and don a championship ring, he was willing to sacrifice a portion of his control over the game. His greatest fear was a lack of competent support. Meanwhile, Shaquille O'Neal had ventured to Miami to claim his 4th championship ring, a development that Kobe observed closely. He felt an urgent need to reach the finals and seize that elusive championship trophy, so he could silence the doubts cast upon him by the outside world. Chapter 44. Beyond the championship, all else is mere illusion. After the game concluded, Lin Feng returned to the locker room. He removed his purple and gold number 10 jersey, and, as he made his way to the bathroom, the system's notification echoed in his consciousness. Lin Feng understood that each time he led his team to victory, he would accumulate valuable points. With the Los Angeles Lakers securing 2 consecutive wins in the new season, his points had significantly increased. Now, he had amassed a total of 100 points, and, just recently, he exchanged some for a bottle of stamina potion in the system shop. Without this potion, it would be nearly impossible to execute a miraculous reverse layup tonight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leading the Lakers to 2 consecutive victories in the new season. Upon achieving 10 consecutive wins, hidden rewards shall be bestowed upon the host. As Lin Feng turned on the shower, he was suddenly greeted by the system's alert sound. Achieving 10 consecutive victories would yield a hidden reward? The nature of this reward remained shrouded in mystery, as the system offered no further details. Lin Feng could not help but feel a surge of anticipation at the prospect of leading the Lakers to a 10-game winning streak. Eager to discover what concealed reward the system might bestow upon him. Could it be the enchanting Britney Spears herself? How exhilarating! Lin Feng was quite exhilarated. The ball god system truly lived up to its reputation. This contraption was, without a doubt, an extraordinary treasure for every time traveler. After indulging in a refreshing bath, he received a call from his girlfriend, Su Muching. Owing to her commitments in Phoenix, Su Muching regrettably could not attend the match in person this evening. Lin Feng answered her call, and on the other end of the line, Su Muching was brimming with excitement. Although she could not be present at the venue, she was attentively following the live broadcast of the match. Lin Feng's extraordinary performance in Phoenix sent Su Muching's heart soaring with joy. The prowess of her man, now a hero for the Los Angeles Lakers, filled her with immense pride. Darling, even though I couldn't attend the game in person tonight, I watched it at the office, and you were simply phenomenal, especially that acrobatic reverse layup. Such a challenging maneuver could only be accomplished by someone like Jordan, yet you succeeded tonight. That is undoubtedly a spot in the top 5 plays of the day. Our company has already begun editing the highlights, and by tomorrow morning, you'll see yourself featured in the best plays montage. Sensing Su Muching's excitement, Lin Feng chuckled. I understand, you called me for this little matter. Is it not worth celebrating? Keep in mind, you've only played 2 NBA games, and you've already delivered 2 top 5 plays, the first being that alley-oop connection with Kobe. Lin Feng mused to himself. Ah, women truly are often short-sighted despite their long hair. What is there to be so astonished about? It's merely the top 5 plays. He had never paid attention to such trivialities, for like Kobe, his sole ambition was the championship title. All honors aside from the championship are but ephemeral clouds. My dear, we ought to return to Los Angeles. Are you free tomorrow morning? Yes, I'm free. What is the matter? Su Muching inquired with a hint of suspicion. Come to my place tomorrow, and then I shall take you home to meet my parents. As Lin Feng contemplated in the shower, he realized that it was time to return home for a visit. Having been away for so many days, Lin Yihai might mistakenly think of him as an unfilial son. Although, in the strictest sense, Lin Yihai was not his biological father, he felt obliged to pay a visit to his elders. Having taken over the body of the former Lin Feng, from the memories of his predecessor, Lin Feng recalled that his father, Lin Yihai, and mother, Wu Mei, had always opposed his pursuit of basketball, deeming it a frivolous endeavor with little promise for success. After all, in the United States, the realm of basketball was filled with prodigies, and the NBA was unlikely to welcome an Asian with less than stellar physical attributes. Therefore, Lin Yihai and Wu may had hoped Lin Feng would focus on his studies and eventually step into the business world to carry on the family legacy. However, the rebellious spirit of the former Lin Feng mirrored his own, as he disregarded his parents' counsel and was determined to prove himself on the basketball court. This defiance had led to a rift between him and his parents, resulting in a prolonged silence. Now, with the former Lin Feng's sudden demise and his own soul having intertwined with that body, Lin Yihai and Wu Mei were undoubtedly unaware of the truth. They were oblivious to the fact that their son was now shining brightly in the NBA, emerging as an unexpected sensation. Meanwhile, Sumukin, upon hearing that Lin Feng intended to take her to the Lin family home, was filled with excitement. "Baby, is that true? You want to take me to your house?" "Yes, tomorrow morning. We can go back together, as it has been a while since I last visited." "All right, I will come and find you tomorrow morning." "Okay, let us leave it at that. The boss is coming." Lin Feng hung up the phone and turned to Kobe, who had approached him. "Lin," Kobe called out to him. "What is the matter, Kobe?" Lin Feng inquired with a hint of suspicion. "I aspire to seize the championship title this season. I need your support. I can no longer endure an early exit from the playoffs. Damn the championship trophy and ring. I must attain them. Otherwise, the world will always believe that I lead my team less effectively than O'Neal, a notion I cannot bear." Kobe spoke candidly, revealing his true character. The more the outside world questioned him, the more motivated he became, determined to lead his team to victory and prove his worth. In his previous life, Lin Feng gained insights into Kobe's obsessive personality through social media and live streaming platforms. This individual was relentless in his pursuit of excellence, always striving to be number one. If he fell short of this aspiration, he found it unbearable. Even post-retirement, he secured an Oscar for a short animated basketball film. It is undeniable that Kobe possessed the ability to achieve remarkable success in any field he ventured into. Deep within him resided an indomitable spirit, a fierce determination that compelled him to risk everything for the sake of glory. What could possibly hinder the success of someone willing to gamble their very life for honor? The notion that obsession breeds greatness is not merely a saying. It holds profound truth. Lin Feng admires Kobe's tenacity. Even though he himself does not consider himself to be a particularly obsessive individual. His gaze lowered, he noticed the ice pack strapped around Kobe's knee, realizing that Kobe often plays through minor injuries. Reflecting on this, he inquired, "Kobe, do you have an injury to your knee?" "Yes," Kobe replied with a slight nod. "I have been undergoing ice therapy to alleviate some of the discomfort. Fans purchase tickets to witness my performance. I cannot allow such minor injuries to prevent me from playing, as that would be unfair to those who support me." Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt a slight stir within him. This sentiment had been expressed by Kobe on numerous occasions in public forums. His unwavering commitment to the game, even in the face of injury, stemmed from his desire to avoid disappointing the fans who had purchased tickets. He understood all too well that some fans had saved diligently to witness him play, and it would be profoundly unfair to them if he chose to sit out on such a day. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Kobe would never allow himself to refrain from competing. Lin Feng, with a mere thought, activated the system's marketplace and exchanged his points for a bottle of miracle bone elixir. He then retrieved it from his inventory. In a manner reminiscent of a magician's trick, he presented the elixir before Kobe, saying, "Take this potion. It will swiftly heal your knee injury, eliminating the need for further ice treatments." To put it plainly, this remedy addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. If you desire a complete recovery, you must consume this potion. Chapter 45. Is this the divine medicine of the Chinese land? Kobe was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at Lin Feng with an expression of skepticism. "Lin, what kind of potion is this?" "It is called Miracle Bone Elixir, crafted by our esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. It is particularly effective for external injuries." "Have you ever heard of our ancient medical practices?" "I have heard a little about it," Kobe replied, nodding noncommittally. Traditional Chinese medicine was once renowned across the globe, and having frequently traveled to China in recent years, Kobe was naturally aware of its remarkable efficacy. "Lin, is this remedy truly a product of your ancestors' ingenuity for treating external injuries? Is it more effective than advanced surgeries in Germany? You will know once you try it. I would never deceive you, especially since you're my teammate and, moreover, my idol." Lin Feng wore a sincere smile, and he could only lie to Kobe, claiming that it was traditional Chinese medicine. If he were to reveal the truth, that this potion was exchanged from the system's marketplace, Kobe would undoubtedly be baffled. as he was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of such a system. After pondering for a moment, Kobe accepted Lin's goodwill and inquired, "Lin, how should I use this? Is it for external or internal use?" He swirled the magical potion in his hand, opened the cap, and immediately a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. "Internal use," Lin Feng replied. "Very well. I hope you haven't deceived me. This isn't poison, is it?" Kobe joked lightly, although he was well aware that in America, Lin would never dare to administer poison to him. "Haha, Kobe, you truly have a knack for humor. We are in America. Why would I give you poison? Do I wish to endanger my own life?" "Indeed, you make a valid point," Kobe smiled, grateful for the lighthearted banter. "I hope this potion works wonders for me. I shall take it now." He brought the magical potion to his lips and drank it down. Upon finishing, he immediately felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his body, followed by a warm embrace. Astonishingly, he discovered that the excruciating pain in his knee had remarkably improved. Moreover, other minor injuries were also healing rapidly. Every athlete is acutely aware of their physical condition, and any injuries or improvements can be sensed almost instantaneously. "My goodness," Kobe exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. "Is this truly a miraculous remedy from the land of China? After taking it internally, my knee injury has completely healed." He removed the ice pack and tentatively moved his limbs, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. "Lin, I am genuinely astonished. Is this potion some kind of divine elixir? It is incredibly effective. I once underwent knee surgery in Germany, yet I saw no improvement until I consumed this potion of yours." Kobe struggled to find the words to express the miraculous nature of the potion. It was truly a dream remedy for every athlete. "Lin, do you have any more of this medicine? I would like to keep a few bottles on hand for emergencies." Kobe was captivated by its efficacy. Who wouldn't want such a miraculous remedy? After a brief pause, he continued, "Lin, please don't misunderstand. I won't ask for it for free. I am willing to purchase it. Just tell me, how much is it per bottle?" Lin Feng was taken aback by Kobe's fervent desire for the magical Danbone water. However, upon reflection, he understood every athlete inevitably faces the specter of injuries throughout their careers. Possessing this miraculous elixir would render one fearless against any ailment. Even chronic injuries could see remarkable improvement after just one bottle. Such a miraculous remedy, one could never have too many. "Kobe, if you need more, I shall gladly provide it for you. It would be remiss to discuss payment," Lin Feng offered. Kobe, however, insisted that is not acceptable. "This medicine, crafted by your ancestors, must be quite valuable. I refuse to take it without compensation. Name your price." Kobe was eager to procure additional bottles of the Danbone water. With a chuckle, Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Truly, there is no need for money. If you genuinely wish to contribute, then during your annual visits to our homeland, bring joy to the children who cherish basketball. Furthermore, assist in constructing schools and basketball courts in impoverished regions of our country. This way, your funds would not only be well spent, but would also earn you a commendable reputation in China, a win-win situation." "Haha, Lin, you are quite astute. Your proposal is indeed commendable. Henceforth, during my annual visits to your nation, I shall adhere to your suggestions. It has always been my aspiration to aid children in impoverished areas, providing them with education and opportunities to play basketball." Kobe responded heartily. "That sounds splendid. I hope the great Kobe will keep his promise. Rest assured, Lin, I shall certainly follow through. Not for any other reason, but to assist the impoverished regions of your country." Lin Feng nodded slightly, fully aware of Kobe's compassionate nature. In a previous life, during the Wenchuan earthquake, the Kobe Foundation generously donated $5 million to aid the affected regions. Although, in a certain sense, this sum did not belong to Kobe personally, the foundation was indeed established by him. It was through his name and under his auspices that the $5 million were allocated to assist the victims of the Wenchuan disaster. To put it plainly, without Kobe, that $5 million would never have reached the disaster-stricken area. "Lin, wait for my call tomorrow. I have a surprise for you." Just as Lin Feng was lost in thought, he heard Kobe's voice again. "What kind of surprise?" Lin Feng's curiosity was piqued. "You will find out tomorrow," Kobe teased. Then inquired, "Lin, do you still have any of that miraculous potion on hand?" "I do. I'll give you 3 more bottles. Keep them for now, and let me know when you run out." "Okay. I truly appreciate your generosity." Kobe appeared genuinely touched. Lin Feng once again exchanged several bottles of magic Danbone water in the system shop. The cost of this item was not exorbitant. It required merely 100 points for a single bottle, with 100 points to his name. Gifting a few bottles of magic Danbone water to Kobe posed no significant challenge. After exchanging 3 bottles for Kobe, he held them with a childlike grin. "Thank you, Lin. I shall not forget your kindness," Kobe expressed sincerely. "In your homeland, there is an ancient saying, 'A drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring.' I will repay you for this." Lin Feng smiled softly, choosing not to respond further. As a universally esteemed idol, Kobe's character was beyond reproach. He firmly believed that a Kobe dedicated to spreading the Mamba mentality across the globe would not deceive him over a few vials of potion. The following morning, before Su Muching arrived, Kobe was the first to call. Upon answering, Lin Feng couldn't help but recall what Kobe had told him the night before about preparing a surprise. A call so early in the morning. Could it be the surprise he had mentioned? "Good morning, Kobe," Lin Feng greeted with a smile. "Where do you reside?" Came Kobe's voice through the receiver. "I live in the southern suburbs of Los Angeles." "Why do you ask?" "Come to the Staples Center. I will be waiting for you," Kobe stated before abruptly ending the call. Lin Feng was left in a state of confusion, unable to fathom what surprise Kobe had in store for him. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Baby, are you awake?" "I'm here. Didn't you tell me last night that you would take me home today?" Su Muching called out. "Yes, my dear, I did say that. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Lin Feng smiled as he opened the door, revealing Su Muching outside, who had clearly put considerable effort into her appearance. Once fond of sporting hot pants, she now, quite unusually, donned long trousers. Her delicate feet were adorned with a pair of crystal sandals. On her upper body, she wore a t-shirt that diverged from her usual low-cut style. This time, it was notably more conservative. Observing the transformed Su Muching, who had shifted from a seductive demeanor to a more traditional one, Lin Feng chuckled softly. He understood that Su Muching's decision to change her attire this morning was entirely for him. After all, bringing her home to meet his parents while clad in revealing clothing would be deemed disrespectful to the elders. It is common for a young man's girlfriend to exuberantly display her sensuality in public, dressing flamboyantly. Yet, when a day arrives for her to meet his family, she often alters her previous fashion choices, opting for elegant yet modest garments to leave a favorable impression on her future in-laws. "Darling," he remarked, "your outfit today feels rather unfamiliar to me. It hardly resembles your usual style." Lin Feng chuckled as he playfully teased the transformed Su Muching. With an exaggerated roll of her eyes, she retorted, "Isn't it all for you? Returning home with you. It would be quite fitting for me to don my old attire. Look at this, it's something I just purchased. Does it look good on me?" She elegantly twirled before Lin Feng. "It looks splendid. Your figure is exquisite, your beauty unparalleled, and your charm is exceptional. Even if clad in a burlap sack, you would still radiate unmatched allure." Lin Feng lavished praise upon Su Muching's beauty. He was not a typical man. Having previously dated 3 campus beauties during his time at Jingbei University, adept at charming women. Blushing at Lin Feng's compliments, Su Muching retorted, "You're becoming increasingly smooth-tongued." With a chuckle, Lin Feng shifted the topic. "Darling, did you drive here? Please take me to Staples Center. I have something to attend to." "What is it?" Su Muching inquired. "I drove here myself." "Well then, let us use your car. My second-hand Raptor is nearly out of fuel." Lin Feng's Ford Raptor, a second-hand purchase, was acquired out of necessity for commuting between his training facility and residence. With limited income, he shyly beseeched his parents for financial assistance to buy this used vehicle. After more than 3 years of service, it is evident that it is time for an upgrade, compared to Su Muching's pristine BMW. This Ford Raptor could very well be sold for scrap. The duo drove to the Staples Center, where Kobe had been waiting for quite some time. In the presence of Kobe, Su Muching transformed into an enthusiastic admirer, eagerly requesting a photograph with him. Kobe graciously obliged, and they posed together while Lin Feng took the picture. After capturing the moment, Lin Feng returned the camera to Su Muching and turned to the beaming Kobe, inquiring, "Boss, you mentioned a surprise last night, and even called me early this morning. What is it all about?" He was utterly perplexed, having only presented Kobe with 3 bottles of magical essence. Yet Kobe insisted on orchestrating a surprise. "Lin," Kobe exclaimed, "the surprise I mentioned is that." He guided Lin Feng to the underground garage of the Staples Center, pointing to a striking red Ferrari and addressing Lin Feng with enthusiasm. Lin Feng was instantly taken aback, rendered speechless. He could not comprehend the exact implication of Kobe's words. Was this luxurious Ferrari a gift intended for him? Was this the surprise Kobe had mentioned the previous night? Indeed, it was a monumental surprise. Lin Feng was contemplating a change of vehicle, as his second-hand Ford Raptor had become untenable, with the engine and various components in dire need of renewal. "Boss, are you serious? Is this what you call a surprise?" What exactly does it mean? Lin Feng hesitated to ascertain Kobe's thoughts and could not resist inquiring further. What does it matter? This vehicle is seldom driven by me. It was gifted to me by a partner company. I already possess an abundance of such cars at home, so I'm giving this one to you. Thank you for the remarkable elixirs you provided last night. Kobe smiled and replied, when we first met, you arrived in a rather old Ford Raptor. I noticed that it was nearing the end of its lifespan and advised against driving it further, as it poses a danger. This Ferrari, which was presented to me by the manufacturer, has barely been used and is practically brand new. It now belongs to you. Kobe handed the keys to the Ferrari to Lin Feng, who stood frozen in disbelief, momentarily forgetting to respond or accept the keys. He could hardly fathom Kobe's generosity, feeling as though he were repaying a small favor with an overwhelming gift. 3 bottles of miraculous elixir had cost him a mere 300 points. Yet they had culminated in Kobe gifting him a Ferrari. This transaction was undeniably in his favor. It is worth noting that Kobe's F430 convertible Ferrari was the latest model from 2006, featuring a luxurious 4.3-liter V8 engine with full carbon fiber leather fittings. In regions like Europe and America, this Ferrari was valued at approximately $1 million, equivalent to over 6 million yuan. The thought of exchanging 3 bottles of miraculous elixir for Kobe's F430 convertible Ferrari brought a smile to Lin Feng's face, even in his wildest dreams. He gazed at the keys being offered by Kobe, hesitating as he said, "Boss, this seems inappropriate. This surprise is too weighty. I cannot accept it." Without hesitation, Kobe pressed the keys into Lin Feng's hand, insisting, "Why be so polite? Compared to the precious elixirs you bestowed upon me, gifting you a car is of little consequence." Kobe continued earnestly, "To me, a car is merely a means of transportation. I have plenty at home. With the traffic being so congested these days, I often prefer to travel by helicopter." At the mention of helicopters, Lin Feng's heart thudded. On January 26, 2020, in the United States, Kobe had boarded a helicopter to attend a game for his daughter Gianna, only to vanish from the public eye forever. Everyone faces misfortune, and ultimately, we all depart from this world. Yet, the distinction lies in the fact that while some may leave, their spirit continues to influence countless lives. Death is not an end. It is oblivion that truly signifies departure. Lin Feng could hardly contain his emotions, tears welling in his eyes. He accepted the car keys handed to him by Kobe and earnestly advised, "Boss, if there is no urgency, it would be wise to refrain from taking helicopters. When accidents occur, survival is nearly impossible. At least in a car, one stand a chance of self-preservation." Haha, it's nothing to worry about. I always take helicopters now. The traffic in Los Angeles is unbearable. Kobe paid little attention to Lin Feng's emotional turmoil, oblivious to the fact that his extraordinary and legendary life would abruptly conclude on January 26, 2020. Chapter 47. Little Feng returned in a Ferrari. Lin Feng fell silent. He had intended to tell Kobe that his magnificent life would forever be frozen at the age of 41. However, after much contemplation, Lin Feng chose to remain silent. He understood that, should he speak now, Kobe might not believe him and could misconstrue his words as a reckless curse. Alternatively, if Kobe did believe him, he would likely inquire how to break free from such a fate or whether there existed a means to evade the ominous tidings of death. Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. The essence of life is predetermined by fate. Even if he had warned Kobe not to board the helicopter on the afternoon of January 26, 2020, and Kobe heeded the warning, it is possible that he might have met his end in some other unforeseen calamity. Lin Feng is a person who believes in fate, much like the protagonist in the American film Final Destination. Upon discovering the patterns by which death claims lives, he endeavors to evade the perils of mortality. Yet, invariably, those whom death has marked do not escape its grasp. There is an ancient Chinese proverb that states, "You may evade the first day of the month, but you cannot escape the 15th." Kobe's brief life was undeniably remarkable and legendary, leaving billions of fans to cherish and commemorate him, which constitutes a profoundly beautiful conclusion. If Kobe were to choose, would he prefer a mundane existence stretching to 81 years, or a life of greatness and legend lasting only 41 years? Lin Feng firmly believes that, given Kobe's tenacious and competitive nature, he would undoubtedly opt for the latter. In his brief 41 years, he illuminated the paths of those lost in darkness, urging humanity to strive for greatness and live vibrantly. For the sake of dreams, never surrender. This embodies the Mamba mentality that Kobe upheld throughout his life. Lin Feng quietly accepted the car keys handed to him by Kobe. Having traversed back in time, he was fortunate enough to encounter the real Kobe, a magnificent gift bestowed upon him by fate. Within this extraordinary present lay a remarkable quirk. He could actually be teammates with Kobe, who gifted him a Ferrari sports car. Lin Feng felt with certainty that he must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Otherwise, heaven would not bestow such favor upon him. He stepped forward and embraced Kobe, his eyes slightly misty, a testament to the tears of emotion. Kobe, thank you. Thank you for the delightful surprise. It is one that I truly cherish. Lin Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Kobe was taken aback, then embraced Lin Feng, patting him on the back with a smile, saying, "What does this mean? As I've already mentioned, this sports car pales in comparison to the miraculous potion you gifted me. Yet I must thank you. For as you know, my old car is on the verge of breaking down." With a hearty laugh, Kobe released Lin Feng and remarked, "Now this car belongs to you. May it bring you exhilarating joy." After a brief exchange, Lin Feng drove away in the F430 convertible Ferrari gifted by Kobe, leaving the Staples Center. Now he possessed both luxury cars and beauty, with Sue mooching seated beside him. Her white BMW was parked in the Staples garage. However, the observant Sue mooching noticed that Lin Feng's eyes were slightly reddened, as if he were on the verge of tears. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired, "Baby, what is the matter? You seem as if you might cry. Is it that you don't like the sports car Kobe gave you?" "It's not because of that." Lin Feng gently shook his head. "Then what is the reason?" Sue mooching asked, her curiosity piqued. Lin Feng slowed down the car, turned his head to gaze at Sue mooching, and spoke earnestly, "My dear, if I were to tell you that starting from this year, Kobe has but 14 years of life left, would you believe me?" What'd you just say?" Lin Feng's words nearly caused Sue mooching to dive beneath the car, as she regarded him with the astonishment one might reserve for a monster. "Baby, why would you utter such a thing? Are you cursing Kobe?" "No, I am not cursing. This is simply the truth," Lin Feng asserted. Sue mooching's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she pressed him. "How could you possibly know this in advance? Can you foresee the future?" "Indeed, my dear, I can foresee it. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Kobe has but 14 years left to live." This revelation felt too surreal for Sue mooching to accept. How could such a remarkable individual, someone as extraordinary as Kobe, have such a brief lifespan? Since Lin Feng became teammates with Kobe, she had often interacted with him. In her experience, the Kobe off the court was a stark contrast to the one she observed during games. On the court, he was arrogant, proud, and exuded an air of invincibility. Yet in private, Kobe was humble, unassuming, and relatable. It was difficult for Sue mooching to reconcile the notion that this universally admired idol, who had been a beacon of excellence, would only have 14 fleeting years left since 2006. "All right, baby, I shall assume you are jesting," she finally replied, unwilling to accept Lin Feng's grim proclamation. She believed that as a professional athlete who meticulously cared for his body, Kobe would surely live to the ripe age of 80 or 90. Seeing her disbelief, Lin Feng refrained from further comment, as he too struggled to confront this harsh reality. Yet, the cruel hand of fate would not spare Kobe. Driving the Ferrari gifted by Kobe, Lin Feng took Sue mooching to Chinatown in Los Angeles, where his parents, Lin Yihai and Wu Mei, operated a business. They own a traditional Chinese massage parlor and a restaurant. From humble beginnings, when his father brought just $500 to Los Angeles, their family had endured poverty so severe that they could scarcely afford a packet of instant noodles. Nevertheless, Lin Yihai resolved to carve out a name for himself in Los Angeles. Yet, that ambition remained unfulfilled. With the family relying on their massage parlor and restaurant for a modest, yet reasonably stable income in the bustling metropolis of Los Angeles, Lin Yihai embodies the quintessential Chinese man, often silent and reticent in conversation. In contrast, Wu Mei is astute and eloquent, a perfect complement to Lin Yihai, serving as his ideal partner. Since their arrival in Los Angeles with merely $500, Wu Mei has diligently managed both household and business affairs for Lin Yihai. The couple appears somewhat aged and rustic, a stark contrast to Sue mooching's affluent parents. The Sue family enjoys a middle to upper-class status in Los Angeles, boasting an annual income exceeding $1 million, while the Lin family struggles financially, existing in a completely different echelon. Chinatown is predominantly populated by individuals of Chinese descent, where the streets are adorned with a rich cultural essence. Each storefront is embellished with vibrant red lanterns or traditional Chinese knots, reflecting their heritage. These individuals traversed oceans in the last century, seeking survival and camaraderie in a foreign land. Yet, every phenomenon possesses dualities, Alongside beauty exists darkness. In public, interactions may be cordial, yet behind the scenes, there are numerous instances of individuals undermining their compatriots for survival. Naturally, idle gossip is an inseparable aspect of life. Lin Yihai and Wu may have recently been the subject of ridicule from their Chinese neighbors. In the past century, they had ventured to Los Angeles, where their children have either gained admission to prestigious universities or embarked on careers, becoming vital pillars of American society. Their progress has been commendable. In stark contrast, the Lin family has faced challenges. Lin Feng has struggled academically and has found no success in the workforce. It is rumored that he is still pursuing basketball, an endeavor that seems unlikely to yield fruitful results. This trivial matter has led to frequent mockery from their compatriots. And over time, Lin Yihai and Wu may have grown accustomed to it. What can they do? Their son is passionate about basketball, but falters in his studies, yielding poor grades. They have decided to support his interests and allow him to develop at his own pace. Although no Chinese player has achieved notable success in basketball in America, the couple still harbors hopes that their son, Lin Feng, may carve out a modest niche in the sport. Today, with business being slow, they find themselves gathered together, engaging in casual conversation. In the Lin family's Chinese restaurant, several Chinese aunties arrived. One of them casually inquired, "Hey Mei, I heard your Xiao Feng is still playing basketball, right?" Wu Mei was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, Li Jia, my Xiao Feng is indeed still playing. It's been a long time since he last came home. His father and I have always been critical of his basketball pursuits. Perhaps he feels our lack of support. He hasn't made a name for himself on the court, which might make him reluctant to face us." Wu Mei sighed with a sense of helplessness. The aspiration for one's child to succeed is an obsession for every parent. Yet if children could pursue their passions without burdening the family, parents would not impose undue pressure. Now, Wu Mei and Lin Yihai have come to terms with it. If Lin Feng enjoys playing basketball, then let him play. Eventually, when he tires of it and realizes that there is no future in that path, he will return. However, Lin Feng's basketball endeavors have become a widely discussed topic within the Chinese community. This widespread attention is not driven by hopes for Lin Feng to achieve success in America, but rather by a desire to witness his potential failures. What a joke. A Chinese individual who lacks proficiency in anything hopes to make a name for himself on the American basketball court? Is that even conceivable? Many talented basketball players have failed to enter the NBA. What right does a Chinese individual with subpar physical attributes have? Although such remarks were not made in front of Wu Mei and Lin Yihai, many privately mocked the Lin family, especially this Annie named Li Jia, who is 2 years older than Wu Mei and has a daughter who graduated from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Her daughter is now employed in the American research sector, a field known for its generous compensation. In comparison, Li Jia's daughter and Lin Feng are worlds apart. It is only natural for Li Jia to subtly ridicule Wu Mei. After all, Lin Feng has not lived up to expectations while her daughter has thrived. An annual salary reaching hundreds of thousands of dollars is a sum Lin Feng, merely a basketball player, could never hope to earn in his lifetime. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. "Hey, look over there. Isn't that Xiao Feng?" he asked, driving a convertible Ferrari, and he asked with a beautiful girl. "Oh my goodness. Am I seeing this correctly? Wasn't it said that Xiao Feng was playing in the NBDL as a substitute, earning a mere few $1,000s a year? Barely enough to cover rent and living expenses? How could he possibly afford a sports car and a lovely girlfriend?" Chapter 48. The fool is oneself. A stone cast into still waters creates ripples. The idle folks in Chinatown turned their gazes towards the striking red Ferrari that had appeared on the street. Initially, no one imagined that the owner of this million-dollar vehicle, a vibrant red Ferrari, would be Lin Feng, a figure of much gossip within the Chinese community. Wasn't he merely a basketball player? After 2 years in the NBDL, I have yet to achieve any notable success, remaining merely a pitiful substitute. Though the NBDL serves as the developmental league for the NBA, the salaries of its players are nowhere near the level of those in the NBA. In the NBA, as long as one manages to gain recognition and boasts impressive statistics, securing a lucrative contract worth millions in the following year is almost guaranteed. In stark contrast, the most formidable players in the NBDL earn no more than $100,000 annually. The disparity in compensation, prospects, and financial opportunities renders any comparison with the NBA futile. Some jest that the NBDL is merely the scrap heap of the NBA. What prospects can one have playing in such a scrap heap league? At best, one would fare no better than the average working-class American. And to label such players as merely poor at basketball would be a gross understatement. However, Today, Xiao Feng returned home, driving a supercar and accompanied by a beautiful woman. How could this not astonish the Chinese community? Instinctively, countless passers-by turned their gazes towards the fiery red Ferrari, eager to ascertain whether the owner of this million-dollar supercar was indeed Lin Feng. The moment they looked, they were utterly taken aback. The individual behind the lavish supercar was none other than Lin Feng, the very person they often ridiculed. "Xiao Feng, is that really you?" exclaimed a middle-aged man, astonished beyond measure. He often played cards with Lin Yihai at a gaming house he established in Chinatown. Witnessing Lin Feng driving a supercar and accompanied by a stunning girlfriend left him utterly flabbergasted. "You've done well for yourself, kid. When did you acquire such a supercar? And how did you attract such a beautiful girlfriend?" "Fourth uncle, it's me." Lin Feng smiled, recognizing the middle-aged man before him, named Xie Yuqiang, who was the fourth in his family. In this part of Chinatown, younger individuals like Lin Feng affectionately refer to him as fourth uncle. "Goodness, it truly is you. My boy." Xie Yuqiang widened his eyes, fixating on Lin Feng's Ferrari supercar, astonished as he exclaimed, "Little Feng, could it be that this car belongs to you?" "Well, sort of," Lin Feng replied ambiguously. "Fourth uncle, what are you making such a fuss about?" As Little Feng returned, in the Lin family restaurant, Sister Li and several Chinese aunties, including Wu Mei, stepped outside. Lin Yihai went out to procure ingredients and did not remain in the store this morning. Sister Li and several Chinese aunties were curious about what Xie Yuqiang was up to when they suddenly caught sight of Lin Feng and Su Muqing standing nearby. "Oh, it's really Xiao Feng back again. Not playing basketball anymore?" Sister Li's smile was laden with meaning. "I told you long ago, playing basketball is a futile pursuit. That endeavor doesn't generate income. Even if it does, it's all siphoned off by others. You're not cut out for it. Aunt Li has warned you time and again, but you never listened. Now you must be regretting it, aren't you?" Li Feng grumbled. Having long dismissed Lin Feng's aspirations in basketball as impractical, it is nearly impossible for an Asian to achieve fame in the hallowed halls of American basketball. Over the years, only Yao Ming has emerged. Moreover, Yao Ming's entry into the NBA was fraught with drama. The early Domestic Basketball Association was adamant about not letting him go. It was only after Yao Ming declared that he would retire if he wasn't allowed to pursue his career in the United States that they relented. Even then, it took extensive negotiations for the Domestic Association to finally permit Yao Ming's entry into the NBA. Upon arriving in the NBA, Yao faced a plethora of challenges: the intensity of competition, the training regimen, and language barriers, among others. If a basketball prodigy like Yao encountered such hurdles, what hope could there be for Lin Feng, who is merely a petite figure yet to reach 190 centimeters, to dream of making a name for himself through basketball? The harsh reality would inevitably teach this young man a lesson in humility. It seemed evident that he had returned, unable to make it elsewhere. Li Feng speculata, and the other Chinese aunties shared a similar sentiment. "Xiao Feng, it's good that you're back. Once home, help your mother with some chores. And when your parents grow older, you can take over their restaurant and therapy business. That way, you won't have to worry about going hungry." Li Feng's sarcasm was devoid of vulgarity, yet each word was sharp and poignant. To paraphrase a popular internet saying from years later, the harm is minimal, but the insult is profound. Yes, Xiao Feng, perhaps it's time to curb those fanciful dreams. You must understand that interests are one thing, but skills are another. Skills can fill your belly and prevent you from starving. Yet interests, aside from allowing you to jump and dance, what useful knowledge do you acquire? As Li Feng finished speaking, the other Chinese aunties joined in the chorus, urging Lin Feng onward. Facing the veiled ridicule from Li Feng and the others, Lin Feng remained unfazed. Growing up in this environment, merging with the memories of his predecessor, he found this scene all too familiar. He was indifferent. Had it not been for his guilt over occupying Lin Feng's body, he wouldn't have appeared in Chinatown at all. After all, Wu Mei and Lin Yihai were not his true parents in any meaningful sense. "Aunt Li, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I have already entered the NBA to play." After a brief moment, Lin Feng spoke slowly, his tone remarkably calm, devoid of any fluctuations. The group of women, including Li Feng, were taken aback, their mouths agape in astonishment. "What? This young man has made it into the NBA? How is that possible? Would the NBA truly welcome someone of his caliber? Is there a shortage of players in the NBA that they would allow him to take the court? Yet, that seems implausible. The United States is vast, with a population exceeding 300 million. Moreover, the U.S. has always been a sanctum for basketball. How could it lack talent for the NBA?" Li Feng and her companions had never paid attention to the NBA or the NFL. They were oblivious to the recent buzz throughout Los Angeles, which was all about Lin Feng himself. Wu Mei, filled with excitement, interjected, "Xiao Feng, what do you mean? You made it into the NBA? Is that true? Such monumental news? And you didn't tell your mother?" She was overjoyed. Having initially thought her son's passion for basketball was merely a hobby, something that would not burden the family. She could never have imagined that her son would rise to such heights, actually securing a place in the NBA. "Indeed, it is true. I am now playing for the Los Angeles Lakers, having recently signed a contract." Lin Feng replied with utmost seriousness. Li Feng and the others were utterly astonished. Even if they believed the moon to be square, they were unwilling to accept that Lin Feng could truly break into the NBA. However, Wu Mei was filled with joy, nearly shedding tears of excitement. Her son had indeed made her proud by reaching the NBA. She turned to glance at Su Muqing, who stood beside her, her eyes sparkling with intrigue, secretly pondering whether this was her son's girlfriend. She was indeed a delightful sight. "Who are you?" Wu Mei took the initiative to greet Su Muqing. "Hello, Andy. My name is Su Muqing, and I am Xiao Feng's girlfriend." Su Muqing responded warmly yet politely. "Is she really Xiao Feng's girlfriend?" Wu Mei was momentarily taken aback, but soon her smile grew even brighter as she grasped Su Muqing's hand tightly, exclaiming, "Oh my Xiao Feng is truly fortunate to have found such a beautiful girlfriend as you. Please come inside and sit down. Don't linger outside. The weather is quite warm, and it wouldn't do to suffer from heat stroke." Wu Mei was exceedingly welcoming, pulling Su Muqing into the air-conditioned dining room. Meanwhile, Li Feng and the other women, who had initially anticipated witnessing Lin Feng's embarrassment, found themselves covered in shame instead. The joke they sought to see had turned back upon them. It turned out the fool was, all along, themselves. Chapter 49. Does it matter how much money you earn? Li Feng was unconvinced, having long harbored animosity towards Wu Mei. She frequently sought out Wu Mei for conversations, her intentions as insidious as a weasel wishing a hen well, aiming to mock Wu Mei at the opportune moment. Her daughter, Guan Shuyun, had gained admission to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology and subsequently entered the American research field, earning an annual salary exceeding $800,000. In this context, ridiculing Wu Mei was akin to a downward strike. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would return home today, boldly claiming he had joined the NBA and the Los Angeles Lakers? Though Li Feng had little interest in basketball, she was aware of what the Lakers represented. Having lived in Los Angeles for so many years, to be ignorant of the Lakers was akin to an embarrassment. "Hey, Xiao Feng, you say you've joined the Los Angeles Lakers. Do you have any proof? Where's the contract? Can you show it to us?" Moreover, she continued, "I've heard that upon joining a team, there's an annual salary. What level of salary are you claiming?" Li Feng pursued Lin Feng as Su Muqing re-entered the Lin family dining room. Xie Yuqiang and several onlookers among the Chinese Annies followed suit, chiming in, "Yes, Xiao Feng. You merely claim to have joined the Los Angeles Lakers. Where's your contract? Can you show it to us?" Xie Yuqiang cast a sideways glance at the Ferrari supercar parked at the curb, remarking enviously, "Xiao Feng, your fourth uncle has been poor for most of his life and has never seen such a cool car. Can you tell me how much it cost? Did you purchase it with your salary after joining the Los Angeles Lakers?" Upon hearing Xie Yuqiang's musings, Li Feng and the others suddenly realized that the supercar parked at the curb was somehow connected to Lin Feng. They gazed enviously at the dazzling convertible F430 Ferrari, consumed by a mix of admiration and jealousy. Could it be that the lad's claims were entirely true? Had he indeed joined the Los Angeles Lakers and purchased such an extravagant convertible supercar with a salary? What a fortunate turn of events. Su Muqing was about to clarify that the car was not purchased by Lin Feng, but rather gifted by Kobe, yet Lin Feng silenced her with a mere glance. Irritated by the swarm of onlookers, Lin Feng spoke with an air of indifference, yet maintained an aura of pride. "Indeed, Uncle C. The convertible F430 Ferrari parked outside is purchased with my salary. As for my annual salary with the Lakers, I'm afraid that information is confidential and I cannot disclose it. However, let me make one thing clear. My annual earnings are sufficient to acquire approximately 5 of these convertibles." "What? 5 of such convertibles?" Su Chang and Li Feng were utterly astounded. Being older and lacking knowledge about supercars, they could easily tell that this luxurious convertible was certainly no bargain, with a starting price not less than $1 million. Lin Feng's assertion that his annual salary could buy around 5 of these supercars implied that his earnings were at least over $5 million. What does this mean? Li Feng considered her daughter, Guan Shuyun, who was already impressive in her own right, earning over $800,000 in the field of research. Yet, when compared to Lin Feng, she felt utterly eclipsed. Here was a young man who played basketball, earning about $5 million annually, while her daughter, having dedicated her life since elementary school and finally graduating from MIT, had managed to secure a position in research yet still earned less than 1/5 of Lin Feng's salary. Instantly, Li Feng felt a pang of discontent. The Lin family, whom she had looked down upon, now had someone rising to prominence. No longer merely a basketball player, he had become a pivotal player for the Lakers. Little Feng, are you truly not deceiving us? Are you genuinely earning that much? Li Feng fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, attempting to discern any hint of deceit in his expression. To put it plainly, she sought to gauge whether Lin Feng was indeed exaggerating. However, her hopes were dashed as Lin Feng's demeanor remained as calm as still water, offering no signs of insincerity. Aunt Li, why would I need to deceive you? Lin Feng retorted. Moreover, what I earn has no bearing on you. Even if my salary were $10 million, you wouldn't see a dime of it. Besides, Isn't Shuyun already graduated and working? She is your daughter. Why not encourage her to earn money for you? For the first time in 22 years, Lin Feng has struck back. In his youth, his passion for basketball and his struggles in academics led to mockery from peers like Li Feng and Xie Yuqiang, who deemed him a frivolous dreamer. They predicted he would amount to nothing as an adult. Their assumptions seemed vindicated, for Lin Feng had not displayed any remarkable talent over the years. He was merely an ordinary child, distinguished only by his athletic prowess, which surpassed that of the average Asian. In his earlier days, Lin Feng battled profound insecurity, often facing ridicule from elders, scorn from teammates, and disdain from classmates, rendering him nearly mute in their presence. However, the current Lin Feng has embraced the role of Sakuragi Hanamichi alongside the legendary Kobe Bryant as his teammate. With the Lakers, he has delivered extraordinary performances, and now the entire city of Los Angeles recognizes him as a hero. This newfound status has endowed Lin Feng with an extraordinary confidence, a quality his former self could never possess. Li Feng and Xie Yuqiang, in stark contrast, continue to mock him relentlessly. Yet, one must ponder, would the rebellious Sakuragi Hanamichi allow such indignities to persist? This powerful retort has left Li Feng speechless. Indeed, what business is it of yours how much money Lin Feng earns? Has he dined on your rice or bitten into your buns? It appears not. He is but a mere outsider, having received neither the nurturing nor the burdens of parenthood from them. What purpose does it serve to disclose his earnings to her? Even if he did, could she ever lay claim to a single cent? Li Feng's expression darkened, finally grasping the discomfort of receiving a metaphorical slap in the face. Xie Yuqiang, not faring much better, privately mused about Lin Feng's transformation. The child they once belittled has now metamorphosed into a player for the Lakers, driving a luxury sports car and accompanied by a beautiful girlfriend, a perfect tale of the underdog's triumph. Coughing awkwardly, Xie Yuqiang sensed that remaining in the Lin household would only lead to further embarrassment. Sister-in-law, I must take my leave. I shall return another day to chat with you all. He made a hasty exit, while Wu Mei, disinterested, continued her conversation with Su Muqing. Oh, fourth brother, you're leaving? Very well, take care, Wu Mei replied dismissively as he stepped out, only to bump into Lin Yihai, who had just returned from shopping. Lin Yihai caught sight of a striking crimson Ferrari parked in front of his restaurant from distance. Initially, he presumed it was merely another young Caucasian lad arriving to flirt, and he paid it little mind. Just as he alighted from his vehicle, he noticed Xie Yuqiang emerging from the establishment, his countenance rather grim. Instinctively, he offered a greeting. Ah, old four, you look rather unwell. Have you caught a cold? Why not finish your drink before you leave? I have brought back some ingredients and wine. Lin Yihai is a man of integrity, while Xie Yuqiang possesses many petty traits and often takes advantage of others. Despite Xie Yuqiang's minor flaws in character, Lin Yihai remains indifferent, maintaining a relationship that is neither too close nor too distant. Upon hearing Lin Yihai's greeting, Xie Yuqiang nonchalantly replied without turning his head, Ahem, let us drink another day. I truly feel unwell today. I shall return home for a nap. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie Yuqiang hurriedly left, disappearing into the distance. Lin Yihai shook his head in confusion as he entered the restaurant, cradling an abundance of ingredients. Upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise at the unexpected bustle of the establishment. It turned out that his son, who had not returned home in quite some time, had finally come back. Chapter 50. The son has finally achieved success. Xiao Feng? Lin Yihai could hardly have anticipated that his son, Lin Feng, would return home. 3 months prior, they had engaged in a fierce argument, during which, had it not been for Wu Mei's intervention, he might have resorted to physical confrontation. As Lin Feng matured, he became increasingly obstinate. Despite Lin Yihai's countless admonitions that pursuing a basketball career in the United States was a futile endeavor without the height and talent of a Yao Ming, the boy's stubbornness was a reflection of his father's own tenacity. In their previous clash, Lin Yihai, in a fit of rage, had shouted for Lin Feng to leave their home, and to his surprise, the young man had departed without a backward glance. The last time Lin Feng had returned home was due to financial constraints. He sought assistance from Wu Mei. Between stints in the NBDL, he had barely managed to pay his rent, leaving him with insufficient funds for basic living expenses, thus compelling him to turn to his parents for support. This request, however, incited Lin Yihai's fury. In truth, it was not disdain for Lin Feng's basketball aspirations that fueled his anger, but rather the incessant gossip surrounding their family. Whispers about the useless son of the Lin family who needed financial aid from home even to afford rent. The incessant chatter from the neighborhood, particularly from a few local women, had reached Lin Yihai's ears multiple times, igniting his feelings of frustration and disappointment towards his son. He had assumed that Lin Feng would not return this year, yet here he stood now, accompanied by a striking young woman. Xiao Feng, who is this girl? Lin Yihai was quite exhilarated, for his speculation aligned with that of Wu Mei's moments ago. Could it be that this young woman is the daughter-in-law of the Lin family? Wu Mei, taking on the role of Lin Feng's spokesperson, replied, "Old Lin, this young lady is Su Muqing, the girlfriend of our little Feng. Do take a look. Isn't she remarkably impressive?" As she engaged in conversation with Su Muqing, Wu Mei found herself increasingly fond of her. Upon learning of the Su family's considerable standing in Los Angeles, and that Su Muqing graduated from the University of Southern California, currently specializing in journalism, Wu Mei recalled that Lin Feng had met her during a team interview. Lin Yihai surveyed Su Muqing from head to toe. The young lady was indeed remarkable, possessing an innate beauty that clearly indicated her mixed heritage. His son's fortunate encounter was undoubtedly a result of his past life's merits. "Xiaofeng, what plans do you have upon your return this time?" Lin Yihai inquired once more, expressing his disapproval of Lin Feng's continued endeavors on the basketball court. He remarked that for a Chinese individual competing in American basketball, the odds were overwhelmingly against success, rendering the pursuit rather futile. It would be more prudent to seek a legitimate vocation instead. With a girlfriend now by his side, he ought to focus on meaningful endeavors, save some funds, and contemplate marriage and family. Yet, Lin Feng remained steadfast in his primary aspiration of playing basketball. Lin Feng responded to Lin Yihai with a hint of indifference. He felt nothing more than a sense of remorse towards Lin Yihai and Wu Mei, devoid of any emotional attachment. They were not his true parents. His real parents resided in Huaxia, Yanjing. As this thought crossed his mind, an overwhelming desire to return to Huaxia, Yanjing, surfaced, to reunite with his parents from the year 2006. Yet, this notion seemed fraught with conflict. By returning to Huaxia, Yanjing, he would not only encounter his youthful parents from 2006, but perhaps also confront his own younger self from that very year, a mere child. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed. He decided to postpone the matter for later. At this moment, he was uncertain about how to confront both his parents from 2006 and his own self. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Lin Yihai's countenance shifted dramatically. He had presumed that his son's return home, accompanied by his girlfriend, signified a turn towards righteousness. However, it was merely his own misguided assumption. This rascal remains obstinately infatuated with basketball. Are you attempting to drive me to my grave? Lin Yihai puffed out his cheeks and glared, but upon seeing that Lin Feng had brought his girlfriend home, he refrained from expressing his anger immediately. "Old Lin, how can you speak like that? Mind your attitude. If you scare off our son again, I will not let this matter rest." Wu Mei interjected. Now that Xiaofeng has made a name for himself, that convertible sports car outside is his. Xiaofeng is now a player for the Los Angeles Lakers. I have told you before to pay attention to the basketball league, but you refused to listen, insisting that our Xiaofeng would never make it to the NBA, no matter how long he played. Now, look who has been proven wrong. Xiaofeng is already a member of the Lakers, having signed a lucrative contract and earned substantial money. Wu Mei beamed with pride. As a mother, she naturally felt a deep sense of accomplishment in her son's success. Lin Yihai was taken aback. What on earth? His son joined the Los Angeles Lakers? Signed a lucrative contract? Earned a substantial fortune? Was that convertible supercar outside purchased with his son's money? Lin Yihai nearly lost his balance, almost collapsing onto the ground. Is this true? This news is astonishingly sensational. He found it hard to accept at first. Is this really happening? Lin Yihai's eyes widened in disbelief. What would I gain by deceiving you? Just moments ago, Xiaofeng himself stated it. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with Muqing, as she spends her days in the company of Xiaofeng. Guomei yishir dou sumukin, prompting Lin Yihai to instinctively shift his gaze in that direction. Su Muqing smiled and nodded. Indeed, uncle. Lin Feng has truly joined the Los Angeles Lakers and is now a teammate of Kobe. Lin Yihai. He was so astonished that he forgot to respond. Joining the Los Angeles Lakers and becoming teammates with Kobe? Who is Kobe? Even Lin Yihai, who does not follow basketball, is aware of his significance. Throughout the city of Los Angeles, billboards bearing Kobe's image are ubiquitous, and news reports about him abound. One man, one city. Kobe remains the eternal monarch of Los Angeles. Thud. Lin Yihai swallowed hard, his gaze toward Lin Feng igniting with fervor. Young man, you possess a certain audacity. Lin Yihai raised his thumb, delighting in the fact that his son had finally made a name for himself on the basketball court, having become a player for the Lakers. Old Lin, don't just stand there. Since you bought the ingredients, our son and Muqing are here, so let's enjoy a sumptuous meal today. Wu Mei reminded Lin Yihai to prepare dinner. All right. This time, Lin Yihai dared not oppose and hurried off to cook for his son, Lin Feng. He was overjoyed. Indeed, his son had achieved success. Could this be considered a triumphant return? Having cherished a passion for basketball in his youth, he had now made a name for himself, even playing alongside Kobe. Tomorrow, he would proudly showcase his son's achievements to everyone, boasting that Lin Feng played with Kobe. Goodness, little Feng has finally made it. Lin Yihai hummed a cheerful tune while preparing a meal, his joyful demeanor evident. The group of women, including Li Feng, did not linger at the Lin residence and soon departed. They had initially intended to mock Lin Feng, but instead found themselves embarrassed. Remaining any longer at the Lin household would likely result in a bruised ego. Lin Feng relished this lunch. Aside from everything else, Lin Yihai's culinary skills were exquisite. According to Lin Feng's memories from his previous life, he adored the meals prepared by Lin Yihai. Su Muqing continuously praised Lin Yihai's cooking, causing him to burst in a hearty laughter. Muqing, if you enjoy it, feel free to come back with Xiaofeng often. I will gladly serve as your personal chef. That sounds wonderful, uncle. Thank you. Su Muqing responded cheerfully, nodding enthusiastically. It was not until 5 in the afternoon that Lin Feng departed with Su Muqing. It's time for training. In the upcoming match, the Lakers will host the Seattle Supersonics. The current Supersonics are the predecessors of the Thunder. Their star player is none other than the legendary three-point sharpshooter, Ray Allen. Chapter 51. The three-point sharpshooter, Ray Allen on October 22, 2006, at 10 o'clock in the evening. The Los Angeles Lakers faced off against the Seattle Supersonics at the Staples Center. Last season, the Supersonics struggled, finishing with a dismal record of 35 wins and 47 losses, placing them 11th in the Western Conference and missing the playoffs entirely. The starting lineup featured Ray Allen, Collison, Felix, Fortson, and Lewis. Among this roster, only Ray Allen and Lewis posed a significant threat. Last season, Ray Allen averaged an impressive 26, 3 points, 7, 3 rebounds, and 5, 8 assists. This marked the pinnacle of Ray Allen's career. During his time with the Supersonics, he lacked substantial support. Much like Kobe Bryant's performance the previous season, his statistics were dazzling, yet he could not lead his team further. The subsequent events are well known. Ray Allen departed for Boston, joining forces with Kevin Garnett and Paul Pierce to form a formidable trio, aiming for the NBA championship in 2008. Thus, when the Los Angeles Lakers confronted the underwhelming Seattle Supersonics, victory seemed assured. After DJ introduced the lineups of both teams, the battle was on the verge of commencing. Lin Feng and Kobe both took to the court as starting players, while old veteran Fisher has now completely become Lin Feng's substitute. As the game commenced, Lin Feng, much like in the previous match, replaced Kwame Brown for the jump ball at center court. The primary center for the Seattle Supersonics, Danny Fortson, has been dubbed the NBA's rebounding beast. Known for his fiery temperament, Fortson has frequently faced suspensions throughout his career due to altercations, either verbal or physical. While he may lack other skills, averaging merely 6.5 points per game last season, his rebounding prowess soared to an impressive 10.5. His defensive tactics often verged on the dirty side. He is aware of the Lakers' recent rise, bolstered by the addition of a talented Chinese guard. This player has proven to be exceptional, leading the Lakers to a winning streak at the start of the new season. During his time at home, he meticulously studied Lin Feng's playing style and noted Lin Feng's penchant for rebounding. In tonight's match, he refuses to be merely a backdrop to Lin Feng. He intends to outshine him. If necessary, he is prepared to unleash his own formidable tactics, resorting to physical play without hesitation. The game commentary is ready with Nixon Wendell and Wolf Joe poised to deliver. Nixon Wendell announced, "All right, the match has officially begun. We see Chia Lin, just as in the last game, stepping in for Kwame Brown, boldly challenging the jump ball. Let us see who will claim possession." Wolf Joe responded, "Danny Fortson is not a center to be easily intimidated. He's been hailed as a rebounding monster. In a game against the Magic, his rebounding skills even eclipsed those of the formidable Dwight Howard. Is it possible that Chia Lin's rebounding ability rivals that of Howard?" As the two commentators continued their banter, the referee tossed the ball into the air. Upon witnessing this, Lin Feng sprang into action with remarkable agility. His jumping speed was both high and swift, and Danny Fortson, being advanced in age, could not match the youthful vigor of Lin Feng. Realizing that he could not outjump Lin Feng, he decided to feign an accident, raising his hand to strike Lin Feng's head deliberately. Lin Feng managed to seize the ball, only to receive a slap from Danny Fortson. Such minor physical altercations often go unnoticed by the referees, as they are to be expected in the heat of competition. After all, contention for the ball invariably leads to some degree of bodily contact. However, Lin Feng was acutely aware that Fortson's slap was intentional. Noticing Lin Feng's glare, Fortson feigned innocence, raising his hands in a gesture that seemed to convey, "Hey, I didn't mean it. Why are you giving me that look? Lin, be wary of this guy. He plays dirty. Watch out for his sneaky maneuvers." Odom was well acquainted with Danny Fortson, having been ambushed by him in a previous match. Lin Feng nodded subtly, realizing that in the pursuit of victory, it was unnecessary to stoop to the level of such a ruffian. As long as Danny Fortson did not overstep his bounds during the game, he would turn a blind eye, treating it as inconsequential. His philosophy mirrored that of Kobe. Winning was paramount. On the court, it was crucial to avoid being provoked by the opposing team's trash players, whose intentions were clear: to incite anger, to see you falter, lose your composure, and let your performance decline, all while they bided their time to seize victory. Aware of such petty tricks, Lin Feng chose to disregard Fortson. After securing the tip-off, Lin Feng passed the ball to Odom. Odom executed a solitary play, and as he approached the 3-second area, he deftly scored with a smooth hook shot. In the new season, Odom's performance was steady, neither stellar nor subpar. On defense, Kobe focused on the sharpshooter Ray Allen, while Lin Feng discreetly slipped into the paint, ever vigilant in protecting the boards. The rivalry between Ray Allen and Kobe was well known. Recalling the fierce battles of their past, whenever Allen faced Kobe, or vice versa, the intensity escalated. Their defensive efforts against each other were relentless, both racing across the court to deny the other a comfortable scoring opportunity. Before the match commenced, Kobe had confided in Lin Feng that he would take on the task of guarding Ray Allen. In his early days, Allen was more than just a long-range sharpshooter. He possessed the ability to drive and shoot, making him exceedingly difficult to handle. It was only after joining the Boston Celtics that Allen adjusted his playing style, focusing more on launching three-pointers. During his time with the Seattle Supersonics, he was known for his slashing ability, often breaking into the lane for thunderous one-handed dunks. Who could withstand that? In this particular play, Ray Allen faced Kobe with an air of calm, feinting momentarily. Kobe, unfazed, maintained his defensive stance, hands raised high against Allen. After a probing step, Allen executed a contested jump shot. In 2006, while another sharpshooter, Curry, had yet to emerge, Allen stood alone as the premier three-point marksman. His release was remarkably quick. The league had once conducted tests revealing that Allen's shooting time was a mere 0.2 seconds. This meant that before the defender could react, he had already released the ball, his speed making it exceedingly difficult to block. Faced with Kobe's close defense, Allen did just that, shooting with remarkable rapidity. The basketball traced an elegant arc through the air, finding its mark with precision. His touch was undeniably hot. Oh my! Ray Allen opened the game with a three-pointer, showcasing his scorching form. It appeared that Kobe's tight defense posed little threat to Allen, who, with that three-point shot, propelled the Seattle Supersonics ahead of the Lakers. The two commentators witnessed Ray Allen's lightning-fast release as he effortlessly sank a three-pointer, eliciting laughter and praise from them. After the ball was inbound, Lin Feng dribbled past half-court and passed the ball to Kobe. Understanding Kobe's character well, he knew that after being forced into a three-pointer by Ray Allen, the veteran would be eager to reclaim his dignity in this duel. Chapter 52. I will end you there now. It was Kobe's turn to initiate the offense. Having been humiliated defensively by Ray Allen moments earlier, he was determined to restore his pride. The commentators, stirring the excitement, recalled Kobe's famous declaration, "I will surely make you crumble before I do." Indeed, the more formidable the opponent, the more invigorated Kobe became. He relished the challenge of competing against elite players. It was the untested ones he feared. Ray Allen's early disregard for the three-point line had ignited a surge of adrenaline within Kobe. Posting up against Ray Allen, Kobe established his position near the elbow, thereby expanding his offensive space. Depending on the defender's stance, he would decide whether his pivot foot would be his left or right. It is well known that Kobe's back-to-basket game is an unparalleled skill set within the league, a technique he had secretly learned from watching Jordan's game tapes in his youth. Furthermore, after rising to fame, Kobe had trained under the footwork master Hakeem Olajuwon, acquiring the low-post offensive finesse known as the Dream Shake, which is unrivaled in the league. Defending Kobe requires immense patience, as defenders can never predict which skills he will employ. His arsenal is nearly exhaustive, making it nearly impossible to completely stifle his offense. As he backed down, he keenly observed Ray Allen's positioning from the corner of his eye and noted that Allen was leaning towards the right side, an area favored by slashers. Seizing the opportunity, Kobe decided to play into it, pivoting on his left foot, executing a graceful shoulder fake before launching into his jump shot. His elongated frame leaning back. At the apex of his jump, Kobe unleashed his shot, a textbook fadeaway. Ray Allen attempted to contest, but found himself powerless, raising his hands in a futile effort to obscure Kobe's view. Yet, for Kobe, this was of little consequence. The ball was destined to find the net. Swish! The crisp sound of the basketball swishing through the hoop echoed, as Kobe successfully backed down Ray Allen, scoring 2 points. Yes, Kobe made that shot with ease, momentarily putting the Lakers ahead by a single point. The commentator, observing Kobe's stylish fadeaway that sealed the play, exclaimed, "Impressive." Once upon a time, Lin Feng's greatest admiration was for Kobe's remarkable fadeaway jump shot. Regardless of the shooting stance Kobe adopted, to the eyes of his fans, it was always a sight to behold. This graceful jump shot has, unfortunately, vanished from the league since Kobe's retirement. Initially disheartened by the thought of never witnessing such elegance again, Lin Feng found himself transported back to 2006, where he had the privilege of witnessing Kobe's fadeaway jump shot in person. The visual delight was far superior to watching it on television. Wow, Kobe's jump shot is absolutely stunning. Tonight, Su Muqing graced the Staples Center, her home turf, and she had to be there to cheer for Lin Feng. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. As Kobe sank a 2-point jump shot, the Staples Center erupted in cheers. In Los Angeles, Kobe is undoubtedly a deity in the realm of basketball. His fervent fans are scattered throughout California. "Lin, I know you excel at grabbing rebounds. If I miss, make sure to secure the offensive boards," Kobe whispered as he approached Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Kobe, feel free to shoot in this match. I'll take care of the rebounds. With you on the court, I have no concerns regarding our offensive strategy." The game unfolded with intense competition as the Seattle Supersonics exhibited remarkable vigor this evening, particularly Ray Allen. Their matchup could be described as a mutual explosion of skill. Kobe backed him down, scoring with a 2-pointer, only to be met with Allen's swift response through a driving jump shot. The exchange continued, each player refusing to yield an inch. Such a fiercely contested game was a visual delight, with the Staples Center resonating with the fervent cheers of the fans. Kobe, dominate Allen, overwhelm him. However, where was Lin tonight? It was surprising not to see him take many shots. Our scoring threats extend beyond Kobe, encompassing Lin as well. A fan in the stand shouted, emphasizing that the Lakers' scoring arsenal is not limited to Kobe. The promising rookie Lin Feng is also a vital contributor. "Come on, baby, you need to step up. You haven't scored much tonight." Su Muqing echoed the sentiments of the fans, noting Lin's reluctance to shoot, as he focused primarily on facilitating for his teammates. Perhaps hearing the crowd's encouragement, Kobe passed the ball to Lin, inviting him to showcase his skills. As Lin received the pass, he faced defender Lewis, whose lackadaisical defense presented an opportunity. Lewis, a shooting specialist with average physical attributes, posed little challenge for Lin to navigate past. Chia Lin with the ball is met by Lewis. He must not underestimate him. The commentator Wolf Joe cautioned, reminding Lewis not to take Lin lightly, or he might face dire consequences. Indeed, Lewis was wary. Lin's performances in the previous 2 games had been nothing short of extraordinary. Although puzzled by the prowess of smaller Chinese player, he knew that respecting Lin's abilities was essential. "Shoot, I bet you won't make it," Lewis taunted, establishing a defensive stance while attempting to disrupt Lin's rhythm with psychological warfare, reminiscent of a young Mutombo provoking Jordan during a free throw. Jordan had retorted, "What did you say? I can make the shot with my eyes closed. Subsequently, he proceeded to sink the free throw effortlessly. Following that, Jordan turned to the rookie Mutombo, saying, "Rookie, welcome to the NBA." This is a remarkable tale circulating within the NBA, which also subtly reflects the inviolable majesty of the basketball deity. To provoke it is to invite a humiliating rebuke. Currently, Lewis dares to challenge Lin Feng, who cannot help but recall the legendary story between Jordan and Uncle Moo. With one hand cradling the ball behind his back to evade Lewis's attempts at interception, Lin Feng pointed to a distant spot and calmly declared, "Not only will I make this shot, but I shall also conclude our encounter there." As his words settled, Lin Feng surged into action with remarkable speed. By the time Lewis had processed the situation, Lin Feng had already reached the spot he had indicated, moving as swiftly as if propelled by the winds of fate. He executed a sudden stop, leaping into a jump shot. As he ran, Lin Feng came to an abrupt halt, soaring into the air, while Lewis struggled to keep pace. In all honesty, mastering the art of the sudden stop jump shot makes it exceedingly difficult for the defender to interfere. The defender remains uncertain whether the offensive player intends to drive or shoot, often finding themselves in pursuit while the shooter has already taken flight, left merely to lament their missed opportunity. Swish! Lin Feng's sudden stop and jump shot, though lacking the elegance of Kobe, possesses remarkable accuracy. He had just informed Lewis that this would be the spot to conclude the play, and indeed, it was from this very position. The basketball traced a beautiful arc before swooshing through the hoop. Lin Feng wore a smile as he gazed at the visibly pale Lewis, shrugged his shoulders, and remarked, "Rookie, welcome to Staples." Chapter 53. The dominant force on the court truly is sovereign. This phrase, reminiscent of the words once spoken by the legendary Mr. Jordan, was not only harmless, but also laced with profound insult. Lewis's complexion transformed from merely green to a deep shade of ashen. He could hardly believe that Lin Feng possessed such formidable prowess. Prior to the match, he had heard Coach Hill mention that the newly joined Asian player was exceptionally talented. However, Lewis was disinclined to verify the extent of this talent, clinging stubbornly to antiquated notions. He believed that how formidable could a Chinese player truly be? After all, the Chinese were merely engaged in table tennis at home. That was their true arena. The consequence of disregarding sage advice was now evident, as he found himself utterly bewildered by Lin Feng's sudden jump shot. OMG! Lin executed a sudden jump shot, and Lewis was completely caught off guard. Perhaps he never anticipated that Lin could perform such a maneuver. Commentator Nixon Wendell exclaimed, "Lin's skill set is unfathomable. With this sudden jump shot, I can almost see the shadow of Mike." Wolf Joe also expressed his astonishment at Lin Feng's jump shot. Though a sudden jump shot may seem like a straightforward task of shooting on the run, it is, in reality, quite challenging. The difficulty lies in the momentum generated from the abrupt stop and jump. If not managed well, it could lead to injuries or a lack of control resulting in missed shots. Thus, what appears to be a simple jump shot cannot be mastered without rigorous training. "Well done, Lin." Kobe celebrated with a high five with Lin Feng. He had also heard Lin's earlier remark to Lewis and smiled knowingly, recognizing Lin's aptitude for trash talk, which surpassed even his own. "Lin, you truly astonish us with the surprises you bring. That sudden jump shot, none of us except for the boss could pull it off. And yet you did." Odom and Brian Cook expressed their amazement. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, saying, "What is so difficult about it? It's merely a sudden halt followed by a jump shot. During our training camp, I secretly learned the skill set from the captain." "Huh." Lin Feng successfully elicited a smile from Kobe, who increasingly admired him. In the first quarter, Lin Feng had a solitary shot, achieving a perfect shooting percentage. For the remainder of the time, he entrusted his teammates to conclude the plays. Naturally, Kobe received the most passes. In this match, Kobe was in exceptional form, scoring 17 points in a single quarter, with nearly half of those points coming from Lin Feng's assists. The term assist maestro aptly describes someone like Lin Feng. He recorded 8 assists in that quarter, and the game unfolded beautifully. The Seattle Supersonics, in terms of overall strength, fell short of the Lakers. Before Lin Feng joined the Lakers, they were already struggling against them, and now, with Lin Feng's presence, their difficulties have only intensified. Despite Ray Allen's explosive performance, scoring 15 points in a single quarter, which was no less impressive than Kobe's, they still found themselves trailing the Lakers by 9 points. With this 9-point advantage, both teams entered the second quarter. In this segment, Lin Feng and Kobe collaborated to score 25 points, further extending their lead. Ray Allen, however, experienced a cold spell, hitting only 2 out of 6 attempts, resulting in a mere 40 shooting accuracy. As the third quarter commenced, Lin Feng was sidelined, making way for the veteran, Old Fish. While Kobe continued to score with remarkable efficiency, one cannot help but acknowledge Kobe's unparalleled stamina. He seemed impervious to fatigue, excelling in both offense and defense. He clearly outmatched Ray Allen in their direct confrontation, even managing to block one of Allen's shots. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers had established a commanding 19-point lead. Observing the situation, Zen Master decided to rest Kobe and reintroduced Lin Feng to the game. In the Zen Master's perspective, Lin Feng was capable of playing the shooting guard position, as his scoring prowess rivaled that of Kobe. With both Old Fish and Lin Feng on the court, they formed a dual point guard lineup, a strategic move by the Zen Master, who recognized the Lakers' inevitable victory, allowing his players the freedom to express their skills on the court. Lin Feng dribbled the ball past half court and passed it to the open Lao Yu, who decisively took a three-point shot. Unfortunately, the attempt went awry and failed to find its mark. Phenom fought for the offensive rebound in the paint, but being still a youth, his rebounding skills paled in comparison to those of Danny Fortson. This unscrupulous player elbowed Phenom a few times, causing him pain as he gestured to Fortson for a foul, yet the referee remained silent. At that moment, a figure surged from the corner. This individual moved with remarkable speed, sporting a flamboyant mane of red hair, his face adorned with 3 band-aids, and donned a purple and gold jersey emblazoned with the number 10. Danny Fortson, who had maliciously assumed the rebound was secured, was unexpectedly thwarted by a powerful putback dunk. The one who executed this stunning play was none other than the diminutive Chinese player. Bam! The sheer force of this dunk was overwhelming. Fortson barely registered what had transpired before Lin Feng soared above him for the putback. Oh, the exquisite putback by Chia Lin. Fortson, renowned as the rebounding beast, was astonishingly outdone by Chia Lin, leaving us in awe. The commentator's passionate voice reverberated throughout Staples Center. The roar of the fans and the exuberant shouts from the Lakers bench made Fortson feel utterly humiliated. He had already harbored resentment towards Lin Feng since the opening tip, where Lin had outmaneuvered him. Now, to have a putback dunk executed over him. In a fit of rage, he shoved Lin Feng, who was still hanging on the rim. Lin Feng lost his balance and fell from the rim, fortunately landing on his back. Had his head struck the ground, it could have spelled disaster for him. The referee's whistle pierced the air, promptly calling a flagrant foul on Danny Fortson. On the Lakers bench, all the players rose in unison, vociferously denouncing Fortson's actions. His play was exceedingly dirty, and it was evident that he intended to sideline Lin Feng for the season. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain in his back. In this match, he secured 20 rebounds, inciting the ire of Danny Fortson, who consequently resorted to underhanded tactics against him. Damn it! Lin Feng, with his fiery temper, was well aware that Sakuragi Hanamichi was not one to be trifled with. Danny Fortson, in his underhanded maneuvering, could hardly expect Lin Feng to let this slide. Suddenly, a system prompt resonated in Lin Feng's consciousness, detected malicious foul against the host. Would you like to activate the court dominator skill? At that moment, Lin Feng realized the gravity of the situation. He had long suspected that the court dominator skill might be related to confrontations, as he had inadvertently activated it during a previous altercation. Without hesitation, he mentally consented to its use. Instantly, those around him sensed a complete transformation in Lin Feng's aura. A formidable and intimidating presence emanated from him, locking its gaze onto Danny Fortson. The latter had initially contemplated confronting Lin Feng, believing that taking down an Asian monkey would be a trivial task. However, he quickly realized that things were far from simple. Lin Feng exuded a terrifying power that instilled fear in Fortson. He stood frozen in place, unable to muster the courage to move. Chapter 54. We do not seek trouble, yet we do not fear it. Fuck. Do you want to test me? Lin Feng, empowered by the court dominator skill, became a tyrant on the court, his piercing gaze fixed relentlessly on Danny Fortson. In that moment, Fortson faltered. He was genuinely intimidated. After years of playing in the NBA, he had never encountered such a chilling stare. Faced with Lin Feng, he dared not utter another word. Coward. Lin Feng pointed at Danny Fortson's scalp, berating him, while Fortson hesitated to confront Lin Feng. The spectators were left bewildered. Despite Fortson's towering height of 2 meters and his greater physical strength, he appeared intimidated by Lin Feng. Kobe, Odom, Bynum, the seasoned Fisher, and even the typically composed Zen Master were all perplexed. What could have caused Lin Feng to seemingly transform in an instant? And why did Danny Fortson, who was taller, exhibit fear towards Lin Feng, who was shorter? The fear evident in one's eyes cannot be concealed. The over 30,000 fans at Staples Center discerned that, at that moment, Danny Fortson was indeed frightened of Lin Feng. The referees and players intervened, separating Lin Feng and Fortson, who was subsequently ejected from the game for his foul. Lin Feng's back is not severely problematic. It merely aches at the moment of impact upon landing. After a brief respite, he feels significantly better. "Baby, are you all right?" Su Muqing approached the court, inquiring about Lin Feng's well-being. Lin Feng shook his head. Su Muqing, relieved of her worries, remarked with a peculiar expression, "Baby, your gaze just now was quite terrifying. After all this time, it's the first time I've seen you exhibit such a fierce look. It truly startled me. It's nothing. I just wish to teach that guy a lesson for his unsportsmanlike conduct on the court." Lin Feng was extremely incensed. Had it not been for the fear of suspension, he would have relished the opportunity to unleash a beating on Danny Fortson. Following this brief episode, Lin Feng was substituted by the Zen Master, as the outcome of the match was assuredly in favor of the Lakers. His presence on the court became inconsequential. Oh my goodness, this was nothing short of miraculous. Danny Fortson, notorious for his brutish demeanor and penchant for conflict, seemed to cower in the face of Chi Lin. The commentator, Wolf Joe, found this utterly astonishing. Nixon Wendell concurred, stating that it was evident to all that Fortson indeed shrank before Lin. How amusing this was, Wolf Joe chuckled. The fans unleashed a torrent of taunts towards the departing Danny Fortson, with some irate spectators even hurling popcorn and other items in his direction. It was reminiscent of the infamous Malice at the Palace incident, where Arteist was pelted with popcorn and beer, only to retaliate against the fans. In the aftermath, Arteist paid the price for his impulsiveness with fines and a suspension from the league. After the game, the Seattle Supersonics bus departed in haste. A delayed exit would likely have led to an angry mob of fans awaiting them. Fortson's unsportsmanlike conduct not only enraged Lin Feng, but also incited the multitude of fans at Staples Center. It is crucial to note that aside from Kobe, Lin Feng was the most prominent figure in Staples at present. Fans could hardly tolerate Fortson's foul play against Lin Feng. At the post-game press conference, a reporter inquired of Lin Feng why he dared to confront Danny Fortson, considering Fortson's reputation for instigating violent altercations in previous games. With a calm demeanor, Lin Feng responded, "We, the descendants of Huaxia, adhere to an ancestral principle. We do not seek trouble, yet we are unequivocally unafraid of it. If someone plays with fire, I shall certainly indulge them." Pausing for a few seconds, Lin Feng continued, "I hope when we next encounter the Seattle Supersonics, if Fortson dares to foul me again, he will not enjoy the same fortune. I will ensure he learns the consequences of his reckless actions." As Lin Feng's words echoed in my ears, I turned to meet his gaze, cold and laced with an unmistakable hint of menace. A shiver coursed through my body. It became apparent to everyone that this seemingly unassuming little guard from China was far more formidable than he appeared. Some individuals, one must not rely solely on brute strength to intimidate others. Danny Fortson encountered a formidable opponent that night, having mistakenly believed that Lin Feng, hailing from China, would be an easy target. Instead, he found himself confronting a wall of resilience. The next day, the Los Angeles Morning News reported on the altercation between Lin Feng and Danny Fortson. The entire nation found amusement in Fortson's predicament, ridiculing him for stirring trouble, yet being intimidated to the point of silence by a Chinese guard. However, only Danny Fortson comprehended the sheer terror encapsulated in Lin Feng's eyes. He had no doubt that had he continued to provoke Lin Feng, the aftermath of the game would have seen him on the receiving end of a brutal beating. In that moment, memories of the extraordinary discipline of Chinese martial arts surged to mind, and thoughts of Bruce Lee flickered across his consciousness. In no time, the media in Los Angeles was buzzing with reports, proclaiming that Lin Feng not only excelled in basketball, but also possessed remarkable prowess in combat, thanks to his martial arts training. Upon encountering this news on social media, Lin Feng could only chuckle in disbelief at the Americans' vivid imagination, conjuring tales of his martial arts capabilities. In truth, the speculation regarding Lin Feng's martial arts prowess stemmed from Danny Fortson's remarks upon returning to Seattle, where he expressed on Twitter that his hesitation to confront Lin Feng was due to his suspicion of Lin Feng's martial arts skills. This conjecture, born from Fortson's imagination, swiftly spread across the nation, leading everyone to believe that Lin Feng was indeed a practitioner of Chinese martial arts. Lin Feng did not offer an explanation to the outside world. The misconception that he practiced Chinese martial arts proved advantageous for him, as it deterred others from daring to provoke him in the future. With an effortless victory over the Seattle Supersonics, Lin Feng secured a third consecutive win for the Los Angeles Lakers in the new season. The system continued to dispense points punctually. He recalled that achieving a 10-game winning streak for the Lakers would trigger hidden rewards granted by the system. He felt a surge of anticipation regarding what these rewards might entail. In the upcoming match, the Lakers would travel to Minnesota to face the Timberwolves. Led by their star player, Kevin Garnett, in 2006. Lin Feng possessed a profound understanding of this individual, who was notoriously fond of hurling disparaging remarks. Intriguingly, Kobe once revealed that KG had unleashed his verbal jabs at numerous players, yet refrained from targeting him. Kobe later elucidated that KG's trash talk was a strategy aimed at securing victory, and he did not wish to bear the repercussions of provoking Kobe. Thus, KG was quite shrewd, choosing to unleash his barbs at anyone but Kobe. As Lin Feng sat aboard the plane bound for Minnesota, he couldn't help but ponder whether KG's notoriously uncontrolled mouth would unleash a torrent of insults directed at him. Chapter 55. The rebounder reigned supreme at 8 o'clock in the evening. The entire Lakers team arrived by charter flight in the northwestern state of Minnesota. The Target Center served as the home arena for the Timberwolves, boasting a capacity of over 20,000 spectators. In a previous life, Lin Feng had come across an amusing video on Douyin. In 2003, a Caucasian man publicly professed his admiration for Garnett by shedding his clothing and performing an exuberant dance, only to be swiftly escorted out by arena security. Fast forward to 2015, following Garnett's first championship triumph in Boston, the aging Big Ticket returned once again to the Timberwolves. The same Caucasian man, now transformed from the energetic youth of yesteryears, had also matured into a middle-aged gentleman, accompanied by 2 children. When the camera once again focused on him, the audience erupted in cheers, urging him to continue dancing to express his affection for Garnett. However, the now middle-aged man graciously declined with a smile. Yet, unable to resist the fervor of the crowd, he rose with his 2 children to dance. On the court, Garnett, of course, remembered this Caucasian man. The Big Ticket, visibly moved, pounded his chest in salute to the man dancing with his children. In that moment, Lin Feng could almost fathom Garnett's emotions. Once a youthful prodigy chosen by the Timberwolves, he had aspired to bring the first championship trophy to this arena. Yet, reality proved exceedingly harsh. Drafted into the Timberwolves as a high school student in 1995, Garnett remained unable to fulfill his promise until his trade to the Boston Celtics in 2007. He had been left to fend for himself, and during that era, the league was characterized by a strong West and a weak East, making it an arduous task to carve a path through the Western Conference and attain the coveted championship. The passage of time has dulled the patience of the Wolf King. Ultimately, he chose to depart from the Timberwolves, joining forces with Pierce and Ray Allen to form the first trio of superstars in the league, successfully securing a championship and bringing a fulfilling conclusion to his 2-decade-long career. In essence, both the Wolf King, Kevin Garnett, and the Little Emperor, LeBron James, belong to the same category of players. When they first entered the league, brimming with youthful arrogance, they believed they were destined to bring championships to their respective teams. However, after a few years, they came to realize that achieving a championship requires a confluence of overall team strength, management, coaching staff, and more. Should any aspect falter, the path to the championship could easily dissipate into nothingness. It is now 2006, and it seems likely that this will be Garnett's final season with the Timberwolves. Next year, he will enter the free agent market and join forces with Ray Allen and Pierce to form a dazzling trio with the Boston Celtics. Currently, the Timberwolves are struggling. Their overall strength diminished, failing to make a mark in the competitive Western Conference. Last season, they managed only 33 wins against 49 losses, achieving a win rate of 40.24, placing them second to last in the West, just above the bottom-dwelling Trailblazers. The Lakers have begun the new season with 3 consecutive victories, and Lin Feng, who joined the Lakers on a minimum salary, has emerged as a surprising contender in the NBA. Moreover, the presence of Kobe, their leading scorer, adds to their formidable strength. In tonight's game, it is widely anticipated that the Timberwolves will not prevail against the Lakers. Garnett has also heard the tale of Lin Feng, who joined the Lakers on a minimum contract, yet has become the league's greatest underdog. He cannot help but feel envious of Kobe, unable to comprehend how Kobe managed to uncover such an extraordinary teammate. If possible, he would gladly reach into his own pockets to sponsor Lin Feng's games. Wishing to have him as his teammate, he has a premonition that if he were to join forces with Lin Feng, while he cannot guarantee a championship that season, at least reaching the Western Conference Finals would not be an insurmountable challenge. Meanwhile, the players from both teams enter the Target Center one by one. Garnett, clad in a tracksuit emblazoned with the Timberwolves logo, approaches Lin Feng and Kobe. Observing Lin Feng and Kobe engaged in conversation, he greets them. Hi, my dear Kobe. I heard this dark horse beside you was discovered by you in the development league? Kobe turns to Garnett with a smile, replying, Indeed, KG. Lin is a talent I unearthed while he was in my affiliated team, the Defenders. What's on your mind? Garnett responds, I must say, you are quite fortunate, my friend. Early in your career, you had Shaquille, and now you have Lin emerging. I've watched his game footage. He is a competent all-star player, and I am quite fond of him. Garnett does not hide his admiration for Lin Feng. After all, which superstar aspiring for a championship does not yearn for a capable ally by their side? Lin Feng has demonstrated his prowess in 3 matches. Partnering with Lin Feng makes competing a breeze, and Garnett places great importance on Lin Feng's tenacity in securing rebounds. In this era of the league, a saying rings true. He who controls the rebounds controls the game. The significance of rebounds is self-evident. They represent opportunities for second chance points. If a team possesses the liberty to shoot at will, victory becomes almost inevitable. As an interior player, Garnett yearns for an opportunity to seek Lin Feng's insights on the art of rebounding. In a recent match between the Lakers and the Seattle Supersonics, Lin Feng amassed over 20 rebounds. While one might argue that 20 rebounds aren't extraordinary, considering the legendary Rodman often achieved such figures, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that more than half of Lin Feng's rebounds were of the more challenging offensive variety. Some young fans, lacking a deeper understanding of the game, merely glance at post-game statistics, overlooking the stark contrast between securing offensive and defensive rebounds. Those who have played the game know that the difficulty of offensive rebounds surpasses that of defensive rebounds by several tiers. Remarkably, Lin Feng, a player in the point guard position, managed to snag a dozen offensive rebounds in a single game. What does this signify? The seasoned player Garnett, having devoted his life to the sport, comprehends it all too well. Thus, he admires Kobe for having such an exceptional teammate in Lin Feng. Hi Lin, may I inquire about your techniques for rebounding? Garnett gazes at Lin Feng, his resolute visage brimming with a fervent desire to learn the art of securing rebounds. Lin Feng lifted his head, gazing into Garnett's relatively sincere eyes, and with a light chuckle, said, I am unworthy of such a request. In your presence, alongside Kobe, I am but a junior. The match is about to commence, and during the game, I shall demonstrate to you the insights I've gained on rebounding through practical experience. Lin Feng's words were laden with double meanings. It seemed less like he was imparting wisdom on rebounding techniques to Garnett, and more like he was issuing a challenge. If you wish to learn the art of rebounding, it's quite simple. Let's engage in a duel, and you shall see. Garnett, not one to be easily fooled, recognized the underlying implication and was both amused and incensed. Damn, you've ignited my competitive spirit. In the game, I shall make you regret this. Laughter erupted from Kobe, who chimed in, Lin. Should I interpret this as you throwing some trash talk at KG? He won't back down. He's a tough nut, beware of his elbows. Kobe, I appreciate the heads up, but I have faith that KG isn't that kind of player. I can handle trash talk, but should he resort to dirty play, I will report him to the league. Garnett, with a sly grin, recognized Lin Feng as an intriguing individual, quite unlike the somber image he had of his compatriots. Chapter 56. The first confrontation with the Wolf King Garnett as the game commenced. Lin Feng predictably took the role of the jump ball specialist for the Lakers, facing off against none other than the Wolf King, Garnett. Having prepared extensively, Garnett had scrutinized game footage and noted Lin Feng's impressive vertical leap and ability to suspend in midair, making him adept at jump balls. He was undeterred. During the jump, he nearly wrested control from Lin Feng. KG was the first to touch the ball at midcourt, yet regrettably, he fell just short. Lin Feng had become a sensation throughout the league, with everyone wary of contesting a jump ball against him. The commentators were equally impressed by Lin Feng's prowess at the jump ball, recalling his 3 successful jumps for the Lakers, each resulting in possession for his team. Lin, I've done my homework on you. Be cautious in this match. I wouldn't mind adding another Chinese player to the list of those I've dominated. True to form, Garnett, the master of trash talk, couldn't resist delivering a jab even after failing the jump. Lin Feng paid no heed to it. He too relished the art of trash talk. However, his prowess in this domain far eclipsed that of Garnett. Garnett incessantly berates his opponents with a singular objective: to infuriate them, thereby disrupting their composure and performance, which paves the way for his victory. In contrast, Lin Feng employs his taunts at the precise moment he has bested his adversary, amplifying their impact. For instance, during the last match, he told Lewis, I shall terminate you at that spot. After executing a sudden jump shot that found its mark, he taunted Lewis once more, saying, Rookie, welcome to Staples. One can only imagine the psychological devastation wrought upon Lewis, whose mental fortitude undoubtedly crumbled under such humiliation. In the previous game, Lin Feng's barbs severely hindered Lewis's performance. Once known for his sharpshooting, Lewis managed a mere 8 points, akin to that of a benchwarmer. Will Lin Feng unleash a torrent of brilliance in tonight's contest? I just heard that KG seems to be intentionally provoking Lin, aiming to incite him and seize victory in this match. Ha ha ha, KG's trash talk is well known throughout the league. Lin is merely a rookie, and one can only hope he withstands KG's jibes. Otherwise, his performance may suffer gravely, and the outcome of this game remains uncertain. Oh my, do you not regard Kobe with the utmost respect? Even if Lin's performance wavers, there's still Kobe. Apologies, Mike, I had forgotten about Kobe. Mike Breen returns to commentate this match. Lin Feng has always admired this commentator for his passionate delivery. Mike Breen is absolutely correct. The current Lakers boast 2 formidable weapons. Even if Lin Feng falters, there remains Kobe. And should Kobe be inconsistent, Lin Feng stands ready. The dual-core championship model has yielded the most victories in NBA history. The legendary Shaq and Kobe duo, along with Pippen and Jordan during their Bulls era, exemplify the pinnacle of dynamic duos. Lin Feng, in tonight's match against the Timberwolves, refrained from engaging in the gritty undertakings he had in the previous game. This time, his offensive fervor was palpable. Upon securing the ball at midcourt, he chose not to pass but to launch an attack himself. Kobe gradually developed a certain synergy with Lin Feng. Recognizing Lin's intent to go solo, he gestured to his teammates to create space for Lin's individual play. Ladies and gentlemen, we now witness Lin in possession, opting against the pass, while Kobe seems to share an increasingly harmonious understanding with him. As Kobe observes Lin initiating his offensive maneuver, he signals for all teammates to clear out, marking a performance epic for the Lakers, now defined by the collaboration of Lin and Kobe. We hope that with Lin's addition this season, Kobe may finally realize his aspiration of securing a 4th championship ring. The commentators articulated their thoughts in real time, expressing their anticipation for the Lin-Kobe duo to achieve commendable success this season. The player tasked with guarding Lin Feng is a relatively obscure figure named Herson. Herson, possessing modest athletic abilities, often finds himself facilitating plays for the Wolf King, allowing him to conclude the game. His defensive skills leave much to be desired. When matched against a traditional guard, he barely holds his ground. Tonight, facing the offensively adept Lin Feng poses a significant challenge for Herson. Coach Dwayne Casey, well aware of this predicament, instructed Garnett to contain Lin in the paint, denying him easy opportunities to score. Garnett, being the versatile player he is, accepted the responsibility without question, ready to take on both defensive and offensive roles. As Lin Feng engages in a one-on-one with Herson, Garnett is already stationed inside, poised to thwart any attempt Lin makes at a layup or dunk. Mike Breen remarked, Herson's single coverage against Lin is quite a daunting task. To my knowledge, Herson has never made it onto any defensive team, not even the second team. The challenge is immense. After observing Lin's recent performances, I realized he is a player adept at both driving and shooting, making him a difficult opponent. I hope KG can manage to curtail Lin's impact in this game. Just as the commentators finished their observations, Lin Feng initiated his drive. He regarded Herson with disdain, knowing that the latter's attempt to guard him was as futile as a dreamer's fantasies. As he penetrated the lane, Garnett awaited him, ready to impose his dominance and deliver a thunderous block. Hey, Lin, do you truly dare to come in here? Are you unaware that I've been selected to the all-defensive first team 7 times? Guarding you is as effortless as indulging in a donut. Garnett is undeniably a loquacious individual. Upon seeing Lin Feng enter with the ball, he immediately spread his arms wide and unleashed a torrent of trash talk. Indeed, Garnett is a formidable defender. Since the 1999 to 2000 season, he has been selected for the all-defensive first team, maintaining this honor up to the previous season. From his humble beginnings as a high school graduate entering the league to becoming the king of trash talk and ultimately an all-star player, KG's defensive prowess and offensive efficiency have consistently surged over the years. However, his remark about donuts elicited an unexpected chuckle from Lin Feng. As a person from the future, Lin is privy to a little anecdote. During a match between the Celtics and the Knicks, Garnett had made a provocative statement to Carmelo Anthony, insinuating that his wife's scent resembled that of a donut. This taunt irked Anthony, leading to a fierce confrontation on the court. Even after the game concluded, Anthony stormed towards the Celtics bus, daring Garnett to confront him outside. It is well known that Anthony's influence in New York is unparalleled, far beyond what Garnett could hope to match. With the assistance of teammates and a cadre of reporters, KG was able to make a hasty retreat. After all, engaging with someone of Anthony's stature is no light matter, even for the fearless Garnett. Reflecting on this amusing tale, Lin Feng could not help but smile. Garnett, bewildered, gazed at Lin, unable to comprehend the source of his laughter. He instinctively assumed Lin was challenging his authority or attempting to demonstrate superiority. This infuriated KG, who bared his teeth and resolved to thwart Lin in this possession, aiming to deliver a resounding block. However, that was merely his assumption. As he surged into the paint, Lin did not execute an explosive dunk. Instead, he performed a series of somewhat unrefined fakes, successfully deceiving Garnett. The arena fell into an eerie silence as spectators realized that Lin's moves, though slightly awkward, embodied a rare finesse typically reserved for skilled big men. Was that the elusive dream shake? Chapter 57, a once-in-a-century basketball prodigy. OMG, Lin can execute the dream shake. While it appeared a bit unpolished, it effectively fooled Garnett, allowing him to score effortlessly. Lin is extraordinary. It seems there is no basketball skill he cannot master. This dream shake, surely he learned it from Olajuwon? Lin is a malleable genius in the realm of basketball, and in my opinion, his basketball acumen rivals that of Kobe. After witnessing Lin Feng's dream shake, the two commentators offered heartfelt praise for his performance. This individual possesses an abundance of skills that are simply incalculable. A point guard showcasing the rare finesse of the dream shake? It is worth noting that in the entire NBA, only Jordan and Kobe have mastered the dream shake to such an extent. Lin Feng's unexpected display of skill astonished both commentators and fans alike. Garnett, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes as Lin employed the elusive footwork against him. Oh, Lin, you have opened my eyes. Did you learn that dreamlike footwork from Kobe? I must admit, I underestimated you at first. Garnett, feeling somewhat helpless, realized that as a prominent star of the Timberwolves, he had been playfully outmaneuvered by a Chinese player, leading to an effortless 2-point score for Lin. At that moment, a notification echoed in Lin's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated a new skill, the dreamlike footwork, through practical application in a real game. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned by the sound. The activation of the new skill dreamlike footsteps was unexpectedly triggered by the practical application in real combat. He had initially believed that such skills could only be unlocked after enhancing his performance on the court, yet it seemed that reality defied his expectations. The system's capabilities surpassed his imagination. Even a confrontation had activated the court dominator skill. During the previous match, he had playfully maneuvered around Garnett with unfamiliar footwork, only to be greeted by a notification from the system announcing the activation of dreamlike footsteps. Instinctively, he opened his attributes panel, and indeed, a new skill had appeared in his skill slot, dreamlike footsteps. Marvelous. The basketball god system has truly not disappointed me. With the activation of dreamlike footsteps, Lin Feng would alter his playing strategy, focusing more on creating damage from the low post. He cherished this skill as it emphasized mental acuity over sheer brute force. Furthermore, executing dazzling footwork in low post situations would better safeguard his physical well-being. In contrast to aggressive dunks that pose significant risks to an athlete's health, mastering the art of skillful play would alleviate half the burden, minimizing the threat of injuries. Lin, your dreamlike footsteps still lack certain finesse. You must practice diligently upon your return, Kobe said, approaching Lin Feng with a serious demeanor. Although you managed to outmaneuver KG just now, that was merely due to his underestimation of you and your skill. In the future, when teams target you, it won't be so easy to deceive them for points. He continued, your footwork should adapt based on your opponent's positioning, and you ought to gradually develop your left-hand offensive capabilities. Kobe's critique was astutely accurate. Indeed, Lin Feng had successfully tricked Garnett because of the latter's complacency. Garnett had not anticipated that a point guard like Lin Feng would employ dreamlike footsteps, leading to his miscalculation. If it had been a one-on-one defense against Kobe, Garnett would not have so readily leaped as he thoroughly understood Kobe's multifaceted skills, characterized by an array of deceptive maneuvers. Upon hearing Kobe's words, Lin Feng smiled and nodded, saying, Kobe, in the next round, I shall employ the dream shake once more, and you shall see whether I have made any progress. Kobe was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Lin Feng truly believed he would master the dream shake so quickly. Was his capacity, for learning so formidable that a mere casual observation could lead him to grasp the essence of such a skill? Indeed, Lin Feng's extraordinary ability to learn left Kobe astounded. In the subsequent round, Lin Feng continued to utilize the Dream Shake. This time, his execution was nothing short of perfection. Not only did he leave Garnett bewildered, but the defenders attempting to assist were also deceived by Lin Feng's cunning feints. Following this, he delivered a smooth bank shot that concluded the play effortlessly. The elegance and decisiveness of his Dream Shake left all players on the court in awe, their eyes fixed on Lin Feng. In contrast to the somewhat clumsy footwork displayed in the previous round, his current movements reflected a mastery that could only be described as extraordinary. Even the legendary Hakeem Olajuwon's footwork seemed less fluid by comparison. My goodness, Lin is truly an anomaly. A maneuver as difficult to master as the Dream Shake was effortlessly learned by him after just 2 attempts. Unbelievable, Lin is a basketball prodigy, a talent that comes once in a century. Upon my return, I must share this revelation with Olajuwon, informing him that his era has passed, and that his iconic footwork has been surpassed by a rookie player. The commentators, Mike Breen and his partner Bill Worrell, were utterly exhilarated. Lin Feng's exquisite display of the Dream Shake has indeed transcended the classic essence of the move. Throughout both offensive rounds, Lin Feng skillfully toyed with Garnett, rendering the latter utterly speechless. Typically known for his sharp tongue, Garnett remained notably subdued this evening, refraining from hurling any trash talk at Lin Feng. It was as if he foresaw the emergence of a dazzling new star. Should Lin Feng maintain this level of competitive fervor, his future accomplishments are bound to be immeasurable. Damn, Kobe, I am envious of you right now. You casually discover such a gem in the development league. To be frank, I admire this rookie, and even more so, I admire this individual, Garnett remarked. He is the only point guard I have witnessed employing the Dream Shake, and he is the first to consecutively fake me out in the paint. Kobe erupted in laughter. KG, unfortunately, Lin is already my teammate, and you cannot take him away. He has joined the Los Angeles Lakers. OMG, Kobe, are you taking advantage of my presence in a small market? Garnett replied, visibly disheartened. However, his formidable mental fortitude ensured that this did not affect his performance in the subsequent games. The Timberwolves fans fervently applauded Lin Feng, as watching him play was nothing short of a delight. No one had ever witnessed a point guard venture into the paint to execute the Dream Shake. Lin Feng was the first to offer them such a visual feast. As the first quarter concluded, the Lakers held a temporary lead of 9 points. Entering the second quarter, Garnett began to exert his influence, facing off against Kwame Brown, a notoriously underperforming former first overall pick in NBA history. One could only imagine the extent of the humiliation he would endure against the formidable Big Ticket. In a previous encounter during the storied rivalry, Lin Feng vaguely recalled Pau Gasol being ruthlessly dominated by Garnett due to his softer playing style. This illustrated that in terms of one-on-one matchups, Gasol could not compete with Garnett. The latter's robust style of play and fierce defense proved too much for the genteel Spanish player. As fans are well aware, in 2008, the Lakers suffered a significant defeat against the Celtics, losing that championship series 4-2. Chapter 58. Ayako Matsui, however, tonight, the formidable Kevin Garnett, renowned for his defensive prowess, was unexpectedly outmaneuvered twice by a Chinese guard. This left the Timberwolves fans in disbelief. It is noteworthy that Garnett has been a perennial selection for the all-defensive first team since the 1999-2000 season, never missing a single season. His defensive skills are characterized by his remarkable height and long arms, swift footwork, extraordinary anticipation, and exceptional awareness in team defense. He is capable of extending his defense beyond the perimeter and is unafraid of switching assignments, as he possesses the versatility to guard positions 1 through 5. In the Timberwolves' defensive framework, Garnett has always been the cornerstone. He seamlessly integrates into any defensive scheme, which is precisely why Coach Dwayne Casey entrusted him with the responsibility of containing Lin Feng. Unfortunately, the idealistic expectations did not align with the harsh realities. Despite Casey's high hopes, Garnett was unable to effectively restrain Lin Feng, who skillfully executed 2 dazzling footwork maneuvers to score 4 points over him. It was truly perplexing. This young Chinese player's offensive capabilities exceeded my expectations. Coach Dwayne Casey, seated at the sidelines, was filled with anxiety. He understood that if even Garnett could not contain Lin Feng, the prospect for winning the game were grim. In the second quarter, Garnett exerted himself offensively, decisively overpowering the underperforming first overall pick, Kwame Brown, yet he still could not close the score gap. Having a single monster on a team is already challenging, but the Los Angeles Lakers boast two scoring behemoths. Tonight, Lin Feng exhibited an intense desire to dominate offensively, dazzling Garnett with consecutive mesmerizing footwork. Following a pass from Kobe, he executed a stunning alley-oop dunk. Kobe's alley-oop to Lin resulted in a magnificent dunk. This play showcased Lin's off-ball movement, a textbook example of positioning. Kobe's court vision was equally impressive. While many assert that Kobe was reluctant to pass throughout his career, it is simply because he had not encountered worthy teammates. The legendary duo of Shaquille O'Neal and the current pairing of Lin and Kobe reveal a player who delights in sharing the ball. Mike Breen and Bill Walton provided commentary, affirming that Kobe was not averse to passing. Rather, he was reluctant to do so with inexperienced teammates. He understood that passing to Brian Cook, the disappointing first overall pick Kwame Brown, or rookie Andrew Bynum would yield little result, as their limited skills often led to hesitation, ultimately resulting in the ball returning to his hands. Given this, he chose to refrain from passing altogether. During his partnership with Shaquille O'Neal, longtime fans witnessed numerous classic assists from Kobe. The duo, one inside and the other outside, dominated the league. Now, with O'Neal thriving in Miami and Lin Feng delivering explosive performances for the Lakers, it is only natural that Kobe embraces the notion of sharing the ball. As Lin and Koo executed this aerial relay, the Lakers had already established a 15-point lead over the Timberwolves. This iconic connection between Lin and Koo was destined to be featured among the top 5 plays in the following day's sports highlights. In the third quarter, Lin Feng took a brief respite before re-entering the fray. With his enchanting footwork activated, he relentlessly drew fouls in the paint. Garnett, now seasoned in experience, was no longer easily outmaneuvered by Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng's mesmerizing footwork became increasingly refined, his feints so lifelike that they deceived Garnett on 2 occasions, allowing Lin to score 4 points over him. Witnessing a guard consistently employ such exquisite footwork in the key, fans, bench players, coaches, and commentators alike were left in awe. After years in the NBA, they were witnessing a guard adeptly mastering Olajuwon's signature moves like never before. Even Kobe was left in admiration, suddenly realizing that Lin Feng might have surpassed him in the art of the dream shake. In a clash of technical prowess, one would expect rivalry. Yet Kobe raised his thumb in praise of Lin Feng's exceptional basketball IQ. The dream shake, a notoriously challenging skill to master, had attracted many superstar players seeking mentorship. Over the years, aside from Kobe, it seemed no other player had managed to perfect it. Lin Feng, an extraordinary talent, has remarkably mastered the dream shake technique during an intense contest, demonstrating that his basketball IQ surpasses that of any player in the NBA. While the astonishment of the spectators was palpable, Lin Feng remained notably composed. He was acutely aware of his own strengths, possessing an intelligence quotient in basketball that exceeded the average NBA player by a staggering 40 points. This advantage enabled him to swiftly and effortlessly command various skills. Initially clumsy with the dream shake, he quickly grasped its essence after the system activated the skill for him, mastering it by the second and third attempts. That evening, solely relying on the dream shake, he scored 8 points over Kevin Garnett, an achievement never before witnessed by Garnett in his matchups. Notably, Lin Feng was not even Garnett's direct opponent, merely providing assistance defense, yet he managed to score decisively above him. As the third quarter concluded, Lin Feng had amassed an impressive 30 points, surpassing Kobe, who scored only 20 in this match. Acknowledging Lin Feng's fervent desire to attack, Kobe embraced his role as a supportive elder, frequently feeding him the ball. The duo executed 3 breathtaking alley-oop dunks in the target center, providing the Timberwolves fans with a visual feast. Though the Lakers were dominating their home team, the audience found the brilliant matchup worth every penny spent on tickets, as they had come to witness a magnificent basketball spectacle. From the perspective of the consumers, they felt they had profited. However, there were also die-hard fans of Garnett who expressed their discontent, vocally urging him to retaliate, especially against Lin Feng, whom they wished to see thoroughly defeated. Garnett, hearing the thunderous roars from the crowd, felt helpless. He lacked a competent ally to prevent such a humiliating loss. As the fourth quarter commenced, the game had devolved into garbage time, with the Lakers leading the Timberwolves by 20 points, a margin that seemed insurmountable. The wise coach, Phil Jackson, did not push the matter to extremes. He was always a shrewd strategist. At the start of the fourth quarter, he substituted Lin Feng and Kobe for the bench players. With a 20-point lead, it was highly unlikely that the Timberwolves could reclaim the game. Seated on the bench, Lin Feng was revered by the Timberwolves fans. Rumors circulated that he had only signed a one-year minimum contract with the Lakers. By this time next year, he would be a free agent, and fans eagerly anticipated the day he might join the Timberwolves. A striking Asian beauty, appearing to be in her mid-20s with luscious, voluminous waves of hair and an alluring figure, sat in the front row. Her large, expressive eyes could effortlessly captivate the hearts of men. She gently tapped Lin Feng on the shoulder and said, "Hello, Lin. My name is Aiko Matsui. I am currently the logistics manager for an unknown team. It is a pleasure to meet you. Could you please sign an autograph for me?" Chapter 59. What you fear will indeed come to pass upon hearing this. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards Matsui Ayako. To his astonishment, Matsui Ayako bore a striking resemblance to Ayako Inoue from Slam Dunk. Her cascading waves of hair, slightly pronounced features, and sensuously full lips captivated him. Even her demeanor echoed that of Ayako Inoue. How peculiar it was. He portrayed Sakuragi Hanamichi. Could it be that Matsui Ayako was embodying Ayako Inoue? Moreover, she had just mentioned that she currently served as the logistics manager for an obscure team, akin to a team manager. In Slam Dunk, Ayako Inoue held the position of team manager for Shihoko High School. What an extraordinary coincidence. Truly, it was serendipity at its finest. Lin Feng sat in a daze on the bench, momentarily forgetting to give Matsui Ayako an autograph. "What is the matter?" Matsui Ayako replied with a bright smile, questioning Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head, took Matsui Ayako's paper and pen, and graciously signed his name. "Thank you, Lin." Upon receiving Lin Feng's signature, she appeared to be quite delighted. Lin Feng could not help but inquire, "Are you Japanese?" "Indeed, I am Japanese," was the response. Given that the two were conversing in English, Lin Feng could not ascertain Matsui Ayako's exact origins. However, judging by her name, it was undoubtedly suggestive of Japanese descent. "Since you are Japanese, do you not feel a certain connection between us? Your name is Matsui Ayako, and your appearance resembles that of a character. Are you familiar with Inoue Ayako?" "Huh?" Matsui Ayako was momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's unexpected question, but she soon laughed and replied, "Of course I know her. As a Japanese person, how could I not be aware of Inoue Ayako? She was my idol during childhood, and I adored her. So you understand." As Matsui Ayako spoke, she glanced at Lin Feng's flamboyant red hair. "It is evident that you're also an SD enthusiast. Your style is clearly inspired by Sakuragi Hanamichi, is it not?" The reason Matsui Ayako sought Lin Feng's autograph was precisely because she saw a familiar shadow reflected in him. Lin Feng bears a striking resemblance to Sakuragi Hanamichi from Slam Dunk. "Lin, to be candid, I noticed you during your inaugural match against the Golden State Warriors. In a sense, we are kindred spirits. I am emulating Aiko Inoue, while you embody Sakuragi Hanamichi. We share a common passion." "Haha, indeed." Lin Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging that he had a fondness for Sakuragi Hanamichi during his childhood. Now, having traversed back to the year 2006 and unexpectedly acquiring a system, he found himself embodying Sakuragi once more. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng instinctively inquired, "Do you possess a system as well? What is it?" Upon hearing his words, Matsui Ayako was momentarily bewildered. In 2006, aside from Lin Feng, a man from the future, no one had any understanding of what a system was. Matsui Ayako's mimicry of Inoue Ayako stemmed solely from childhood admiration and bore no relation to any system. However, Lin Feng mistakenly assumed that Matsui Ayako's deliberate resemblance to Inoue Ayako was an effort to enhance her portrayal's authenticity. This revelation startled him, leading him to believe that, apart from himself, there might be others in this temporal realm who had also acquired a system. It seems that your portrayal of Inoue Ayako is merely a personal preference, rather than a consequence of any system." Lin Feng posed a question, intending to provoke Matsui Ayako, yet the latter responded with a bewildered expression. He could ascertain that Matsui Ayako was devoid of system. It was merely his overthinking, as she simply adored Inoue Ayako and was imitating her deliberately. Matsui Ayako regarded Lin Feng as though he were somewhat eccentric, silently wondering what was wrong with him. Was he perhaps mentally unstable? However, she soon found solace in the thought that geniuses often differ slightly from the ordinary. Furthermore, they shared a mutual passion as both were enthusiasts of SD. Therefore, Matsui Ayako continued, "Lin, may we exchange phone numbers? I truly enjoy watching you play, and, currently, I serve as the manager of a team at the Rush campus in Minnesota. I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to train my players through your guidance." Hearing the voice, Lin Feng chuckled and remarked, "Your imitation of Inoue Ayako is quite earnest. Not only do you resemble her in appearance, but your profession mirrors hers as well." I recall that Inoue Ayako is the manager of the Shohoku High School basketball team, responsible for ensuring the team's logistical needs. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Matsui Ayako erupted into a delightful giggle. "Indeed, Lin. It was after I secured this position that I chose to change my name to Matsui Ayako. I was previously known as Matsui Miki." "Oh, I see. Well, best of luck in nurturing outstanding players like Miyagi Ryota." With another charming laugh, Matsui Ayako's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of pink. The tale of Miyagi Ryota and Inoue Ayako has touched the hearts of countless SD fans. Lin Feng reminisced about his childhood when he watched Slam Dunk, harboring a fervent wish for Miyagi Ryota and Inoue Ayako to end up together. "Well, I shall not disturb you further. You are still in the midst of a match. Shall we exchange phone numbers? If I have any questions in the future, I would like to seek your guidance." Matsui Ayako noticed the gaze of those around her fixated on her and Lin Feng, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, and requested to keep Lin Feng's contact information. After the match concluded, she frequently reached out to him. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and acquiesced to Matsui Ayako's request. As a team manager, she should bear responsibilities akin to Inoue Ayako, aspiring daily for Xiangbei High School to ascend to greater heights. Now a player for the Lakers, he might be able to assist Matsui Ayako with issues regarding the basketball market. Thus, Lin Feng provided her with his personal contact number. He was pleasantly surprised to encounter such an intriguing Japanese girl like Matsui Ayako while challenging the Timberwolves in Minnesota. "Lin, do you know that woman?" Odom inquired as Lin Feng handed his number to Matsui Ayako. "I don't know her, but we seem to get along quite well," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. "Lin, if I recall correctly, you already have a girlfriend, don't you?" Odom responded thoughtfully. Yes, I do have a girlfriend," Lin Feng admitted. "Then why are you chatting so intimately with her? Aren't you worried your girlfriend might be watching the live broadcast right now?" Odom kindly warned. At that moment, Lin Feng felt an ominous sensation wash over him. Indeed, it was quite possible that Su Muqing was currently watching the live stream. He was aware that she would attend games at Staples Center, and when they played away, she would either watch from home or her workplace. If the camera were to pan to him, showcasing his lively conversation with Matsui Ayako, it could stir up unforeseen troubles. As fate would have it, after the game concluded, the Lakers triumphed over the Timberwolves, securing their fourth consecutive victory of the new season. Although he received bonus points from the system, Lin Feng found it impossible to feel joy upon returning to the locker room and retrieving his Motorola phone. Su Muqing had sent him numerous messages, all inquiring about one thing. Who was the woman sitting behind him at the Target Center? The live stream had revealed his animated discussion with Matsui Ayako, igniting Su Muqing's ire. The barrage of messages bombarded him with accusations of whether he had become fickle or if he was now keeping another woman due to his newfound fame. Chapter 60. This regret shall be rectified by me. Gazing at the flurry of accusatory messages from Su Muqing, Lin Feng felt a surge of anger. He wished he could confront the director responsible for tonight's broadcast, questioning why they had chosen to focus the camera on him. If they felt compelled to switch angles, couldn't they do so while he was playing? Out of the blue, they captured him sitting on the bench, casually conversing with Matsui Ayako, and of all things, Su Muqing had seen it. "Darling, please allow me to explain. I didn't know that woman before. We just met. She is a team manager seeking my advice on a few matters. It's that simple. Please don't overthink it. There is no remedy. When a woman experiences a fleeting emotional turmoil, it is imperative to soothe her promptly. Otherwise, the resentment that festers within her heart will inevitably resurface, and one day, she may resurrect past grievances. Moreover, a woman's emotions can accumulate over time. Even if she suppresses her negative feelings this time, during future banter, she may inadvertently revisit old disputes." Having experienced several romantic relationships, Lin Feng possesses a profound understanding of women, and thus he hastily composed an explanatory text message to Su Muqing. Like most women, upon receiving the message, Su Muqing chose not to reply, seemingly intent on sulking. "Lin, what is troubling you? Your expression seems somewhat off. Are you feeling unwell?" Kobe had approached Lin Feng at some point, freshly showered, only to notice that Lin Feng had yet to remove his basketball jersey. Lin Feng lifted his head and gazed at the smiling Kobe, saying, "Kobe, it's nothing serious. Merely a minor misunderstanding with my girlfriend. Were you chatting a bit more with that Asian girl during the game?" Kobe had already heard from Odom that Lin Feng was engrossed in conversation with an Asian girl at the Target Center. Lin Feng offered an awkward smile and inquired, "Did Odom inform you?" "Indeed, Lin," Kobe replied, not concealing the truth. He continued with a grin, "Like you, I am a man with a woman. Although I have made a mistake in the past, I shall not engage in any rumors with other women in public, for that would be a betrayal to Vanessa." Lin Feng was at a loss for words. He was well aware that in 2003, Kobe had made a grievous error due to unforeseen circumstances. At that time, Kobe found himself the target of public scorn. Fortunately, his wife Vanessa remained steadfastly by his side. Those days marked the darkest chapter of Kobe's life. Yet, through his remarkable resilience, he managed to endure that harrowing period. During that tumultuous time, Kobe juggled court appearances and basketball games, and despite the overwhelming pressure, he consistently delivered commendable performances each night. He famously proclaimed, "What does not kill me makes me stronger." Returning to Los Angeles, he assured Lin Feng that this was merely a trifling matter. Kobe patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, encouraging him to remain at ease. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, proceeded to the bathroom for a shower, donned casual attire, and settled into the bus. Upon checking his phone, he noted that Su Muqing had yet to respond to his message. Lin Feng pondered, could she truly be angry? Should he return to Los Angeles and purchase a gift for Su Muqing? Upon arriving in Los Angeles, it was already the early hours of the morning. At this hour, it was likely that Su Muqing had already retired for the night, so Lin Feng chose not to disturb her. The following morning, after rising, he promptly reached out to Su Muqing, and fortunately, she answered the call. "What is it?" Her tone suggested that she was still somewhat upset. Lin Feng chuckled softly to himself, pondering that women, universally, are quite similar. A few thoughtful gifts could easily placate them. "Darling, come here, I wish to show you something." "What is it?" Su Muqing inquired with a hint of skepticism. "You'll find out once you arrive. Alternatively, I could come fetch you. Are you at home?" "Of course I'm at home. Where else could I possibly be?" "Very well. Stay at home and await my arrival. I shall be there in half an hour." Lin Feng departed from his residence, piloting the Ferrari gifted by Kobe with remarkable speed towards the Su family estate. Upon arriving at the villa's entrance, he encountered Su Muqing, who was clad in a sensuous and alluring short dress, holding a sun umbrella. As Lin Feng brought the car to a halt before the Su villa, Paulina fortuitously emerged from the house. Her eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. After just a few days, this young Chinese man had acquired a Ferrari? Had he struck it rich? "You, Lin Feng?" Paulina felt her cheeks flush, as if she had been struck. A few days prior, during Lin Feng's visit to the Su family, she had suggested to Su Muqing that she seek a Caucasian boyfriend, particularly one involved in basketball, presuming that such a choice would lead to a lifetime of mediocrity. However, both Su Hongyuan and Su Muqing held a favorable view of Lin Feng, dismissing her objections entirely. On the day Lin Feng departed, Paulina sought a conversation with Su Muqing, urging her to regard the matter with utmost seriousness and not to let a momentary impulse lead her to a lifelong misunderstanding with Lin Feng. Paulina firmly believed that a Chinese player like Lin Feng could never truly thrive in America. Just a few days after her words were spoken, Lin Feng appeared at her doorstep driving a Ferrari. How could this not leave Paulina feeling as if she had been slapped in the face? Lin Feng glanced at the complex expression on Paulina's face and chuckled softly. "Indeed, I am Lin Feng. Have you truly forgotten me?" "No, certainly not. I merely find your sports car quite impressive." "Is it newly acquired?" "Yes." Lin Feng nodded slightly. Paulina fell silent, casting a glance at Su Muqing, who stood at the roadside, seemingly seeking her daughter's confirmation regarding whether this million-dollar sports car was purchased or merely rented by Lin Feng. Su Muqing did not provide a definitive answer. Instead, she remarked, "Mom, I must be going now. Lin Feng is going to pick me up." "All right, you two be safe." Paulina replied as she watched the Ferrari merge onto the main road, shaking her head in astonishment. "Goodness, I can hardly fathom that this young man has become wealthy enough to buy a sports car so swiftly." Lin Feng tilted his head to observe the still, sulking Su Muqing and explained with a smile, "Muqing, allow me to clarify. The Asian girl from last night truly has no connection to me. I am entirely unfamiliar with her. She asked for my autograph and requested assistance for her training team. At present, she serves as a manager for a team at a branch in Minnesota. It's as straightforward as that. Please do not overthink it." Upon hearing this, Su Muqing retorted, "Is it really that simple? Are you certain you are not deceiving me?" "Muqing, why would I ever deceive you? This is indeed the situation as it stands," he replied. "Very well, for now, I shall take you at your word." Su Muqing nodded. "However, you mentioned over the phone that you would take me to see something. What precisely is it?" "You will find out once we arrive. he responded. Lin Feng smiled gently and accelerated his speed. He was preparing to purchase a diamond ring for Su Muqing, thus formally making her his beloved. In Slam Dunk, Sakuragi Hanamichi and Akagi Haruko never attain a perfect ending throughout the narrative. This regret was his to mend. Lin Feng, embodying Sakuragi Hanamichi, aspired to forge a poignant and perfect romance with Su Muqing, who bore a striking resemblance to Akagi Haruko. Chapter 61. The Heart of Eternity. Upon arriving in downtown Los Angeles, Lin Feng led Su Muqing to a jewelry wholesale center. The process of acquiring jewelry in America significantly differs from that in China. In China, one typically purchases jewelry from reputable stores or luxury malls. However, in America, the experience is far more convenient. The wholesale center is replete with an extensive array of jewelry. One can find virtually any type, provided they have the means to afford it. The center offers a comprehensive service, handling everything from cleaning to customization. Diamonds, jade, agate, rubies, sapphires, and other precious stones are all available. Moreover, purchasing jewelry in America is generally more economical than in China. As Su Muqing gazed at the dazzling array of jewelry shops lining the streets, she instantly grasped Lin Feng's intentions. A radiant smile, tinged with happiness, graced her lips as she exclaimed, "Baby, what you mentioned over the phone earlier, was it to show me this?" No woman is indifferent to jewelry. And upon learning of Lin Feng's intention to gift her a piece, Su Muqing was overwhelmed with joy. This indirectly affirmed Lin Feng's love for her. "Indeed, I am preparing to buy you a diamond ring, to witness our love." Lin Feng smiled and remarked, while Su Muqing's delicate face flushed a rosy hue. Nothing symbolizes the love between a man and a woman more profoundly than a diamond ring. Lin Feng presented her with a diamond ring, which clearly indicated the special place she held in his heart. However, Su Muqing was a sensible woman. She hesitated and remarked, "I understand that you have signed a contract with the Lakers and earned a substantial salary, but you shouldn't spend money so recklessly." He smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. As long as it brings you happiness, what does this little expenditure matter?" Lin Feng's lips were as sweet as honey. Every word he uttered tugging at Su Muqing's heartstrings. How ridiculous, spending money so frivolously just because he had a bit of it. She feigned disdain for Lin Feng, yet her heart was filled with delight. Hand in hand, the couple entered a jewelry wholesale center, where a Caucasian woman in her 30s stood by the counter. She greeted them with a professional smile and inquired, "What can I assist you with today?" "We wish to purchase a diamond ring to commemorate our love." "Do you have any rings with the 4CS?" Lin Feng replied, "Indeed, sir. However, I can't shake the feeling that you look somewhat familiar," the woman remarked, scrutinizing Lin Feng closely. There was no escaping it. His striking red hair and the eye-catching Xiangbei No. 10 jersey paired with his Venom Air Force One basketball shoes made him stand out remarkably. He bore a striking resemblance to a well-known Chinese basketball player currently making waves in Los Angeles. Could he be Chia Lin? The woman's husband was an avid NBA fan, so she had learned about this basketball prodigy from across the ocean who had become teammates with Kobe and had already helped the Lakers achieve 4 consecutive victories in the new season. "Oh my goodness, you must be Chia Lin. I recognize you." After careful observation, the Caucasian woman finally confirmed that the red-haired young man before her was indeed the sensational Chia Lin, captivating the entire city of Los Angeles. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on how he had indeed become quite famous. As he strolled through the streets, citizens recognized him readily. "Dear lady, do you often watch the NBA? Oh my, you truly are Chia Lin," exclaimed the Caucasian woman, her delight evident. "I don't watch the NBA much, but my husband is an avid fan. He often tells me that the Lakers have a promising chance this season, especially since Kobe finally has some competent support. Haha, indeed. This season, I am determined to secure the championship with Kobe. Well, I wish you all the success in achieving that title." The woman smiled, quickly retrieving a 4C diamond ring from behind the counter. "Oh dear, I got so caught up in our conversation that I forgot you came here to purchase a ring." Turning to Su Muqing, she remarked, "Lin, is this your girlfriend?" "Yes, indeed. Oh my, you two make such a lovely couple. Wishing you both everlasting happiness." "Thank you." Lin Feng expressed his gratitude, while the nearby Su Muqing felt increasingly bashful. "Lin, this is the 4C diamond ring you desired, priced at 25,000 and weighing 3 carats. What do you think?" A Caucasian woman whispered. "We also offer recycling and cleaning services. Should you choose to sell it later, you can exchange it for a new one. Such services are exclusively available to our member clients. But considering you are my husband's idol, I am discreetly providing you with these perks." The young woman certainly knew how to conduct business. Lin Feng smiled as he examined the 3-carat 4C diamond ring. Its quality was impeccable, with both texture and hue of the finest caliber. At 25,000, which roughly translates to over 160,000 yuan, the price was reasonable. In China, a 3-carat diamond ring would cost around the same, but the assurance of 4C quality could not be guaranteed elsewhere. Thus, Lin Feng nodded to himself, genuinely fond of the ring. He turned his gaze to Su Muqing and inquired, "Darling, do you still like this 3-carat 4C diamond ring?" "Yes, I quite like it," Su Muqing replied, feeling quite touched. In fact, she already possessed 2 diamond rings. After all, the Su family enjoyed a prosperous life, and during her university years, Su Muqing had purchased a ring for herself on her 21st birthday. Nevertheless, this 4C diamond ring was the first gift Lin Feng had given her, making it exceedingly precious in her heart. "All right, let us buy it. Please wrap it up for me." Lin Feng gestured for the young woman to wrap it up, his gaze captivated by a colorful diamond perched high on the shelf. Su Muqing's attention was equally ensnared by the dazzling gem, and after reading its name, both Lin Feng and Su Muqing gasped in astonishment. Translated into Chinese, it was the Heart of Eternity. This 10-carat Heart of Eternity was astonishingly priced at $5 million. Even though the Su family enjoyed a life of affluence, acquiring the Heart of Eternity diamond seemed like a mere fantasy. "Muqing, when I earn a fortune in the future and officially propose to you, I will certainly buy you this Heart of Eternity." Lin Feng's words echoed in her ears, and Su Muqing felt a wave of emotion wash over her. She gently placed her delicate hand in the crook of Lin Feng's arm and softly replied, "Baby, I don't need the Heart of Eternity. Having you by my side is more than enough." "Are you no longer angry then? You don't suspect that I have other girls outside?" Lin Feng smiled slyly. "What do you mean? I have never doubted your character. It was merely that during last night's competition, witnessing your animated conversation with another woman stirred discomfort within me. Such occurrences shall not transpire again in the future." Lin Feng held the 4C diamond ring in his hand and said, "Extend your hand. Allow me to adorn you with this exquisite ring. Bear with me for now, and once I secure a substantial contract with the Lakers, I shall certainly gift you the eternal heart." When it comes to winning a woman's affection, one must possess the art of eloquence. Lin Feng profoundly understood this truth. With a few skillful words of persuasion, Su Muqing beamed with delight. She had already forgotten the unpleasantness of the previous night, and her affection for Lin Feng grew ever more intense. Chapter 62. The Backcourt Duo That Swept the League Ding. Congratulations, the host's similarity to Sakuragi Hanamichi has reached 60. Skills and personal abilities have improved, granting an additional attribute point, endurance 30. The sudden system notification left Lin Feng in a state of confusion. After a brief moment, a smile spread across his face. He had previously contemplated that enhancing his similarity to Sakuragi Hanamichi was not merely a matter of external appearance, personality, and internal demeanor. These aspects alone were insufficient. Subsequent improvements in similarity would likely become increasingly arduous. Now, however, his external appearance, personality, and internal demeanor were all strikingly akin to that of the archetype, Sakuragi Hanamichi. Yet, it was somewhat awkward that his similarity still lingered at 55. To continue this ascent, he suspected that the key lay with Su Muqing. From the very first glance, he sensed that she was extraordinary. In terms of beauty and figure, Su Muqing surpassed even Akagi Haruko. Her infatuation and certain external traits bore an uncanny resemblance to Akagi Haruko from Slam Dunk. Fans of the series know that Akagi Haruko initially harbored a crush on Rukawa Kid. Each time she witnessed him playing basketball, she would transform into a love-struck admirer. Much like Su Muqing at Staples Center, passionately calling out Lin Feng's name as his most devoted fan. Eventually, for various reasons, Akagi Haruko began to develop feelings for Sakuragi Hanamichi, who had secretly adored her. However, this budding romance remained shrouded in secrecy, enveloped in a mystique that perhaps was a deliberate design by the creators behind the scenes. Lin Feng traversed back to the year 2006, acquiring the Divine Basketball System, assuming the role of Sakuragi Hanamichi. On the court, Sakuragi Hanamichi is invincible, yet in matters of the heart, he is, to put it plainly, an innocent and naive youth. Regardless of how many goddesses he adores, none of these infatuations culminate in success. Each time, he finds himself heartbroken. In the grand design of fate, the heavens have orchestrated for him, as the performer, to fulfill Sakuragi Hanamichi's long-held aspirations, remedying the everlasting regrets harbored by fans of SD. Thus, As his relationship with Su Muching grows increasingly fervent and intimate, it ignites the soul version of Sakuragi Hanamichi, subsequently enhancing their similarity. However, there's one aspect that leaves Lin Feng utterly perplexed. What exactly does the additional attribute of endurance 30 signify? Is it endurance on the basketball court? But does it pertain to the bedroom? This conundrum baffles Lin Feng. If it pertains to endurance on the court, it should align closely with physical stamina. Yet, if it refers to endurance in the bedroom, that presents a far more intriguing implication, rendering the subject matter even more fascinating. Baby, what are you thinking about? You seem to be daydreaming quite often these days. Just as Lin Feng was lost in contemplation, Su Muching's voice echoed in his ears. Lin Feng emerged from his reverie, playfully pinching Su Muching's delicate cheeks as he chuckled. It's nothing really. I simply wanted to ask when you might consider marrying me. Huh? Su Muching was momentarily taken aback. Marrying Lin Feng? It was a thought that had crossed her mind, yet it seemed a tad premature to broach such a subject. She was still quite young. Surely, there was no rush to tie the knot with Lin Feng. Waiting a few more years would suffice, wouldn't it? Baby, do you truly wish to marry me? Su Muching inquired, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Indeed, I do harbor such intentions. What are your thoughts on the matter? Lin Feng believes that his portrayal of Sakuragi Hanamichi has reached 60%. The remaining 40% will be achieved once Su Muching officially becomes his woman. If this conjecture holds true, he will swiftly amass wealth, providing Su Muching with a life of quality and subsequently hasten their marriage. After all, she is the woman destined for him. Su Muching steadied herself and scrutinized Lin Feng, realizing he was not jesting. She then responded, Darling, we are both in the ascent of our careers. Let us wait a little longer. Would you grant me a year to contemplate this? Certainly, he replied, and I hope that after a year, you will agree to marry me. Lin Feng broke into a smile, for he harbored genuine feelings for Su Muching. This affection was not solely due to Su Muching's striking resemblance to Akagi Haruko. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that Lin Feng's former incarnation had been deeply enamored with this woman. The two engaged in cheerful conversation as they departed from the jewelry store, driving back to their residence. Upon arriving home, Su Muching prepared a delightful lunch for Lin Feng. After they savored their meal, they reclined on the sofa, embracing one another in a tender moment. Following some playful antics that were unsuitable for the innocent, Su Muching took her leave. Despite their playful intimacy, the final barrier between them remained intact. It was not that Su Muching was unwilling, but rather that Lin Feng was exercising restraint. He understood that the most exquisite love often flourishes in the realm of ambiguity. If he were to consume Su Muching today, he would sacrifice countless beautiful memories. Furthermore, his restraint was also a means to discern the patterns that heightened their similarities. After all, the remaining 40 were answers he needed to uncover through Su Muching. Time flew by in this idyllic existence, as the Lakers prepared to face the Portland Trail Blazers in the 5th game of the new season. Due to the away game, Su Muching was unable to accompany him, as she had her own responsibilities to attend to. At 9 o'clock that evening, the entire Lakers team arrived at the Rose Garden in Portland, which had since been renamed the Moda Center. In 2006, the Trail Blazers Arena was still known as the Rose Garden, having opened its doors in 1995 and capable of accommodating over 20,000 spectators. The Blazers had performed dismally in the previous season, finishing at the bottom of the Western Conference. Their head coach, Terry Porter, a former player for the Blazers, transitioned to coaching after retiring. Among the 2006 Trail Blazers roster, there were a few familiar star players, albeit without significant recognition at that time. Notably, there was the Rookie of the Year, Brandon Roy, famously dubbed the Yellow Mamba. His career statistics were impressive, yet injuries curtailed his promising journey prematurely. Another noteworthy player was Zach Randolph, a power forward reminiscent of Dirk Nowitzki, with a smooth shooting touch. Unlike the typical player, Randolph was tall and robust, known for his tenacious defense. Provoking him on the court often led to dire consequences for his opponents. Randolph entered the NBA in 2001 as a product of the Portland Trail Blazers development and was currently a starter on the team. Additionally, the roster included players like Dixon, Outlaw, and the recently acquired Dyke from the Celtics, as well as Rafe LaFrentz. In the starting lineup, Roy was not yet deemed qualified, as he was merely a rookie that year. Despite his standout performances, he was not afforded ample playing time. However, upon learning that the Los Angeles Lakers would be their opponents that evening, Roy privately approached head coach Terry Porter, insisting on being included in the game. His motives were twofold. First, Roy was an admirer of Kobe Bryant, a well-known fact within the league. Second, He yearned to challenge the recently celebrated backcourt duo of Kobe and Lin Feng. The invincible Lin-Ku duo has taken the spotlight, with reports flooding in and an occasional highlight reel of top plays. The entire league is abuzz with discussions about whether the Lakers backcourt duo can claim the coveted O'Brien Trophy in the 2006 to 2007 season. Roy recognizes this as an exceptional opportunity to confront the Lin-Ku duo head-on, and thus, he is resolute not to let it slip away. Terry Porter is not the obstinate coach one might assume. Upon hearing Roy's earnestness, he grants his approval. The rookie, the yellow Mamba Roy, alongside the formidable power forward Randolph, akin to Nowitzki in skill, prepares to challenge the Lakers backcourt duo at the Rose Garden. Even the Trail Blazers fans concede that defeat is inevitable for their team. The renowned Lin-Ku duo is not to be trifled with. One Kobe is already a handful, and now Lin Feng emerges as well. This formidable pairing is destined to astonish the entire league with their performance this year. Chapter 63. The contemporary glider Roy, Randolph, Dixon Outlaw, and LaFrentz comprise the starting lineup for the Trail Blazers. The Lakers maintain their unchanged starting five. At point guard Lin Feng, shooting guard Kobe, small forward Odom, power forward Brian Cook, and center Kwame Brown. The matchup of the Golden backcourt against Roy and Randolph's inside-outside synergy should prove ample. The commentators for the game are Wolf Joe and Harold Gordon. As the game commences, Roy seeks out only Kobe, viewing him as the benchmark to surpass. He aims to demonstrate in the Portland Rose Garden that this is their territory. So, you intend to guard me one-on-one? Kobe chuckles, amused, even without the ball in his hands, as Roy relentlessly pursues him across the court. Kobe, during my formative years, I idolized you in basketball. Now, I am here to challenge you. Let us hope the young one's skills are as sharp as his tongue. Kobe, with an air of calmness, rose to the challenge, relishing the opportunity. During the 1998 All-Star Game, he exhibited the same attitude towards his idol, Jordan. At that time, Malone attempted to set a screen, but Kobe, visibly frustrated, urged Malone to cease that infernal pick. This moment has become a cherished tale in the NBA, as every budding player yearns to confront their childhood heroes. Years later, during a national team practice match, Irving mirrored this sentiment, even wagering with Kobe that the loser would pay the other $50,000. Kobe's refusal to accept Irving's challenge was not rooted in fear of the young player, nor was it a concern for the monetary amount. In an interview, he revealed to a reporter that he admired Irving's audacity, reminiscent of his own youthful challenges to Jordan. The reason for declining Irving was a desire to safeguard the young man's confidence, as defeating him would have been effortless. At that time, Irving was merely a rookie, brimming with speed and explosiveness, yet lacking in experience. To preserve Irving's self-esteem, Kobe chose not to engage in that one-on-one duel. 2 years later, during a regular season game, Irving finally encountered Kobe and signaled for his teammates to clear the space for a showdown. However, he was met with a resounding block from Kobe, abruptly ending that confrontation. It is undeniable that Irving is a basketball prodigy, having been drafted first overall, which speaks to his exceptional talent. Nevertheless, facing the seasoned Kobe, who had battled in the NBA for over a decade, proved to be too daunting for the young star. Tonight, Roy's defense against Kobe bore a striking resemblance to Irving's earlier attempts. Lin, pass me the ball. This kid is determined to guard me, Kobe called out to Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood the unspoken challenge and passed the ball to Kobe. Come on, young man. Let me see the extent of your abilities as you defend me with such arrogance. Kobe caught the basketball Lin Feng sent his way and addressed Roy. Roy, get ready. Roy assumed his defensive stance and retorted, Kobe, I acknowledge your prowess, yet your era is nearing its end. Bring it on and witness how I can handle you one-on-one. Ah, the youth has spirit, Kobe remarked. With a deceptive feint, he effortlessly left Roy off balance. Expecting a pull-up jumper, given Kobe's formidable shooting skills, Roy instinctively reached to block, only to realize it was merely a feint. Kobe dribbled the ball, pivoting on his right foot, executing a graceful spin that left Roy behind. He then aimed for the basket, turning mid-air for a jump shot, finishing the play with ease. Is this all you've got, young man? To be so audacious in your defense against me? You still have much to learn. He chuckled after outmaneuvering Roy with a feint followed by a turnaround jumper. Roy remained silent, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. What was happening? Was he truly that outmatched? Perhaps it was the nerves that got to him. Hey, Roy, you should focus on defending Lin Feng. I'll handle Kobe, came a suggestion. Rafe LaFrentz's assignment for the game was to guard Kobe, a directive from Coach Terry Porter. Roy's initial bravado led him to take on Kobe, but he had no choice but to yield to LaFrentz. Observing Roy being outplayed by Kobe, he shook his head in resignation, knowing a rookie like Roy would struggle significantly against such an opponent. Coach Terry Porter from the sidelines gestured for Roy to switch and defend Lin Feng, while entrusting LaFrance with the more formidable challenge of guarding Kobe. LaFrance, recently acquired from Boston, possessed excellent defensive skills. After all, the Celtics were renowned for their defensive prowess, and assigning LaFrance to Kobe was part of Porter's strategy. Reluctantly, Roy shifted to guard Lin Feng, momentarily forgetting that Lin was also a tough opponent. Young man, let me be clear, although both you and Lin are rookies this year, Lin can dismantle you just as easily as I did, Kobe provocatively remarked, seeking to unsettle Roy's confidence. Shit, Kobe, are you serious? I admit your strength. I watch you play for years, but this Asian player can also overpower me? Roy cradled his head in disbelief. In recent games, he had observed Lin Feng's overall prowess and concluded that he merely exhibited the potential typical of a rookie. Rookies often display vibrant performances in the early stages. Yet as the regular season concludes, they inevitably encounter the infamous rookie wall, which proves to be insurmountable for many. He did not believe that Lin Feng, having played only 5 games, could possess extraordinary strength. Even if he were remarkably skilled, he could never be compared to Kobe. After all, Kobe's consistent excellence over the years has been evident to basketball fans worldwide. Kobe, with a slight smile, discerned Roy's disbelief and addressed Lin Feng, saying, Lin, why don't you showcase your abilities to him? Show him that although you are both rookies, you can outshine him. Isn't that a bit unfair, Kobe? Lin Feng chuckled, questioning why a rookie should challenge another rookie. Kobe burst into laughter, having found Lin's humor endearing on numerous occasions. In the next possession, the Portland Trail Blazers regained control of the ball, with Roy dribbling past half-court, closely pursued by Lin Feng. Having just been ridiculed by Kobe, Roy felt a surge of defiance and, without hesitation, took a jump shot. His release was resolute. Catching Lin Feng off guard, he had not anticipated that Roy would shoot so boldly, seemingly indifferent to his rookie status. There was a chance he might miss and face the coach's wrath. To Lin Feng's astonishment, Roy's audacious shot found its mark. It was merely a stroke of luck, as he had launched the ball from a considerable distance beyond the three-point line. Kobe, did you see that? I just made a 3-pointer, while yours was merely a 2. Roy exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he flaunted his shot to Kobe. Lin Feng chuckled beside him, saying, that is merely your good fortune. In this round, I shall slam dunk upon your head. What? You intend to dunk over me? Roy exclaimed, his face a canvas of disbelief, confronted by someone even more audacious, proclaiming an intention to dunk on him. Lin, show him a thing or two. Kobe rallied in support of Lin Feng. Prepare yourself for the resurrection of the death dunk. Lin Feng, with the ball in hand, executed a swift breakthrough, at which moment Roy truly realized the formidable strength of Lin Feng, finding himself utterly incapable of halting his advance. Observing this, Randolph rushed to provide support, but alas, it was too late. Lin Feng sprinted towards the restricted area, his figure soaring high, reminiscent of a modern-day glider, as he executed a powerful and explosive slam dunk, decisively concluding this round of competition. Chapter 64. Huang Mamba Royce falls silent. Lin's dunk evokes memories of another individual, for the resemblance is striking. Commentator Wolf Joe, visibly exhilarated, spoke with a trembling voice. Harold Gordon interjected. Who? The dunk by Vince Carter during the 2000 Sydney Olympics against the French center, famously dubbed the dunk of death by basketball fans worldwide. Do you see the similarity? Oh my goodness. Joe, had you not mentioned it, I might have overlooked it. But Lin's dunk indeed mirrors Carter's iconic moment against the French center in Sydney. Thus, the champion of this year's slam dunk contest appears to be predetermined. Do you know who it is? Wolf Joe shouted loudly towards Mike. Kialin, Kialin, Kialin. There is a fervent demand among the fans this season to witness Lin's presence in the slam dunk contest. In the Rose Garden, the excitement of the fans was ignited. Lin Feng's emphatic reenactment of Vince Carter's iconic dunk of death ignited an electric atmosphere within the arena. Lin, you rascal. Your silhouette shall surely grace tomorrow's top 5 plays once again. Brian Cook expressed genuine admiration for Lin Feng's astounding vertical leap, asserting that this dunk even surpassed Carter's. Indeed, Lin, I am convinced you will reign supreme in this year's slam dunk contest, and you shall also be crowned Rookie of the Year. Odom concurred with Cook, believing that as long as Lin Feng participated in the dunk contest, victory was assured. Furthermore, Odom felt that with such explosive performances, as long as Lin Feng did not hit the rookie wall, the honor of Rookie of the Year was all but secured. Incredibly, his leap could rival that of Carter. Is he truly of Asian descent? Can an Asian possess such formidable jumping and gliding prowess? At the Rose Garden Arena, some were stirred to passion by Lin Feng's explosive dunk, while others questioned his heritage. An Asian mimicking Vince Carter's dunk of death would be met with disbelief by many Americans, had they not witnessed it with their own eyes. This kid is formidable. We must thwart his scoring at all costs. Even if we lose, we cannot do so in a disgraceful manner, shouted head coach Terry Porter. In contrast to Porter's fervor, Zen Master maintained a composed demeanor, confident that with both Lin Feng and Kobe, two superlative scorers, on his roster, this season's championship was all but secured. His only concern was the potential for injury. Just days prior, Kobe had undergone knee surgery. Yet he had not heard of any recurrence of Kobe's old ailment. The Zen Master found this puzzling but refrained from inquiring further. On the court, Lin Feng conquered fellow rookie Brandon Roy with a remarkable dunk of death. Roy's eyes widened in disbelief. Known for his understated and methodical playing style, fans later dubbed Roy the second coming of Tim Duncan. Although Roy's rookie season did not measure up to Duncan's legacy, it soon became evident that he was a remarkable talent, possessing a deceptively lethal game that could strike with precision against opponents. The moniker Yellow Mamba was not bestowed upon him lightly. However, at this moment, Roy found himself in a state of self-doubt, overwhelmed by Lin Feng's prowess. Lin, are you an alien? Have you escaped the grasp of Earth's gravity? Roy felt a mixture of reverence and trepidation towards Lin Feng, recognizing him as both an inspiration and a formidable adversary. Lin Feng's explosive performance may well eclipse his chances of securing the Rookie of the Year accolade, which, truth be told, rightfully belonged to Chris Paul in 2006. I shall not permit you to score so effortlessly, Roy declared fiercely, his teeth grinding audibly. Lin Feng remained impervious, dismissing Roy entirely. If memory serves correctly, by the end of this season, Roy is expected to average an impressive 16.7 points, 4 assists, and 1.2 steals per game. The Minnesota Timberwolves must be regretting their decision, as longtime fans are aware that Roy was selected by the Timberwolves before being traded to the Trailblazers. The Timberwolves management intended to secure a companion for Garnett, but overlooked Roy, thus unwittingly relinquishing a promising talent to the Trailblazers. The two teams were locked in a fierce struggle during the first quarter, with Roy's potential on full display. Despite Lin Feng's relentless defense, Roy managed to score 8 points, albeit with a shooting percentage of only 40. This performance compelled Lin Feng to re-evaluate Roy's capabilities. Under Lin Feng's constant pressure, Roy still managed to secure those 8 points, which Lin Feng had fully focused on. Roy's bank shots and mid-range jumpers proved to be his most formidable weapons. Having completed his university education prior to entering the NBA, Roy exhibited a maturity beyond that of typical draft selections, honing his skills to a remarkable degree during his collegiate years. Completely neutralizing Roy and preventing him from scoring is an unrealistic expectation, and Lin Feng's exceptional shot-blocking ability is not to be underestimated. As the second quarter commenced, Roy attempted another bank shot, but Lin Feng seized the opportunity to deliver a resounding block. With the ball in hand, Brandon Roy showcased his solid skill set. Despite Lin Feng's intense pressure in the first quarter, Roy still managed to accumulate 8 points with a shooting percentage hovering around 40. As he returned to the court in the second quarter, Roy sought to inflict damage on the offensive end. Let us observe who outshines in this contest between him and Chia Lin, both rookies. It appears Chia Lin has the upper hand, as Roy was met with a thunderous block from Lin. With the ball secured, Lin Feng passed it to Kobe, who swiftly transitioned into an offensive counterattack, launching a three-pointer, bang. It found its mark. Kobe's shot solidified the Lakers' 10-point lead over the Trailblazers. Following Lin Feng's assist, Kobe executed a quick counter, while Randolph and LaFrance exerted every effort to defend against him. Observing the situation, Kobe refrained from driving into the paint, opting instead for a pull-up three-pointer. The ball danced around the rim before ultimately falling through the net. This three-pointer expanded the Lakers' lead to a substantial 10 points. While Roy's prowess is undeniable, the Trailblazers simply cannot match the overall strength of the Lakers. With two prolific scorers at their disposal, the Lakers are unlikely to be defeated by the previous season's Western Conference cellar dwellers, the Trailblazers, as long as Kobe and Lin Feng maintain their competitive edge. There are few teams in the league capable of overcoming them. Trailblazers coach Terry Porter called for a timeout, recognizing that their current strategy was inadequate against the Lakers' offensive firepower, prompting a re-evaluation of their game plan. The commentator, Wolf Joe, remarked that Terry Porter was eager to put an end to the Lakers' winning streak. If the game continued in this manner, it would likely result in a rout. Roy was performing adequately, displaying considerable vigor. Yet the crucial factor was that Randolph failed to showcase his immense value in this match. The Trailblazers called for a timeout, affording the entire Lakers team a brief respite. The Zen Master summoned Lin Feng, stating, "Lin, guard Roy. You need not stay too close to him. Your physical attributes surpass his. As you did earlier, allow him space to drive, then deliver a resounding block from behind. If we successfully defend in this manner several times, Roy will become frustrated and we can seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack." The Zen Master, with his seasoned acumen, swiftly identified the crux of the issue. In terms of physical prowess, Roy could not match Lin Feng. Lin Feng had no necessity to closely follow Roy, darting around the court and exhausting his energy. In fact, he could have intentionally allowed Roy the space to break through, patiently awaiting his moment for a layup. At the instant Roy attempted the layup, Lin Feng could surge forth from behind or the side, delivering a formidable block. Consequently, the Lakers would seize the opportunity to execute several defensive counterattacks, gradually widening the gap between the two teams. Chapter 65, Lin and Roy Connection, Dunking with Precision. Indeed, that makes sense. Lin Feng nodded slightly. After all, the master is indeed a master. His basketball philosophy is worthy of emulation and study. Lin, let us proceed as the master has advised. If you find yourself without space, I shall provide support within the paint, stated Kwame Brown. Lin Feng cast a glance at him. Although this individual has often been criticized as the greatest draft bust in history, selected by Jordan, his defensive skills and pick-and-roll execution are commendable. While his offensive play may falter, his enthusiasm on defense and during screens is undeniable. All right, let us continue this way. Victory will come easily. The Trailblazers stand no chance against us, he mused. Odom, feeling inflated with confidence, could not help but exhibit arrogance, especially given that the Trailblazers had finished last in the Western Conference last season, a quintessential soft target. Upon resuming play after the timeout, Roy initiated the offensive push. As a rookie, he exhibited no signs of intimidation, fiercely contesting every shot with unwavering determination. Terry Porter was quite pleased with Roy's performance. Having transitioned from college to the NBA, he demonstrated a maturity that surpassed that of many high school players. Randolph also actively engaged in the offense, positioning himself near the elbow and free throw line. His exceptional shooting ability, combined with a soft touch and consistent performance, allowed him to thrive both inside and outside the arc. Following Porter's instructions, Roy relentlessly attacked the basket. When opportunities for a direct drive were scarce, he adeptly lobbed the ball back to Randolph, who, upon receiving it, took his shot with remarkable accuracy. Lin Feng closely monitored Roy, who seemed invigorated, relentlessly penetrating the defense to draw fouls. Whenever an opportunity arose, he would take it upon himself to score. If not, he adeptly lobbed the ball back to Randolph, who roamed near the free throw line. Brian Cook was tasked with guarding Randolph, yet his defensive skills were rather lackluster, often leading to lapses in coverage. Consequently, it became imperative for Odom to assist him in defense. Under this strategy, the Trailblazers mounted a spirited comeback. Prior to the timeout, the Lakers held a 10-point lead, which had now dwindled to just 6. At the Rose Garden, over 20,000 fans witnessed the resurgence of the Trailblazers' offense under Roy's leadership, erupting in chants of MVP. Lin Feng found it amusing. The MVP title could only belong to him and Kobe. To label Roy as an MVP at this point seemed rather exaggerated. In this round, Lin Feng continued to guard Roy one-on-one, deliberately allowing a bit of space for Roy to drive. As expected, Roy took the bait, noticing Lin Feng's relaxed defense, seizing the opportunity to dash forward. Roy, oh my goodness, his speed is astonishing. It appeared that Lin Feng struggled to contain him. Commentator Wolf Jordan was instantly impressed by Roy. Throughout the first 4 games, no guard had managed to surpass Lin Feng in a single step, yet Roy accomplished this feat. Of course, Wolf Jordan was unaware that Lin Feng had intentionally left a gap for Roy to exploit. Harold Gordon also marveled, noting how Roy's explosive speed and agility allowed him to bypass Lin Feng in one swift motion. Was Roy aiming for a dunk? Kwame Brown rushed over to provide support. Roy disregarded him, executing a one-handed slam dunk motion, which was undoubtedly destined to be a highlight reel moment. Wait, hold on. Just as Wolf Jordan and Harold Gordon were engrossed in the game, they suddenly caught sight of a figure surging from Roy's flank. This figure moved with extraordinary speed. While Roy's breakthrough was impressive, it paled in comparison to this newcomer. Kwame Brown's assistance was notably tardy. By the time he reacted, Roy had already leaped for the dunk. The figure from the side seized the perfect moment. As Roy prepared for his one-handed slam, this individual swung a mighty hand, employing an astonishing block technique that forcefully struck the basketball from Roy's grasp. Bam! The resounding sound of a spectacular block echoed. Roy could hardly believe that Lin Feng, who he thought he had surpassed, had emerged from the side. With greater speed and vertical leap, Lin Feng arrived just as Roy executed his dunk motion, delivering a monumental rejection right before thousands of fans. Oh, my goodness, where did Lin Feng come from? He just sent Roy's shot back with a colossal block. Was there any contact? The referee did not blow the whistle. It was a textbook block without a foul. The two commentators were left in awe. Roy's speed and jumping ability were formidable, yet compared to Lin Feng, it was as if he were in a different realm. With a swift motion, Lin Feng sent the basketball soaring into the air before leaping again to secure the ball. The referee's whistle remained silent as Lin Feng surged towards the Trail Blazers territory. Just like before, seeing Lin Feng successfully defend a shot, Kobe joined the offensive play. Whoosh! Lin Feng and Kobe have developed an increasingly harmonious rapport. As Kobe swiftly advances to execute a fast break, Lin promptly delivers the ball to him. Outlaw and La France exert themselves in a desperate attempt to return to defense, resulting in a 2-on-2 scenario. The connection between Lin and Kobe is electrifying. The fans in the arena erupt with excitement, for even in Portland, there are supporters of the Lakers. Lin Feng and Kobe shared a profound understanding, often connecting seamlessly during their training sessions, reminiscent of the legendary partnership between James and Wade in a previous era. In a 2-on-2 scenario, Lin Feng and Kobe exhibited no fear in facing off against Autry and La France. Lin Feng passed the ball to Kobe, who continued his advance and had arrived at the edge of the paint. Kobe lofted the ball high into the air, and Lin Feng leaped with remarkable vigor, nearly reaching the rim with his head. He secured Kobe's high throw with ease and executed a powerful dunk. Oh my goodness, one exquisite alley-oop. This time, it was Kobe connecting with Lin Feng, reviving the well-known Lin-Kobe connection. The crowd erupted with excitement, and the commentators were vociferously animated, creating an electrifying atmosphere. The Rose Garden Arena was filled with resounding cheers. Cheerleaders on the sidelines began to sway their alluring figures, captivated by the synergy between Kobe and Lin Feng. Lin, you just executed a perfect dunk. Kobe marveled at Lin Feng's spring-like leap, his head almost grazing the rim. Kobe, you know my jumping ability. Lin Feng replied with a grin. Damn, it seems I'm getting older. I can't compete with a young talent like you. Kobe chuckled softly, revealing his pearly whites. Phil Jackson, seated on the sidelines, nodded approvingly. Lin Feng's block deserved a perfect score. Roy shook his head in disbelief, having already bypassed Lin Feng. He wondered how Lin Feng could still match his speed and deliver such an impressive rejection. Pass the ball, share the play, shouted Terry Porter in frustration. The Lakers had capitalized on numerous fast break opportunities during the game, leaving him at a loss for words in the face of Roy's anger. When skill meets immense talent, he could only concede. In Roy's eyes, Lin Feng was undoubtedly a player endowed with extraordinary gifts. Chapter 66, a magnificent triple-double, graceful passing at this moment. Not only was the Rose Garden Arena in a frenzy, across America, many tuned in to witness the spectacle of Lin Feng and Kobe's connection, captivating countless viewers. On the other side of the ocean in China, households turned on their televisions to watch the Lakers face the Trailblazers. College dining halls were filled with boys applauding and cheering. The connection between Lin Feng and Kobe is truly remarkable. My heavens, I would wager that this season's championship will undoubtedly belong to the Lakers. Lin Feng is simply extraordinary, especially with Kobe by his side. Such a combination is destined for victory, and I would dare to say that I would stand on my head and consume excrement if they do not clinch the title. Count me in. The Lin-Co duo is bound to take home the championship this year, without a doubt. It is indeed a pity for the Yao McGrady pairing, which has been plagued by injuries and cannot compete with the Lin-Co combination. If both Yao and McGrady had remained in good health, they might have posed a challenge to Lin and Kobe. Alas, in this situation, some rejoice while others lament. Many compatriots still rally behind Yao Ming. Despite Lin Feng's formidable prowess, he ultimately remains an American citizen. In contrast, Yao Ming is a bona fide Chinese individual, and patriotic citizens fervently hope that he can lead his team to remarkable achievements. How delightful it would be if brother Yao joined the Lakers, playing alongside Lin Feng and Kobe. What would that mean for the competition? A few comrades in the cafeteria chuckled. With Yao Ming, Lin Feng, and Kobe on the same team, I can assure you that no other team in the league would stand a chance against them. They would be champions year after year. Haha, I share that sentiment. The imbalance of power would be glaring, and we would witness the Lakers dominating the other teams. Personally, I find such a scenario quite appealing. Yao Ming, Lin Feng, and Kobe on one team would undoubtedly be invincible. They must be invincible. I hope Yao Ming gives it some thought. It is said that his contract expires next year. Perhaps he could join the Lakers and give it a try. The discourse in China is fervent, as countless citizens hope for Yao Ming to join the Lakers and compete for the championship alongside Lin Feng and Kobe. Inside the Rose Garden Arena, the first half of the game has concluded. After Lin's connection, he repeatedly thwarted the Trail Blazers' offensive attempts, resulting in a widened score gap, with the Lakers now leading by 14 points. If this trend continues, the Trailblazers are destined for defeat. Since Lin Feng joined the Lakers, the team's competitive prowess has undeniably ascended to a new echelon. The Trailblazers, bewildered by the onslaught, find themselves in a precarious situation. As the second half commenced, the Trailblazers did not concede defeat, engaging collectively in their offense. Roy took charge of orchestrating the plays, executing strategies with greater coherence. He, heralded as the Yellow Mamba for the future, is not one to surrender easily. Under his effective leadership, the Trailblazers persevered steadfastly. Unfortunately, they faced the formidable Lin-Co duo. In this match, Kobe displayed an extraordinary shooting touch, facing minimal resistance in scoring. After receiving the ball in the low post, Kobe initiated a signature back-to-the-basket maneuver. The defender initially assigned to him, La France, was replaced by Randolph. With a robust physique and towering height of approximately 2.06 meters, Randolph was tasked by Terry Porter to restrain Kobe's scoring ease. However, he was unable to impede Kobe, who thrived in the low post, a position where he felt most at ease. Dribbling past the strong Randolph, Kobe leaned back, utilizing a backward momentum that rendered his movement exquisitely graceful from side view. Randolph, at a loss, resorted to obstructing Kobe's vision. Yet in this scenario, Kobe decisively released the ball, which swished through the net. Kobe's back-to-the-basket play against Randolph was a spectacle, a textbook fadeaway jumper. With this basket, Kobe had already amassed 26 points in the game. Indeed, Kobe's back-to-the-basket technique is notoriously challenging to defend against. It was apparent that Randolph's actions may have constituted a foul, as he was practically draped over Kobe, infringing upon the cylinder of the ball handler. However, the referee refrained from blowing the whistle, which could have resulted in a potential three-point play. The commentator remarked on Randolph's questionable foul. Following that play, the Trailblazers inbound the ball, with Roy passing to Dixon at the baseline, who successfully converted a shot. The score difference lingered around 14 points, showcasing the Trailblazers' resilience throughout the match. Perhaps they recognized that failing to fight could lead them to the bottom of the Western Conference standings this season. Roy, igniting his inner fire, managed to secure 16 points by the end of the third quarter, displaying commendable tenacity despite Lin Feng's staunch defense. Lin Feng surpassed his scoring output, amassing 28 points by the end of the third quarter, 2 points more than Kobe. As the fourth quarter commenced, Lin Feng took command of the game. Receiving a pass from Kwame Brown beyond the arc, he executed Allen Iverson's signature crossover, making a sharp change of direction that allowed him to bypass Roy. As he advanced, Arturo moved in to provide defensive help, seeking to obstruct Lin Feng's path to the basket. Lin Feng, embracing the situation, weaved through defenders with an enchanting dribble, akin to a sprite dancing upon the court. In no time, he had left Arturo bewildered. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng leaped gracefully on one foot and executed a flawless jump shot, sinking the ball into the basket, extending the lead to 85-68, a commanding 17-point advantage over the Trailblazers. Yet, the Trailblazers refused to concede, gritting their teeth as they battled fiercely against the Lakers. Roy orchestrated the play, utilizing a high pick-and-roll, maneuvering off the ball to create a favorable shooting opportunity, and successfully landed a three-pointer. The Lakers swiftly responded. Lin Feng, with his mesmerizing dribbling, maintained pressure both inside and outside the arc, facilitating an open shot for Odom. Then, with a nonchalant no-look pass, he executed the move with unparalleled elegance, reminiscent of the legendary white chocolate Williams from the Kings. This audacious pass went unnoticed, yet Lin Feng delivered it accurately into Odom's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Odom swiftly released a shot, retaliating with a three-pointer. As Odom sank the shot from the left wing at a 45-degree angle, Lin Feng suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving 10 assists for the first time. unlocking a new skill, agile passing. Agile passing? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, a smile gracing his lips. It was only then that he realized, in the game against the Trailblazers tonight, he had already amassed 30 points and 11 assists, subsequently activating a new skill, agile passing. This ability seemed to be closely related to agile positioning, didn't it? Old AO, I must express my gratitude to you. Thank you for sinking that three-pointer. Had you missed it, I would not have acquired this new skill. Lin Feng spoke up, while Odom wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed. What on earth? He failed to comprehend the meaning behind Lin Feng's words. Lin Feng offered little explanation, achieving an impressive tally of 11 assists, 30 points, and 18 rebounds, thus securing yet another remarkable triple-double in this match. Kobe approached him, remarking, Lin, you truly are a statistical marvel in this game, aren't you? Ha! Lin Feng grinned, acknowledging, indeed, the triple-double is in the bag. Kobe smiled with satisfaction, confident that he had not misjudged Lin Feng. This young man consistently delivered performances worthy of a significant triple-double. Kupchak was fortunate to have signed Lin Feng. Had he joined another team, he would have been the Lakers' foremost adversary. Chapter 67. Desert Ride. Lin Feng was filled with excitement. By this time next year, he would possess a contract worth millions, and the prospect of such wealth left him pondering how to spend it. Should he purchase a luxurious mansion? Gift Su Mooching a token of everlasting affection? Perhaps indulge in a few extravagant sports cars? As these thoughts danced in his mind, a smile graced Lin Feng's face. Joyful moments invigorate the spirit. Thus, his performance on the court became increasingly fervent. The Los Angeles Lakers, a team renowned throughout the league, would undoubtedly offer him a favorable contract next year, provided he played exceptionally well. With a stellar performance to support him, securing a lucrative deal would be a mere formality. As the game drew to a close, the Trailblazers' attempts at a comeback proved ineffective. In pursuit of a lucrative contract, Lin Feng transformed into a veritable data machine, relentlessly assisting and competing for rebounds. As the match concluded, he secured an impressive 24 rebounds, and his assists culminated at 15. The Lakers triumphed over the Trailblazers with a commanding score of 103-88. Roy earned the respect of both Kobe and Lin Feng, despite being a rookie. His arsenal was remarkably robust, showcasing commendable performance across the board. However, the Trailblazers' overall strength faltered, and their strategies paled in comparison to the triangle offense, making their defeat inevitable. Terry Porter was visibly exasperated, yet powerless to alter the course, as his coaching career had not reached the illustrious heights of a Zen master. Upon entering the locker room, Lin Feng was greeted first by the sound of the system's notification. Having led the Lakers to 5 consecutive victories, he garnered an additional 500 points, bringing his total score to 500 points. Shortly thereafter, he received a call, not from his girlfriend Su Mooching, but from his father. Lin Ihai, you rascal, did you just finish a game? Lin Ihai's voice transmitted through the radio, resonating in Lin Feng's ears. Lin Feng inquired, is there something on your mind? He harbored no particular affection for Lin Ihai and Wu Mei, as they were not his parents. His true parents resided in Huaxia, Yanjing. Nothing significant, came the response, it's just that your mother and I were feeling rather bored and have just finished watching your game against the Trailblazers. You performed splendidly. My boy. In fact, I noticed that your statistics surpassed even those of Kobe in this match. Lin Ihai spoke with pride, having observed his son's exceptional performance on television with clarity. Nowadays, whenever Lin Ihai and Wu Mei venture out, they boast to everyone about their son's achievements. He has made it to the NBA and is now a teammate of Kobe Bryant. Soon, the news of Lin Feng joining Kobe as a teammate and entering the NBA spread throughout Chinatown. The Lin family restaurant was bustling with activity, filled with fellow Chinese enjoying meals while watching the games. After all, it is no small feat for a Chinese player to step into the NBA and perform so spectacularly. Even the towering Yao Ming did not capture attention quite like Lin Feng. Son, you are remarkable. Your father and I have witnessed your performance. Keep playing well. This is an opportunity given to you by Kobe, so you must cherish it. Wu Mei's voice echoed with encouragement. The elderly couple had read the newspapers, acknowledging that Lin Feng's entry into the NBA was largely due to Kobe's support. Kobe recognized Lin Feng's talent and welcomed him into the Los Angeles Lakers. Lin Feng chuckled upon hearing the voice and replied, I understand. I just finished a match, and I am drenched in sweat. I shall take a shower first. Once I return home in a few days, we can leisurely chat. Very well, you little rascal, go on with your business. We shall not disturb you any longer. And it is time for us to sleep. Wu Mei said playfully before hanging up the phone. Lin Feng could sense the joy and pride emanating from the elderly couple. They were not his biological parents, but rather the parents of his former self, to whom he still owed filial piety. Sighing softly, Lin Feng picked up a towel and entered the bathroom. After enjoying a refreshing shower, he joined others on the bus heading to the airport. By the time they flew back to Los Angeles, it was already past 2 in the morning. The following morning, Kobe called, inviting Lin Feng to join him for a cycling excursion scheduled for after 8 in the evening. Lin Feng was taken aback. Cycling? He didn't own a mountain bike. Kobe, what prompted this sudden thought of cycling? Lin Feng inquired with a hint of confusion. Lin, I owe you a debt of gratitude for those miraculous potions. My knee injury has nearly healed. All that remains is the recovery phase, and Judy Saito has informed me that cycling is the most effective method for rehabilitation, as it strengthens the knee bones. Ah, so that is the case. Lin Feng nodded. He was acquainted with Judy Saito, though she was unaware of his existence. In matters of physical recovery, Judy Saito had always been Kobe's trusted physiotherapist. With her Asian features, she devoted meticulous care to Kobe's injuries, administering therapy each time he was hurt. Given that Judy Saito recommended cycling for Kobe's full recovery and that Kobe had invited him along, there was no reason for him to decline. He certainly wished to honor Kobe. Kobe, I shall procure a mountain bike. Where shall we ride? The desert. Kobe replied succinctly, adding, you need not purchase a bike. I have one at home. Be at my place by 8 in the evening. Very well, provide me with the location, and I shall drive over. At Newport Coast in Orange County. With their conversation concluded, Lin Feng ended the call. Riding together in the desert at 8 in the evening, Kobe was truly dedicated. Prior to this encounter, Lin Feng had only known Kobe through media portrayals, which were not always trustworthy. Now, engaging with Kobe face-to-face, he realized that Kobe's commitment surpassed any media representation. The idea of cycling in the desert seemed perilous. What if something dangerous were to occur? Los Angeles was notorious for its earthquakes and dust storms. Would they even return safely from the desert? Lin Feng was quite apprehensive. Having promised Kobe, there was no turning back. So he thought, let it be. At 8 in the evening, as Lin Feng prepared to drive to Kobe's residence, he spotted a white BMW cruising down the main road. This car was familiar to him. It belonged to Su Muching. Baby, fortunately, I arrived early. Otherwise, I would have had trouble finding you. Where are you headed? Su Muching emerged from the BMW, gazing at Lin Feng, who was slipping into his Ferrari. The weather in Los Angeles had gradually turned cooler, prompting Lin Feng to retract the convertible top and close the compartment. Such a luxury car, worth millions, featured a one-touch ignition. With a gentle press of a button, the roof could be effortlessly opened or closed at any moment. Lin Feng leaned out of the car window and inquired, I am heading to Kobe's residence. Is there a problem? Why are you here so late? Do you need something? Nothing much. Su Muching pouted her alluring red lips, a glimmer of mischief dancing in her captivating sapphire eyes. With a smile, she replied, Baby, you mentioned going to Kobe's house. May I accompany you? Chapter 68. The challenges of being a bodyguard in this era. You want to join as well? Lin Feng hesitated, pondering whether he should proceed without Kobe's consent, taking Su Muching along with him. Surely Vanessa and the elder Kobe would not take offense. Moreover, the Chinese are renowned for their customs of reciprocity. After all, the last time Kobe gifted him a Ferrari supercar, it would be only fitting to bring some offerings to Kobe's home this evening, especially considering he has 2 daughters. Arriving empty-handed would indeed be rather awkward. Presenting a token of appreciation would be more agreeable. Although Lin Feng understood that Americans do not adhere to such practices and lack a tradition of gift-giving, it remains a universal belief that kindness begets goodwill. Muching, you can join me. Here's the plan. As we pass through the city, you should acquire some items that children would enjoy, and then we shall head to Kobe's residence. Huh? Why must we buy things for children? She questioned, bewildered. Are you not aware? Kobe has 2 daughters. If we arrive empty-handed, even if Kobe himself says nothing, would it not be disconcerting for Vanessa to witness? Lin Feng is an individual of remarkable emotional intelligence. Even if Kobe remains indifferent, one cannot guarantee that Vanessa will not overthink the situation. Su Muching immediately comprehended this and smiled, saying, Baby, your thoughts are always so thorough. I know what to do now. Lin Feng drove Su Muching to the city, where they purchased a selection of toys and snacks favored by children. Upon arriving at Newport Coast in Orange County at 7:50 p.m., they had a mere 10 minutes remaining until 8. This opulent mansion was reportedly acquired by Kobe for over $20 million. The intricately designed iron gate welcomed them into a spacious courtyard, with the entire estate spanning an area equivalent to a football field. From the exterior, it appeared both grand and majestic, adorned with an array of flowers and greenery. The estate boasted an outdoor swimming pool, a gymnasium, an indoor basketball court, a private cinema, and more. It could be said that there was nothing unimaginable that this mansion could not provide. After stepping out of the car, Su Muqing gasped in awe. Her face alight with envy as she exclaimed, "Baby, Kobe's home is so vast. When will you be able to acquire such a magnificent mansion?" Lin Feng smiled upon hearing the sound, recalling the words spoken by Kobe during last night's game. If he continued to play at this pace by this time next year, he would secure a multi-million-dollar contract. At that point, he would acquire an opulent mansion in Los Angeles, inviting Su Muqing and his parents to reside there with him. It won't be long. Just wait, by this time next year, I will have purchased such a magnificent residence. As Lin Feng conversed with Su Muqing, he dialed Kobe's number. Soon, the call connected, and upon realizing it was Lin Feng, Kobe instructed his bodyguard to open the iron gates, allowing the Ferrari supercar to enter. Following closely behind the bodyguard, Lin Feng navigated through the winding paths before finally arriving at the entrance of the main hall. Inside the living room, Kobe's family of 4 was gathered. Vanessa cradled their newborn daughter Gigi, who was just over 5 months old, while Natalia, already capable of walking, held on to Kobe's large hand. Taking her unsteady steps around the room, Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the living room, greeting Kobe with a friendly nod. Elena, Kobe replied with a smile, his gaze drifting to the gift held by Su Muqing. Lin, why did you bring something? You could have just come empty-handed. Haha, Kobe. My girlfriend picked this up on the way. She said it would be impolite to arrive at your home without a token. What is impolite about that? My house is filled with everything one could need. Kobe pretended to feign annoyance. Meanwhile, Vanessa scrutinized Lin Feng and Su Muqing before speaking. Kobe, is this the Lin you recruited from the development league? Indeed, he is Lin. Kobe nodded slightly. Lin Feng gently nudged Su Muqing, smiling as he greeted Vanessa. Hello, sister-in-law. Meeting you in person, I must say you are even more beautiful than on television. Oh my goodness. Lin, you certainly know how to flatter. Vanessa responded with a sweet smile. Regardless of the country, every woman enjoys compliments about her beauty, and Vanessa is no exception. Su Muqing joined in. Indeed, sister-in-law. You possess such grace. You are far more stunning in reality than on screen. Have you both been feasting on honey? Vanessa chuckled, amused by Lin Feng and Su Muqing's playful banter. Kobe had already donned his cycling gear, complete with black leather gloves and sandbags strapped to his calves. Was this weighted cycling? Lin, I prepared all the gear for you. This is yours. Please change into it, Kobe said, tossing Lin Feng a set of cycling attire. At that moment, Su Muqing realized why Lin Feng had come to see Kobe. They had arranged to train together through cycling. Baby, are you two going cycling? She inquired. Yes. Lin Feng nodded. Kobe and I are heading out for a ride. You can stay home and chat with sister-in-law while also keeping an eye on the children. All right. Su Muqing replied obediently. Just then, the bodyguards wheeled out several mountain bikes. Kobe was set to go for a weighted ride in the late evening, and as his bodyguards, they had to accompany him. After all, if anything were to happen in the wilderness, they could not bear the responsibility. Lin Feng donned the cycling gear handed to him by Kobe and glanced at the living room clock, which read 8:10. Kobe was the first to set off. We shall cycle 40 miles and then return. Is that agreeable? Kobe, I shall accompany you wholeheartedly. I am invigorated to train alongside you. Haha, splendid. Training alone can be rather dull. I invited you for the companionship along the way. Unbeknownst to him, Kobe increasingly admired Lin Feng, considering him a friend. In the past, Kobe trained solo, but now he gradually forged a friendship with Lin Feng, inviting him for outdoor weight-bearing cycling. A group of men embarked on their mountain bike journey, while Su Muqing remained at Kobe's home, assisting Vanessa in caring for the children. You men can hardly sit still all day. Do keep me company for a chat. No need for formality. Make yourself comfortable. Vanessa exuded an air of regality in her demeanor and conduct. Very well, sister-in-law. Su Muqing settled into an exquisite European-style sofa, playfully engaging with a 3-year-old Natalia. Outside the mansion, Kobe and Lin Feng led the way in their weight-bearing cycling, followed closely by 4 bodyguards. This was Lin Feng's first encounter with weight-bearing cycling in the desert, and he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. After crossing this main road, we shall head west for 10 miles to reach the desert area. There may be a sandstorm tonight. Lin, are you afraid? Kobe pedaled quickly under the weight, and fortunately, Lin Feng played the role of Sakuragi Hanamichi, matching Kobe's physical prowess. Hearing Kobe's words, he He shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "If you are not afraid." "Why should I be?" "Haha, Lin, you are truly an exceptional individual. My wisest decision this year was to recruit you into the Lakers and become my teammate." Kobe laughed heartily, feeling an undeniable rapport with Lin Feng. Around 10 o'clock that night, Lin Feng and Kobe returned from their 40-mile weight-bearing cycling adventure. Amusingly, while Lin Feng and Kobe felt little fatigue from their journey, the four bodyguards, unencumbered by weight, were left panting and exhausted. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "One should never serve as a bodyguard for Kobe." Enduring the burden of cycling across the desert was one thing, but rising at 4 in the morning to practice basketball was quite another. When he got up to train, his bodyguard certainly couldn't afford to be idle either, having to rise at the same ungodly hour to accompany him. In this day and age, being a bodyguard is indeed quite challenging. Chapter 69. On the international stage. We are rivals. While returning to the mansion, Kobe suddenly inquired, "Lin, do you hold American citizenship?" Upon hearing Kobe's question, Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Yet he responded truthfully, "Yes, Kobe, I am currently an American citizen. Is there an issue?" Kobe nodded slightly. "Then there's no problem. For next year's FIBA AmeriCup, I would like to invite you to join the Dream Team 8. What do you think?" At this point, Kobe paused for a moment before continuing, "Shit. You must be aware that in recent years, the international basketball community has criticized our American men's basketball team for its decline. The Dream Teams 6 and 7 have faced consecutive defeats, and we have been deprived of the championship. This has been an utter disgrace since the inception of the Dream Team, and I cannot stand idly by while such a situation unfolds. Therefore, I have resolved to participate in next year's AmeriCup." Lin Feng realized that Kobe was set to participate in the 2007 FIBA Americas Championship. He was well aware of the situation. The Dream Team 6 had faced a humiliating defeat against Argentina in the semifinals of the Athens Olympics. They barely salvaged their pride by overcoming Lithuania with a score of 104-96, securing only a bronze medal. As for the Dream Team 7, their downfall was akin to that of their predecessors. This year, they suffered a staggering defeat in the semifinals of the Tokyo World Championship against the underdog Greek team, missing out on the gold medal yet again. The foundation of Dream Team 7 was arguably more formidable than that of Dream Team 6, primarily composed of the golden generation of 2003, representing the most potent new wave of talent in the league. Their roster boasted LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Carmelo Anthony, and Chris Bosh, complemented by the youthful prowess of Dwight Howard and Chris Paul, alongside all-stars like Jameson and Brand. This blend of seasoned veterans and emerging stars created a remarkably balanced team. Judging solely by the player roster, Dream Team 7 could rival any previous iteration of the Dream Team. Yet, how could such a star-studded team succumb to the grassroots Greek squad? When this news reached America, it felt as if the entire world was on the brink of collapse. The invincibility of the American basketball team had long been a source of pride for the nation. With both Dream Team 6 and 7 suffering defeats on the international stage, many were stirred into action, including Kobe Bryant himself. In 2007, the formation of Dream Team 8 was anticipated, and Kobe was determined to participate, having long envisioned this scenario. He extended an invitation to Lin Feng, hoping to collaborate with him to achieve success on the international stage and restore the once unassailable dominance of American basketball. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then gently shook his head. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's gesture, Kobe was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "Lin, are you not going to the international arena?" "I will go," Lin Feng replied. "If you're going, then why the shake of the head?" Kobe questioned, feeling somewhat perplexed. Lin Feng smiled apologetically and said, "Kobe, I'm sorry, but on the international stage, we may not be teammates, but adversaries. Even if I participate in international competitions, I will don the jersey of the Chinese national team, not that of the United States, for my soul is eternally etched with the 5-starred red flag, not the stars and stripes." Kobe was momentarily at a loss for words. It turned out that Lin Feng's refusal to join the Dream Team was motivated by his desire to wear the Chinese jersey. "Lin, are you joking with me? You are a citizen of our country now. How can you wear the Chinese team's jersey?" "I will find a way to resolve this," Lin Feng replied. "In truth, I do not wish to hold American citizenship, but circumstances dictate otherwise. With the Beijing Olympics approaching in 2008, I intend to change my nationality by then. I will represent the Chinese team, and at that point, we shall be rivals, so be cautious." Kobe chuckled, amused by Lin Feng's confidence. He acknowledged Lin's strength, yet wondered if it was overly ambitious for one person to think he could defeat the formidable Dream Team. "Lin, you are quite presumptuous. I concede that you are strong, but we have the entire Dream Team. Do you truly believe you can triumph over us alone? You are mistaken, Kobe. The Chinese men's basketball team comprises more than just me. We have Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and many other exceptional players from our country. Oh my, if you feel that way, I have no choice but to wait until the 2008 Beijing Olympics to see the truth unfold on the court. Kobe ceased to press Lin Feng about joining the Dream Team. This fellow was clearly gearing up to face him as a rival in Beijing. All right, let us see who prevails on the court. You all should be ready. Our Chinese men's basketball team will not be easily defeated by you. Kobe smiled at this sentiment, but chose not to respond further. He regarded Lin Feng's prowess with a degree of skepticism, remembering that ultimately, he was but one man. He acknowledged Yao Ming's strength, but paid little mind to the rest. Overall, the disparity in strength between the Chinese men's basketball team and the Dream Team was still considerable. Upon returning to the mansion, Natalia and Gigi had already gone to bed. Su Muqing was chatting with Vanessa, and as the hour grew late, Lin Feng prepared to take his leave. As he exited Kobe's mansion, he turned to Su Muqing and asked, "Is there any way to get Yao Ming's phone number?" "Baby, do you need Yao Ming's number?" she inquired, somewhat perplexed. "Yes, I do. What do you need it for?" "Well, the Beijing Olympics are approaching, and I know changing my nationality to Chinese will be quite complicated. However, if I can have Yao Ming speak to the Domestic Basketball Association on my behalf, it would not be insurmountable for them to assist me in modifying my nationality." Lin Feng was aware that prior to his journey across time, the lone wolf Stefan Marbury had come to play for the Beijing Shugong basketball team, later acquiring Chinese citizenship. This individual managed to obtain Chinese nationality through the Basketball Association, not to mention that he was of Chinese descent, by merely communicating with Yao Ming and having him negotiate with the Domestic Basketball Federation. Stating that his change of nationality was in preparation for the 2008 Beijing Olympics, it was certain that Yao Ming and the Federation would acquiesce. Yao Ming is a person of great responsibility and patriotism. Over the years, he has consistently represented his country on the international stage, regardless of the magnitude of the competition. His remarkable performances in the NBA, alongside his contributions during the 2008 Beijing Olympics alongside Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, Wang Zhizhi, Du Feng, and Zhu Fengyu, left the Domestic Basketball Federation with no grounds to refuse. Su Muqing, observing Lin Feng's earnest expression, spoke up, "Baby, how about this? Please hold on for a moment. I will return to the office tomorrow morning and see if I can assist you in obtaining Yao Ming's phone number." "Thank you, Muqing," Lin Feng replied. Su Muqing worked at ESPN, an organization renowned for its interviews with NBA players. It should be a relatively simple task for her to acquire Yao Ming's mobile number through internal channels. The following day, Su Muqing arrived at the office and set about inquiring for Yao Ming's phone number on behalf of Lin Feng. She did not disappoint him. By afternoon, Su Muqing called to inform him that she had managed to obtain Yao Ming's phone number through a white journalist. Upon receiving the number via text, Lin Feng wasted no time and dialed it immediately. Chapter 70. 1,400,000,000 people will remember this great decision. The phone rang only twice before it was answered, and Yao Ming's deep voice resonated through the receiver. "Hello, who is this?" Yao Ming spoke in English, his fluency evident. With his characteristic humor, Yao Ming was well-liked in the NBA. "Yao Gu, it's me." Lin Feng smiled and communicated with Yao Ming in Mandarin. Far away in Houston, upon hearing the familiar tones of the language, Yao Ming was momentarily taken aback. "Are you Chinese? From your voice, I recall a familiar presence. You must be Lin Feng." In recent days, Yao Ming had been closely following the Los Angeles Lakers. There was no escaping it. Lin Feng was simply extraordinary, astonishing the entire league. Teaming up with Kobe, they effortlessly secured 5 consecutive victories. Even when Lin Feng was being interviewed by reporters, Yao Ming remained attentive, which enabled him to instantly recognize Lin Feng's voice. "Ha, it's me, brother Yao." Lin Feng chuckled. Could it be that Yao Ming has been keeping an eye on him? If that were not the case, how could he possibly know who he was so swiftly? "Brother Yao, you must be watching over me, right?" Lin Feng narcissistically asked. "Haha." On the other end of the line, Yao Ming also chuckled, acknowledging, "Indeed, I've been following your progress. You and Kobe have been playing exceptionally well, and your team has achieved 5 consecutive victories this new season." Yao Ming felt a tinge of envy and pondered why Lin Feng had not come to Houston. "Brother Yao, 5 consecutive victories are merely a trivial matter. My and Kobe's goal is the championship. You should be wary this season. Perhaps we might encounter each other in the playoffs." "Haha, I look forward to that day," Yao Ming replied, suddenly dreaming of a national derby, imagining the thrill of facing Lin Feng and Kobe in the playoffs. "You sought me out today. Is there something on your mind?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yao Ming broached the subject at hand. He assumed Lin Feng would not call unless it was important, considering how busy everyone was with training and practice. Brother Yao, I do indeed have a matter to discuss with you. I would like to ask for your assistance. Oh, what kind of assistance? Yao Ming inquired with interest, curious about what Lin Feng, already so accomplished, could possibly need. Brother Yao, the situation is as follows. I wish to communicate with the Chinese Basketball Association through you to assist me in modifying my nationality. What do you think? You wish to change to Chinese nationality? Yao Ming was aware that Lin Feng was a Chinese American, and now he sought to alter his nationality to Chinese. What on earth? Ordinary Chinese players would do anything to acquire American citizenship. Yet Lin Feng is eager to change to Chinese nationality? Brother Yao, it is like this. For the 2008 Beijing Olympics, I want to fight alongside you all. As I currently hold American citizenship, I cannot represent the national team. I need to trouble you to communicate with the Chinese Basketball Association, stating that I wish to join Chinese nationality to compete with you at the 2008 Beijing Olympics. Upon hearing this, Yao Ming was momentarily taken aback. He felt a surge of emotion, never expecting that Lin Feng, a person of Chinese descent, would possess such patriotic fervor. With the 2008 Beijing Olympics fast approaching, there was only a year and a half left. During this period, Lin Feng voluntarily sought to change his nationality to join them in the battle for the Olympic Games. This is indeed a splendid opportunity, without a doubt. Lin Feng's prowess is unmistakable, and Yao Ming is well aware of it. His presence can be seen daily among the top 5 plays. Should such an invincible player be selected for the national team, Yao Ming can confidently assert that while the gold medal may not be guaranteed, reaching the semifinals is certainly within reach. Lin Feng, your determination is truly commendable, and I am genuinely impressed. I will take it upon myself to communicate with the Domestic Basketball Association and elucidate your circumstances to them. Upon receiving Yao Ming's response, Lin Feng smiled, knowing that Big Yao would undoubtedly lend his support. Thank you, Yao. Once this is accomplished, I will express my gratitude appropriately. What are you saying? Yao replied, it is the entire population of 1.4 billion in China who should thank you for your willingness to represent us at the 2008 Beijing Olympics. This monumental decision of yours must be remembered by all. Haha, you flatter me, Yao. Lin Feng burst into hearty laughter. All right, I shall promptly communicate with the Domestic Basketball Association. They will undoubtedly find every possible way to assist you in realizing this. Yao Ming chuckled in response. You have no idea. Not only are you renowned in America, but you are also a major celebrity in our country. Many people recognize you, and several mainstream media outlets back home are clamoring to cover your story. Oh, is that so? Lin Feng was astonished, hardly believing that he had become so renowned within the borders of China. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, he said, all right, Brother Yao, I won't keep you any longer. Let us leave it at that for now. We shall meet on the court another day, and after the game, dinner will be on me. Sound good? Let us end the call. I should get back to training. Once both parties hung up, Lin Feng felt elated. With Yao Ming advocating for him, success seemed almost assured. Shortly after concluding the conversation with Yao, Su Muqing called. Baby, have you spoken with Yao Ming? Yes. We just finished our discussion. What did he say? Su Muqing was eager to learn the outcome. Lin Feng was set to participate in the 2008 Beijing Olympics. And on that day, she was determined to accompany him back to the country, supporting him from Wuxong as he represented the national team. Brother Yao assured me that he would take care of this matter and to await his news. I believe with him involved, the Basketball Association will certainly extend some consideration. Absolutely, regardless of the circumstances, Yao Ming is the pillar of the Chinese men's basketball team. The association's leaders hold him in high regard. His words carry weight. Indeed, it was precisely due to Yao's esteemed reputation domestically that I sought his assistance. All right then, baby, I'm busy, so I won't keep you talking. I hope Yao Ming provides you with news soon. Okay, let us end the call. Lin Feng put away his phone and dashed outside for training. There lay a baseball field, and as he passed by, he noticed a multitude of friends engaged in a spirited game. Upon spotting Lin Feng, several of his companions erupted in astonishment. Oh my goodness, is this a dream? Look, that red-haired fellow is none other than Chia Lin from the Lakers. Is it truly Chia Lin? We had no idea he lived around here. One enthusiastic young boy, clutching a ball, stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. Hi, are you Chia Lin? Could you possibly sign an autograph for us? Or perhaps we could play a game together. These exuberant friends appear to be quite youthful, likely still in high school. Lin Feng approached with a smile, accepting the basketball handed to him by Xiao He, and retorted, do you wish to engage in a game of street basketball with me? Indeed, Chia Lin, may we? They replied eagerly. Of course. The question remains, do you possess the competitive prowess? As his words lingered in the air, Lin Feng dribbled the ball, sprinting towards the free throw line. With remarkable agility, he leaped, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. This spectacle left his companions utterly astounded. A dunk from the free throw line? Although the free throw line in the street court was not standard, Lin Feng's magnificent dunk truly captivated these high school students. Chapter 71. The Pistons dismiss the Lakers. A fierce opening on November 1, 2006, at 10:30 in the evening. The Los Angeles Lakers hosted the Detroit Pistons from the Eastern Conference. That season, the Pistons boasted Chauncey Billups, known as Mr. Big Shot, who had led the Pistons' formidable quintet to triumph over the powerful Lakers F4 and claim a championship in 2004. The Pistons left a lasting impression on fans with their tenacious defense and cohesive offensive strategy. Their offense functioned like a well-oiled machine, while on defense, the duo of Wallace stood as an impenetrable wall, making it difficult for even the formidable Lakers to gain any ground against them. In the previous 2005 to 2006 season, the Pistons remained formidable, finishing with a record of 64 wins and 18 losses, ranking first in the East with a winning percentage of 78.05. This season, however, the Pistons featured only one Wallace, Rasheed Wallace, as Ben Wallace had moved on to the Chicago Bulls. For tonight's game against the Los Angeles Lakers, the starting lineup for the Detroit Pistons was as follows. At point guard, Lindsey Hunter. At shooting guard, Chauncey Billups, adept in both guard positions. At small forward, Mike Davis. At power forward, Rasheed Wallace, a vital contributor during the Pistons' glory years, nicknamed the Big Bad Wolf. And at center, Dale Davis. The once mighty Pistons quintet of 2004 may have disbanded. Yet the current team remained a force to be reckoned with, their defense posing a significant challenge for their adversaries. Before the game, a reporter interviewed Chauncey Billups regarding his views on the NBA's biggest dark horse, Lin Feng. Both Billups and Rasheed Wallace shared their thoughts. Expressing a dismissive attitude towards Lin Feng, an Asian player, they casually remarked to the media that having previously defeated the Lakers, F4, they held no fear towards an insignificant Asian player. Such remarks clearly indicated their disregard for Lin Feng, and if they could overlook Kobe Bryant, they certainly would not regard Lin Feng with any respect. Lin Feng's performance in the current season has been remarkable. However, when it comes to personal influence, he pales in comparison to Kobe Bryant, who has been in the league since 1996. In light of the comments made by Chauncey Billups and Rasheed Wallace, which are currently trending on Twitter, it is evident that both Kobe and Lin, along with the entire Lakers team, are aware of the situation. Historically, the Lakers and the Pistons have been rivals. Without them, Kobe would have already secured 4 championships. Within the confines of the Staples Center in the locker room, Lin Feng donned his cherished number 10 purple and gold jersey. Kobe, adorned with athletic gear, approached Lin Feng. Lin, have you seen the interview with Wallace and Chauncey from 2 days ago? Yes, I saw it. What's the matter? Lin Feng, inspired by Kobe, has developed a keen fondness for sporting protective gear. He possesses an array of arm and leg guards, adorned in hues of yellow, purple, and white. These colors harmoniously complement the iconic purple and gold jersey of the Lakers. Kobe remarked, Chandler and Wallace have underestimated us. You should know how this game will unfold. Rest assured, Kobe, after the game, they will be rendered speechless. I relish proving my prowess on the court. If we do not triumph by more than 10 points, consider it my defeat. The atmosphere fell silent. Lin Feng's arrogance knows no bounds. Kobe approached him with the intention of inspiring him, aiming to utilize this method to fiercely contend with the conceited Billups and Rasheed Wallace on the court. Achieving a narrow victory against the Pistons would suffice for Kobe. However, Lin Feng boldly declared that unless they triumph by a margin of at least 10 points, he would consider it a defeat. This fellow is more audacious than the Pistons themselves. Nevertheless, Kobe appreciates Lin Feng's character, finding it quite reminiscent of his own. The Zen master furrowed his brow and remarked, Lin, do not be blindly arrogant. The Pistons are not the Trailblazers or the Supersonics, mere soft targets. It would be wise for you to muster your focus and prepare for the game. There's an ancient saying in your culture, arrogant soldiers are bound to fail. Do you not grasp this principle? The Zen master is aptly named, as he possesses profound knowledge of Eastern culture, comprehensively studying its depth and strategy. Furthermore, he has a penchant for exploring philosophy, with his concept of the triangle offense being a manifestation of inspiration drawn from philosophical contemplation. Lin Feng smiled at the Zen master, remaining silent. Outside, music began to play, and the Staples Center was filled to capacity, all eagerly anticipating a thrilling spectacle. Chauncey Billups and Rasheed Wallace exchanged barbs directed at Lin Feng and the entire Lakers. As a devoted fan of the Lakers, I hope that the Lin duo would continue to shine in this match, delivering a resounding defeat to the Detroit Pistons. After the DJ introduced the starting lineups for both teams, the Lakers and the Pistons commenced their first quarter battle. Is that the recently celebrated Chi-Lin? Rasheed Wallace lazily glanced at Lin Feng and remarked nonchalantly, with such a diminutive stature, resembling a dwarf. I am quite curious how he has made a name for himself in the league. Is there truly no one else in our league? Allowing an Asian dwarf to act so arrogantly here. It was rumored that he was discovered by Kobe on one of his subordinate teams. Chauncey Billups picked up on this thread, asking, has Kobe embarked on a new career? No longer a super scorer, but rather a league scout? It appears that since we defeated him in 2004, the Mamba has fallen from grace. Rasheed Wallace's trash talk was relentless, showing no mercy towards Kobe. Chauncey Billups chuckled. Who knows? In the past 2 years, Kobe has seemed quite disgruntled, especially with Shaq clinching a championship with the Heat. He must be in decline. Damn it. We need to win this game by 20 points. Rasheed Wallace rubbed his hands together as both teams' players positioned themselves at center court for the jump ball. That Asian dwarf enjoys jumping for the ball. I shall face him this time. Standing at 6 feet 10 inches and weighing 230 pounds, Rasheed Wallace, known as the Roaring Lord, possessed formidable strength. Unsurprisingly, it was Lin Feng who leaped for the jump ball on the Lakers' side. With a swift motion, the referee tossed the ball into the air. The Roaring Lord sprang up rapidly. His reactions were quick, yet in comparison to Lin Feng, he still fell slightly short. Lin Feng gently swatted the basketball, sending it soaring into the Lakers' territory. Bynum, attempting to start in tonight's game, seized possession of the ball. The game commentator, Jerry Allen, exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The thunderous roar was humiliated right from the start, as Chi-Lin's jump ball prowess proved to be invincible. Throughout numerous matches, Chi-Lin had never failed a jump ball. He is widely regarded as the premier jump ball specialist in the league. Now, with the ball in his hands, what is Bynum planning? Why isn't he passing? Is he attempting a three-pointer? Oh dear. The Zen Master's decision to start him seems misguided, as Bynum, instead of passing, boldly attempted a layup. Wait a moment, the thunderous roar is struggling against Chi-Lin. Is he venting his frustration? He delivered a resounding block to Bynum, sending the ball flying. The thunderous roar's spectacular rejection was directed at the inexperienced Bynum. Bynum, lacking foresight, chose not to pass the ball upon gaining possession, perhaps seeking to make a name for himself. The outcome was dire as he was swiftly dispatched by a powerful block from Rasheed Wallace. Even before the game had truly begun, both teams were fiercely battling it out. Chapter 72. Strategies to counter the 2-3 zone defense. Bynum's performance has been a source of great consternation for the Zen Master. As time progressed, Bynum began to find his footing offensively. The Lakers management had specifically enlisted the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar to train this young player, and the Zen Master took a gamble by starting Bynum tonight. However, this naive youth, instead of passing the ball, opted for a solo layup, only to be met with a thunderous rejection from the thunderous roar. Bynum, what are you doing? Why aren't you passing? You are not the primary offensive initiator. Give the ball to Lin and Kobe. The Zen Master rarely lost his temper, usually maintaining a calm demeanor, unless faced with a particularly dim-witted player. Clearly, Bynum exemplified the epitome of thoughtlessness. Reflecting on his past, before transcending time, Bynum was infatuated with flashy hairstyles, often stealing the ball from teammates merely to take a three-pointer. When the team fell behind, he resorted to a malicious elbow against the Mavericks barrier, resulting in suspension and fines, leaving him, at the tender age of 27, without a place in the league. Lin Feng cast a sidelong glance at the chastised Bynum and remarked, by the way, your playing style closely resembles that of Kai Shukuan from our country. What? Lin, who is Kai Shukuan? Bynum asked, utterly perplexed and unable to comprehend Lin Feng's words. Kai Shukuan is your fellow disciple. You both share the same lineage, and your playing styles are remarkably similar. Thank you, Lin. It is rare for anyone to play like me, so he must be quite exceptional in your national team. Lin Feng, these two fools still believe they are being complimented? It is important to understand that before the crossing, in Huaxia, saying someone plays basketball like Kai Shukuan is akin to an insult. Due to the formidable block by the roaring heavenly sovereign, the ball was sent soaring out of bounds. Yet the possession still remained with the Lakers. Lin Feng served the ball, locating Kobe, who was maneuvering near the three-point line. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe refrained from hastily attacking, instead opting to seek an opportunity for a breakthrough. The Pistons' defensive strategy was unmistakable, a 2 to 3 zone defense. Such a zone defense is notoriously difficult to penetrate. Even if Kobe were to break through, he would find little advantage. Consequently, Kobe passed the ball back to Lin Feng, who was being guarded by the seasoned veteran Lindsey Hunter. Standing at a modest height of 188 centimeters, Hunter was a member of the Pistons' famed quintet in 2004. Just as Hunter prepared to pounce, Lin Feng dribbled and executed a step-back move akin to a skillful sidestep jump shot. Finding an opening, he decisively launched a corner three-pointer. Regrettably, the ball circled the rim only to emerge once more. Luck was not on his side, and the fiercely determined Rasheed Wallace secured the rebound. It must be noted that Lin Feng's three-point shooting ability requires further refinement. While he generally converts open three-pointers, his proficiency in contested shots from beyond the arc is somewhat lacking. Chia Lin's shooting touch this evening was not particularly favorable. Having missed the corner three, it seemed the heavens would not favor him, prompting the need for a more cohesive offensive strategy rather than indulgence in isolation plays, as commentator Albert remarked. Jerry Ananchakut. It seems you're simultaneously critiquing two individuals. The penchant for isolation is not solely Chia Lin's vice. We have a Mamba here who is even more enamored with it. The two commentators shared a hearty laugh. Rasheed Wallace retrieved the rebound and passed it to Chauncey Billups. Prior to the game, Lin Feng had arranged for Billups to guard him one-on-one. My dear Chia Lin, I never anticipated that my solitary defender would be you. Billups remarked, dribbling the ball while casting a playful smile at Lin Feng, his demeanor seemingly teasing him. Lin Feng assumed a defensive stance, slightly tugging at his pant cuffs, seemingly indifferent to his opponent. Let me see what you're made of. I believe this match will put an end to your winning streak, exclaimed Chauncey Billups as he swiftly launched into action. Your step-back three-pointer missed. Allow me to impart the essence of a step-back jumper. Longtime fans familiar with the Pistons' Five Tigers knew that Billups' signature move was indeed the step-back jumper, precise and reliable as long as he found the right shooting space. He could nearly always score. Positioned at the top of the arc, he dribbled toward the right elbow, feigning a move in an attempt to shake off the tenacious Lin Feng and create a comfortable shooting opportunity. Unfortunately for him, the vigilant Lin Feng was not easily deceived. The realism of Billups' feint left him momentarily astonished. How could Lin Feng resist such an enticing ruse? Nevertheless, he remained composed. As one of the league's recognized clutch players, Billups possessed remarkable mental fortitude. Without hesitation, he executed a forward step, intending to maneuver around Lin Feng to attempt a bank shot from a 45-degree angle. This series of movements, though seemingly intricate, transpired in the blink of an eye. However, every action was anticipated by Lin Feng. As Billups attempted to sidestep and lean forward to make a shot, Lin Feng unleashed his signature block. His formidable skill in shot blocking had reached its zenith. Just as the ball left Billups' fingertips, Lin Feng soared in with an emphatic rejection, utterly dismantling Billups' offensive effort. Oh my God, what has happened? Chia Lin roared, exacting revenge on Bynum, and now delivering a resounding block to Billups as well. The match was thrilling, with both competitors serving up spectacular denials in their exchanges. Oh, this is intense. I can assure you, this is a fierce battle, and the Lakers' defensive energy is on the rise, exclaimed Albert and Jerry Allen, their voices ringing out. It seemed that victory in this contest would not come from offensive prowess, but rather from relentless defense. Coach Zen Kobe and Lin Feng all understood that against the hard-nosed Pistons, dazzling offensive plays were a distant hope. Their 2 to 3 zone defense was specifically designed to counter the triangle offense. Scoring in the paint would be an arduous task, demanding a struggle akin to a brutal knife fight, carving out points one hard-fought blow at a time. If all else fails, there exists a rather rudimentary method to exploit fouls, by charging into the paint and utilizing physicality to draw fouls frequently. One can accumulate points through free throws. Admittedly, this strategy is the most simplistic and also the most physically demanding. In the 2010 finals, Hukai's rival triumphed in a grueling Game 7 by embodying this spirit of tenacity and confrontation. At that moment, Kobe approached Lin Feng and quietly remarked, Lin, to dismantle their zone defense, the keys are precise mid-range shots and drawing fouls. Scoring in the paint is challenging, but if you find your rhythm tonight, feel free to take more jump shots. I shall do the same. Lin Feng nodded. Kobe possessed invaluable game experience. In a matchup against the Pistons, he had his own insights. Listening to Kobe would undoubtedly lead to success. Chapter 73. The bottomless stamina reservoir. Chauncey Billups was sent flying by Lin Feng's emphatic block. Yet the Pistons retained possession. Lindsey Hunter passed the ball to small forward Mike Davis, who dribbled along the sideline while being tightly guarded by Odom. With no opportunity to advance, he lofted the ball into the paint for Rasheed Wallace to engage in a one-on-one against Bynum. Despite Bynum's height advantage, he managed to withstand Wallace's offensive moves. Unfortunately, his lack of experience was brutally exposed as Wallace effortlessly faked him with a single step, soaring to score 2 points with a layup. Bynum's defensive shortcomings were evident. Wallace's footwork left him bewildered, marking the first field goal of the game. The two commentators remarked on Bynum's defensive issues, prompting Kobe to approach and offer some consolation to the young player. Lin Feng served the ball to Kobe, who dribbled to the left sideline. Facing the defensive pressure from McDyess, he advanced into mid-range and executed a perfectly arched fadeaway jumper. The basketball soaring through the air like a rainbow before swishing through the net. Kobe was acutely aware that penetrating the Pistons' interior would be a formidable challenge. Their 2-3 zone defense featured players flitting about on both the left and right, ready to swiftly plug any defensive gaps and provide collective support. In such circumstances, only a deity could breach the Pistons' inner sanctum to score. The notorious bad boys of the Pistons had once tamed Jordan with their formidable defense, a testament to their reputation as one of the league's most formidable defensive units. Of course, during Jordan's era, the league had not yet permitted zone defense. It was only later, to curtail the dominance of certain superstars, that David Stern championed the zone defense mechanism, thus enhancing the challenges of the game. Kobe's jump shot netted 2 points. It was executed with exquisite precision. McDyess, attempting to guard the Black Mamba one-on-one, would need to hone his skills for several more years. He was far from being a worthy adversary to Kobe. Albert admired Kobe's gameplay, finding it utterly delightful, and couldn't help but critique McDyess. With the score tied at 2-2 and 2 minutes elapsed, both teams had managed only a solitary field goal in the midst of fierce defensive plays, suggesting that it would be a challenge for either team to surpass a century of points by the game's conclusion. The Pistons responded promptly, with Chauncey Billups receiving the ball, but finding Lin Feng's defense particularly vexing. He was now somewhat perplexed. How could a mere rookie possess such solid defensive fundamentals? In the past, he had faced rookies with an air of confidence, easily dominating one-on-one situations. Yet tonight, against Lin Feng, Chauncey felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Despite Lin Feng's modest height of just 189 centimeters, he proved insurmountable for Billups, who even faced several near turnovers while dribbling. "Chauncey, you need to play smarter," he reminded himself. "Remember our principle: team basketball and collective offense." The head coach of the Pistons, Philip Saunders, shouted from the sidelines, cautioning Chauncey Billups not to let a moment of frustration hinder the team's performance. Upon hearing this, Billups ceased his confrontation with Lin Feng and passed the ball into the paint. He had come to realize that overpowering the rookie Lin Feng was a formidable, if not impossible, task. Earlier, he had been deceived by the dazzling highlights of the young player's offensive prowess, which had overshadowed Lin Feng's solid defensive capabilities. Positioned in the paint was Rasheed Wallace, who was able to effortlessly take on Beno. Upon receiving the ball, Wallace attempted a hook shot, but the basketball merely grazed the rim and failed to enter the basket. He quickly fought for the rebound, aiming for a second chance at scoring. At that moment, a flash of yellow, number 10, darted in unexpectedly, snatching the rebound away with great speed. This was Lin Feng, endowed with the genius rebound skill, who could anticipate the outcome of the shot simply by observing its arc. More astonishingly, he could predict not only whether the rebound would come from the left or the right, but also whether it would be a high or low rebound. Since Rasheed Wallace's hook shot missed and veered slightly to the left, Lin Feng was perfectly positioned on that side and dashed forward in a single stride. Typically, a hook shot results in a low rebound, leaving no possibility for a high rebound. Lin Feng waved his hand decisively, seizing the rebound. "Well done, Lin," Odom delightedly exclaimed, as he relished watching Lin Feng snatch rebounds. Each time he lunged for the ball, it seemed as if he were endowed with extraordinary abilities. Odom was perplexed by how Lin Feng consistently anticipated the position and height of the rebounds. Such prowess was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. Even the legendary rebounder Rodman, who had claimed the title 7 times, could not match Lin Feng's astonishing predictive skills. "Kobe, catch!" exclaimed Lin Feng, who had secured the rebound, as he called out to the sprinting Kobe. This moment presented an opportune chance for a fast break, and Kobe surged forward with fervor towards the Pistons' formation. Lin Feng delivered a long pass reminiscent of the legendary connection between LeBron and Wade. Oh my God. Chia Lin snatched the rebound over Wallace's head and sent a long-distance pass to Kobe, who sprinted into the paint as McDyess desperately scrambled back on defense. Alas, it proved futile. The Mamba had already leaped. Oh my goodness, the Black Mamba executed a breathtaking dunk, performing a between-the-legs reverse slam. Bang! A flawless collaboration at this moment. The Lakers seemed to awaken, once again showcasing the synergy between Chia Lin and Kobe, with a Mamba revealing his signature ferocious fangs. He was unleashing the fury of losing to the Pistons 2 years prior, a painful loss of the coveted fourth championship. Kobe launched a fast break, executing a between-the-legs dunk, igniting the fervor of Staples Center. As he landed gracefully, he displayed his iconic fierce expression. Kobe had delivered countless game-winning shots in the past, and each time he succeeded, he would instinctively assume this very demeanor. "Well done on the pass, Lin," Kobe exclaimed as he returned to the Lakers bench, high-fiving Lin Feng in celebration. Rasheed Wallace's expression darkened. He had been thoroughly embarrassed, having dissed Lin Feng before the game, only to see this Asian sensation snatch the rebound right over him. Damn it, Wallace fumed, his anger evident as his beard seemed to bristle. Watch out for this kid from Huaxia. He's peculiar. Rebounding and defense are his forte. Chauncey Billups whispered as he approached Wallace. Chauncey, we must win this game. Losing is not an option. If we fail, our shame will echo into outer space. Do you understand? Rasheed Wallace admonished sternly. The game resumed, with both teams continuing their aggressive play style. From a moment Lin Feng began dribbling at the center circle. He closely shadowed Chauncey Billups, a strategy he had devised himself. He aimed to exhaust Billups' stamina, for no NBA player possessed a deeper reservoir of endurance than he did. His stamina meter reached an astounding 110, while the average NBA player's stamina hovered around 85. Even an athletic specimen like Kobe could only max out at 95. Yet Lin Feng boasted a remarkable 110, a testament to his role as a modern-day Sakuragi Hanamichi. It is well known that Sakuragi is an endurance beast, running rampant on the court without ever feeling fatigued. Lin Feng's strategy against Chauncey Billups proved effective. The relentless full-court press left no room for respite. After 10 minutes into the first quarter, Billups was already drenched in sweat. He turned to glance at Lin Feng, only to be astonished to discover that this Asian lad bore not a single bead of perspiration upon his brow. In fact, he sensed that Lin Feng appeared utterly unfazed. How could one endure such an intense, pressing defense without feeling fatigued? Was this Asian prodigy some kind of anomaly? What could account for his seemingly inexhaustible reservoir of stamina? At that moment, a myriad of questions swirled in Billups' mind. Chapter 74. A personal pain reliever on the court? The spectators were anxious for Lin Feng, as the intensity of such defensive pressure threatened mutual exhaustion. Even if they were to stifle Billups at this juncture, it was likely that Lin Feng would succumb to fatigue. Lin, can you truly sustain yourself with this oppressive style of play? Even Kobe expressed concern for Lin Feng's endurance, recognizing that he was no longer merely a supporting player, but rather a pivotal member of the team. Lin Feng was overwhelmed with exhaustion, finding it difficult to contribute offensively. Typically, such arduous and thankless tasks are entrusted to blue-collar players. Superstars seldom engage in these laborious duties, as exceptional defense lacks tangible statistical representation. It is evidently a thankless endeavor. Consequently, some individuals prefer to play a more leisurely style of basketball, mistakenly believing themselves to be quite astute. Lin Feng shook his head, saying, Kobe, in terms of stamina, Changshi is no match for me. I am well aware of that. All right, as long as you feel you can withstand it. Kobe replied without further elaboration. He shared a similar sentiment with Billups, sensing that Lin Feng truly did not appear fatigued. Not a single drop of sweat trickled down his brow. This fellow was indeed a physical marvel. The two teams concluded the first quarter with palpable tension. In the final 2 minutes, both teams managed to score 4 points each. It can be said that in this fierce contest, securing a field goal was a luxury. The Lakers' last 4 points came from free throws, with Kobe sinking both attempts and Lin Feng also converting both. The score stood at 15-13, with the Lakers momentarily leading by 2 points. The exceptionally high-intensity defense resulted in both teams struggling with their shooting percentages. Even Kobe, during the first quarter, made only 2 of 6 attempts, amassing a mere 8 points, supplemented by 2 successful free throws. In the first quarter, Lin Feng scored 6 points, while Odom contributed 1 point. Odom had 2 opportunities for free throws, but regrettably, he converted only 1, thus adding just a single point to the score. Meanwhile, Phenom and Mim were unable to score. Mim, serving as a substitute for Brian Cook, was absent tonight due to a family emergency. As the second quarter commenced, both teams maintained the same lineup and combatant spirit, engaging in a fierce contest from the outset. With the intensity of the defense escalating, minor infractions became increasingly frequent, gradually turning more aggressive. Kobe received the ball outside the three-point line on the right side, preparing to force his way to the basket, only to be yanked down mid-air by McDyess, landing awkwardly on his side and struggling to rise from the floor in pain. Witnessing Kobe being subjected to a malicious foul by the Pistons ignited Lin Feng's temper. Given that Kobe regarded him as a friend, Lin Feng naturally viewed Kobe as a brother. Moreover, prior to his arrival in this realm, Kobe was his favorite NBA player, and the Mamba mentality profoundly influenced him, instilling a relentless spirit on the court and a vow to carve out his own space on this grand stage. How dare a mere role player like McDyess commit such a blatant foul against Kobe? This was intolerable. If he could endure such an affront, he would not be worthy of embodying the spirit of Sakuragi Hanamichi. Enough is enough. Lin Feng immediately activated his court ruler skill, rushing over to seize McDyess by the collar, his icy gaze fixed intently upon him. The referee's whistle pierced the air just in time, signaling technical fouls for both Lin Feng and McDyess. Players from both teams surged forward. Odom restrained the furious Lin Feng, while Dale Davis held back the intimidated McDyess. Calm down, Lin. We cannot afford to lose you in this match. If you get ejected, and with our leader already injured, our winning streak will come to an end. In that critical moment, Odom maintained his composure, urging Lin Feng to refrain from acting impulsively. McDyess, feeling humiliated by the threat of an Asian player, pointed at Lin Feng and unleashed a barrage of taunts. This is what you call a barking dog that dares not bite. Previously, face-to-face with Lin Feng, he had been intimidated by his cold stare. Now, with someone intervening, he felt emboldened, confident that with the referee and his teammates present, Lin Feng would not dare to retaliate. Damn it, you Asian monkey. This is America. Go ahead, try to touch me. If you do, I'll make sure your entire family can't survive here. He continued to boast, his bravado growing as he panted heavily. Had they not been on the court, Lin Feng would have certainly given him a beating. Reflecting on the situation, Lin Feng chose not to stoop to the level of such a disgraceful individual. Odom was right. He could not afford to be lost to the game. Kobe lay in agony on the ground, the severity of his injury unknown. It would be ideal if he could continue playing, but if he couldn't and Lin Feng were to be ejected, the remaining players, Odom, Phenom, and Mim, would surely be overwhelmed by the Pistons. The winning streak could not be allowed to end. He recalled that after achieving 10 consecutive victories, the system would grant him a hidden reward. With this thought, Lin Feng suppressed his anger, kneeling beside Kobe to assess his injury. Kobe had landed on his shoulder, experiencing a sharp pain, but fortunately, his head was unscathed. Had his head struck the ground first, that would have certainly meant the end of his participation in the game, necessitating immediate medical attention. Kobe, are you all right? Lin Feng inquired, his voice steady. Kobe gritted his teeth, enduring an excruciating pain in his shoulder. His injury had yet to heal completely, and this recent impact felt almost unbearable. Damn it, I'm fine, I can carry on. Kobe bravely suppressed the agony and rose to his feet. Observing this, Lin Feng focused his thoughts to access the system's marketplace. He recalled a remedy known as Bayou ointment available in the shop. This particular salve could swiftly alleviate the aches of athletes, akin to a potent analgesic. However, the Bayou ointment was far from an ordinary painkiller. When applied to the afflicted area, it not only dulled the pain, but also fortified the bones and nerves. The cost of exchanging for a single Bayou ointment was steep, requiring 200 points. For Kobe's sake, it was worth it. Lin Feng gritted his teeth in exchange for a piece of jade balm, discreetly appropriating it into reality, gently clasping it in his palm. He tore open the balm and applied it to Kobe's injured shoulder. Countless witnesses were left astonished by this spectacle. Albert and Jerry Allen, with faces etched in wonder, exclaimed, "What? Everyone look! What has Chia Lin applied to Kobe's shoulder? Is it a painkiller?" "Indeed, it appears so," a fan responded. "Oh my goodness. Chia Lin is incredible. He has pain relief on hand during the game. After all these years of commentary, this is the first time we've encountered such a novel occurrence." Kobe lowered his gaze to the jade balm that Lin Feng had placed on him. Perplexed, Lin, could this possibly be a miraculous remedy passed down by your ancestors? I suddenly feel no pain. Yes, Kobe, this is indeed a divine remedy from our forebears. How do you feel now? Yes, I truly feel much better, Lin. My dear brother, thank you. Kobe was ecstatic, suddenly realizing that Lin Feng could assist him not only in vying for the championship on the court, but also acted as his personal therapist off the court. This fellow's remedy proved far more effective than Judy Cito's physical therapy. Chapter 75. Given the opportunity, you are inadequate within the arena. Countless spectators marveled at the extraordinary event. Kobe engaged in a low conversation with Lin Feng, even giving him a hug, and, judging by Kobe's expression, he seemed to be in less pain than before. Could it be that Chia Lin provided Kobe with a miraculous remedy? My goodness! In ancient Huaxia, there exists a medical practice known as traditional Chinese medicine. Could it be that the balm Chia Lin gifted to Kobe is rooted in this ancient healing art? Albert expressed his astonishment. Having visited Huaxia and being well aware of the rich history of traditional Chinese medicine. OMG, I believe that the balm Chia Lin offered to Kobe is undoubtedly connected to the ancient medicinal practices. The two commentators were in awe, as 30,000 fans in attendance erupted in cheers, praising Lin Feng. Oh my heavens! Lin, you cannot be so biased. You gave the boss a piece of pain relief. What about us? Odom watched the scene unfold, enviously. This remedy is truly a boon for every athlete. With J-bomb in hand, who would ever worry about injury again? Lin Feng would naturally not be foolish enough to bestow his treasure upon anyone. Possessing the system was his closely guarded secret. He shrugged and feigned an apologetic expression. Old AO, I truly apologize, but this is the only pain relief patch I have. It was left for me by my mother as a backup before the match, and now I've given it to the boss, so it's gone. Shit, Lin, you're so biased. Odom playfully slapped Lin Feng on the backside. Lin Feng understood that Odom was merely jesting. The Pistons camp observed Lin Feng and Kobe, while Odom engaged in lighthearted banter. What kind of medicine is this? It's astonishing. You apply it and immediately feel better? Even hemorrhoid ointment doesn't work this effectively. Especially Mike D'Antoni, who recognized how dirty the previous play had been, aimed at incapacitating Kobe and preventing him from participating in tonight's game. Yet, when Lin Feng applied the pain relief patch to Kobe's shoulder, the latter felt instantaneous relief. Incredible. Truly incredible. After this brief interlude, the game resumed. In truth, Kobe's forceful drive to the basket was an attempt to draw a foul for free throw opportunities. However, he did not anticipate D'Antoni's numerous underhanded tactics, which brought him crashing down from midair. Kobe remained undaunted, a true warrior on the court. The more aggressive his opponents, the more they ignited his boundless potential. In the next confrontation, Kobe was resolute, having been provoked by D'Antoni's antics. Receiving a pass from Chris Mim, he launched a shot over D'Antoni's head. It was a long-range three-pointer. D'Antoni turned to watch the soaring basketball, which swished through the net. Oh ho! Bang! The bloodthirsty Mamba has arrived. He is back. D'Antoni had incited his wrath. My dear, you should never provoke the Mamba. You ought to know the consequences of angering the Black Mamba. If you're unaware, perhaps you should inquire with Rajabel or Jalen Rose. Albert's commentary grew increasingly animated, infused with passion and provocation. Rajabel, once heralded as the Kobe killer, had been utterly overwhelmed in a match where Kobe scored relentlessly against him, leading to Bell publicly choking Kobe and receiving a technical foul that resulted in his ejection. As for Jalen Rose, he was a witness to the legendary night when Kobe scored 81 points, dominating the game at his expense. These two had indeed witnessed the might of Kobe at his zenith. Mike D'Antoni, merely a minor player, dared to engage in unsportsmanlike conduct against Kobe, prompting Albert and Jerry Allen to mock him. His face turned ashen, clearly struck at his weak point. When Kobe hit a three-pointer over him, he waved a finger, signaling that dirty plays were futile. Victory in this game was assured. Damn! D'Antoni was seething with rage, gradually losing his composure. On the offensive end, he attempted to regain his pride, only to be met with a resounding rejection from Lin Feng. Lin Feng had been keeping a watchful eye on him and had just been itching to deliver a blow, but such actions were not permissible on the court. Now, seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng raised his hand and executed a powerful block, sending the ball flying. However, in his fervor, he exerted too much force, causing Makeeds to land unceremoniously on the floor, his expression one of bewilderment. Ha ha! Makeed sought to redeem himself on the offensive end, yet he overlooked Chia Lin, whose defensive prowess was formidable. It seems the referee is deliberating whether a foul occurred on that play. To everyone's astonishment, the whistle was blown in favor of Chia Lin. Was that a foul in the hand? The fans expressed their discontent. A flawless block had been called for a foul. Makeed stepped up to the free throw line, but alas, he missed both attempts. Lin Feng chuckled upon seeing this. As he passed by McDais, he murmured, "I offer you a chance, you worthless fool." "Damn it, what did you say? Have the audacity to repeat that?" "I said, I grant you an opportunity. Yet you remain utterly ineffective." Lin Feng's tone remained laced with sarcasm. "Damn it, you, an Asian monkey emerging from the slums, are truly seeking your own demise?" Mike Dice feigned ferocity, advancing towards Lin Feng, spewing a barrage of insults, his oversized head nearly pressed against Lin Feng's chest. However, Lin Feng, displaying remarkable wisdom, chose to disregard him entirely, raising his hands high to signal his innocence to the referee. The referee's whistle pierced the air, promptly issuing Mike Dice a second technical foul. With 2 technical fouls against him, he was destined to be ejected from the game, while Lin Feng was awarded a free throw opportunity. This was a strategic maneuver. Playing on the court transcends mere skill and physical prowess. It necessitates the ability to think tactically. By deliberately provoking Mike Dice, Lin Feng incited an emotional upheaval, prompting Dice to hurl insults and exhibit signs of aggression. The referee, regardless of the circumstances, was bound to penalize the emotionally volatile Dice with a technical foul. Seething with rage, Mike Dice found himself on the bench, just as he was about to catch his breath when he was abruptly met with Lin Feng's infuriating voice. "Hi, Mike, take note. While you missed both your free throws, I can make mine even with my eyes closed." With that, Lin Feng indeed closed his eyes as he prepared for the free throw, an act of sheer bravado. Swish! The sound echoed as the basketball sailed effortlessly through the net, an embodiment of audacious skill undoubtedly inspired by none other than Michael Jordan. Oh, what an astonishing feat! Lin Feng and Mike Dice clashed verbally once more. Lin Feng declared to Dice that he could effortlessly score even with his eyes shut. "Haha, this reminds me of someone, Michael Jordan. Lin Feng, you are truly remarkable," he exclaimed as he emulated Jordan's iconic blindfolded free throw and successfully made it. "Lin Feng, you are invincible. I adore you. You are simply too cool." The Staples Center erupted in a crescendo of cheers and shouts, each wave more fervent than the last. Lin Feng's audacious maneuver left countless fans utterly captivated. Emulating the basketball deity Michael Jordan, he executed a blindfolded free throw, mocking the incessant foul play of McDias. Moreover, he successfully provoked him, causing McDias to lose his composure and earn 2 technical fouls, resulting in his ejection from the game. What a thrill! It was simply exhilarating. Chapter 76. The limitless reverse layup. Upon witnessing this spectacle, McDias nearly choked on his own blood, his face paling as he stormed off, yanking at his jersey. With his departure, Maxiel took to the court in his stead. While Maxiel's contributions on defense paled in comparison to McDias, his presence was all that could be managed. Furthermore, a subtle psychological shift occurred within the Pistons' ranks. The indignant Wallace was seething, several times on the verge of challenging Lin Feng. It is worth noting that accumulating technical fouls is a hallmark of Wallace's career. He once received 41 technicals in a single season, a record for active players. Only Karl Malone has surpassed him in that regard. "Damn it, I refuse to believe that an Asian kid can run rampant on our turf," Wallace bellowed, his moniker aptly earned for his ferocious roars, akin to a beast unleashed. "Chauncey, for heaven's sake, pass me the ball." Wallace charged towards the basket, signaling for Chauncey Billups to deliver the pass. Using his formidable physique, he shoved aside the defending Bynum, who was outmatched in strength, and leaped, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Following this triumphant play, Wallace's fury intensified as he strode towards Billups, engaging in a chest bump celebration. "Walls, I knew you could do it. Let's obliterate them." The Pistons bench erupted in jubilant cheers, towels waving exuberantly as the water attendants bounced with excitement. One must admit, Rasheed Wallace's play bore the essence of a prime Shaquille O'Neal. His fury ignited the court, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. For the Lakers, maintaining their winning streak would prove a formidable challenge. Albert cast a worried glance at the imposing Wallace, who was striding across the court. The score remained close, 23-20, with the Lakers leading the Pistons by a mere 3 points. Come on. Let us defend and thwart their attack." Wallace successfully outmaneuvered Bynum, executing a powerful dunk that indirectly elevated the morale of the Pistons. Chauncey Billups shouted for the team to defend against this Lakers offense. The ball was in Lin Feng's possession. Lindsey Hunter immediately engaged him, denying Lin Feng an easy path to the basket. Kobe, Odom, and Chris Mims spread out, granting Lin Feng ample space to initiate his attack. Suddenly, Lin Feng made his move. Lindsay Hunter, being a seasoned veteran, found it challenging to keep pace with a youthful Lin Feng, who aimed to surpass him effortlessly. The only obstacle was the Pistons' tenacious zone defense. However, Lin Feng was resolute. He knew this shot had to be made, and it had to be executed with flair, aiming to decisively shatter the Pistons' recently bolstered spirit. Oh, what is Chia Lin doing? He surged forward, his speed reminiscent of a whirlwind. The veteran Lindsay Hunter, unable to match Chia Lin's pace, was left trailing as he barreled towards the paint. Chauncey and Wallace rushed to provide support, yet Chia Lin chose not to pass. My goodness, Chia Lin dashed to the baseline. What was his intention? An extreme reverse layup? Was he truly intending to dismantle the Pistons completely? He slipped to the baseline and executed a reverse acrobatic layup. Oh my God, did you witness this year's top play? The whistle blew, the shot counted, and Chia Lin completed the and one, a feat so incredible it harkened back to the breathtaking plays of Kobe and Mike. Tonight, Chia Lin bore the offensive banner for the Lakers, dazzling us with his reverse layup that culminated in an and one. It was simply magnificent. I wish I could convey to the Pistons that navigating past them was akin to crossing a street, without the need to decelerate. Chia Lin, Chia Lin, Chia Lin, the eternal MVP. As commentators Albert and Jerry Allen delivered their fervent commentary, the Staples Center erupted in euphoria. The extreme reverse layup was one of Lin Feng's rare perfect plays. The whistle sounded, and a foul was called on Wallace, an exemplary and one. Lin, a flawless reverse layup. I have pilfered yet another skill. Witnessing Lin Feng's successful reverse layup, his body succumbed to momentum and fell to the floor. Kobe approached and helped him up. The difficulty of that shot was indeed extraordinary, and Kobe, a frequent practitioner of reverse layups, fully understood the challenge. Lin Feng rose to his feet and flashed a smile at Kobe as the referee tossed the ball over, signaling for an additional free throw. Rashid Wallace and Chauncey Billups stood in bewilderment, utterly unable to fathom that such an extraordinary reverse layup could emanate from the hands of an Asian lad. Typically, African-American players, endowed with physical prowess far superior to that of their Asian counterparts, struggle to execute such a maneuver, which demands an almost grotesque level of core strength and hang-time ability. Yet, Lin Feng accomplished it with remarkable finesse. In an instant, both players fell silent, rendered speechless. Swish! The additional free throw was executed flawlessly by Lin Feng. In a single possession, he netted 3 points, allowing the Lakers to further extend their lead to 26-20. Now 6 points ahead of the Pistons. Beep! The referee's whistle pierced the air as the Pistons head coach called for a timeout. During the pause, the purple and gold-clad Lakers cheerleaders flooded onto the court, performing a spirited dance that transformed Staples Center into a sight to behold. Once upon a time, Lin Feng had been enamored with the Lakers cheerleaders, for this was the city of angels, nestled within the embrace of Hollywood. Los Angeles was undeniably one of the most abundant havens for beauty in the entire nation. A white girl intentionally swayed her alluring hips in Lin Feng's direction, but fortunately, Su Muching was absent from the venue on business that evening. Otherwise, it would have stirred up quite a predicament. Lin, I've noticed something. Why does Alia keep staring at you? Odom remarked playfully, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Lin Feng was taken aback, his expression filled with suspicion as he inquired, Who is Alia? Who else could it be? She is the most alluring cheerleader in our Lakers team. The most alluring cheerleader? Lin Feng was utterly bewildered. Odom raised his hand and pointed. Alia was the white girl standing right in the center ahead. Both the white and black girls appear mature, exuding femininity despite being in their early 20s. Lin, do you see that girl smiling at us? That's Alia. Odom, his gaze lingering on her figure, nearly drooled. To be honest, Lin, Alia has many admirers. Even that Parker guy once pursued her, but she turned him down. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Alia seems to have a bit of interest in you. Chapter 77, I Will Guard Wallace. Upon hearing Odom's words, Lin Feng almost collapsed to the ground. Oldo, don't joke around like that. Keep it between us. Don't spread it everywhere. You know I already have a girlfriend. Odom burst in a hearty laughter. But I must say, Alia, the Lakers cheerleader, does seem to be keeping an eye on you. When the timeout concluded, Alia even blew a kiss, leaving one to wonder if it was directed at Lin Feng specifically. Odom's eyes were wide with astonishment, almost bulging from their sockets. Alia, with her voluptuous figure, was precisely the type foreign men favored. Tall and clad in a short skirt, she danced energetically, undeniably capturing the attention of many men. Returning to the game, Pistons head coach Phil Jackson devised a new strategy. Offensively, They relied heavily on Rashid Wallace, who found it relatively easy to overpower the rookie Bynum. Defensively, they aimed to limit Lin Feng's impact. Phil Jackson had been searching for Lin Feng's weaknesses on offense, but was left disappointed. It appeared he had none. Much like Kobe, Lin Feng possessed almost no blind spots in his offensive repertoire, exhibiting formidable shooting and driving skills. Under such circumstances, the Pistons could only hope that Lin Feng and Kobe would have an off night, seizing the opportunity to take down the Lakers. Chauncey Billups advanced the ball, reaching the arc and deftly maneuvering to shake off Lin Feng. He then executed a shot fake, ultimately passing to Wallace, who had successfully established position in the paint. Wallace continued to isolate Bynum, using sheer strength to push him aside and score off the backboard for 2 points. There was no choice. Bynum was a liability for the Lakers, and they could not rely on others for assistance. If perimeter players ventured in to help, they would inevitably leave three-point shooters open. "Bynum, my brother, you must hold your ground," Odom shouted at Bynum. The latter remained expressionless, ignoring Odom entirely. Inwardly he thought, "Why don't you come and try it yourself? You have no idea how strong Wallace is." The Zen master observed this scene with a slight shake of his head, harboring a sense of foreboding. Bynum was being dominated by Wallace, and if the game continued down this path, defeat seemed inevitable. As for substitutions, who could defend Wallace? Should we substitute Kwame Brown? It is an impossibility for Kwame Brown to completely restrain Wallace. Throughout the entirety of the second quarter, the Pistons' offensive strategy focused on attacking the paint, exploiting the Lakers' frail interior defense. Wallace effortlessly dominated Bynum, achieving a remarkable success rate of 75. Gradually, through this back-and-forth exchange, the Pistons narrowed the gap, concluding the first half with a score of 40-37, trailing by just 3 points. This match maintained a closely contested score, with neither team yielding an inch. At this juncture, it seems likely that a buzzer beater will materialize by the end. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the conclusion of the first half. As the teams retreated to their locker rooms, Phil Jackson gathered the players for a discussion, stating, "If we continue to play in the same manner during the second half, we will find ourselves in a precarious situation. Someone must step up to contain Wallace. Who would be the most suitable defender?" Kobe inquired, casting a glance at Phil. "Brown, how about you take on this task?" Phil directed his gaze toward Kwame Brown, who had been resting throughout the first half. Yet, Kwame shook his head emphatically, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, coach. You could send me in, as I am being paid to serve the team, but to completely restrain Wallace? I cannot do that." He shrugged, appearing helpless. In truth, if this individual exhibited a bit more confidence and was not so fragile, he could indeed carve out a commendable career in the NBA. The label of a bust that Kwame Brown carries is a consequence of his own making. While he possesses some skill, his psychological fortitude is lacking, brimming with self-doubt and a sensitivity that is almost debilitating. One must consider that in the fiercely competitive realm of the NBA, without a certain ruthlessness and a degree of self-assertion, one cannot hope to grow. Unfortunately, Kwame Brown's temperament stands in stark contrast to the competitive nature of the league. He is plagued by insecurity and a fear of making mistakes, more terrified of being dismissed than anything else. Over time, this has manifested in a timid demeanor on the court, where he often appears anxious. In one game, he even told Kobe, "Don't pass me the ball. I'm too nervous." Kobe felt a mix of affection and frustration towards this young man, as he had never encountered such timidity from a #1 draft pick. "Coach, I will guard Wallace in the second half, but if I do that, someone else will need to take over my defensive assignment on Channing Frye." At that moment, Lin Feng, who had been silent until now, boldly proclaimed that he would take on the task of defending Wallace. The entire room fell silent, staring at Lin Feng as if he were an extraterrestrial. A point guard defending Wallace? Was there a mistake? What had instilled such confidence in him? Phil gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, taking a moment before replying, "Lin, you're not joking with us, are you? You intend to single-handedly defend Wallace? Are you sure you can manage it? Whether I can or not, I at least have a strategy to limit him, ensuring that he cannot operate as freely in our paint as he did in the first half." Lin Feng remained composed as he defended the interior players, drawing upon his experience, for he was indeed the one embodying Sakuragi Hanamichi. "Who will guard Chansey if you take Wallace?" pondered Zen Master. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to grant Lin Feng this opportunity. Since joining the Lakers, Lin Feng had brought them numerous surprises, and Zen Master was willing to allow him to attempt a one-on-one defense against Wallace. Kobe declared, "Lin will guard Wallace while I take Chansey. In the second half, Parker will come on, and you will focus on guarding McHale." Upon hearing this, Smush Parker perked up, thrilled at the prospect of playing. He promptly agreed. Okay, I will follow Kobe's arrangement. Then, it is settled. Zen Master mused for a moment, realizing there were no better alternatives. Lin, I hope you could surprise us once more. After speaking, he called Bynum aside, uncertain whether to criticize him or impart some defensive techniques. Bynum was indifferent. To him, playing basketball was merely a means to earn money. In a previous interview, he had bluntly stated to reporters, I play to make money. I didn't love basketball as a child. It's just a job. With such a mindset, he felt unfazed when Zen Master substituted him, knowing that as long as his contract was active, he would receive his salary from the Lakers. As the second half commenced, the Lakers unveiled their strategy, deploying point guard Lin Feng to defend Wallace alone. When the players from both teams engaged in battle, Wallace noticed that Lin Feng was assigned to guard him, and he couldn't help but chuckle. With a mocking tone, he muttered, Asian monkey, do the Lakers not have any decent interior players? That old man Zen Master actually sent you to guard me? Kid, remember this from now on. I will score 20 points over you. Chapter 78. My God, this is utterly unscientific. Lin Feng coldly retorted. Is it really so challenging for you to score even 2 points? What did you just say? Wallace laughed, this time a laugh tinged with irritation. Youngster, it appears I must impart some wisdom upon you. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Chauncey, pass me the ball. Wallace bellowed, demanding Chauncey Billups to deliver the ball to him, intent on overwhelming the Lakers with a single thrust. Naturally, he also harbored a lingering disdain for the Asian player on the court. Presently, it was Kobe who was assigned to guard Billups. The assurance in Kobe's defensive prowess is well known. He has been selected for the all-defensive first team multiple times, and his tight-marking defense exudes a formidable pressure. Billups, smiling, passed the ball to Wallace, leaving the entire Pistons team bewildered. They could not fathom the Zen Master's peculiar strategy, deploying a point guard, and an Asian one at that, to single-handedly defend Wallace. What gave him such audacity? The situation on the court had become quite intriguing. We observed that the Lakers had altered their defensive lineup. Bynum had taken a breather, and now the player tasked with guarding Wallace was none other than Chia Lin. The Zen Master's decision, we must admit, eluded our understanding. What exactly were the Lakers contemplating? We do not deny that Chia Lin possesses formidable offensive capabilities, yet the official statistics reveal that he stands at a mere 189 centimeters tall and weighs 83 kilograms. Given such inherent limitations, how could he possibly defend against the towering 208 centimeters, 230-pound behemoth, Wallace? He would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Commentators Albert and Jerry Allen exchanged perplexed glances. They truly could not comprehend the Zen Master's audacity in this maneuver. They would have accepted the substitution of Odom to guard Wallace. But Lin Feng was an entirely different matter. The disparity in their height and weight was simply too great. It was akin to a heavyweight champion facing off against a miniature lightweight. Was there truly any contest? There was no need for such a bout. Much like Tyson facing an amateur boxer on the street, one punch would suffice for a knockout. Are they attempting to make a fool of me, only to inherit my salary? The Pistons bench was nearly in fits of laughter. An Asian guard attempting to defend Wallace was no different than handing out easy points. Quite amusing indeed. Head coach Flip Saunders joined in the laughter. He awarded the Zen Master's strategy a score of 99, withholding the last point solely because the Zen Master did not randomly select someone off the street to guard Wallace. Mark my words, we are destined to win this game. Suddenly, Philip Sanders found the confidence to conquer the Lakers. On the court, Wallace held the ball high above his head, standing at a towering 208 centimeters. He loomed over Lin Feng, who stood at a mere 189 centimeters, a difference of a full 19 centimeters. Coupled with Wallace's extraordinary wingspan, he raised the ball above, leaving Lin Feng to merely gaze in admiration. Albert remarked, Wallace is beginning to back down Chia Lin. Let us see if the Zen Master's strategic ploy can thwart Wallace's scoring in the paint. Jerry Allen countered, I doubt it will yield any results. The Zen Master is merely gifting points to the Pistons. Chia Lin's footwork is swift, and his anticipation is keen, making him well-suited to defend perimeter players. But he lacks the innate physicality for guarding the post. As the two commentators continued their analysis, Wallace initiated his move, employing the same offensive strategy as in the first half. He executed a back-to-the-basket play, using his ample physique to push against the defender, striving to clear a path before effortlessly attempting a layup. However, this time, he realized he was mistaken. What was happening? How could he easily overpower the large Bynum, yet find it impossible to move this Asian player? Wallace pressed against Lin Feng twice, yet Lin Feng stood his ground, unwavering, as solid as a mountain. Goodness, Wallace could not budge Chia Lin. What was going on? Did Chia Lin possess such strength? Albert and Jerry Allen expressed their astonishment. The players on both sides, the coaching staff, and the 30,000 spectators were equally taken aback. It is crucial to have lower body strength when playing the 4 or 5 positions. This was true for Shaquille O'Neal, Wallace, Dwight Howard, and especially Yao Ming. When Yao first entered the NBA, he was too slender. After a game, his calves would tremble from exhaustion, unable to withstand the intensity of NBA competition. However, as Yao strengthened his lower body within a couple of years, fans could clearly see that he had bulked up considerably since his debut. He enhanced his strength in both his upper and lower body, and eventually, few players could dominate him in the paint. Although he may never match the raw power of Shaquille O'Neal, Yao Ming confidently claimed a spot among the top 3 current centers. Yet at this moment, the 230-pound powerhouse Wallace was unable to move a mere point guard. Such a statement would leave even the grandmas dancing in the square in fits of laughter. Young man, you are lacking. You are even outperformed by the strength of those grandmas. Unperturbed, Wallace, with determination, pressed against Lin Feng once more, but Lin Feng remained steadfast, as immovable as a mountain, firmly maintaining his position. My God, Chia Lin is remarkable. How did he withstand that? No wonder the Zen master assigned Chi to single-cover Wallace. Initially, we assumed it was an oversight on his part, but it is now evident that he is, after all, the Zen master. He possesses an unparalleled understanding of what must be executed on the court. People are now convinced. Lin Feng's strength is undoubtedly on par with Wallace, and in fact, judging by appearances, he seems even more ferocious than Wallace. This young man appears slender, yet he possesses an astonishing power that defies logic. It's simply unscientific, utterly unscientific. Alas, upon hearing the commentator's remarks and the mocking laughter from the fans directed at him, Wallace became incensed. He summoned every ounce of strength, determined to overpower Lin Feng and execute a thunderous dunk over him. However, Lin Feng, remarkably astute, gracefully retreated a step just as Wallace was poised to exert tremendous force. This sudden maneuver left Wallace in a predicament. He had braced himself to make a desperate, all-or-nothing attempt, positioning his substantial frame for a powerful thrust. However, instead of meeting his target, he collided with nothing but air. Consequently, Wallace, clutching the ball, found himself unceremoniously collapsing to the ground, the embarrassment palpable as his considerable weight, weighing in at 230 pounds, crashed down with a resounding thud, sending the ball flying from his grasp. Lin Feng paid no heed to Wallace's fate. Upon catching sight of the basketball slipping away, he darted forward with remarkable agility, seizing the ball mid-air and launching a formidable assault towards the Pistons' hoop. Kobe, witnessing this, exclaimed in admiration and swiftly matched Lin Feng's pace, initiating a rapid counterattack. Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton, and Lindsey Hunter, the trio of perimeter players, stood momentarily dumbfounded. What could possibly be happening? Why had Wallace suddenly collapsed? They were caught off guard. Meanwhile, Lin Feng executed his dynamic pass skill, sending the ball to Kobe, who sprinted past the midcourt line. We must return to defense, Billups shouted, hastily pursuing. Unfortunately, it was a tad too late. Kobe, having received Lin Feng's dynamic pass, surged towards the basket, executing a thunderous two-handed reverse dunk that consummated the counterattack. Chapter 79. Even the dunk is futile from 1 to 5. Kobe's reverse dunk was a spectacle to behold. With a powerful push off the ground, he faced away from the hoop, forcefully slamming the ball through the rim. The resounding thud of the dunk echoed, igniting a second wave of fervor in the Staples Center. The connection between Lin and Kobe frequently unfolds, captivating the hearts of fans. Kobe, Chia Lin, you are truly invincible. With you both, the championship is assured for the Lakers. Indeed, one must never underestimate the heart of a champion. I adore this dynamic duo. The Staples Center resonates with thunderous cheers. Last season, the Lakers faced a disheartening elimination in the first round against the Suns, yet this season, with Lin Feng's addition, countless Angelinos are convinced that there is hope for a championship run. At 42-37, the Lakers continue to extend their lead. Chia Lin executed a stunning defensive play, deceiving Wallace and causing him to stumble, thereby securing possession. Following this, a swift transition ensued as he and Kobe launched a counterattack. Albert exclaimed loudly, however, we are quite curious, despite his seemingly slender frame. How does Chia Lin withstand Wallace's fierce assaults? Even Bynum, with his youth and physicality, struggles against Wallace's backing play? This question left tens of thousands in the arena pondering. Lin Feng observed his lean physique, which, despite its lack of bulk, was capable of withstanding Wallace's fierce onslaught. This revelation left the audience in astonishment. They were unaware that beneath his seemingly frail exterior lay an explosive force. His strength in confrontation measured an impressive 110, significantly surpassing the NBA average of 90 by a notable 20 points. Though Wallace appeared robust, in the presence of Lin Feng, he resembled a frail insect. The moniker Supreme Overlord seemed less fitting. Supreme Overlord of Weakness would be more appropriate. "Lin, your strength in confrontation is truly astonishing," exclaimed Kobe, who was left in utter disbelief after witnessing Lin Feng's prowess following a reverse dunk. During their training camp, Lin Feng's might had not been fully revealed. It was only now that Kobe recognized his strength in confrontation as arguably the greatest in history. In truth, Lin Feng had not exerted his utmost during their training sessions. His claims were not mere bravado. Few in the entire league could match him in a test of strength. Perhaps only a peak Shaquille O'Neal could rival the Lin Feng of today. Lin Feng smiled, but refrained from responding to Kobe, aware that excessive words could lead to misinterpretation. On the Pistons side, Rasheed Wallace's face flushed red with embarrassment, feeling as though he had lost face entirely. How could a man of his stature be unable to overpower a mere guard? If word of this spread, he would find it impossible to maintain his standing in the NBA. Even Chauncey Billups and others regarded him with skeptical glances, their expressions seemingly questioning his capabilities. Rasheed avoided their scrutiny, unwilling to meet their eyes. Soon, the Pistons initiated a second offensive maneuver. Chauncey Billups once again passed the ball to Rasheed Wallace, urging him to redeem himself and prove that his earlier mishap was merely a fluke. This time, Rasheed felt a surge of anxiety. Facing Lin Feng, who was significantly shorter than him, he felt a greater intimidation than when confronting Shaquille O'Neal. Nevertheless, he could not back down. He recognized that Billups had entrusted him with the ball once more, expecting him to affirm that the previous moment had been a minor error. He bellowed, determined to overpower this diminutive guard with ease. "Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't dominate a little guy," Wallace roared, his beard trembling with the force of his shout. He charged forward, but once again, he found himself unable to move Lin Feng. However, this time he learned from his mistake. If he couldn't push him back, why not simply dunk over him? Why fear being blocked by someone so much smaller? With this thought igniting his resolve, Wallace pivoted sharply, launching himself for a powerful dunk. Here it came. Had he awakened a new sense of determination? Was he truly preparing to dunk over Lin Feng? Indeed, this was how a true center should play, emulating Shaquille O'Neal, who never hesitated to dunk on defenders. The commentator, Jerry Allen, remained optimistic about Wallace, even referencing the peak of O'Neal's career as a benchmark. In truth, during O'Neal's prime, he relied on sheer strength rather than any intricate post moves, simply overpowering defenders with raw force. In the paint, he claimed position, received the ball, and effortlessly dunked over his opponents. Most interior defenders faced utter annihilation when pitted against O'Neal, as they could not match his strength. O'Neal's uniqueness lay in his combination of agility and power. No one could outpace him, nor could they withstand his physicality. Emulating the best version of O'Neal, Wallace took the ball, spun, and charged at Lin Feng. "Roar!" he shouted, attempting to assert his dominance. Countless eyes were fixed on the unfolding scene as Wallace altered his strategy, confronting Lin Feng head-on. The question remained, could the leaner, shorter Lin Feng withstand Wallace's impending dunk? Wallace soared for the dunk over Lin Feng. Oh my goodness, Chia Lin is in for challenge. Despite possessing remarkable defensive prowess, he is evidently at a disadvantage in terms of height. Before Jerry Allen could finish his remarks, there was a resounding thud as Wallace's attempt to dunk was thwarted. The basketball in his hands was forcefully swatted away by Lin Feng. With a two-handed block, Lin Feng's vertical leap was astonishingly high. Even though he was shorter, his explosive jumping ability proved decisive. This rejection was executed with such finesse that the ball was sent soaring several yards away. The perimeter players immediately rushed to contest the ball, but were swiftly embraced by Odom, who then passed it to the awaiting Kobe. As Kobe advanced with the ball, the referee did not call a foul. That fierce block was undoubtedly clean and precise, devoid of any illegal contact. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of the madman block. Oh, my heavens! Chia Lin has truly opened our eyes. He has effectively contained Wallace. Terrifying. Chia Lin is formidable. He could defend positions 1 through 5. This reminds me of one individual, Kevin Garnett. Only KG could defend from 1 to 5 like Chia Lin. Albert was so taken aback that he momentarily forgot to commentate until Kobe secured possession, at which point he exclaimed that Lin Feng could defend all positions. Meanwhile, Kobe executed a smooth shot. With his adept dribbling skills, he toyed with defender Marquise. He skillfully maneuvered with a series of between-the-legs dribbles, pivoting and adding a shooting feint. Effortlessly, he evaded Marquise and, with a forward lean, aimed for the center of the basket at a 45-degree angle, successfully hitting the backboard. This elaborate sequence of moves was not only visually striking, but also highly accurate. With this basket, the Lakers led the Pistons by 7 points at 44-37. Chapter 80. Even our village dog Dan scores better than you. The entire third quarter continued at this pace. Pistons head coach, Flip Saunders, called for a timeout to reconfigure their strategy, hoping to awaken the increasingly lost Wallace. Throughout the third quarter, Wallace had attempted to score against Lin Feng 4 times, all ending in failure. He found himself at a loss for composure, afraid to take a shot against Lin Feng, fearful of suffering further humiliation. Had it not been for Chauncey Billups rallying his teammates, this game might have collapsed early. Fortunately, the Pistons' perimeter players remained resilient, consistently keeping the score close. After trailing by 7 points, they had narrowed the gap to 5. With just 2 minutes remaining before the fourth quarter, Flip Saunders devised a new strategy, instructing Wallace to attempt mid-range shots. After all, Wallace possesses a degree of mid-range shooting ability reminiscent of the big-ticket Garnett. Although Wallace's mid-range proficiency is not quite on par with Garnett's, he still has some skill to showcase. After adjusting his strategy, Wallace indeed began to see some positive results. Lin Feng, while defending, refrains from closing in too closely. Firstly, he fears that if he gets too close, Wallace may maneuver past him for an easy layup. Secondly, maintaining proximity could lead to fouls, infringing upon the ball handler's cylinder. Thirdly, Wallace's mid-range shooting prowess is not nearly as formidable as his presence in the paint. Allowing him a step gives him the opportunity to shoot. If he makes the basket, it is merely a testament to his skill. If he misses, it results in a rebound opportunity. Lin Feng plays basketball with remarkable intellect and composure, fully aware of how to dismantle his opponents. As he anticipated, Wallace's mid-range shooting ability proved limited. Starting from the third quarter, Lin Feng dominated him, severely hampering his performance. Consequently, Wallace's shooting touch faltered, and even when Lin Feng afforded him space for a mid-range shot, he only managed to make one. Naturally, the rebounds were effortlessly claimed by Lin Feng, who could predict their landing positions. Stationed in the paint, he monopolized the boards, amassing a remarkable 9 rebounds in the brief span of the third quarter, a feat that could be deemed miraculous in NBA history. Thus, both teams entered the fourth quarter, entangled in a fierce struggle, with the score at 65-60. The Lakers still holding a 5-point lead over the Pistons. The outcome of the game remained uncertain. Chauncey Billups, rallying his perimeter players, could still lead them to triumph over the Lakers. As the fourth quarter commenced, both teams began to feel the toll of fatigue. Even the physically formidable Kobe found his legs weary, struggling to maintain his pace. After all, contending with the Pistons was exhausting, given their intense defensive pressure. Yet, Lin Feng appeared unfazed, not a bead of sweat on his brow, exuding an aura of relaxed enjoyment, as if he had come not to compete, but to indulge in leisure. My goodness, I am genuinely curious. Does Chia Lin possess boundless stamina? Why have I never witnessed him display signs of fatigue? Albert was astounded. This endurance surpassed that of any NBA player. Jerry Allen remarked, I have long noticed this anomaly. Chia Lin has represented the Lakers in 6 games, and throughout these matches, he has never shown signs of exhaustion, rarely resting. He is indeed a freak of nature. Ha ha! Indeed, Chia Lin must be a phenomenon. Utterly remarkable. The two commentators shared a profound curiosity regarding Lin Feng's extraordinary stamina. Time elapsed steadily. With the onset of the fourth quarter, the score remained tightly contested. With only 2 minutes left in the game, Chauncey Billups executed a spectacular three-pointer, drawing a foul from Kobe and completing a three-point play, momentarily leveling the score. One must acknowledge that the Pistons, as the top team in the East, demonstrated incredible resilience. Even though Wallace struggled in this match, players like Lindsey Hunter and Chauncey Billups stepped up. Their perimeter shooting prowess enabled them to equalize the score at 85-85. Possession belonged to the Lakers. Kobe advanced the ball, while Lin Feng made off-ball movements. Wallace, simmering with frustration from Lin Feng's earlier dominance, recklessly engaged in defense against him, intent on reclaiming his pride. Otherwise, his standing in the NBA would be jeopardized. Damn it, I won't allow you to score so easily, you little imp. Wallace assumed a defensive stance, taunting Lin Feng. Lin Feng scoffed disdainfully and languidly remarked, "Your name is Rashid, but I suggest you abandon the moniker of the resounding Heavenly Sovereign and opt for the diminished Heavenly Sovereign instead. Furthermore, I have already secured 23 points in this match. How many have you amassed? Since the third quarter, it appears you have only managed a mere 2 points, correct?" Damn! Wallace was on the verge of exploding with rage, as Lin Feng had struck at his sore spot. Ever since Lin Feng took him on one-on-one, he had only managed to score a pitiful 2 points, and that was merely due to a stroke of luck with a mid-range jumper. Otherwise, since the beginning of the third quarter, Wallace had not scored a single point, rendering him utterly humiliated. A mere 2 points? Even the village's dog Dan could outscore that. Lin Feng delivered yet another lethal taunt, relishing the culture of trash talk inherent in the NBA. Dog egg? This phrase, translated into English, bears no distinction from an insult. Wallace was not merely angry. He felt as though his lungs might burst, his eyes wide with fury as he glared menacingly at Lin Feng. "You little Asian, your mouth is quite insolent. I shall teach you a lesson. Feel free to come and teach me," Lin Feng retorted, "but wait a moment. Kobe hasn't passed me the ball yet. When the game concludes, I shall be in position to decisively vanquish you." Lin Feng pointed to a direction near the baseline, a spot where Kobe had once executed a game-winning shot against the Toronto Raptors. Wallace, upon hearing this, let out a cold laugh, questioning Lin Feng's competence for a clutch moment. It was universally acknowledged that in the dying seconds of a game, the basketball was destined to be in Kobe's hands, ready for him to seize the moment. Before long, as Lin Feng exchanged banter with Wallace, he maneuvered into the paint, fully aware that Kobe was preparing to go into his invincible isolation mode. In such circumstances, faith in Kobe was paramount. Should he miss, his rebound prowess was assured. As the game reached its climax, Kobe's reliability only intensified. He executed a powerful three-point shot from the left corner, leaving Markieff Morris as nothing more than a mere backdrop. The back and forth continued, and under the guidance of Chauncey Billups, the Pistons managed to sink a long-range jump shot. They believed it to be a three-pointer, but due to Lindsey Hunter's oversized shoes, the officials only awarded them 2 points. The entire Pistons team rushed to contest the call, insisting they had made a three-pointer. However, upon review, it was clear that Hunter had stepped on the line as he received Billups' pass, confirming the shot could only be counted as 2 points. 2 points were better than none. It was preferable to an air ball. Now, the Pistons trailed the Lakers by a single point, with only a minute and a half remaining on the clock. The spectators recognized that both the Kobe moment and Lin Feng moment were imminent. A game-winning shot was inevitable in such a tense contest. It would come down to who could endure until the end and prove, through decisive play, that they were the true champions of the league. Chapter 81. The Rebounding King, Eternal God. The Lakers scored again, and in this critical juncture, it was once more Kobe who stepped forward. He held the ball at the top of the arc, with Odom setting a high screen. After switching on defense, Kobe charged into the mid-range area. Without allowing the defender a moment to react, he elevated for a jump shot and scored once again. This was Kobe, the bloodthirsty Black Mamba, familiar to millions of fans. Through his actions, he demonstrated to those who had ever doubted him that, in moments of life and death for the team, he was the great man capable of withstanding the pressure. Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. As Kobe nailed 2 consecutive high-difficulty shots, the Staples Center erupted with the fervent cheers of fans. MVP. Kobe, the eternal MVP. With a fierce expression, he bared his teeth and raised his arms in salute to the crowd. Lin Feng rushed over, embracing Kobe and playfully engaging in a little dance. This is the NBA, the arena that moves countless men to tears. Odom, Chris Mim, and the veteran Derek Fisher joined the fray, playfully battering Kobe. The Lakers currently lead by 3 points with just 1 minute remaining in the game. On the other side, the Pistons, anxious and restless, saw their so-called Mr. Clutch, Chauncey Billups, step up once more, challenging Kobe and sinking a contested three-pointer. At this moment, Kobe hesitated to leap, fearing another foul. Despite the star treatment that superstars receive from referees, Billups is also an NBA star, and the officials would not overtly show favoritism. With that three-pointer, the Pistons equalized the score, placing both teams back on equal footing. In a rare move, the Zen Master called a timeout to devise a new strategy. In the past, The Lakers had only one primary offensive initiator. Without a doubt, that was Kobe. Now, the Lakers boasted two formidable weapons, and the Zen master needed to learn how to leverage Lin Feng as an offensive asset. Compared to Kobe, Lin Feng's offensive arsenal appeared somewhat limited, yet in critical moments. The Zen master had faith in Lin Feng, believing him to possess the same fearless spirit as Kobe. Kobe, in the remaining minutes, the Pistons will surely double-team you, the Zen master stated, tapping the tactical board with a serious expression. If you find yourself surrounded by two defenders, or even a third rotating in from the weak side, pass the ball to Lin, who will be positioned at the pivot point, and allow him to finish. If that fails, there's always Fisher. You can also engage in the offensive scheme. On the court, regardless of your position, maintain a triangular offensive structure, whether on the weak side, the primary attack point, or the pivot point. Always uphold that triangular positioning. Whoever finds themselves open must take the shot decisively, without hesitation. If you have the opportunity and refrain from shooting, I cannot abide by that. Yes, Zen master, we will shoot when open, Fisher assured, his reputation for clutch performances well known among fans. He never hesitated in critical moments and would never shift blame onto his teammates. And Lin, remember this, the Zen master said, looking at Lin Feng. Understood. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Very well, that'll be the plan. You three will serve as the primary offensive points, the pivot point, and the weak side finisher. The Zen master, having imparted his tactical instructions, saw the players take to the court. Undoubtedly, the primary offensive focal point was Kobe, while the weak side finishing role was assigned to the seasoned veteran Fish, who possessed a remarkable ability for spot shooting. As for the pivotal presence in the paint, it was Lin Feng. Tonight, Lin Feng stepped in for Bynum, primarily operating within the interior. His responsibilities mirrored those of Paul Gasol in 2008. During the Lakers' last two championship runs, Gasol and Bynum occupied the central axis, with the Spanish maestro exhibiting a high basketball IQ. Positioned at this core point, he not only thrived in isolation, but also facilitated plays from the high post. Gasol's prowess in orchestrating from that position was exceptional. The re-emergent Lakers maintained their triangular offensive structure, with Lin Feng at the heart of it. This pivotal role was not static, fluctuating dynamically on the court based on varying points of attack. The offensive initiation primarily dictated Lin Feng's positioning, aligning with Kobe and Fish to form an effective triangular system. This approach provided a distinct advantage, allowing the Lakers' offense to diversify and leaving the Pistons struggling to adapt. As Kobe aggressively attacked, he drew two defenders, creating an opportunity for Fish on the weak side. Kobe, with swift decisiveness, delivered a pass to Fish, who unfortunately missed the shot. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, stationed in the paint, activated his genius rebound skill, expertly anticipating the ball's trajectory off the rim. Skillfully maneuvering, he positioned himself to keep Dale Davis and Wallace at bay. As the ball ricocheted off the rim, Lin Feng sprang into action, executing a powerful putback dunk that sent the crowd and commentators into a frenzy. Albert exclaimed, "What? Gia Lin, you're killing me." Jerry Allen added, "Unbelievable." Both were left utterly astonished, their elongated tones reflecting the sheer shock of Lin Feng's thunderous dunk. The visual impact of a point guard executing such a powerful play was undeniably striking. While one might expect such feats from a player like Shaquille O'Neal, witnessing it from a point guard was nothing short of extraordinary. "Lin, you are forever a legend." Old Fish Fisher raised his thumb in approval, continuously praising Lin Feng. As soon as the ball was released, he felt a sense of loss, pondering how to redeem himself on the defensive end, when Lin Feng executed a powerful putback dunk, saving his skin. Old Fish and Lin Feng exchanged high fives in celebration, while Dale Davis and Wallace exchanged glances bewildered. The Staples Center erupted with the thunderous cheers of Rebound King. The Lakers maintained their lead, with Billups advancing the ball patiently, finding Dale Davis for an easy 2 points. Time was running out, with only 15 seconds remaining. Kobe controlled the tempo, while Old Fish Fisher and Lin Feng executed off-ball movements, creating a wide triangular offensive formation. Odom and Chris Mim were pulled to the corners, one to the baseline and the other to the right elbow. Ladies and gentlemen, Kobe is orchestrating the rhythm. This is the Lakers' final possession. The score is tied at 92-92. Let us observe whether the Lakers can capitalize on this precious opportunity to send the Pistons home. Jerry Allen's impassioned voice resonated. If not, entering overtime could spell disaster, as the Lakers may very well see their 5-game winning streak come to an end. 30,000 fans held their breath, eager to witness this final play, wondering if the Lakers could indeed send the Pistons packing. The match was nothing short of thrilling. the intensity rivaling that of the playoffs, with both sides refusing to yield an inch. As the shot clock dwindled to 8 seconds, Kobe sprang into action, swiftly changing direction to evade Billups. On the opposite side, Maxio rushed in to double-team him. In those final moments, as Kobe received the ball, the entire arena seemed to tremble. Failing to double-team him was simply an invitation to disaster. Surrounded, Kobe contemplated passing the ball. According to the strategy devised by the Zen master, the final possession could be entrusted to Old Fish or Lin Feng. However, Old Fish was too far away, and the passing lane was obstructed. Dribbling to the left sideline, Kobe spotted Lin Feng standing near the corner ahead. Wallace was closely guarding Lin Feng, leaving him with little room to maneuver. Yet, since becoming teammates with Lin Feng, Kobe had gradually adopted a selfless approach. Additionally, given his current position, he was somewhat distant from the hoop, as his path to the basket was blocked, just a step away from the three-point line. "Lin, catch the ball," Kobe shouted, leaping and decisively passing the ball to Lin Feng. Time was fleeting, with only 3 seconds remaining. Lin Feng stood near the corner, not even glancing at the timer. Upon receiving the pass from Kobe, Wallace swiftly rushed towards him. Lin Feng dribbled to find his rhythm, executing a feint before taking a shot that left Wallace bewildered. In the final moment, Lin Feng launched his shot. As he released the ball, Dale Davis swiftly moved in to defend, lunging at Lin Feng with outstretched arms. He collided with Lin Feng, yet the basketball continued its flight. Both players fell to the floor, while the ball soared through the air. The Staples Center fell into a profound silence, where even the drop of a pin could be heard. Tens of thousands of fans in attendance, alongside billions watching the live broadcast, held their breath, fixated on the red light that had illuminated, while the basketball remained suspended in midair. Would carry the Pistons home? Chapter 82. The New Titan of Los Angeles. Bang! Chia Lin once again struck the decisive blow, achieving redemption as the Lakers triumphed over the Golden State Warriors. That night marked Chia Lin's moment of salvation. And in the face of the Pistons, it was once again Chia Lin who emerged as the hero. The hero of all Los Angeles. As the red light flickered, the basketball soared through the air, precisely swishing through the net, igniting a frenzy from Albert and Jerry Allen. It was exhilarating and profoundly moving. This match, an ordinary regular season game, unfolded like an epic finals clash. Kobe, embodying Mr. Unselfish, assisted Lin Feng for the game winner. 94-92. In the final second, the Lakers secured the victory, sending the Detroit Pistons home to fish. Chia Lin, MVP, MVP. The fans collectively rose, chanting Lin Feng's name, while confetti cascaded from the Staples Center ceiling. Having played 6 games for the Lakers, with 2 game winners, he undoubtedly was an epic player, unparalleled. Ha Lin, I absolutely adore you, Odom exclaimed excitedly, rushing to Lin Feng, pulling him off the floor and lifting him high. Old Fish Fisher, Chris Mim, and even Kobe laughed as they rushed toward Lin Feng, enveloping him in celebration, lifting him high. On the bench, even the usually composed Zen master stood in excitement, his fists clenched, betraying his inner exhilaration. MVP, MVP, MVP. Meanwhile, the cheers continued unabated. The fans' enthusiasm reached a fever pitch. This game-winning shot against the Pistons thrilled the fans even more than the one against the Warriors. After all, in 2004, the Pistons' 5 Tigers had vanquished the Lakers, snatching away the championship that rightfully belonged to them, and the fans harbored a grudge. Lin, well done. I knew you wouldn't let my pass go to waste. You were the MVP of this game, even overshadowing me. Kobe cradled Lin Feng's head, showering him with praise. He understood that with Lin Feng on his team this season, both the Lakers and himself had struck gold. While the dramatic last-minute victory against the Golden State Warriors may have involved a stroke of luck, as Lin Feng had been in a somewhat open position, tonight's decisive shot against the Pistons was a testament to his true skill. With Wallace rushing towards him, Lin Feng only released the ball in the final second, showcasing his extraordinary mental fortitude. The more the clock ticked down, the more composed he became. He even used a shooting feint to throw Wallace off balance before decisively taking the shot. Dale Davis, noticing Wallace's misstep, hurried to provide support, but it was too late. Lin Feng has boldly made his move, the basketball soaring through the air, tracing a beautiful arc reminiscent of a rainbow, and striking the hoop with precision. This is Lin Feng, an epic player who has triumphed from the NBDL Development League to the NBA. He had just told Wallace that he would deliver a game-winning shot against the Pistons from his position, and he has accomplished just that. Indeed, from the left corner, receiving a pass from Kobe, he executed the decisive shot against Detroit. Wallace and Dale Davis stood up in disbelief, gazing at the jubilant Lakers players. Each one transformed into a state of astonishment. This high-difficulty game winner left them with no choice but to concede. The Chinese young man has officially risen within the NBA, demonstrating to all Americans that the Chinese are not merely adept at table tennis, but are also formidable in basketball. Across the vast ocean in China, fans watching the Lakers versus Pistons game erupted in excitement when Kobe once again passed the ball to Lin Feng, who made the winning shot. Basketball-loving compatriots in China went wild. Across major online forums, mainstream media, university cafeterias, bars, internet cafes, and even on the streets, countless individuals discussed this epic game winner. Lin Feng, a source of pride for all Chinese, embodies the spirit of every basketball-loving man in China, showcasing their tenacity on the grand international stage of the NBA. Indeed, Lin Feng is absolutely amazing. He will undoubtedly become my idol. Anyone who dares to tarnish his name will face my wrath. Indeed, Lin Feng is also my idol. And if he ever changes his nationality to Chinese, I would go to great lengths, even selling my possessions, just to watch him play at the Staples Center. I eagerly anticipate the day Lin Feng can represent our national team. I am confident that in the 2008 Olympics, alongside the likes of Yao Ming, we would surely secure a spot in the semifinals. Yes, Lin Feng is extraordinary. I can't help but feel he might be even more formidable than Kobe. And indeed, just look at who Lin Feng represents. Us, the Chinese. Incredible. I adore Lin Feng. In the distant lands of Huaxia, there's a fervent admiration for Lin Feng. Major media outlets in China, including the People's Daily and Basketball Pioneer, are inundated with reports about him. In a brief moment, Lin Feng's popularity at home is rivaling that of Yao Ming. In Houston, the Rockets did not play today, and Yao Ming stayed home to watch the live broadcast. Witnessing Lin Feng's spectacular game-winning shot brought a smile of satisfaction to Yao's face. Lin Feng, I always knew you could do it, he murmured. Though perplexed by Kobe's newfound penchant for passing the ball, it truly left him puzzled. Yao then took out his phone, composed a text message, and sent it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, your nationality is being changed. I have informed the National Basketball Association, and they are currently in discussions. I will keep you updated on the process. Moreover, witnessing your phenomenal performance with the Lakers fills me with pride and joy. Keep striving, as Chinese basketball greatly needs talents like you. As Lin Feng returned to the changing room, he relished the adoration of thousands along the way. Upon entering the players' tunnel, he was met with enthusiastic screams and outstretched hands, all eager for a moment of connection with him. A group of children, their hair dyed a vibrant red, sporting band-aids on their faces and dressed in the number 10 jersey of Xiangbei, were eagerly imitating Lin Feng. Today, in Los Angeles, he stood as a burgeoning superstar, his fame rivaling that of Kobe Bryant. After taking a refreshing shower, he retrieved his phone from the locker and noticed a text message from Yao Ming. A gentle smile graced his lips, filling him with warmth. In a foreign land, encountering a kindred spirit is a luxury, especially when that kindred spirit is none other than Yao Ming, whose genuine concern for him is profoundly touching. Lin Feng chuckled and composed a text message to Yao Ming. Brother Yao, if my memory serves me right, our next match features the Lakers facing off against the Rockets. We will be playing away, so do be cautious. On the court, I shan't show any leniency simply because we share the same nationality. I shall strive to outshine you. Lin Feng profoundly understands a fundamental truth. The greatest respect one can show to others is to spare no effort in defeating them on the court. Chapter 83. How infuriating. He has outsmarted me again. After engaging in a brief conversation with Yao Ming, Lin Feng received a system notification awarding him 1,000 points. The Team's victory granted him a reward of 500 points, while the clutch game winner earned him an additional 500 points. Lin Feng discovered that whenever he performed a heart-stopping climax, he would be rewarded with additional benefits. Ding! Congratulations to the host for delivering 2 spectacular final blows this season. The lucky bracelet of clutch has been awarded, enhancing his luck by 5 points. The system prompts that the lucky bracelet of clutch elevates his luck by 5. Lin Feng paused for a moment and opened his attribute panel to examine it. Host, Lin Feng age, 22 resistance strength, 110. The average for NBA players is 90. Running speed, 100. The average for NBA players is 85. Stamina consumption, 110. The average for NBA players is 85. Jumping ability, 100. The average for NBA players is 70. Hang time, 80. The average for NBA players is 50. Basketball IQ, game reading ability, 100. The average for NBA players is 60. Skills acquired. Agile positioning. Aerial rebounding, high-low vertical board, quick release after landing, genius rebound, sidestep jump shot, intensive training jump shot, illusionary breakthrough dunk, crossover, butterfly through flowers, dreamy footwork, court dominator. Frenzied block, agile passing, clutch shot luck value. 55. Indeed, there has been a transformation. The clutch shot luck value has risen to 55. This signifies that, henceforth, any clutch shot taken, even from a less than ideal position or with poor rhythm, will possess a 55 probability of succeeding, thanks to this luck value. Of course, this is contingent upon the game not falling apart. If the Lakers find themselves significantly trailing, even a luck value of 100 would be of no avail. Sigh. It is still quite acceptable. However, my mid-range and three-point shooting can be somewhat inconsistent. I cannot solely rely on the system. I must enhance my personal training and refine my skills. Lin Feng is acutely aware of his shortcomings. His long-range shooting leaves much to be desired, lacking the precision of Kobe Bryant. He recognizes the necessity to hone his shooting skills to ensure he can decisively outmaneuver opponents in the fiercely competitive playoffs, employing mid-range and three-point shots to vanquish them. Upon exiting the locker room, Lin Feng was approached for a post-game interview, only to receive a call from Su Muching. "Baby, I just landed. Did you finish your game tonight?" "Yes, I've just completed it." "Are you back from your business trip?" "Indeed, just returned, feeling utterly exhausted." "I won't keep you long. Let's talk in the morning." "All right, rest well at home." After ending the call, Kobe approached, joining Lin Feng for the media interview. Under the bright lights of Staples Center that evening, Lin Feng was undoubtedly a hero, a fact beyond dispute. A throng of reporters surged forward, eager to interview both Lin Feng and Kobe, inquiring how Lin Feng managed to execute 2 game-winning shots in 6 matches with the Lakers. For context, a typical player might achieve 2 game winners in an entire season. During the 2009 to 2010 season, even at the pinnacle of his career, Kobe only managed 6 game-winning shots throughout the year. Yet, Lin Feng accomplished 2 in just 6 games, a feat that is nothing short of extraordinary, evoking admiration from all. In the face of the journalists' accolades, Lin Feng remained composed, attributing his success to good fortune with the game winners, unaware that both of those pivotal moments were facilitated by passes from Kobe. The reporters chuckled at this revelation. Indeed, the current Kobe is particularly fond of sharing the ball, a stark contrast to the infamous black Mamba persona known to the world. Kobe explained his reasoning, articulating that in the past, he refrained from passing because it often proved futile, as some teammates hesitated to take shots, ultimately returning the ball to him. Thus, he had opted to take matters into his own hands. However, now, with Lin Feng, a prodigious basketball talent, by his side, he has learned the value of sharing the ball, for sharing possession equates to sharing victory. It is well known that Kobe possesses a high emotional intelligence and exudes confidence. Regardless of the setting, he speaks with a calm demeanor, never relying on a script, articulating thoughts as they come to him. This is a true manifestation of self-assurance. Vanessa has even remarked that her husband is the most confident man in the world. After the interview concluded, a Caucasian reporter detained Lin Feng with a cheerful demeanor, saying, "Lin, we had the opportunity to interview Joe Da a few days ago and captured on video. Would you like to see what the great Joe Da has to say about you?" "Joe Da?" Lin Feng immediately perked up, realizing that Joe Da refers to Michael Jordan. Has Jordan offered an assessment of his own performance? Is that true? Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. "Oh my goodness, Joe Da has evaluated me? Did you also record a video? What did you discuss in the video?" "We interviewed Joe Da primarily to hear his perspective on you and your current performance on the court." "All right, I am incredibly eager to learn how the illustrious Joe Da will assess me." Lin Feng is eagerly anticipating Michael Jordan's commentary on him. Admittedly, he did not grow up watching Jordan play, but rather idolized Kobe Bryant. Nevertheless, Michael Jordan's status as a deity in the hearts of basketball enthusiasts remains unassailable. Even Kobe, the most remarkable player in his childhood memories, is ultimately overshadowed by Michael Jordan. A white reporter prepares to play a video for Lin Feng. When Kobe interjects with a smile, "Oh Lin, if you wish to avoid being riled up by that old guy, it's best not to listen to him. I know him well. He is bound to show off." "Haha, it's all right, Kobe. I simply want to hear Jordan's perspective on me." Surrounded by an eager audience, the reporter presses play, revealing Jordan's dark visage and his natural aura of dominance. Black Jesus, the Lord Jordan. Such nicknames reflect the admiration and affection fans hold for him. "Hi, first and foremost, congratulations, Lin. You are the first Asian player to capture my attention. Just the other day, a reporter interviewed me about you. You've been achieving triple-doubles in every game, and in the opening match of the new season. You even delivered a game-winning shot against the Golden State Warriors. They asked me to provide my insights on you, so here I am to share a few words. It is evident that you are making significant contributions to the NBA and to the Los Angeles Lakers. Your performance is nothing short of phenomenal, and I must say, I am quite fond of you, young man. With you on the Lakers this year, I firmly believe that you and my little brother Kobe can achieve remarkable success together. Several reporters inquired whether it is difficult to secure a large triple-double in 5 consecutive games. Yes, I would affirm, achieving 5 consecutive large triple-doubles is indeed quite challenging. However, at this juncture, the video shows Jordan pausing. Those familiar with him know he is about to put on a show. Sure enough, the next moment, a smile graces his lips as he remarks, "If you insist on asking me what is most challenging in the league, of course, it is winning 6 championships. Ha ha ha." As Jordan's words echo through the video, everyone bursts into hearty laughter, with Kobe nearly doubled over in mirth. He knew Jordan well. In the end, he would undoubtedly show off. Lin Feng chuckled, yet remarked, "Damn it, I've been outsmarted by that old fellow once again." Chapter 84. Chinese Men. The most exceptional race in the world. The crowd chatted and laughed as they departed from the post-match conference. Odom lingered in the corridor of the locker room, casting a mischievous grin at Lin Feng. Noticing this, Kobe inquired, "Odom, what are you staring at?" "Kobe, I am here waiting for you," Odom replied. "Old man, you are waiting for me?" Lin Feng displayed a look of skepticism. "Indeed, Lin, you are quite the charmer. I find myself exceedingly envious of you. What on earth?" The words of Odom echoed in his ears, leaving both Lin Feng and Kobe bewildered. "Odom, what are you talking about?" Kobe furrowed his brow. Odom, with an air of mystery, replied, "A stunning beauty has arrived in our locker room, and she is awaiting your presence." "Huh?" Kobe glanced at Lin Feng beside him. Could it be that Su Muching has come? Yet, it was improbable. She had just called Lin Feng moments ago, mentioning she had just landed from a business trip and was too exhausted to do anything but rest at home. Who could it be? Lin Feng entered the changing room, his expression one of confusion. Inside, seated gracefully, was a stunning beauty who had already changed into casual attire, a leather skirt, black boots, and a low-cut top that accentuated her voluptuous and alluring figure. Her golden, cascading waves of hair framed her face, adorned with long pearl earrings that dangled elegantly. With her deep-set features and exquisite visage, every smile and frown revealed the charming essence of a Western woman. She was none other than Aaliyah, a cheerleader for the Lakers. Upon seeing the situation, Kobe seemed to grasp what was unfolding. Aaliyah, exuding femininity at the age of 23, was 1 year older than Lin Feng. In the past, Smash Parker had pursued Aaliyah, expressing a desire for her to bear his children, only to be met with her unequivocal rejection. "Hi Lin, nice to see you." Aaliyah greeted Lin Feng and Kobe with poise as they entered the changing room. "Hello, I hear from old AO that your name is Aaliyah." Lin Feng extended his hand and shook hands with Aaliyah. Her delicate little hand was smooth to the touch, imparting a sensation of silkiness. "Yes, my name is Aaliyah. It astonishes me that you already know my name, Lin." "Huh?" Lin Feng wore an expression of embarrassment, pondering the purpose of Aaliyah's visit. He remained oblivious to her intentions. Odom interjected, "Lin, Aaliyah has come to the locker room to meet you, primarily to get acquainted and perhaps request an autograph." Earlier, after performing an energetic dance on the court, Aaliyah's playful gesture of blowing a kiss was indeed aimed at Lin Feng. Her interest in him extended beyond his dazzling skills on the court or his burgeoning fame in Los Angeles. It was his charismatic personality that captivated her. Over the course of 6 matches, she had witnessed the allure of this young man from the East. By approaching Lin Feng, she hoped to forge a connection. American women, unlike their Chinese counterparts, are more forthright. They express their feelings openly without hesitation. Aaliyah believed there was no shame in her boldness, so she directly sought out Lin Feng in the locker room. "Lin, Odom is right. I came here to meet you and to ask for your autograph. Would that be all right?" "Of course," Lin Feng replied with a gracious smile, inquiring, "What will you give me in return for the signature?" "Lin, just sign right here on my shirt," Aaliyah suggested, lifting her top and gesturing for him to take a pen and sign on the fabric over her chest. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless, and rooted to the spot. Despite having grown up in Los Angeles, he found himself unaccustomed to the boldness of older women. "What is the matter, Lin?" Aaliyah inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. "Oh, it's nothing. Allow me to assist you with your signature." Lin Feng, mustering his courage, inscribed his name, Chia Lin, upon Aaliyah's garment. "Thank you," he said, To express his gratitude, he proposed, "I would like to treat you to a late-night snack. What do you think?" Alia, overflowing with enthusiasm, warmly invited Lin Feng to join her for the meal. "All right, but may I bring a few companions along?" he inquired. Lin Feng glanced at Kobe and Odom for help, but the two men completely disregarded him. Kobe, dressed in a suit and holding a briefcase, appeared like a renowned Hollywood star at first glance. "Oh, Lin, sorry, but I must head home. I don't have time to goof around with you guys. Goodbye." With that, Kobe slipped away. Odom also ignored Lin Feng, clearly indicating that not only do the Chinese understand the discomfort of being a third wheel, but so do the Americans. "Lin, I'm heading back. See you tomorrow." Odom followed suit and departed as well. The locker room was left with only a few individuals. Among them the wet-haired veteran Fisher making his way over. Lin Feng seemed to have spotted his savior and spoke up. "Old you, would you care to join me for a late-night snack?" "Shit, Lin, I am not that kind of person. I'm already aware that Miss Elia has come specifically to invite you. This has nothing to do with us. If you wish to go, by all means, do so. I am heading home to soak my feet." Old you Fisher changed his clothes and discreetly made his exit. In an instant, the dressing room was left with only Lin Feng and Elia. She gazed at him with a radiant smile, her rosy lips slightly parting. "Lin, you seem to be quite afraid of me. Why must you insist on bringing others along for our late-night snack? Do you find me disagreeable?" "Dearest Elia, please do not misunderstand. That is not at all my intention. What I meant to convey is that I am already involved with someone." Lin Feng lamented, "Damn it. I invited my teammates along out of fear of gossip." "Lin, are all men from Huaxia so timid? It's merely a meal. What is the matter with having a woman? Does having a partner preclude one from interacting with other women? Your reasoning strikes me as rather perplexing." Lin Feng. He was initially speechless, followed by a surge of anger. What nonsense is this American woman spouting? Are the men of Huaxia timid? By the legs of your grandmother, if I do not deal with you tonight, you might truly mistake a tiger for a sickly cat. "Shit, Ilea. If you continue speaking this way, I shall take offense. The men of Huaxia are indeed the most exceptional race in the world." "Oh, is that so?" Ilea smiled alluringly. "And if that is the case, then you shall accompany me for a late-night snack tonight." "Fine, let us eat. I will accompany you until the end." Lin Feng mused to himself. It's merely a late-night snack. What is there to be so grand about? I shall relish this. He added, "Wait for me a few moments while I change my attire." Lin Feng changed his clothes right in front of Alia. It was only then that Alia noticed Lin Feng's lean physique. Upon removing his garments, he revealed a strikingly muscular form. However, unlike the bulkiness of renowned athletes such as Karl Malone, Howard the Beast, or LeBron James, whose physiques are synonymous with sheer strength, Lin Feng's muscles were not of that imposing nature. Instead, they were taut and defined, reminiscent of Bruce Lee's sculpted lines, exuding both vigor and explosive power. This was Alia's first encounter with Lin Feng's bare torso, and her beautiful sapphire eyes widened slightly as she murmured to herself, "His muscular contours are indeed quite appealing to a woman's aesthetic." Chapter 85. Alia bridging two worlds. Lin Feng possesses a commendable sense of style, largely attributed to the meticulous selections made by Su Muqing. Off the court, Lin Feng adopts a more casual approach to fashion, donning whatever he finds visually appealing. He sports a custom-made Xiangbei No. 10 jacket, paired with fitted jeans and a sleek pair of Air Force One sneakers. This ensemble strikes a harmonious balance between contemporary trendiness and a fresh, sunlit appearance. Indeed, his taste in attire is quite impressive. Alia nods subtly in agreement. "Shall we, dear Miss Alia? Where shall we indulge in a midnight snack?" Lin Feng gazed at the spirited Elia. "Just follow me. I assure you, I have no intention of selling you." Elia smiled gracefully, her sapphire eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring a man's very soul. She was indeed a fairy, an enchanting one at that. "Lin, for the first time, I find Eastern men quite alluring. Previously, I would not have paid them any heed, but since meeting you, I have altered my previously ignorant views." As they walked side by side out of the Staples Center and into Lin Feng's dazzling Ferrari, Elia admired him as he drove with one hand. "Dear Miss Elia, you should definitely spend more time with Eastern men. Truth be told, we hold our own against any race, perhaps even surpassing them." "Oh my God, Lin, you are indeed self-assured, but I find your confidence quite appealing." Elia subtly shifted her body, seemingly attempting to draw closer to Lin Feng. However, he maintained his distance, jesting, "I must remind you, I am a man with a girlfriend. I cannot betray Su Muqing for a mere fairy. Should he betray Su Muqing, it was likely that the system would punish him. After all, Su Muqing was his destined savior. It was through her that he could enhance his resemblance to the character he portrayed. As they chatted amiably, they arrived in the bustling heart of Los Angeles. Even in the early hours, the vibrant city thrived with life, especially around the 24-hour CAFs, McDonald's, and KFCs. Of course, there were nightclubs as well. This was Los Angeles, after all. It was said that Allen Iverson would always visit nightclubs whenever he played here. After enjoying some desserts and coffee at a CAF with Elia, Lin Feng prepared to take her home, but she exclaimed, "Lin, I want to hit the club. Would you join me?" Lin Feng hesitated considerably. Although he did not lack for fatigue, he was reluctant to squander time in a bar. "Elia, let's return. The bar scene does not suit me. You might invite Allen next time. He relishes the nightlife." Haha, are you referring to Allen Iverson? In the NBA, among contemporary stars, none revel in the nightlife quite like Allen Iverson. Later, during his tenure with the Rockets, Harden also became a prince of the nightlife. In a certain sense, both Harden and Kobe shared an unwavering dedication, each venturing out at 4 in the morning. The distinction lies in the fact that Kobe rose at 4 to train, while Harden returned home from the bar at that hour. "Lin, let us indulge for a while. We shall return home promptly after 3. What do you say?" Elia implored, her eyes beseeching. "You know, as a girl venturing alone into a bar, I could easily attract unwanted attention. Could you truly bear to let that happen to me?" Lin Feng, he was rendered speechless. This Elia certainly knows how to feign pity. She spent merely an hour inside. Lin Feng ultimately yielded, for he belonged to the same Lakers team, and it would be rather impolite to outright refuse Elia. "All right, dear. Just for an hour then." Elia was filled with excitement, nearly embracing Lin Feng to plant a kiss on his cheek. LA Rich Club is a renowned nightclub situated in the heart of downtown Los Angeles. Spanning a vast area, it boasts an upscale ambience and opulent decor. It is said that on weekends, the bar owner manages to invite several prominent rap artists to perform, which has made the establishment exceedingly popular. At approximately 1 o'clock in the morning, the club was teeming with patrons, and a variety of luxury vehicles graced the entrance. Even a Ferrari like Lin Feng's could be spotted among the impressive lineup. On this particular night in Los Angeles, a rare gentle drizzle began to fall as Lin Feng and Elia exited their vehicle, secured the windows, and made their way toward the club. 2 African-American bartenders hurried to serve them, their eyes betraying a hint of envy as they regarded Lin Feng. With an alluring combination of a luxury car and a beautiful companion, he seemed to possess it all. Upon taking a closer look, the 2 bartenders were struck with astonishment. "Oh my goodness, are you Chia Lin?" After Lin Feng rose to fame in Los Angeles, he frequently found himself recognized while strolling down the streets. He amused to himself that it might be prudent to hire a few bodyguards, as the situation in America was rather unstable, with rampant gun violence. Should he venture out alone and encounter trouble, it could lead to dire consequences. "Goodness, it's Chia Lin. Chia Lin has arrived," exclaimed 2 African-American bartenders, immediately capturing the attention of the patrons within the bar. Has Chia Lin graced this establishment? In Los Angeles today, who does not know Chia Lin? A teammate of the Black Mamba, he had led the Lakers to a remarkable 6-game winning streak. Just moments ago, the bar's large screen had been broadcasting the game, where the Lakers, playing at home, narrowly triumphed over the Detroit Pistons. In the final moments, Kobe had passed the ball to Lin Feng, who, living up to expectations, delivered yet another stunning game-winning shot. "Oh my goodness, were they all shouting? Chia Lin is here? I must go see." I admire Chia Lin immensely. He just clinched the game against the Pistons tonight. Indeed, Chia Lin played exceptionally well. He has become my idol. News of his presence spread quickly, reaching the bar owner. The proprietor, a burly Caucasian man in his 40s or 50s, stood nearly as tall as Lin Feng. While Lin Feng may be considered petite on the NBA court at 189 centimeters, he is quite tall in everyday life. "Oh, my heavens! This is unbelievable. Chia Lin has come to my bar. Welcome, my old friend." The bar owner greeted Lin Feng with great enthusiasm, embracing him without hesitation. "Chia Lin, may I take a photo with you? I truly enjoy watching you play." Lin Feng nodded, of course. He expressed his gratitude to Chia Lin. The bar owner summoned the security personnel to capture a photograph. Alia smiled beside them, her smile reminiscent of the proud expressions often seen on Su Muching's face. "Oh, Chia Lin, is this your girlfriend? She's truly captivating. Wait, I feel like I've seen her in a competition before. Could it be?" The bar owner, a devoted Lakers fan, never missed a game. It was only natural that he recognized Alia, a cheerleader for the Lakers. "Buddy, she is not my girlfriend. We are merely friends, and she is one of the Lakers cheerleaders." "Oh, goodness, I thought she looked somewhat familiar. Turns out she is a cheerleader. Greetings. May I inquire the name of this lovely lady?" "Hello, Alia extended her delicate hand to shake the bar owner's. I am Alia. My dear Miss Alia, you are truly stunning. I believe you should pursue a career in Hollywood and modeling rather than just being a cheerleader. The bar owner was quite the conversationalist, eliciting peals of laughter from Alia. Thank you for your compliment. I currently straddle two worlds, being both a Lakers cheerleader and a sign model for a fashion company. Alia was not merely a cheerleader, she was also a contracted model. This revelation piqued Lin Feng's interest in her. He had previously underestimated Alia, unaware that she was indeed a sign model. After a moment's contemplation, he felt reassured. Alia possessed exquisite features, remarkable poise, and a graceful figure, making her position as a sign model entirely justified and not at all surprising. Chapter 86, The First Collaboration, The Initial Wave of Endorsements. After half an hour of revelry in the bar, Lin Feng felt quite content. Alia swayed her alluring hips on the dance floor, occasionally casting flirtatious glances and blowing kisses toward Lin Feng, who was sipping his drink. It was evident to the astute observer that Alia was pursuing Chia Lin. Lin, I would like to invite you for a dance. After a moment, Alia approached Lin Feng, who was seated at the booth, and invited him to join her on the dance floor. Alia, I'm sorry, but I cannot dance. I'm not graceful at it. It's not difficult. I can teach you. First, you must hold me tightly. Without further ado, she took the black beer from Lin Feng's hand, grasped his right hand, and wrapped her arms around his waist. Come on, let us dance together. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, truly at a loss when it came to Alia. The surrounding guests were all watching, and his public rejection of this foreign girl would undoubtedly embarrass her. Given this predicament, Lin Feng reluctantly stepped onto the dance floor to join Alia in a dance. He possessed a modicum of dancing ability. His movements were agile, and he learned skills quickly. Following Alia's lead, he began to dance in a manner that appeared quite commendable. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, with some even capturing the moment on camera. Lin Feng's heart sank with a jolt, inwardly cursing his misfortune. Being photographed would undoubtedly lead to soon Mooching discovering the truth. Dear Miss Alia, let us cease this charade. I'm already quite fatigued from playing and truly wish to refrain from further exertion. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Lin Feng's forehead, Alia chose not to prolong his torment, smiling as she released her grip. She then leaned closer to Lin Feng's ear and whispered, Darling, if you come to my home tonight, I believe we could share a most enchanting evening together. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, pondering the situation. Is it true that American women are so uninhibited? This approach certainly won't work. It is utterly ineffective. I am not hardened. Indeed, I am not hardened. Ahem, never mind. I simply wish to enjoy a restful evening tonight. Lin Feng fled the dance floor in a manner akin to escape. Yet, Alia smiled gracefully, choosing not to continue her pursuit of him. She must have understood that Eastern men are often reserved, and Chia Lin was merely shy. Darling, the man I desire has never slipped from my grasp. You cannot evade me, Alia murmured to herself. Having enjoyed their playful exchange, the two prepared to depart. Just as they reached the front desk, Lin Feng suddenly heard someone call out to him. Hi, my old friend, don't leave just yet. Lin Feng turned his head in suspicion and discovered it was the bar owner. Is there something you need? Chia Lin, may we discuss this in the office upstairs? It is rather noisy here. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng lowered his head in contemplation for a moment, sensing that the bar owner was not a malicious individual. This fellow was an ardent Lakers fan, having watched every one of Lin Feng's 6 games since his joining the team. Moreover, his exuberance suggested that he would not harbor any ill intentions towards him. With this thought in mind, Lin Feng smiled and nodded, Of course, my dear Dennis. The bar owner was named Adam Dennis, a local of Los Angeles. All right, Lin, I believe this is a splendid opportunity for you. The words of Dennis echoed in his ears, leaving Lin Feng increasingly perplexed. A splendid opportunity? What splendid opportunity? Accompanied by Adam Dennis, they ascended to the office upstairs, and the three of them entered in single file. Alia and Lin Feng took their seats on the side, while Dennis settled into the boss's chair, his demeanor turning serious as he spoke. Dear Lin, the reason I say this is a splendid opportunity for you is that I just received a call from a good friend of mine. He is aware of your visit to the bar tonight and has specifically asked me to connect you two to discuss your initial collaboration. Adam Dennis wore a broad smile, yet Lin Feng's confusion deepened with each word. What on earth? An initial collaboration? Dennis as friend? This was the first time he had met Dennis, let alone his friend. Lin Feng, utterly perplexed, inquired, Mr. Dennis, have you perhaps made a mistake? This is our first encounter, and it is impossible for us to be acquainted with your friend. What initial collaboration are you referring to? I fail to comprehend your intentions. Ah, Lin, If you allow me to finish, it will all become clear, Adam Dennis replied, igniting a cigar and taking a couple of contemplative puffs. This friend of mine operates in the beverage industry. All the liquor here is supplied by him. He wishes to engage you as a spokesperson for his brand. What do you think? As for the compensation, he mentioned that if you could leave a contact number with me tonight, he will personally reach out to you either tomorrow or the day after to discuss this matter. Endorsing a liquor brand? Lin Feng finally comprehended that Adam Dennis had invited him for an in-depth conversation solely to promote his friend's wine brand. As for the endorsement fee,